Super Gene System matching is on. Judgment. The first generation of super genes has been adapted. Gene attribute. Infinite fit. Starting the level 1 adaptation. Granting an invincible body. Big clock data start. Execute distribution program. These voices echoed in Wu Chen's mind. The allocation procedure is completed. The super gene system is officially launched. When these words fell, Wu Chen immediately felt that Chaos's original thinking began to become clear. He saw his figure, appearing in a strange space. Everything around it looks just like the dark matter plane of Geshaluan in the cartoon of the Super Seminary. Welcome to your dark matter genetic plane. It was the same voice, echoing in the surrounding space. Dark matter gene plane? Is this the one from the seminary? Wu Chen asked. Yes, I am your super genetic system. The voice replied. I'm going. There are super soldiers in the real world? This is not the real world. Not the real world. Wu Chen was a little confused and wanted to look around, but right now, he couldn't see anything outside. This is the MCU universe, as you understand it, the Marvel movie universe. The super gene system replied. Marvel movie universe? So I've crossed over. Wu Chen finally understood this time. He hung up in the real world, then traveled to this world and got Goldfinger. Super gene system. How is this very similar to a book I wrote before? Since it's time travel, then you should count it as my plugin. But the question is, how can this plugin be used? Sir, your plugin is not me, but it. The voice of the genetic system fell, and in front of Wu Chen, a huge amount of clock had appeared. The big clock. Yes, your plugin is exactly this big clock. The most powerful astronomical computer? In a sense, yes. Just this big clock, nothing else. Wu Chen asked. Only the big clock, but in the big clock, the data of all other astronomical computers are included. Other celestial computers? House of Sacred Knowledge, Space-Based Computing Group, Small Clock, Qingquan, Tiandao Pagoda, etc. Meaning, all the technologies in the Super Seminary are in this big clock. Wu Chen was slightly excited. Yes. The gene system answered and opened the corresponding operation interface at the same time. There, various system data are displayed. From the first generation of super genes to the fourth generation of gods. From angel gene to trigonoid gene code. From flame class weapons to void class concept weapons. Really, all the things and technologies that have appeared in the Super Seminary are here. Eternal. Suddenly, Wu Chen saw two large golden characters carved on the big clock. I think this is what the big clock gave you, right? Said the super gene system. Perhaps this is also the task I gave myself. Wu Chen murmured. Only those who have experienced death will understand the meaning of life. Before he crossed over, that is, at the moment when he was about to die, the biggest obsession in his heart was to live. Therefore, he traveled here, and the word eternal is engraved on the big clock. Chasing eternity. In this MCU universe with supernatural technology, it is not easy to achieve this goal. His plugin only has a big clock and the first generation of super genes that are adapted at this moment. That is to say, every step forward after that actually requires Wu Chen to research and develop by himself. Although, in the big clock, the related technology has already been recorded. The super gene system also strengthened Wu Chen himself. However, this still takes time. Moreover, only the existing supernatural technology is recorded in the big clock, and these alone are not enough to achieve true eternity. Only living can be eternal. And the MCU, originally, is a world where you can die at any time. Pull consciousness back from the dark matter plane. Wu Chen opened his eyes. He saw everything in front of him. War is raging all around, and there are countless aliens attacking in all directions. In the sky, huge amounts of wormholes are opening. Those aliens are constantly flying out from that wormhole. It turned out to be the invasion of the Chitauri Legion. Wu Chen looked at everything in front of him and already understood the environment he was in at the moment. This is the battleground of the Avengers Alliance, the final battle of New York. Chitauri fell from the sky, and the Avengers were on their way. Right now, there is only one Iron Man on the battlefield. System, can I adapt Angel Super Gene? Wu Chen asked. Your genes are an infinite fit and can be adapted to all genes. The genetic system answered. Then, activate the Angel Gene for me immediately. Wu Chen said, and the Super Gene system and the big clock behind it that provided computing support began to operate. Adapt the Angel Gene and start the activation program. Successful adaptation, successful opening. The voice of the Super Gene system fell, and behind Wu Chen, a pair of white wings appeared. System, do you have armor and weapons? Wu Chen asked. No. The system's answer is simple and clear. Really, I have nothing but the big clock. Wu Chen complained, but his movements were not slow. This is the battlefield of the Great War of New York, where there is a form invasion, and there is a superhero. But Wu Chen's goal is not to be a so-called superhero. What he wanted was those two infinite gems. The secret of immortality lies in having the strength to be immortal. The current Wu Chen's strength is still too weak. He needs to rely on the power of the outside world. And in the Marvel movie universe, by far the most powerful force is the infinite gems. Stark quickly noticed Wu Chen's appearance in the steel battlesuit. He saw Wu Chen who spread his wings and went straight to the Stark building. Where did that guy come from? Stark wanted to fly over to find out. But at the moment, all of the Chitauri have Stark as their target and keep following. There are also many Chitauri, which flank Stark from the side. Wu Chen's super gene system has already noticed Stark's condition. But now Wu Chen doesn't care about Stark. Tesseract is on, and I can't hack its delivery program. The genetic system reports. Then only, get him first. Wu Chen's eyes fell on Loki. At the moment Loki, holding a scepter, is walking on the balcony. When he saw Wu Chen, Loki looked a little surprised. In the information I have, there is no superhero like you. Loki said. That's because I wasn't a superhero in the first place. Wu Chen landed in front of Loki. Not superhero. Loki looked at Wu Chen and the wings behind him with interest. Then what are you going to do when you come to me at this time? Loki asked. I want the scepter in your hands. Wu Chen got straight to the point. Hearing his words, Loki's face darkened immediately. The scepter, this is the weapon that Loki got from Thanos, and it works great. Wu Chen had just appeared, and he opened his mouth to take the scepter, which was like declaring war on him. Who do you think you are? To say such things to God. Loki's body showed armor, and he was ready for battle. On the battlefield, Rogers, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye have all arrived. And Thor, the super genetic system has locked his place, and he's coming at breakneck speed. Time waits for no one. Once the Avengers are all assembled, it will be extremely difficult for Wu Chen to get the psychic scepter and tesseract. Since you don't want to, then I'll grab it directly. After speaking, Wu Chen has rushed towards Loki. The first generation of super warriors, perhaps in terms of physical data, is not as good as Loki of the Aster Protoss. But there is a big clock behind Wu Chen. That is the most powerful celestial computer in the super god universe. Wu Chen's shot was extremely fast, and the angle was tricky, so Loki didn't have time to dodge. If he didn't dodge, it meant he took a punch from Wu Chen. This punch is not powerful enough to kill an Aster god race, but the impact was enough to make Loki fly upside down. Under the pain, his hand holding the scepter relaxed a lot, and Wu Chen also took advantage of the short gap to grab the scepter directly. I didn't expect it to be a tough one. Loki got up from the ground, but he was clearly unconvinced. For him, Wu Chen's punch was no big deal. However, when he imagined that duplication wanted to sneak attack Wu Chen from behind, Wu Chen directly backhanded another punch and smashed his temple hard. When Loki thought he could make a sneak attack, Wu Chen's counterattack was so timely and precise. The temple was hit hard, and this time the effect was much stronger than the last. Loki endured the excruciating pain and rolled 2 meters away. He covered his temple with one hand and supported the ground with the other. This is impossible. Loki's face was full of disbelief. Your stealth tricks may work for others, but they are of no use to me. Wu Chen said. My illusion is impeccable. Even Thor can't see through. How can you see through? Loki couldn't believe it. He had already activated the illusion again when he said this. But all this was already under Wu Chen's control. The Eye of Insight can see things that are invisible to the naked eye. Loki's illusion is just to create an illusion and then hide his body, confuse the opponent through the illusion, and then launch a sneak attack on his body. Therefore, for Wu Chen, who can see the dark matter plane, this trick is useless. Slap backhand. This slap landed on Loki's face, but it hit Loki's heart. Loki collapsed. His best trick, in front of Wu Chun, was decoration. A god who claims to be aloof is suddenly crushed so easily by a mortal, and his self-confidence suffers a serious blow. At the critical moment, Thor came. He landed opposite Loki and Wu Chun. Looking at Loki, who was knocked to the ground, and Wu Chun, who he had never seen before, he was a little confused. Who are you? Thor asked. Wu Chun. Wu Chun, why haven't I seen you? There are so many people on Earth, and you haven't seen a few in total, have you? Wu Chun's rhetorical question made Thor unable to answer for a while. He has only come to Earth twice, the first time in a small town and the second time here. There are really not many people Thor has come into contact with on Earth. You don't look like an Earthling. Thor looked at the wings behind Wu Chun. If you want to say that I'm not an ordinary person on this Earth, that's barely reasonable. Wu Chun is indeed neither from this Earth nor an ordinary person. The war is raging on all sides. Are you sure you want to continue to waste time here? Wu Chun asked. So, are you here to help? Thor is a simple person. Seeing Wu Chun's reminder, he also came to help Wu Chun. That's it. Wu Chun did not deny it. Okay, then, let's get Loki. What about the others? Thor remembered Loki, but he was about to look for it, only to find that Loki was long gone. When you were talking, he had already fled. Wu Chun said, I have to find him. Only he can end this war. After Thor finished speaking, he swung the hammer and flew away. Wu Chun looked at all the Avengers who had gradually gathered, watching them fighting Chitauri. Loki's scepter is already in Wu Chun's hands, which means he can close the portal. But when he took a step and was about to go to take it with the space gem, a strong mental energy swept in instantly. Wu Chun didn't have time to dodge. He was covered by this spiritual energy. Around him, all circumstances have changed. There is only one person in the entire Earth who can do this. Sorcerer Supreme. Wu Chun raised his head. Not far in front of him, Ancient One was looking at him. So you know me. Ancient One is also looking at Wu Chun. I haven't had an intersection with you. It doesn't seem reasonable for you to meet me in this way at this time, doesn't it? Wu Chun asked. You and I have no intersection, but you are a mystery that I can't see through. Ancient One at the moment has come to Wu Chun. Can you see through everyone in this world? Wu Chun asked back. You're not like everyone else. Ancient One said. Then what are you going to do? Take me and lock me up. Wu Chun is testing. I won't arrest you, but I have something to discuss with you. I don't know if you are willing to listen. Ancient One's attitude is not strong. Tell me. I can't beat you now anyway. Wu Chun clearly meant that he didn't want to listen, but he couldn't beat it, so he had to listen. Ancient One is a smart man, and he naturally understands what Wu Chun means. But Sorcerer Supreme, who has lived for hundreds of years, has never seen what kind of situation. This scepter and the following tesseract have their own missions to complete. You mean, let me not take them now? Wu Chun didn't let Ancient One speak his mind. He knew that, with the Ancient One here today, he couldn't take the infinite gems. But he also explained what he said. Today, he may not take it, but he will still take it in the future. You are a very clever man. Ancient One exclaimed. You flatter me. Wu Chun said modestly. These two things will also create new life, so you can't take them as your own until this new life is created. Ancient One spoke, and she was clearly speaking of Ultron and Vision. Wu Chun knew, and the Ancient One must have known through Time Gem. Okay, then according to what you said, I won't touch these two things until the new life is created. Wu Chun said. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Ancient One withdrew all his spiritual energy with a wave of his hand. The energy was withdrawn, and Wu Chun returned to the real world. Here, the war has entered another stage. The Avengers are in a hard fight. The nuclear warhead is already on the way, and Black Widow also knows from Dr. Shawig the way to close the portal. Big clock, reset the time of the nuclear bomb explosion. Wu Chun said, spread his wings, and came to Black Widow. I'll close this portal. After that, Wu Chun put the scepter directly into the teleportation device. The portal was closed directly. Chitauri was locked in outer space, and those on Earth were also paralyzed because they could not communicate with the headquarters. What are you doing? Black Widow is anxious because she has just received a message from Stark that a nuclear bomb is coming. If the portal is closed in advance, the nuclear bomb will have nowhere to go, and the entire Manhattan Island will be razed to the ground. Don't you want to end the war? I'll help you. After Wu Chun finished speaking, he casually threw the scepter on the ground. Mind your own business. Pump him for me, Romanoff agent. Stark was really angry. He was carrying the nuclear bomb and didn't know what to do. You want to start? Wu Chun turned his head to look at Black Widow. Black Widow was also very angry, but she felt an invisible pressure. This pressure comes from Wu Chun, which makes Black Widow understand that he is not Wu Chun's opponent, and once he does it, it is likely to cause unexpected disasters. I just want to know, what's your purpose in doing this? Black Widow asked. You'll find out if you look down. Wu Chun was locked, and at the same time, Stark had appeared. He was under that nuclear missile, and he was trying to redirect the missile and send it into space. But now, he didn't know where to send the missile. Just when everyone was at a loss, when everyone was close to despair, the missile suddenly stopped. The missile stopped its flight and fell toward the ground. Stark froze in place with a bewildered look on his face. He didn't understand what happened to the missile. The missile detonation procedure was terminated. Jarvis reports to Stark promptly. It was terminated? Once the nuclear bomb program was started, how could it be stopped midway? Stark asked. It's an ultra-advanced algorithm that terminates the program, and I don't understand it. Jarvis replied. Super advanced algorithms. Stark repeated, and then he seemed to react. The mutation of the whole incident started with the appearance of Wu Chun. Wu Chun closed the portal, disrupting Stark's plans. Once the nuclear bomb explodes, the entire Manhattan will be destroyed. Wu Chun is also in the core circle of the explosion. It is impossible for him to ignore his own safety. Therefore, the person most likely to terminate the nuclear explosion process is Wu Chun. But the question now is, how did he do it? Carrying the nuclear bomb, it landed on the balcony of the Stark building. How on earth did you just terminate the nuclear bomb's detonation procedure? Stark came to Wu Chun. I just gave the computer an instruction. Wu Chun said, Computer? What kind of computer can stop the explosion of a nuclear bomb in such a short period of time? Stark is a genius, and he has always been confident that he is the best scientist on the planet. Jarvis is definitely at the top level in the field of artificial intelligence and computer, but Jarvis is completely powerless in the face of this situation. You don't need to know what computer. Wu Chun didn't plan to say too much to him. This nuclear bomb belongs to me, and I also borrow some equipment in your Stark building. Wu Chun said. In the wave of his hand, the nuclear bomb disappeared directly. Moving through the micro wormhole, he took some of the things he could use in the Stark building straight away. You dare to move my things before I agree? Stark was initially surprised by the disappearance of the missile, but he soon realized that Wu Chun was taking what belonged to him. I closed the portal for you and stopped the nuclear bomb explosion for you. It shouldn't be too much to thank you for something like this, right? Wu Chun said, and then directly opened his wings and flew into the air. Let's go. You don't have to say thank you. Wu Chun didn't give Stark a chance to speak. He turned around and flew out to sea. He was going to find a suitable island and use it as a base for his next day. Stark stood there, watching Wu Chun's retreating back, not knowing what to do for a while. Hulk, Thor, Barton, and Rogers all came. The 6 people of the original Avengers, at the moment, all stand together. That was a nuclear bomb. He just took it away like that. There won't be any problems, right? Rogers asked. The problem is definitely a problem, but the problem now is that there is no way we can stop it. Black Widow said. Why can't you stop it? Rogers asked. He didn't do it at all. The missile disappeared out of thin air. Moreover, he could stop the nuclear bomb from detonating, which means that he could also make the nuclear bomb explode directly. Black Widow is a top-level agent, and she analyzed the situation very well. Let's do the things in front of you first. As Stark said, he turned and walked into the house. This time, the incident was mainly aimed at Loki. No matter what happened to Wu Chun, it was just an episode. Moreover, all of them didn't know how to face Wu Chun, who suddenly appeared. Wu Chun, who left the Stark building, went directly to the sea. He needs to find a stronghold where he can concentrate on researching supernatural technology. Without the Mind Gem and Space Gem, Wu Chun would be missing two powerful weapons. Therefore, Wu Chun must first create a batch of weapons, and finally be able to create the flame level, god-killing, or even stronger weapons in the Super Seminary. In the Marvel movie universe, in such a chaotic world, Wu Chin's pursuit of eternity must first keep himself alive. In a line of the swordsman Liu, it is, the key to immortality is not to die. And if you want to not die, you must allow yourself to have enough power to resist all threats. Originally, he was going to start directly with infinite gems. In the Marvel movie universe, infinite gems are the most powerful weapons. Those who master any infinite gems are the powerhouses in the universe. As a traveler, Wu Chun knows all the information about infinite gems, and he can collect more. But now, the Ancient One has stepped in. The two gems of mind and space have been lost. The time gem is in the hands of the Ancient One. The three gems of soul, strength, and reality are not on Earth. As the first generation of super soldier Wu Chun, he has no way to enter the universe, and he has no way to find those three gems. Therefore, the current Wu Chun can only rely entirely on the super god technology originally. There are no shortcuts, so start with the basics. Build weapons, upgrade gods, and master more super god technology. The entire system of chaos and technology is so huge that Wu Chun now does not even have the foundation. Once he can learn all the techniques recorded in the big clock, once he is adapted to the genetic ability of all super warriors, once he builds a weapon above the god-killing level, well, even without infinite gems, he would still be the powerhouse of the level universe. Moreover, after possessing the divine body, Wu Chun can achieve theoretical eternity and jump out of the limit of lifespan. At that time, it really is, as long as there is no accident, he will not die if the universe is destroyed. It's a pity that Wu Chun wanted to concentrate on R&D, but others didn't plan to reassure him. Just as Wu Chun was transforming the island he had chosen, a Quinjet drove over. The person who came out of the fighter plane was S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. My house hasn't been built yet, so I don't have time to greet guests. Wu Chun did not look back and continued his construction project. If you lack a house to live in, I can arrange it for you. Fury said, it's still built by myself, and it's more practical to live in. Wu Chun replied, but you have to know that this is owned by the government, not your private land. Fury came behind Wu Chun. Then you can buy it for me. Anyway, you originally planned to give me a house, didn't you? Well, if you need it, I can arrange it for you. That's it, Wu Chun said, and at the same time, a marble pillar with a height of 4 meters appeared in front of him out of thin air. Recently, we have received a lot of information, saying that many building materials factories, their building materials have disappeared inexplicably. You saw it all, it's all here. Wu Chun didn't intend to hide it either. He really got it from the best building materials companies in the world. You are theft. So, are you coming to arrest me for jail? Wu Chun turned his head. The marble, at the moment, also fell and broke into several pieces. I know that you are a super ability person with powers that ordinary people don't have. Fury looked a little unhappy. But you have to know that this is the human world. Since you want to stand in this world, you have to abide by our laws. Law? It's just to restrict you. What's with me? Then you mean, you're going to challenge our laws? Fury's face darkened even more. I don't plan to challenge anyone, but don't try to provoke me. After Wu Chun finished speaking, he turned around and continued his construction work. By moving the required building materials from all over the place for the impulse, and completing the construction with the help of the big clock, this is Wu Chun's busy project now. Build a house of his own. If you don't ask for it, this is stealing, and now you have no regrets. Isn't it deliberately provoking the laws of our country? Fury resisted the urge to do it. He didn't want to conflict with a super ability person for such a trivial matter. What does the law of your country have to do with me? The laws of the world do not allow theft. Fury added, okay, then you go check it out. For those who have taken things from me, if they have all the money from legitimate income, I will compensate them. Is this the head office? Wu Chun didn't want to entangle with Fury. After placing the new marble column, he walked into the room with a rough outline and began to build the interior. Fury, who stayed where he was, thought about Wu Chun's last words. After a while, he picked up his mobile phone and sent a message to the Hill agent at headquarters. Soon, Fury got the reply he wanted. All the companies investigated by S.H.I.E.L.D., those companies whose building materials or other things mysteriously disappeared, have frauds in their books. Moreover, what they lost was worth the money they illicitly gained. In other words, Wu Chun knew all this for a long time, so he did this. It takes a lot of time for an agent organization as large as S.H.I.E.L.D. to find approximate data. Wu Chun is alone. How did he achieve this level? There is also previous intelligence from Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, that Wu Chun relied on an algorithm to stop the nuclear bomb from detonating. That is to say, Wu Chun's ability may not come from some kind of mutant super ability, but some kind of technology that S.H.I.E.L.D. does not know about. If a person has super ability, that may be a threat. But if a person has advanced and unknown technology, it may be a disaster. Hulk's fighting power is stronger than Stark, but if Stark is out of control like Hulk, it will be more scary. Because Hulk is always a person, and Stark, but can build an army of steel. Before coming, Fury thought he was going to face a super ability person, but now it seems that he is facing another Stark. Also, this is a tougher guy than Stark. I don't know the identity details. Don't know the purpose of the action. You can't even tell the difference between friend and foe. You should be very clear about the real purpose of my coming here today. Fury walked into the house and said to Wu Chun, who was busy, isn't it just to see if I'm an enemy or a friend? Wu Chun said, so, are you an enemy or a friend? Fury asked seriously, not an enemy, nor a friend. Wu Chun continued, if you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. I just want to do my research quietly. Wu Chun said, an operating platform suddenly appeared in front of him. Research? What are you doing with the nuclear bomb? The real purpose of Fury's coming here today was to aim at that nuclear bomb. It was a nuclear bomb that could destroy the entire Manhattan Island, and now, he was in the hands of Wu Chun alone. Didn't you throw the nuclear bomb? Since you don't want it anymore, I'll use it for waste, isn't it okay? Wu Chun said, and finally did not forget to add a sentence. If it wasn't for me at the time, it seems that the entire Manhattan area would be in ruins now, right? It is true that you saved Manhattan Island, but the congressmen still had doubts when they learned that you took the unexploded nuclear bomb. The brain grows on your head. I can't control what you like to think, but you just hand it over. Sorry, the nuclear bomb is gone. Gone. Fury looked a little surprised. I've disassembled the nuclear warhead. Wu Chun said, that's a nuclear warhead. If you want to decompose it, you need very rigorous steps. Hear you. Rigidity? Rigorousness is required only when the technology is backward. I don't need it. Wu Chun said, his right hand raised, and a golden ball of light appeared in his hand. He took the nuclear bomb in order to activate the genetic sequence of the light of the sun. Now, Wu Chun has mastered the ability of sunlight, that is, fixed star energy drive. Sir, we have detected a thermonuclear reaction here. The voice of the Hill agent came. S.H.I.E.L.D., who has been monitoring the site, apparently detected the emergence of a nuclear reaction. The 1st to 3rd squads attacked immediately. Don't panic. Everyone is holding me back. This time, Fury was in a hurry. He hurriedly sent a message to the Hill agent, and all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had been ambushing around the island. At the moment, all retreated. This is a nuclear bomb rubbed with bare hands. In Fury's eyes, Wu Chun, at the moment, is far more threatening than that nuclear warhead. They even sent troops. Do you want me to return this to you? Wu Chun said. The ball of light in his hand was sent directly to Fury. The scorching temperature radiated out, and Fury could already feel the horror of the light ball. If you let this thing explode, everything around you will be destroyed. The most important thing is Wu Chun originally. He can rub the nuclear bomb with his bare hands, which means that he may not be afraid of the explosive impact of the nuclear bomb at all. Here today, Wu Chun used this thing, so in the future he will probably use this thing in other places in order to retaliate. Don't worry, although this is a small flare, the explosive power is definitely comparable to your nuclear bomb. Wu Chun said with relief. Small? You mean you can make a bigger one? Fury panics even more. You want something bigger? Wu Chun said. The light ball in his hand doubled in size in an instant. No, we don't need it. Fury shook his head quickly. Let's put it away quickly. Fury reminded that he was afraid that Wu Chun would detonate this thing. Wu Chun put away the solar flare, but his actions have already brought great shock and fear to Fury. The nuclear bomb, just a weapon built by humans, can make the world talk about it. But now Wu Chun alone is a walking nuclear arsenal. Do these abilities of yours really come from science? Seeing that the danger was lifted, Fury adjusted. This is super god technology. Wu Chun replied, and a huge amount of projection appeared on the console. That is the projection of the Earth simulated by the big clock, and all the information of the entire Earth is now on it. As Wu Chun's finger slid, the projection began to expand. In the end, the projected picture landed on the island where Wu Chun was at the moment. Around the island, the hidden location of each shield agent, including its weapon configuration and personal information, is clear. Fury had just been shocked by Wu Chun's solar flare, and now he was shocked again when he saw this projection. As far as intelligence is concerned, SHIELD can be said to be the most powerful intelligence agency on Earth, and they can find almost everyone's information. However, like Wu Chun, he knows everything in a wave of his hand, which is obviously impossible for SHIELD. My big clock has been collecting all the information data on this Earth. Wu Chun said, the information on these agents is very strange. How come there are so many that show the mark of HYDRA? When Wu Chun said this, the agents marked with Hydra and their information materials all appeared in the most obvious position. Fury, who was originally in shock, looked at the information with a pale face. Hydra, the sworn enemy of SHIELD. Project Insight, Zola algorithm. It's because others haven't broken the law yet. Just by saying that you might commit a crime, you should arrest someone and go to jail. Oh no, you are directly shooting. Wu Chun said it casually, but his words stuck into Fury's chest like the tip of a needle. The Insight program was only recently past resolution. Its original purpose was to prevent crime. At that time, Hydra planned to manipulate people's hearts, get rid of all the disobedient people, and then let the remaining people be their puppets obediently. The current SHIELD also wants people to be obedient. Is this a kind of inheritance? Wu Chun's words are full of irony. Farewell. Fury didn't know what to say to Wu Chun. After leaving a light farewell, he immediately left the island. After that, he removed all agents monitoring Wu Chun. He didn't tell anyone about Hydra and Project Insight because, Fury, he couldn't trust anyone right now. For a long time to come, he had to spend his mind on the internal affairs of SHIELD. Why don't you give him all the information directly? The voice of the super gene system came. SHIELD or Hydra has nothing to do with us. Wu Chun said. Then why let him know that Hydra exists? Genetic Systems asked. If you don't find him something to do, he will come to trouble us all day long. When Wu Chun spoke, he had already retracted the projection of the Earth. On the console, a long spear appeared, the first weapon he planned to build. Find them something to do, and they won't bother bothering me again. Wu Chun said, the genetic system, and no longer asked. Find me some workers. Although I have built the skeleton of the house, I still have to find workers to do the meticulous work. Okay, the genetic system answered. What material is suitable for this long gun? Yifan asked. Global metal data detected. Recommended vibranium. The genetic system answered. Vibranium has strong plasticity and excellent defensibility, but flame-level weapons need to be sharp enough. Wu Chun said. There is no metal known on Earth that can surpass vibranium, said the genetic system. If you don't have it on Earth, look for it in the universe. Adamantium, Ulu metal, Yaka metal, galaxy glaze. Although I'm not sure if these exist in this world, but the universe is so big, it should be possible to find some materials that can create void weapons. Wu Chun said. This is the Marvel movie universe. The only known special metals are vibranium, Ulu metal, and Yaka metal, but the future, no one can say. Moreover, the universe is so big, how many special metals are contained in it? Who can know all of them? Here, unlike the super god universe, there is a device such as a celestial computer. I will let the big clock start to gradually expand the search range, but the time it takes is unknown, said the genetic system. Unknown is unknown. You have to start looking for it first. Wu Chun was prepared for this. After all, the big clock in the supernatural universe records the entire known universe, which took tens of thousands of years for the space principle to complete. It takes time for big clocks to find new powerful metals. But right now, Wu Chun needs to build powerful equipment. The first generation of super warriors is not weak, but not strong either. Really, in terms of physical state, Wu Chun may not be able to beat Thor and Hulk. Therefore, Wu Chun needs the blessing of equipment. Vibranium. This is filtered out by the big clock. Currently the most suitable metal material for crafting flame weapons and armor. Today, vibranium is mainly kept by Wakanda. Although Wakanda has highly advanced technology, it is an extremely closed country. Their technology and vibranium resources will never be easily sold to outsiders. Big clock, can you analyze the metal composition of vibranium and then use the micro wormhole transport technology to get it directly? Wu Chun asked. The analysis program is already running, and the analysis will be completed in 48 minutes. The voice of the genetic system came. The properties of unmined vibranium are extremely unstable. If it is transported directly by the black hole algorithm, it is easy to cause accidents. The genetic system warned. It means that I can get mine directly, but if I have a mine, I have to dig it myself. Wu Chun asked. Yes, vibranium came from outside. Genetic systems explain vibranium's condition. It burns up in the atmosphere, and then interacts with the Earth's gravity, magnetism, etc., to disrupt the molecules inside it. Therefore, the mining of vibranium requires specific technologies and equipment to be realized. The gene system said, and Wu Chun also understood. How much vibranium has been mined and scattered outside Wakanda? Wu Chun asked. It has been scanned, a total of 315 kilograms. That includes Roger's shield, as well as antiques from several other museum collections. But the largest amount is the vibranium raw material collected by Ulysses Crow, which is close to 300 kilograms. The genetic system answered. Take Roger's shield. I guess you will come to fight with me. Wu Chun complained. The vibranium in Ulysses' collection will be involved in the birth of Ultron and Vision in the future. If all are taken away, Ancient One will probably have an opinion. Wu Chun suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Insufficient strength is to look forward and backward. If he has now obtained the full set of Master God level configuration like Keisha, why should he be afraid? Sure enough, development is the last word. The big clock, to complete the forging of the spear in my hand, plus a metal coat. How much vibranium? Wu Chun asked. The weapon is set at 35 kilograms, of which 40% is titanium, so 21 kilograms is needed. The design of the metal jacket is not finished, so the data cannot be judged, said the genetic system. The design of the metal vest is based on the dark alloy armor. Wu Chun said. Dark alloy armor, data proofreading. Replace dark iron with vibranium and titanium alloys. Load armor size. The data proofreading is completed, and the required vibranium is about 20 kilograms. After the big clock has completed the proofreading of all the data, it came to its conclusion. That said, we now need 41 kilograms of vibranium. Wu Chun said. He was thinking how to obtain these titanium alloys. Just take it directly from Ulysses. After Ultron builds Vision, the consumption is only tens of kilograms. As for the later, he builds himself a body and transforms the city engine. It does not involve the birth of life. We can just ignore it. Wu Chun made a decision. What Ancient One wanted was that Wu Chun would not hinder the birth of a living being. And no matter how you calculate it, Vision's body doesn't need vibranium that costs 100 kilograms. There are nearly 300 kilograms in Ulysses now, and he takes more than 40 kilograms, which is not much. The vibranium data analysis has been completed, and the black hole algorithm can be used directly for transportation. The genetic system warned. Take it directly. Wu Chun said. Then, he saw the emergence of vibranium. Through the micro wormhole transport technology, even in front of Ulysses, he couldn't stop it. Ulysses was angry. The resource he cared about the most was taken away like this. How could he just let it go? It's just that Wu Chun at the moment didn't even bother to care about the outside world. Vibranium has been obtained, and he needs to officially open it next, forging the equipment. Wu Chun was just an ordinary person in the past. Although he has obtained a plug-in like a big clock, his foundation is still weak. To build flame weapons, Wu Chun needs to understand all the related technologies first, and also learn the specific forging ability. So, the whole process is lengthy. For the next few months, except for the occasional oversight of work on the house outside, he spent almost all of his time immersed in the laboratory, busy with research and fabrication. At the same time, the outside world is also undergoing many changes one after another. An approaching aircraft has been detected. Wu Chun, who was forging armor in the research room, suddenly heard a hint from the genetic system. Airplane, where did it come from? Wu Chun asked. For the first time in the past few months, a plane has appeared here. Wakanda royal family fighter. Wakanda. Wu Chun was slightly surprised. At this time, there was Wakanda's plane showing up, which is obviously not right. The visitor is Chala, accompanied by 4 members of the royal guard led by Okoye. The genetic system is reporting. The king of Wakanda is Chaka now, but he is too old to continue fighting. Wu Chun said. Now it's Chala, which means that the other party is ready to fight. That means they probably knew. I took vibranium. Wu Chun stood up. He stopped what he was doing, left the lab, and went directly outside the house. When he looked up to the sky, the Wakanda's plane also appeared. Wearing a Black Panther battlesuit, Chala, accompanied by Okoye and 2 members of the royal guard, landed in front of Wu Chun, His Royal Highness of Wakanda, visiting the humble house, but have something important to discuss. Wu Chun went straight to the topic after being polite. Since you know my arrival, you must also know the purpose of our coming here. Chala said. Sorry, I don't know. You took our vibranium and... Okoye was interrupted by Chala halfway through his words. After calming down a bit, Chala continued. We have received information that you have illegally obtained a shipment of vibranium from Wakanda, and we are here to investigate the situation. The prince is more polite. Wu Chun said. Vibranium is a very precious resource in our country, and vibranium was originally very special, so we hope that you will cooperate with our investigation. The official tone of Chala is also extremely skilled. I did get a batch of vibranium. Wu Chun didn't hide it either. Then please. But I took it from someone else, and it has nothing to do with you, Wakanda. Before Chala finished speaking, Wu Chun continued to express his attitude. I got vibranium from Ulysses. Even if I want to pursue it, he should come to me. Ulysses is a thief, a murderer. Okoye hates Ulysses very much. But in this case, Chala wouldn't let her get out of control. They had investigated before they came. They know that Wu Chun has the ability to take other people's things out of thin air, and they also know that he easily defeated the scepter-wielding human Loki during the battle in New York. Therefore, Wu Chun is a strong man, and as a result of confronting the strong man, it is very likely that both sides will suffer. Ulysses' vibranium was stolen from our country, and it would have made sense for us to recover the stolen goods. Chala said. You said it was stolen goods, but Ulysses said it belonged to him. The person who directly docked with me didn't show up, and you ran out of the source. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Wu Chun first asked rhetorically, and then continued to elaborate. It's like when you buy a second-hand car and find that there's a problem with the car. You have to find the buyer first before you can find the manufacturer to settle the account, right? You are simply unreasonable. Oki couldn't help it this time. Even Chala, his face is not very good looking. Am I being unreasonable, or are you unreasonable? Wu Chun replied directly. You. Okoye was furious, but she was about to pull out her spear, but was stopped by Chala. We came here today just to take vibranium. If you have to stop it, we can only take extraordinary measures. Chala is giving a final warning. Want to do it? Come on, let me see how capable Black Panther is. Wu Chun is not afraid of Wakanda. Although Wakanda is technologically advanced, there is still a superhero called Black Panther. But Wu Chun has more advanced technology than Wakanda, and now Wu Chun is stronger than when he first became a super soldier. If that's the case, then it's a sin. Chala said, putting on Black Panther's helmet. He waved his hand, which was a sign that Okoye and the others would not intervene. Wu Chun smiled. He grabbed it in midair, and the long spear made by vibranium appeared in his hand. The moment the spear appeared, Chala recognized that it was made with vibranium as the core material. Others take their resource and use it as a weapon against themselves. This is the most unacceptable thing. At this moment, Chala really has no patience at all, and he has to teach him a lesson. This unreasonable thief who doesn't ask himself. Chala stood up suddenly, relying on a pair of sharp claws, and launched a violent attack on Wu Chun. Black Panther, the superhero that united the tribes of Wakanda and then guarded Wakanda for hundreds of years. He has the fighting power no less than Rogers. Also has armor gear similar to Stark. The combat effectiveness of superhero cannot rely on pure data comparison. But this is also enough to prove that Black Panther was originally an extremely powerful fighter. But what he has to face today is Wu Chun, the first generation of super fighters. But he is the first generation of Infinite Fit. From the very beginning, he had already matched the genes of Angel, Space-Time Rose, and Sunlight. Now, in the past few months, he has gained more. The power of the galaxy, the god of war, the fighting over the Buddha, and even the devil gene. All that can bring Wu Chun higher combat power and more ability, Wu Chun will adapt. Although it is said that everything is good, it is not as good as the same. But Hushin often said, you can learn without skills, but you can't be without knowledge. Moreover, chaos and technology originally existed as a complete system. All the main god-level powerhouses, he has some understanding of the technology in all directions. For example, Hushi, her wormhole ability is not as good as Morgana, her combat power is not as good as Keisha, her void research is not as good as Carl, and her fixed star drive is not as good as Reyna. But Hushi is a proper main god-level powerhouse, especially after she integrated the various abilities she had learned. Some of the fighting styles she created were also excellent. This can be seen from GXIN, who has received Hushi's inheritance. Now, Wu Chun is taking the same path. He has a big clock and a big open clock. All the different technologies in the super god universe are available in the big clock. Therefore, Wu Chun can not only be released to various types of ability, and he can understand the essence of these abilities and technologies more deeply than Hushi. The lifespan of God is measured in 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years. It can be difficult to create and break a technology, but to learn in such sufficient time, there are super genes that continue to expand the brain capacity. If Wu Chun wanted to master all of them, it was a matter of course. Closer to home. In the face of Chalia's powerful attack at the moment, Wu Chun directly took a head-to-head approach, analyzed the Black Panther line of action, deduced the Black Panther action routine. The final analysis result has been formed. The super gene system is extremely fast, and Wu Chun has found its loopholes. Load the power of thunder. On the spear, lightning continued to beat. Wu Chun stabbed the spear sharply, and its direction was exactly where Black Panther could not dodge at the moment. In times of crisis, Black Panther deserves both hands to hold the spear. Vibranium could have absorbed a huge amount of energy for defense, but at this moment, the lightning suddenly broke through the peak and penetrated into the armor. Black Panther only felt a numbness all over his body, and his body actually fell down. Open wormhole solution. Target. Behind Chala. Wu Chun said. The strength on the spear increased again. Black Panther's body was paralyzed by lightning. In the face of Wu Chun's sudden force, he couldn't resist at all. I thought that the gun would fall directly on him, and Black Panther was ready to withstand the impact. But the next moment, he was stunned. The spear went straight through his chest, and the point of the spear appeared behind him. In this scene, Okoye and the 2 guards were shocked. The 3 pulled out their spears and charged towards Wu Chun. Wait! Chala shouted and drank the 3 directly. The scene gradually quieted down, and the 3 people realized that the spear had not touched Chala's body. The spear was transferred directly behind Chala using wormhole technology when it came into contact with the Black Panther battlesuit passed on from Chala. Although not injured, Chala of at the moment has understood. Wu Chun can use the wormhole to play this effect, and naturally, he can use the wormhole to directly pierce the spear into his body. The indestructible Black Panther battlesuit is ineffective in front of Wu Chun. You win, Chala said. Wu Chun smiled, and the spear disappeared from his hand, as well as from Chalia's body. Vibranium is what you got from Ulysses, not from the kingdom of Wakanda. You are entitled to use it. Chala took off the Black Panther battlesuit, said, Take it. Take it. Even if it's from Ulysses, it's yours. Wu Chun is not an unreasonable person. He was like before, just not satisfied with Wakanda's aggressive attitude. I should have given you some rewards for taking your things, but now, Ulysses can't have an accident. After 2 years, I will personally catch him and send it to you as a return gift. Wu Chen said. Chalia's face immediately improved when he heard this. If he can catch Ulysses, let alone Wu Chen only took a mere 40 kilograms of vibranium. Just more. By the way, I have to build other weapons. Vibranium. I will get some from your country. Puff. A second ago, Chalia thought Wu Chen was not bad, but only a second later, it was discovered that Wu Chen was a person who made an inch. On second thought, this is a person he can't beat or offend. It's so irritating. How can you be so cheeky? On the way back, Okoye couldn't help cursing. His strength can make him do anything recklessly, but he seems to have a sense of proportion in what he does. Chalia said. Any measure? Okoye didn't understand. As he said, the vibranium he got from Ulysses, not from us. But didn't he just take it from us? This time, he informed us in advance, and he said that he would hand Ulysses to us in the future. I don't believe what he said. Why don't you believe it? Chalia asked. We Wakanda have been searching for Ulysses for so many years without success. Can he do it alone? Oki said. Then we Wakanda can transfer vibranium out of thin air. Chalia's rhetorical question silenced Okoye. Our planes are equipped with stealth technology, but he can detect before we arrive. Chalia then continued. He could take vibranium straight from Ulysses. He could just go over the protective net outside our country and take vibranium from inside Wakanda. This man, his strength, is a mystery, and we can never underestimate someone like this. Chalia's words made Okoye realize that maybe he really underestimated Wu Chen's ability. And those Avengers who appeared in the Great War in New York, the world is developing at an unimaginable speed. Perhaps we Wakanda should consider open to the outside world and connect with the world. What Chalia finally said was actually a question he had been thinking about for a long time. Wakanda now also has the most advanced technology in the world, but the world is changing too fast, and they rely on the technology revitalized by vibranium to keep them ahead forever. On the other side, Wu Chen on the island has returned to the laboratory. This time, Chalia's visit brought a new batch of vibranium to Wu Chen. With this new vibranium, Wu Chen can start thinking about building more gear. In the database of the Big Clock, there is also the data of all the weapons and equipment in the entire Super God universe. Keisha's Silver Wings, Morgana's Devil's Claw, Lu Chuan's God-Killing Axe. Although the material of vibranium can't support it to create the level of slain gods. However, the configuration of weapons still needs to be expanded. For the tech god of the Super Seminary, a single weapon is not safe. Keisha got an arsenal that almost all the gods in the universe wanted. Moreover, in order to cooperate with various abilities, it is necessary to have corresponding weapons. Heartsteel on the front, Keisha's Judgment Angel and Morgana's Devil's Claw are definitely the top picks. But in the face of long-range attack targets, which weapon can catch up with the stars? In particular, the genes of the god of war of Nuwa Shing, which originally had to cooperate with the axe of killing gods in order to exert the best combat power. Therefore, Wu Chen is also starting to build an arsenal of his own. As a result, immersive research and development, time flies. For the next few months, Wu Chen's side was quiet. As for the outside world, Stark versus Killian, Wu Chen has no idea. But another piece of news has always been under the close attention of Wu Chen. An abnormal energy point has been detected, and a space wormhole has been created. The Big Clock detected what Wu Chen wanted. That is the space-time wormhole brought by Jiuxing Lianzhu. Iron Man 3 Stark versus Killian, he wasn't interested. But Thor 2 Thor fought against the Dark Elves. Wu Chen was very interested. Because, during this period of time, the most powerful infinite gems will be involved. The reality gem, its seal has been lifted. It's finally here. This time, I'm bound to get type particles. Wu Chen was slightly excited. He had previously missed the Psychic Scepter and the Tesseract due to the intervention of the Ancient One. This time, Ancient One has no reason to intervene again, and the current Wu Chen is no longer as weak as a year ago. In the past year, he has been concentrating on research, and now he can master more supernatural technology proficiently. Moreover, he has been upgraded to become the second generation of super fighters. The low key at the beginning was because of necessity. Now that he has enough preparation, he can pursue his eternity in a more high-profile manner. Get type particles. This is the first step for Wu Chen to really start chasing eternity. Big Clock, give me real-time monitoring of global data and lock at the same time. Jane Foster. Wu Chen said, and the Big Clock immediately followed Wu Chen's instructions. Foster, Thor's girlfriend on Earth, and she is the best guide to help Wu Chen find type particles. Stopping all research, Wu Chen is now focusing on the search for type particles. Now, all the wormholes that have appeared in the world are under Wu Chen's observation. As for Jane Foster, Wu Chen is watching her situation personally at the moment. Acer, Heimdall is also looking at Jane Foster. It's just that the goals of the two are different. What Wu Chen wanted was to look for type particles, and what Heimdall wanted was because he was commissioned by Thor. Very strong spatial energy fluctuations were detected. Big Clock detected new data. It's here. If nothing goes wrong, Jane Foster was sent to the location of type particles from here. Wu Chen said. The next moment, he opened the wormhole and appeared behind Foster. Who are you? Foster, who had planned to enter the wormhole, couldn't help but look back at Wu Chen at this moment. Wu Chen replied, walking directly to the wormhole. Taking Foster's hand, he entered the wormhole. Foster was in a state of bewilderment throughout the whole process, and she had no idea what was going on. Thank you for your guidance. In return, when your cancer develops in the future, I will treat you. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he walked straight towards the location of type particles. His purpose here is just for type particles. Cancer. Foster was even more confused. Out of curiosity, she followed Wu Chen's footsteps. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Foster kept asking questions, but Wu Chen, at the moment, didn't bother to pay attention to him. He has come to the stone pillar that seals type particles. Looking at the dark red substance pressed under the huge stone pillar, he felt the original power from type particles. Big Clock, Wu Chen said, and the data analysis of the Big Clock started immediately. This is a long-planned plan, but the analysis of the Big Clock has taken a lot of time for a long time. This is a substance that I have never been exposed to in the past. It is powerful and complex. Although its energy is single, it is extremely unstable. When Wu Chen wanted the Mind Scepter and Tesseract before, the Big Clock hadn't been scanned like this, so he didn't understand the essence of infinite gems. Now, for the first time, the detailed analysis, even with the power of the Big Clock, is shocking. It's like void matter, but it has the characteristics of the dark element. In terms of scale, the amount of type particles, even if dozens of fixed stars are driven to bombard the black hole, the void matter obtained may not exceed it. But obviously, the energy of void matter is more comprehensive. The genetic system conveys the analysis results of the grand clock. Infinite gems are materials that were born at the Big Bang. From this point of view, infinite gems are similar to void matter. But in this universe, they each form separate entities and then have a single property. Void matter is all dispersed, and only a very small part will be pulled by the black hole to form around the black hole. Only through the bombardment of level fixed star energy can the void matter be blown up. Infinite gems can form at this scale because of the single property. But because of this, the power of a single infinite gem is limited. However, the two seem to be different in terms of data analysis. The in-depth analysis has caused the operation of the Big Clock to fall into a state of near downtime. Wu Chen knows the difficulty of this problem. The two universes are not the same, and although their substances are similar, they are definitely different. The Big Clock is calculated according to the initial setting, and the result will naturally fall into an infinite loop and cannot continue. This, in fact, is also the limit of astronomical computers. In the face of real research and development, only the human body can be carried out originally. Even if the algorithm of the Big Clock is advanced, it only analyzes the algorithms and knowledge reserves that the system already has. Once it exceeds this category, its algorithm will fail. Just like, when the Big Clock is in a super god universe, it can only control everything within the scope of a known universe. Okay, these more in-depth studies will be carried out after I go back. Wu Chen interrupted Big Clock's continued analysis. Now, fix the type particles first, and we're going to take it back to the lab. Wu Chen said. It's easy. Big Clock can't analyze all of Infinite Gem's data, but just control, it can. Just a simple algorithm. Type particles are adjusted from liquid to solid. Wu Chen directly pushed the huge amounts of stone pillars away and took out the solid reality gem. An unprecedented huge energy quickly integrated into Wu Chen's body. Wu Chen was able to perceive the power of this reality gem. What is this? Foster looked at the gem suspiciously. Reality gem, a powerful substance born at the beginning of the universe. Wu Chen replied, okay, let's go back. If it's too late, I'm afraid we won't be able to go back. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he took Foster back to the wormhole and back to Earth. However, at the moment when the two came out of the wormhole, an angry figure appeared in front of them. Thor. Foster was visibly taken aback the moment he saw Thor. In a panic, he quickly shook off Wu Chen's hand. Thor also swung his hammer at this moment and smashed it towards Wu Chen. Wu Chen's mind was originally all on type particles, but at this moment, Thor attacked without hesitation, so he had to withdraw his mind. The right hand was raised, and the spear appeared in its hand. The tip of the gun collided with Thor's hammer, and the resulting energy fluctuations directly shook Foster, who was standing beside Wu Chen, flying out. Wu Chen himself also quickly retreated. Thor's blow contained a lot of power. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely die. Court death. Wu Chen was also angry. A person who wants to kill him, Wu Chen will never make him feel good. On the spear, the power of thunder is entangled. Wu Chen spread his wings behind his back and flew towards Thor at a very fast speed. The tip of the gun was moving fast, and the energy generated pierced the surrounding air, and the entire house was burned by thunder at this moment. Sir, the energy generated by your battle with Thor is beyond the reach of the mortals in the building. The genetic system warned. Then send them away. Wu Chen just replied this sentence, but his movements were not slow at all. Thor's Thor hammer has been brought back to hand. When he saw that Wu Chen actually used the power of thunder, he was slightly surprised. But soon, the pride of being a god and the anger in his heart made him unable to care so much. The power of thunder was stimulated, and Thor's hammer was quickly lifted. The hammer and the spear collided again, and this time, with powerful energy, the entire building was destroyed in an instant. This half-built, unfinished building is completely ruined this time. Foster, Daisy, and the group of children, who had been teleported outside the building, were all stunned in place at the moment. Boom. With the sound of huge amounts of explosions, Wu Chen and Thor both flew out of the ruins at the same time. Both of them had red eyes. At this moment, the two were fighting without showing any mercy, and the thunder energy on the spear and hammer was also increasing. Boom. Lightning flashes and thunder. This scene seems to be the end of the world, making everyone in the city tremble with fear. After a long while, Daisy was the first to react. She came to Foster's side and asked, Jane, what the hell is going on? Foster was questioned by Daisy, and then he came back to his senses. I don't know either. Foster's head was still a little confused, and he couldn't understand the situation. Why did Thor fight with someone as soon as he came back? Besides, who was that person? Daisy continued to question, and when Wu Chen was mentioned, Foster seemed to suddenly understand. The way Thor looked at himself and Wu Chen at the time, and Wu Chen inadvertently held her hand. She understood. It was Thor who didn't know the original and misunderstood. This bastard, after leaving for 2 or 3 years, he will be jealous when he comes back. Foster cursed in a low voice. What? This time, Daisy was confused. Thor, stop me. Foster shouted. But at the moment Wu Chen and Thor are fighting to the death. Thunder rolled around, and the sound of the collision between the spear and the hammer was agitated. And where could one hear the cry of an ordinary person? The energy value of the second generation cannot surpass Thor. The genetic system warned. It's the second generation, and you can't be a Thor who can only rely on a hammer? Wu Chen was a little unconvinced. If you use other abilities, you can, but the second generation Thunder God of War gene is only based on the use of this spear and cannot be surpassed. The genetic system answered. Thunder God of War, I didn't expect that Angel Yan, the main god-level gene ability, would not be considered the top in the system of the Super Seminary. Wu Chen complained. Angel Yan's main combat power comes from the secondary biological engine, and secondly, Angel Yan's configuration is far stronger than yours, said the genetic system. That's right, she is the third generation divine body and the Sword of Flames. Wu Chen is actually not incomprehensible. Angel Yan's Thunder Power gene was originally not strong in the Super God universe. Compared with the 3 major god-building projects and the space-time rose, these genes have given great advantages from the beginning of the setting. But Angel Yan's excellence was gradually cultivated in the war. From an initial recruit, in the next 7,000 years, he has grown into the Holy Left. Compared with Shishin, who had become a Holy Right Wing within a few hundred years by virtue of his extraordinary ability, Yan was a god of war who had been honed from the battlefield. As for Wu Chen, although he possesses Angel Yan's Thunder Power, he does not have the same fighting experience as Angel Yan. Furthermore, the power that the second generation super fighters can exert is indeed difficult to surpass that of Thor, who has the blood of Odin. The system suggests that you can use the power of Anti-Void, limit Thor ability, and then use the power of Thunder. It's not hard to beat him. Wu Chen interrupted the system. As an all-around super soldier, relying on supernatural technology, he has many ways to defeat Thor. But I just want to defeat him with his proudest ability. No recommendations from the system are accepted. Wu Chen did not take advantage of the supernatural technology to directly defeat Thor. What he took was to confront Thor head-on with the power of thunder, which he was best at. With a weak victory in this battle, Thor's self-confidence is bound to take a big hit. This is Wu Chen's revenge for those who dared to threaten his life, even if that person is careless. Big Clock, do your best to help me. Wu Chen said. The spear in his hand was raised high, and the huge thunder energy began to gather. Thor saw Wu Chen's appearance and realized that this was Wu Chen's big move, and he also raised the Meow Meow hammer in his hand. 2 people. This is accumulating their powerful strength at the same time. Jane, hurry up and think of a way, or you will die. Daisy shouted anxiously. Seeing that the entire sky was flooded with thunder energy, an unprecedented sense of oppression was unbearable. Foster at the moment was also anxious, but she was worried besides being anxious. She doesn't know Wu Chen, but she can feel that Wu Chen's strength is very strong. Although Thor is a god, she has a feeling that Thor is going to be severely injured by Wu Chen. Suddenly, Foster heard sirens. That's the city's police. Although the role of these police officers is not large, they cannot sit idly by at times like this. Foster has no hesitation. She walked up to a policeman and snatched a pistol from him. Pointing the gun to the sky, she fired a shot. The bullet didn't hit anyone, but the sound of gunfire caught the attention of Thor and Wu Chen. Wu Chen didn't care about that. Thor, on the other hand, noticed the anger and worry on Foster's face. Get off me. Foster growled. Thor's movement slowed when he heard this. The energy he had gathered began to dissipate. Wu Chen watched this scene. He knew that Thor was about to stop. At this time, Wu Chen launched an attack, and Thor was bound to lose. But in doing so, he would be defeated if he tried to blow Thor's self-confidence. What? Are you afraid? Wu Chen also put away the spear, but he did not forget to mock Thor, who said I was afraid Thor, if you don't come down again, you won't want to see me again in this life. After Foster finished speaking, he turned and left. When Thor saw this scene, he couldn't care about Wu Chen's side, and quickly put away the hammer and fell to the ground. Looks like he cares more about that, said the genetic system. A sensual god. Wu Chen knew that this time there was no chance. Put away the spear, he also fell to the ground. Jane, Thor was about to say something, but Foster slapped him in the face. Not because Thor was jealous, not because Thor hadn't seen her for so long, but because she wanted Thor back to his senses. Next time you encounter something, first figure out the situation before you start. Foster said. Then, what the hell is going on here? Thor asked. I'm here to investigate spatial changes. Foster answered truthfully. Then what happened to Wu Chen? How could he be with you? Also, where did you guys go just now? Why can't even Heimdall see your trace? With 4 questions in a row, Thor said all the doubts in his heart. His name is Wu Chen. Foster looked at Wu Chen curiously. You don't know him? Thor was a little surprised, but at the same time he was relieved. I don't know, he appeared suddenly. Foster replied. Then where did he take you? Thor pressed. I don't know where it is. After he went there, he went straight to find a huge amount of stone pillar and took a dark red substance from it. Foster said. So, he wasn't your target from the beginning. Thor was completely relieved. That's for sure. We don't know each other. What did he come to me for? Foster glanced at Thor, but she was clearly happy. Thor's anger disappeared after learning that there was nothing between Wu Chun and Jane Foster. But now, he is still wary of Wu Chun. Thor and Wu Chun met during the last New York War. Although the two didn't say a few words at the time, he saw Wu Chun defeat Loki. Now, Wu Chun's strength is stronger than that at the time, and he still uses the same strength as himself, which is on par with himself. Thor walked up to Wu Chun, and the two faced off again. But this time, neither side intends to fight again. Where did you take Jane? Thor asked. It's not me taking her, she's taking me. Wu Chun said. But at that time, it was obviously you who pulled. Then asked, if I didn't show up at the time, would she go in by herself? Wu Chun interrupted Thor's words, and Thor couldn't help but turn his head and look at Foster. I'm just curious, what's in there? Foster felt a little embarrassed, but she answered truthfully. That's it, I'm sorry. Thor sincerely apologized to Wu Chun. This sentence also relieved Wu Chun a lot. Forget it, I also gained something today anyway. Wu Chun thought that he had obtained the reality gem, which was considered a big killer. Speaking of which, what exactly did you get? Foster asked. Let's talk at my place. Wu Chun looked around, the surrounding police officers, and the agents who were coming. The atmosphere of the scene is not suitable for standing here and chatting. Big clock, open the wormhole. Wu Chun said. A visible wormhole immediately appeared in front of everyone. Wu Chun walked in first. Thor and Foster glanced at each other, then entered the wormhole as well. Daisy stayed with her assistant for a while, but eventually followed. The most important thing is that the group of children also came in with them. When they entered the laboratory, a group of people were all shocked. A group of consumption stared at all this, the virtual projection, and the never-before-seen high-tech equipment around. Wow, you are really quite special here. Daisy was surprised. She was just like the kids. The installations and equipment here are more advanced than all the installations I have ever seen on Earth. Foster can also be regarded as a genius scientist, so her first reaction to seeing these devices was different from those of Daisy. Also, you seem to have opened the wormhole on your own initiative just now. Foster has been researching is related to wormholes. Now, everything she has studied has been realized by Wu Chun. Moreover, the wormhole controlled by Wu Chun can even be so accurate. The fact that he suddenly appeared behind him at the beginning, and now he has brought everyone back here with precision is the best proof. Yes. Wu Chun replied. How did you do it? And I asked you to come here because of the TIE particles issue. Wu Chun interrupted Foster. Although Foster is excited now and wants to know everything about wormholes, but Wu Chun will not reveal this information, at least not now. That, Foster wanted to keep asking, but she knew Wu Chun's attitude when she saw Wu Chun's face. Things cannot be forced. Moreover, Wu Chun is also a person with terrifying combat effectiveness and super advanced technology. If you are in a hurry, it will be self-defeating. Thor, have you been in Asgard for so many years? Have you come across anything related to infinite gems? Wu Chun asked, but Thor was obviously at a loss when he heard it. This is also what Wu Chun expected. For over 1,000 years, Odin has been deliberately hiding information about infinite gems. In the original, Thor finally learned the truth about all the infinite gems, and that was after entering the Water of True Vision during the Avengers Alliance 2. This is infinite gems. Wu Chun took out the reality gem. The Crimson Gem caught the attention of Thor and Foster the moment it appeared. Thor is a god, and he feels that great power from the reality gem. This power seems to contain great evil. Thor said, that's because its previous owner was a dark elf. Wu Chun said, there is no difference between good and evil in this pure power. This power is naturally righteous in the hands of decent people, and evil in the hands of evil people. Also, the dark elves aren't pure evil. They just use a power structure that's the exact opposite of the Asgard of the Dominion. Dark elves? I seem to have heard about them. Thor seems to have an impression, but it's not very clear. It was an ancient race that once existed in the universe. They were born in darkness, so they hated light. Wu Chun said, and the big clock has already displayed the relevant information in front of them. The origin of the dark elves, and their intention to use the power of TIE particles in order to change the world, to the last god king of Asgard, to defeat him and seal the TIE particles. The whole incident is completely unobstructed. You said that some of those dark elves are hiding, so now, will they want to retake TIE particles and use this to change the world? Foster asked. They will, and it won't be long before they come here to snatch it. Wu Chun said, let me bring TIE particles back to Asgard. Thor said, since we Asgard have beaten them in the past, we can do the same now. So, as long as TIE particles reach Asgard, they are absolutely safe. After Thor said this, he wanted to take the reality gem away. But before he could meet the reality gem, the gem was already in Wu Chun's hands. Since the gem is already in my hands, I won't give it to anyone, even if it's just to keep it for me. Wu Chun put away the reality gem. You just said that there is a dark elf's idea to fight it. You stay on the Earth. How to ensure its safety? That's no need for you to worry about. Wu Chun said, don't worry about me. Once those dark elves get the TIE particles, they'll change the universe. Thor starts to panic. Since I dare to take this reality gem, I naturally have the ability to protect it from being stolen. Wu Chun's attitude was firm. You even me. Can't even beat you? I'm just too lazy to be honest with you. Wu Chun interrupts Thor. Thor, he really isn't afraid of this so-called Thor. What do you mean by that? I hadn't done my best yet. Thor remains confident. Yes. Wu Chun looked at Thor and waved his right hand lightly. A golden orb of light suddenly appeared beside Thor, wrapping it all around. I only use this trick. As long as you can get out of it, I will give you the TIE particles and bring them back to Asgard. Wu Chun said, and the people around were all attracted by the ball of light at this moment. Thor. Foster looked worriedly at Thor inside the ball of light. Isn't it just one of the light barriers? I have seen this thing before. On the periphery of Asgard, there was such a light barrier, so he didn't feel anything. Really? Then try to break through. Wu Chun dismissed it. By the way, to remind you, the temperature in this light sphere will continue to increase, and eventually it will generate a temperature that exceeds the sun. I wonder how long you can last at that temperature. Wu Chun reminded. What? The temperature of the sun? Foster panicked. The temperature of a normal flame alone can burn a person to death. If this is the temperature of the sun, even the most solid things will be melted. Stop bragging. I think it's just a bluff. Thor still disagrees. But soon, he began to notice the abnormality. Inside that ball of light, the temperature began to climb rapidly. From the original normal temperature, it became a stove in just a few seconds. The clothes on Thor's body began to burn at this temperature, and even the armor was gradually melting. In the original book, Thor was once subjected to the energy of a neutron star, but at that time, he only suffered briefly. And now, Thor is completely trapped within the space-time barrier, and that super high temperature lasts for a long time. Quickly use the hammer. Foster shouted loudly. Thor inside the barrier also raised the Thor hammer in his hand and summoned a powerful lightning strike to hit the space-time barrier. However, his attack did not break the barrier. On the contrary, with the injection of the thunder energy, the temperature that had been rising steadily climbed a level in an instant. This scene is really familiar. Wu Chun sighed with emotion. Super God Universe. When Hushi tested Angel Yen also did the same thing. Said the genetic system. My strength has not reached the level of Hushi, but this space-time flare can still achieve that effect, but it will be slower. Wu Chun said. Thor's energy is waning, and his stamina is rapidly draining. The genetic system reports progress. Hurry up and stop. Don't stop Thor, he's going to die. Foster shouted anxiously. Didn't he say he could handle it? Wu Chun sat down and did not intend to take back the space-time flare. He's just a little guilty, so don't know him in the same way. Foster advised. Jane, you don't need to beg him. I can handle it. Thor is still struggling to support, but he has not dared to try again, using Thor's hammer to hit the space-time barrier. What are you doing? Your hammers are starting to melt. Jane cursed angrily. It wasn't until this moment that Thor noticed that the hammer in his hand showed signs of melting. The appearance of this scene broke Thor's will in an instant. I know, I admit, you are stronger than me, and I believe you have the ability to protect TIE particles. Thor shouted loudly. Wu Chen heard what he said, and could see that Thor was really anxious. But right now, he didn't want to stop so soon. Throw the hammer out, Wu Chen said. When Thor heard this, he threw Thor's hammer out without hesitation. The moment Thor's hammer touched the space-time barrier, there was no obstruction. However, Thor remained within the barrier. Now, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can hold on for another minute, I'll let you out. Wu Chen walked up to Thor and said, "One more minute? Thor, I want to see how capable the so-called Acer Protoss is." Wu Chen interrupted Foster. "Isn't it just 1 minute? I can handle it." Thor gritted his teeth and insisted it was for Asgard's honor that he would not compromise. 30 seconds. No part of Thor's armor was complete, and even his body was burned to a great extent. Foster was frantic beside him. Daisy and the children did not dare to look directly at each other at the moment. "Can you keep going?" Wu Chen asked. "I can, and then, keep going." Thor's voice was weak, but his will was strong. In his body, there is an energy that seems to be nurturing. This constantly burning energy is constantly strengthening Thor's body's defensibility. Asgard. Heimdall's hands gripped the hilt of the sword. Odin on the side looked calm. "Odin, Thor he has." Heimdall looked at Odin worriedly. His real power is an awakening, and the Earthling is watching Thor's limits. Odin said, "You believe in that human?" Heimdall asked. In the beginning, the temperature inside the barrier continued to rise, but now, it has been fixed at a relatively stable temperature. As a high-ranking person for thousands of years, Odin has already developed a pair of eyes to see the world. What he can see is not only the surface, but also the faint changes in people's hearts. From the moment Wu Chen asked Thor to throw Thor's hammer, Wu Chen was testing the limits of Thor. "That's your son," Heimdall reminded. "Yes, that is the son of Odin," Odin said, his eyes firmer, and he firmly believed in Thor's strength. 10 seconds. The last time is coming. Although Thor looks extremely weak, there are traces of lightning beating on his body. Only under extreme pressure can you unleash your potential. Wu Chen said. The space-time flare that trapped Thor at the moment has disappeared. Although Thor has activated the potential of his thunder gene, but the long-term continuous consumption has already overdrawn his physical strength. It is impossible to force a breakthrough at this time. It is better to let him remember this feeling first, and whether he can really activate that kind of power in the future depends on him. "You deserve it, Thor's title," Wu Chen said. The big clock is also at the moment, mobilizing energy to relieve Thor's body pain. Thor lost. Thor forced himself to stand on the spot. "There's no need to console me like that. In the 30 seconds behind you, you didn't continue to raise the temperature at all. You saw my limit, so you deliberately let me. There are only a few people who can persevere under the constant scorching of space-time flares, and you can't find a few in the entire universe. You are already a very powerful existence." Wu Chen is not comforting Thor, but Thor does have this ability. Even Keisha gets blown to pieces when faced with fixed star explosions. The instantaneous energy release of a neutron star may not be as strong as the moment of the fixed star's explosion, but it is also not weak. Therefore, it is estimated that no one can withstand the gods below the sacred body. Thor can withstand the energy of a neutron star, and his original physical quality is no worse than the super soldier of the third generation of gods. Definitely, Thor's physical fitness can catch up with the third generation god, but in a fight, he won't take any advantage among the third generation god super fighters. It is estimated that Thornton will be able to make Thor feel better. Put on Atto, Jishin, who are proficient in supernatural technology, and a micro wormhole combined with a god-killing weapon, Thor will definitely not be able to deal with it. The real battle and war still have to rely on the brain. Although Thor's original combat method has power, it is already at a disadvantage in the face of super soldiers who apply technology and tactics to the extreme. It's like a heroic general in ancient times facing a well-equipped and tactical special forces soldier. Compared with strength and martial arts, special forces may not be able to do as generals. But when it comes to really desperate, the special forces have a way to deal with this general. "You fulfilled the conditions I said, and now you can leave," Wu Chen said. "I'm not leaving. Thor's body has improved significantly. Although you have proved that you have the strength to protect TIE particles, how can I stand by when I know the Dark Elves are coming to snatch it?" Thor said, "Whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you leave or stay anyway." After Wu Chen finished speaking, he turned and left the research room. He wants to go to a deeper laboratory, and he has to take advantage of the time now to study the existence of TIE particles. Thor, who remains in the lab, is still recovering. Foster found him new clothes. Daisy and the children didn't have any intention of leaving. They witnessed the battle between Wu Chen and Thor, and saw everything that just happened. The magic here made them extremely curious. They also wanted to see if the Dark Elves would really come. They want to see what the scene will be like. Those kids, their parents are looking for them. The genetic system warned. "Then send them all back." Wu Chen said. "You didn't prevent them from coming, and you didn't stop them from playing in the research room later. It seems that you like those children," said the genetic system. "I do like children more than adults." After Wu Chen said this, he naturally answered. "Because they are much simpler than adults. But bear children are sometimes worse than adults." "Oh, Bear Boy just beat him," Wu Chen said, and the genetic system fell into silence after listening to him. Through the big clock, the genetic system contacted the parents of all those children and sent them home. But these children, after seeing the power of Wu Chen and seeing the things here, have deeply imprinted all this in their memory. After that, they became keen on learning, and they also wanted to create powerful technology like Wu Chen. Definitely, this has nothing to do with Wu Chen. He continued his research on TIE particles. Outside the lab, in the research room, Thor, Foster, Daisy, and her assistant are still there. Among the 4 people, 2.5 were dumbfounded. But Foster has been studying the information in that virtual projection. The data simulated by the big clock records the detailed information of the entire Earth. It's amazing. Although he doesn't leave home, everything on the entire Earth is under his control. Foster said, pointing to a data point ahead. "This is the Stark building." When the finger is placed on the data point, the Stark building screen is displayed. In that picture, Stark is sitting with Banner. Stark was trying to get Banner to teach him how to fear anxiety, but Banner was almost turned into Hulk by Stark. "Is this a live image?" Daisy asked curiously. "The data shows that it is, but we have no way to confirm it." Foster said, "It's easy to do. I'll just call him and ask." Thor said, "Phone? But I didn't bring my phone." As Foster said, Daisy and her assistant shook their heads in the same way. "Do you need to open a communication connection with Stark?" The voice of the genetic system came. It is now not only Wu Chen's built-in supergenetic system, but also responsible for the management of the big clock. Therefore, everything that happens in the laboratory is also under the control of the genetic system, that is, Wu Chen. "Oh." Thor hesitated. "Yes." Foster responded casually. Communication connection completed. The voice of the genetic system came, and the voice of Stark and Banner talking has been heard by everyone. "I don't have any tools, so this is a connection to communication?" Daisy was shocked. Who's talking?" Stark in the virtual projection turned his head and looked around. Only then did Daisy realize that what she said could be heard in real time. "It's me, Thor." Thor speaks quickly. "Thor, you came to Earth?" Stark asked, and took out a transparent crystal. As Stark waved the crystal, surveillance footage covering every floor of the Stark building appeared, and he was looking for Thor. "Don't look for it. I'm in Wu Chen's laboratory now." Thor said. "Wu Chen? The kid who stole a lot of equipment from me," Stark said, but suddenly, he realized a more serious problem. "No, since you are with him, how do you know that I am looking for you? Then, can you start a video call?" Foster tentatively spoke to the genetic system. Then, the video call started, and the pictures from the research room were also transmitted to Stark. Both Stark and Banner stood up at the same time. The pictures shown in the video shocked the 2 genius scientists. "Jarvis, sir, I didn't turn on the video function before, and I didn't notice any monitoring equipment or programs." Jarvis replied, "This is not surveillance. There is all the data of the entire Earth on the holographic diffraction pattern here." Foster said. Global data? Stark was puzzled. We just saw the two of you chatting and wanted to make it official whether this is real-time data, so we called you. Foster replied. You mean, you can see us and hear what we're talking about before we start communicating? Stark is even more incredible because even Jarvis can't do that. And who are you? Stark asked. Jane Foster. Thor's girlfriend? Looks like she's pretty smart. Stark said, then asked again. You made all these things. This is Wu Chen's laboratory. Naturally, everything is made by Wu Chen. Wu Chen. Stark had noticed Wu Chen when he was fighting in New York. But after that battle, he got into his own troubles, so he hasn't been able to get a good understanding of Wu Chen's true condition until now. Now, suddenly it is discovered that Wu Chen actually has more advanced technology than him. Jarvis, prepare the plane. Stark said. He is coming to Wu Chen's Research Institute. Banner also followed Stark, and he also wanted to know what Wu Chen's technology was like. However, when their plane came to the outskirts of the Wu Chen Institute, they found that they couldn't get in at all. A huge amount of light energy barriers surrounded the entire island. Anyone who is not authorized by Wu Chen cannot directly enter the island. Jarvis, what the hell is going on? Stark asked. On the periphery of the island, there is an energy shield. Jarvis replied. Then break it for me. Stark said. I can't do it. The program used by the other party is too complicated, and the operation speed is far higher than mine. Jarvis is also helpless. How could he, an ordinary computer, be comparable to the ceiling of a celestial computer? The calculation ability of the big clock can calculate the entire universe. If it's a guest, knock on the door kindly. The voice of the genetic system rang out on Stark's plane. Knock on the door. Stark's face was ugly. This kind of feeling that he was a genius, but was hanged and beaten 8 streets was too uncomfortable. Wu Chen, we are Banner and Stark, come to visit. In the end, it was Banner who spoke up. In the laboratory of the Institute, Wu Chen received Banner's request. Sure enough, only by giving them a light barrier can they learn to be polite. Wu Chen stood up. Originally, there were no light barriers on this island, but at first Fury came over without a word. After that, Black Panther Chala also directly drove in the plane. Therefore, after Wu Chen completed the construction of the entire Research Institute, he set up this light energy barrier. Among all the defensive barriers in the Super God universe, the light energy barrier is regarded as one of the garbage. But even this most rubbish defensive barrier can block anyone who wants to break in without saying hello. Open the door for them and let them in. Wu Chen said. Stark and Banner are both genius scientists. Let them enter the laboratory in case. Supernatural technology took tens of thousands of years to form. Even a genius scientist, it is impossible to get it out at once. Wu Chen paused for a while and then added, furthermore, all truly high-level supernatural technologies have encryption programs that no one can see except me. Understood. The genetic system answered, and at the same time, a hole was opened above the island. Without the barrier of light energy, Stark and Banner entered the Research Institute built by Wu Chen. When the plane landed, Stark and Banner couldn't wait to enter the research room where Thor and others were. The entire island occupied by Wu Chen is actually divided into 5 parts. Peripheral defense mechanisms, including light barriers and other defense devices set up by Wu Chen. Behind the light barrier is a leisure and accommodation area, where Wu Chen rests on weekdays. Then there is the Institute, which is the center of the entire island. The outermost layer is the research room, which contains the data information that has been monitored in the world and even the entire universe set by the big clock. Through the holographic diffraction pattern, it can intuitively show Wu Chen all the information he wants to find. The second floor is the laboratory, where Wu Chen is now the laboratory, which is a room that is only used when manufacturing various equipment and high-level analytical substances, such as the current reality gem. And at the bottom, what is hidden, there is the real supernatural technology. At the lowest level, the big clock has a super encryption program in place to prevent outsiders from snooping in any form. The eyes of Heimdall and Odin cannot see, nor can the Ancient One and other possible time travelers enter to observe. Although that layer of Wu Chen is rarely used, there is no doubt that it is the most critical place in Wu Chen's island. Now, Stark entered the most surface research room, but what he saw here had already shocked him. This is too scary. Stark sighed. As long as you stand here, the world's secrets will no longer be secrets, and even whoever does small tricks with whom will be spied on. When Stark said this, he really let him find a picture. It's just that the picture was mosaic. This was specially set by Wu Chen because he didn't want to accidentally see such a picture. But there is no doubt that the big clock can easily do this. Originally, we thought that this was just a record collection of what happened in the past, but it has just been confirmed that it can be monitored in real time. Foster said, I installed the latest anti-surveillance system in the Stark building, and they were all monitored clearly. Then on this Earth, were there any secrets? Stark is very concerned about this. I have no interest in your privacy. Wu Chen's voice came. Both Stark and Banner came, and he couldn't continue to study the TIE particles in the laboratory. Then why are you monitoring global data? Stark questioned. The big clock will record itself, and I only get the information I need when I need it. Wu Chen said, and came to the holographic diffraction pattern at the same time. Get what you need? You've asked other people's opinions, and have they agreed? Stark looked a little excited. Do you need to ask him to agree in advance when you locate someone who is going to attack you? Wu Chen asked back. I let you come here just because I'm hospitable, but if you're here to find fault, I don't mind beating you up and sending you away. Wu Chen's words are expressing his attitude. Okay, Tony, we're just here to understand the situation. There's no need to make the atmosphere so tense. Banner opened his mouth to persuade. By the way, Thor, what are you doing here? Banner looked at Thor, who wanted to change the subject. We've learned that an evil alien race is coming, so we're staying here for now. Thor replied. Alien race? Is it the Chitauri Legion again? Stark's face changed dramatically, and Banner became serious. It's not the Chitauri, it's the Dark Elves that existed in ancient times. Thor replied. Dark Elves? What are they doing on Earth? Stark asked. In order to get TIE particles, and then use the energy of TIE particles to change the entire universe and make the universe fall into darkness. Thor replied. TIE particles? What are those? Banner asked. A powerful substance born in the beginning of the universe. It has the power to rewrite reality. Foster replied. Another force that can destroy the world. Stark thought of Tesseract. Alert, there is abnormal energy in the atmosphere. The big clock monitors the data, and the genetic system sends a signal to Wu Chen in time. Wu Chen also has no intention of paying attention to Stark and others. Next, he has to fight against those who want to snatch TIE particles from his own hands. Big clock, give me the coordinates of the abnormal energy point. Wu Chen said, and the big clock immediately began to execute the instructions he gave. Stark, Banner, and Thor, they all understood at this moment that war was coming. The target has been locked, and it is 3,000 meters above the island. The big clock quickly locked onto the target. Open the wormhole for me. Wu Chen said. An invisible wormhole immediately appeared in front of Wu Chen. Wu Chen raised his right hand, and a golden ball of light the size of a baseball file formed immediately. With the wave of his right hand, the ball of light flew into the wormhole. Boom. There was a loud noise, and above the island, a huge spaceship in an invisible state was directly hit by the light ball. On the holographic projection, the picture above is displayed. The spaceship of the Dark Elves that was originally invisible has now been revealed. The outer shell of the spacecraft is very strong and large, and there is no radiation microflare bombardment, which cannot be destroyed. It is recommended to use medium-sized flare bombing. The genetic system warned. Wait, what flare bombing? Banner hurriedly spoke, because he felt the gamma rays contained in the ball of light that Wu Chen just threw. I heard Natasha Romanoff mention that you can use a nuke-like ability. The one just now is non-radiation, but if you use a larger scale, wouldn't the radiation generated be at the level of a nuclear bomb? Absolutely not. It's not far from New York City. Once a nuclear explosion of that scale occurs, the radiation will affect many people. What Banner said had made Stark and Foster understand what was going on. I'm not that stupid yet, using a nuclear explosion level attack on my doorstep. Wu Chen said. Then, that's fine. Banner at the moment realized that he was too excited. The holographic projection showed that a large number of small fighter planes flew out of the spaceship, and they were impacting the light energy barrier on the periphery of the island. After they found that the light energy barrier could not penetrate, many of them began to scatter and fly towards the city. Stark, let's go and kill those guys. Thor picks up Thor's hammer. It doesn't take so much effort. Wu Chun said casually. Big clock, open the defense and counterattack system. Wu Chun gave the order. On this island, Wu Chun doesn't just have a light barrier. At this moment, as the big clock turns on the defensive counterattack system, the weapons hidden around the island are gradually revealed. One after another, the lasers shot out from the ground. One missile after another rose from the sea. This firepower is not very dense, but the accuracy is beyond imagination. Each missile landed precisely on the aircraft. Every laser will also land on those huge amounts of mothership. It's possible to do this by just relying on artificial intelligence. Stark asked. Although the Jarvis he created can also control robots or something, but such weapons like Wu Chun can attack so many targets at the same time with such precision, and also have the ability to track wormholes. This is definitely not what Jarvis can do. I am not an artificial intelligence, but a super genetic system. The genetic system answered. Isn't it just a different name? Both are artificially created AIs to assist in management. Stark said. It's not the same. The genetic system said, but it did not introduce itself in detail. Wu Chun at the moment is watching the battle situation outside, and he is too lazy to pay attention to this little episode. That is, Wu Chun noticed a picture on the holographic diffraction pattern. It was a batch of bombs being thrown out of huge amounts of spaceships. Black hole bomb. Wu Chun's face changed slightly. He turned around and walked out of the house. When he got to the open space outside the house, he watched as those black hole bombs fell, rumbling. As a large number of black hole bombs exploded together, the originally indestructible barrier of light energy actually had a gap. Those fighter jets hovering on the periphery immediately swarmed in. Even the huge mothership rushed in directly. Big clock, open the second layer of space-time barriers. Wu Chun said, and a new energy barrier appeared on the periphery of the Institute. This energy barrier is based on the defense system of Angel's Skyblade series warships. However, Wu Chun's resources are insufficient, and the technology he masters is not enough. Therefore, this barrier, which is much stronger than the light energy barrier, is only set up around the Institute. The existence of the space-time barrier can ensure that the Research Institute will not be damaged in the first place, and that the items inside will not be affected. But the entire island outside was completely exposed to the artillery fire of the Dark Elves. It seems that it is impossible not to do it yourself. Wu Chun said. His hand grabbed into space, and the spear appeared directly in his hand. Immediately afterwards, a suit of armor made of vibranium appeared on Wu Chun's body. This is Wu Chun's first time, fully armed to fight. Everyone in the research room was shocked when they saw Wu Chun who looked like this. With his wings flapping behind his back, Wu Chun soared into the sky. Those fighter planes that were not destroyed by missiles were all coming towards Wu Chun at this moment. Wu Chun threw a spear, and in the space behind it, more than 10 flying swords shot out at the same time. Each flying sword exudes red light, which is generated by the gathering of fixed star energy on it. The flying sword crossed, and the fighter jet was melted out of a large hole and dropped. Load, God-killing power. On the spear, crimson energy began to gather. That was Lu Chuang's God-killing power. Although Wu Chun has not been able to create the God-killing axe yet, he has implanted some functions similar to the God-killing axe in the spear. Now, with the genes of the God of War, he has inspired the God-killing power in the spear, and is strengthening the attack power of the spear itself. Get off me. With an angry shout, the spear was thrown directly by Wu Chun. During the flight, the spear seemed to turn into a shooting star. Flashing red light, it passed through the center of the huge mothership in an instant. Boom. The moment the spear fell into the sea, a monstrous wave exploded, and the huge amounts of motherships are also changing. The core device of the mothership was destroyed, and the energy attached to the spear was further breaking down the structure of the mothership. What a terrifying power. Thor sighed. I now believe what he said before, that he can beat you anytime he wants. Foster whispered beside Thor. Previously, Wu Chun and Thor had a battle, and the two sides were evenly matched. After that, although Wu Chun had caused Thor to suffer from a time-space flare, Foster felt that if Thor could know in advance, he could just avoid it. But now, looking at such a huge mothership, several people were destroyed by Wu Chun with one move. Foster understood that if that shot fell on Thor would certainly not be able to hold it. Where the hell did this guy come from? Stark at the moment didn't know if it was shock or fear. He realized that Wu Chen's strength was completely beyond his imagination. The mothership of the Dark Elves was destroyed. Those in the spaceship, constantly swarming out. A big black man was crushing a spar in his hand. At that moment, his body burst out with powerful energy. In addition, Malekith also escaped in a fighter jet. Now, a large number of Dark Elves have landed on the outskirts of the island. Wu Chun lowered his height. He was standing in front of the gate of his own research institute, and the long spear thrown by him earlier had returned to his hands. Human with white wings. Where did you come from? Malekith hovered the fighter in front of Wu Chun. Where did I come from? I don't need to tell. Wu Chun said. I feel the breath of TIE particles from your body. Is it in your hands now? What Malekith really cares about is TIE particles, but he also understands how powerful Wu Chun is. There is no grievance between you and me. I don't know if you can return TIE particles to me. I will fulfill your wish afterward and let you live the life you want. Malekith said. TIE particles are in my hands. Why do I need you to help me realize my wish? Wu Chun smiled. The meaning of this Malekith is nothing more than to use TIE particles to change the reality and help him realize his wish. But TIE particles are in Wu Chen's hands. If he wants, he can change the reality. The ether is something that belongs to our Dark Elves, and no one can control it except me. Malekith was stunned by Wu Chen's understanding of TIE particles, but he still tried his best to restrain himself, hoping to get TIE particles from Wu Chen smoothly. No one can control it but you? Wu Chen smiled. Although TIE particles are extremely unstable in energy, it is not difficult to control them. On the contrary, Malekith, his own control of TIE particles, is the real garbage. Enough to alter reality. TIE particles with the power to destroy the world. In the hands of Malekith, there is only one known to turn the universe into darkness. When facing Thor, he doesn't even know how to fight with TIE particles. Sorry, these TIE particles can be controlled in my hands as well. Before Wu Chen spoke, the TIE particles had appeared in the palm of his left hand. Although Wu Chen's research time is very short, the understanding of TIE particles is not enough. However, simply harnessing and manipulating its power, Wu Chun can do the same. No, that's impossible. Malekith was completely panicked. TIE particles, which he thought only he could control, was now easily controlled by Wu Chun. Nothing is impossible. Wu Chun said. TIE particles have been taken back by him again. You think I'm impossible, just because you have too little knowledge, not because of how powerful you are. Wu Chen's words directly hit Malekith's heart. I do not believe. Malekith shook his head desperately. Curse the warrior. Help me tear him to shreds. Malekith said. Yes. The cursed warrior who was transformed by the spar directly charged at Wu Chun. It is said that the cursed warrior has power beyond the gods of Asgard. I would like to see how strong your power is. After Wu Chun finished speaking, he took the initiative to retract his wings and landed on the ground. The cursed warrior roared, his fist raised, and he hit Wu Chun. Wu Chun stood on the spot. A powerful force filled his body. The god of war, Nuo Xing, is invincible. At this moment, the gene of the god of war of Nuo Xing began to burst out with its domineering. What? With the same roar, Wu Chun punched out from the same angle. Fist and fist collided in midair. The cursed warrior who charged aggressively suddenly flew backwards at this moment. His strength is strong, but Wu Chen's strength is even stronger. With this blow, Wu Chun was as steady as Mount Tai, but the cursed warrior was like leaves in the wind. The moment he landed, a big pit was smashed out on the beach. The so-called invincible cursed warrior, in just an instant, has become a dead warrior, a warrior of death. Quick, give me a black hole bomb and burn him and the island to the ground. Malekith panicked, and he gave orders to all the Dark Elves loudly. However, most of the Dark Elves were as panicked as Malekith. Those soldiers hesitated and did not dare to go forward. They were all afraid to confront Wu Chen head-on. Damn, a bunch of useless trash. Malekith cursed angrily, took out a black hole bomb, and threw it at Wu Chen. Wu Chen still didn't move, but the wormhole appeared. The wormhole moved the black hole bomb in the first place. When the bomb exploded, it happened to be right next to Malekith. Do not. A final whimper. Malekith was swallowed by the black hole bomb he threw, and he finally got his wish and fell into darkness forever. Malekith was dead, and the cursed warrior was gone, and the entire Dark Elf family began to flee. The big clock has detected that there is a special substance in the Dark Elves. The voice of the genetic system resounded in Wu Chen's mind. Special substance. Wu Chen looked at the fleeing Dark Elves suspiciously. The big clock only detected an anomaly, and I don't know what it is for the time being. The genetic system answered. After thinking for a while, Wu Chen made a choice. System, track every Dark Elves for me, and send them all to the edge of the solar system. Wu Chen said. The wormhole algorithm is ready to start tracking transfers. The genetic system replied. The operation of the big clock has been turned on. You're sending them to the edge of the solar system? Stark came out of the Institute. They were originally born in the dark race, and letting them return to the darkness can be regarded as a destination. Wu Chen said. Are you so kind? Stark doubts this. So, you want me to kill them all and make the Dark Elves go extinct? Wu Chen asked back. I didn't say that. Stark was slightly embarrassed. If it weren't for the kind of cold-blooded and ruthless people, it would not be easy to do this kind of thing to exterminate a group. Okay, the big play is over. You should go. Wu Chen looked at Thor and others. Aren't you going to celebrate after such a big battle? Thor doesn't want to go yet, so delays in their Asgard fashion. I want to stay with you. I don't know if you agree. Banner stepped forward. He was more direct than the others. You want to stay here? What? Wu Chen looked at Banner. I've been looking for a safe place for so many years, and now I know the safest place in the world. Banner said. Do you want to stay with me for a long time? Wu Chen now understood what Banner meant. Hulk is a ticking time bomb. He could explode at any time. Banner said. In other places, once Hulk is out of control, it will be a disaster. But here, even if Hulk really runs wild, you must be able to find a way to restrain yourself. Oh, you really look up to me. Wu Chen sneered, feeling a little dumbfounded for Banner's recognition. Others' recognition of their own strength may be a way to stay away, or to worship new students. But Banner recognized Wu Chen's strength, because he felt that Wu Chen could help him control the runaway Hulk. I saw the 2 layers of protective barriers you set up outside the Research Institute and the island. Their defenses are very strong. I believe that even Hulk can't break them. Banner said. You have good eyesight. Wu Chen admired Banner's mind. Light energy barriers and space-time barriers are difficult to destroy simply by brute force, especially the space-time barriers. Unless the algorithm I set up can be cracked, no matter how strong the attack method is, it cannot be destroyed. Wu Chen said. Light energy barrier, space-time barrier. Stark charged with both names. He is also a genius scientist, and like Banner, he can see the strength of these 2 barriers. However, he couldn't understand why these 2 barriers were formed in any way, and what was the principle. Light energy barrier is a protective shield formed by the conversion of fixed star energy. Unless it exceeds the original light energy barrier in power, it is difficult to destroy by brute force. The voice of the genetic system came out, answering everyone's doubts. The space-time barrier is formed by a huge wormhole algorithm. Unlike the pure energy barrier, it cannot be cracked by any brute force. Using wormholes to form a barrier? This is too advanced. Foster was surprised. No, I'm staying here too. Foster also had his own decisions. No, Jane, what are you doing here? Thor looked at Foster puzzled. You know, I've been working on Einstein-Rosen bridges, or wormholes, for so long, and now that wormhole technology is right in front of me, how could I possibly give up? Jane said that she was able to get to know Thor because she ran into him in the process of researching wormholes. Then if you stay, I will stay too. Thor is worried that Foster will stay here alone, because he will remember the scene where Wu Chen took Foster's hand and came out of a different space. I'm staying too. Daisy took the opportunity to make a statement. As for Daisy's assistant, he had been shocked by the scenes of the 2 wars, and he would never want to stay. You all want to stay? But I don't support idlers here. Wu Chen said that his research institute is not small, but for so long, he has been living here alone. You can leave us alone. We will take care of ourselves. After Foster finished speaking, Daisy said another sentence. Maybe we can take care of you by the way. Among the 6 people in front of him, for want to stay. Although Stark didn't say he would stay, he would probably come over from time to time in the future. Wu Chen knew that it was obviously impossible for him to continue living quietly on this island from now on. But when you think about it, that doesn't seem like a bad thing. For more than a year, Wu Chen has lived quietly by himself, but this quietness is accompanied by loneliness. Humans are gregarious animals. Even if they become super warriors, Wu Chen is still human. It's good to have a few more people around. However, this is not suitable for everyone. After all, Wu Chen is a super soldier and the strongest technology god in the future. Banner is indeed a suitable candidate. Foster and Thor. Forget it. If you want to stay, just stay. In the end, Wu Chen only threw out this sentence. Banner was relieved, but Foster and Daisy were inexplicably excited. Banner, it's really a good choice for you to stay here, but Project Veronica, we should continue. Stark said. Well, I also think that the project should continue. Banner nodded. Then, I'll move the research and design studio here too. With that, Stark summoned a suit of armor. The plane he took when he came earlier was destroyed when the Dark Elves attacked, and now Stark can only use his armor to fly. Actually, he also wants to stay here, right? Daisy said after watching Stark fly away. Tony is a proud guy, and while he's curious about the technology here, he doesn't want to be too obvious. Banner said. As a scientist, no one would dislike this place. Banner raised his head and looked at the corpses of the Dark Elves that were disappearing. There is no one to clean up the battlefield, not even the machines. But those corpses, those shattered wreckages of fighter planes, are disappearing one by one. Before today, Banner must have no idea how all this happened. But now, he knew what was going on. Although the big clock is invisible, its ability can be manifested at any time. At the moment must be the big clock behind the scenes, through the wormhole technology, sorting out the entire battlefield outside the island. This is the Palace of Science. All the technologies that we have suspected but have not been confirmed seem to have been realized here one by one. Foster said. This is also a safe harbor. With Wu Chen here, I can finally rest in peace for a while. Banner has never been more relaxed. Rumbling. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Everyone looked up to the sky. Then, a rainbow of light descended from the sky, passed through the light barrier that was still being repaired, and landed in front of Thor. Hongguang Nei is Fandral, one of the 3 warriors of Asgard. Thor, I am here on Odin's orders to summon you back to Asgard. Fandral said. Did something happen? Thor asked. I'm just in charge of conveying orders. I don't know what's going on. Fandral replied. All right. To look back at Foster. Jane, I have to go back to Asgard. I'll come back when I'm sure Asgard is all right. Understood. As long as you don't leave this time for 2 years. Foster understood that Thor was the god of Asgard after all, and he couldn't stay on Earth forever. Well not. Thor said. Then go. I'll wait for you here. Foster said. Daisy, help me take care of her. Thor warned Daisy beside him, and reluctantly came to Fandral's side. The dark clouds reappeared in the sky, and soon, the Bifrost descended again. When Bifrost disappeared, Thor and Fandral disappeared. Not long after Thor left, Stark returned. This time Stark was not alone, but with a group of people. These guys helped bring in a lot of equipment and machinery from the Stark building. The reason that Stark clearly stated was to complete the construction of Veronica with Banner, and naturally he had to do enough work on the surface. So, he moved everything in that factory. Fortunately, the island of Wu Chun is not small, and the buildings built before are also big enough. Although many of these things that Stark moved, they only accounted for a small part of the research institute. For several days after that, the whole island was more lively than ever. Both Foster and Daisy are in Wu Chen's laboratory all day long, learning about wormholes through the holographic diffraction pattern set there by the big big clock. Stark and Banner are busy getting their studio out. As for Wu Chun, he is still working on type particles, but in his spare time, he would still return to the outer layers of the Institute. At this time, Wu Chun can feel the fireworks that belong to normal human beings. Some people are noisy, some people can talk, although it is only very boring topics. But it's still better than in the past, when Wu Chun could only chat with the genetic system. Wu Chun, you are too stingy. Outside the research institute, in the rest shed just built, Daisy was complaining. I let you live here for free. Am I still stingy? Wu Chun looked at Daisy angrily. This guy can't be that cheeky, can he? I didn't say that. Daisy said. I mean that wormhole theory. You have mastered it all, but you didn't tell Jane. Look at her now. When Daisy said this, she also motioned Wu Chun to look at Foster, who was thinking hard not far away. It's almost crazy. Daisy's last words were deliberately lowered. The wormhole algorithm is very difficult to achieve by relying on the human body. Even if I told her, it was difficult for her to understand. Wu Chun said, aren't you human too? Daisy's words blurted out, but she soon realized that she was wrong. Huh, I forgot. You can't be considered a normal person. I'm a super soldier. My genes come with a wormhole algorithm, and I also have a big clock to cooperate with each other. Wu Chun said, then Jane, let her concentrate on her current research, starting from the most basic, step-by-step understanding and demonstration, in order to finally understand the truth of the wormhole. It's not that Wu Chun refused to tell Jane about the wormhole directly, because he knew that even if he told Foster that knowledge, she would not be able to control the wormhole. Therefore, instead of doing useless work, it is better to let her play freely from the beginning. Starting from the simplest theory, as long as the foundation is laid, it is a matter of course to truly understand the wormhole technology later. Well, the world of you geniuses is beyond my comprehension. Daisy gave up. She's just staying here because it's fun. She doesn't want to get in like Foster and can't get out. You're in a good mood. Wu Chun said, your mentality is very strange. Take a look at Wu Chun. How am I to blame? Wu Chun asked back. At the beginning, you didn't seem to like the big guy staying, but these days, you have come out for a while almost every day to eat and chat with us. Isn't it strange? Daisy said. No one in this world likes being alone. I am like that, and so does Banner. Wu Chun said. In the past, Dr. Banner just wanted to stay alone, but that was because Banner was afraid that he would become Hulk and hurt the people around him. Wu Chun stayed on the island alone before, because he was focusing on researching supernatural technology at that time. Although the current Wu Chun also puts his mind on the research of supergod technology, he still likes the feeling of being popular. Speaking of which, everyone on this island has friends, but you are alone. Daisy said, and then directly gave Wu Chun an inventory. Though Thor isn't here, but Jane and I are good friends. On Banner's side, Stark comes to him almost every day to study Veronica with him. It's just you. You seem to be a little out of tune with everyone. Daisy's words made Wu Chun fall into silence. He is indeed alone. In this world, he has no real friends, let alone people who are more intimate. Daisy, Foster, Banner, and Stark have all been on the island recently though, but the relationship between the four of them and Wu Chun is actually very unfamiliar. Stark, Banner, and Foster were left for technology research. Daisy stayed to play under the guise of research. In short, when everyone stays, they have their own purpose, not because they have a good relationship with Wu Chun. I think you're quite lonely like this. Would you like me to introduce you to a girlfriend? Daisy asked suddenly. Girlfriend. Wu Chun repeated these three words. There are some very beautiful girls in my university who, people who can be my girlfriend can't be ordinary people. Wu Chun interrupted Daisy's words. At this moment, an idea occurred in Wu Chun's heart, an idea about his girlfriend. I still have research to do, so let's go first. Wu Chun dropped this sentence, and then walked straight towards the research institute. Stark, who had just come over here, looked at Wu Chun who left the institute without saying a word, and looked at Daisy curiously. What happened to him? I think I said something wrong. Daisy answered with some guilt. Say wrong. Stark was even more curious. I just said he has no friends. Daisy said. That's right, he really has no friends. Stark recognizes this too, but it's always a little rude to say such things in front of people, right? Daisy said. I think he turned around suddenly and left because of your last sentence. Foster also came over. She was not far away when she heard the conversation between Daisy and Wu Chun. The last sentence. Daisy looked at Foster hesitantly. Girlfriend. Daisy froze, and Stark looked at her with interest, his heart of gossip burning. Return to the third floor below the institute. This is the most secret place on the entire island. The core operating system of the big clock is set here, and those really powerful supernatural technologies are also here. Big clock, if I want to summon the super warriors in the super god universe here, can I do it? Wu Chun asked. That's why he just came back in a hurry. Cannot. Big clock's answer is straightforward. Doesn't it mean that as long as there is a super genetic code, even after a super soldier is destroyed, it can be revived? Wu Chun asked. Super genetic code can indeed be done to a certain extent, so that super soldiers will not die. The big clock answered. But this kind of immortality is only theoretical, because there are actually many conditions to implement it. First, the super genetic code must exist and be uploaded to the dark matter plane of the universe. For example, the crocodile god Thornton, when he was created, his genetic code had already been saved by Death God Karl. So after Angel chased and destroyed it with the Skyblade Judgment, Death God Karl could still use his pre-saved super genes. The data is summoned again. In the super god universe, in fact, all high-level gods have this method. Kaisha, Liang Bing, Hushi, and the three major god-building projects. But so far, the only ones who can really reactivate dead super soldiers through dark data are Death God Karl and Holy Keisha. The latter ignores life and death and ignores law. So you see Thornton's rebirth. Holy Kaisha will not reactivate their super genetic code after the fall of those angel warriors because of the law of justice and respect for life. Definitely, there are exceptions. For example, Angel Yen, Angel Jishin, and Angel Achai, because they shoulder the responsibility of guarding the rise of the new king of Angel, they were activated by Kaisha's super genetic code, and they were even equipped with a void engine. The explanation of the big clock is very detailed. Wu Chun also understood the so-called limitation. If a super soldier wants to be reborn through the super genetic code, he needs to upload and record the super genetic code in advance. But these so-called super genetic codes are all stored in the super god universe. This is the Marvel movie universe. The two universes are not the same. Those uploaded data cannot be activated here. With a long sigh, Wu Chun's heart was full of regrets. The detailed genetic data of each super soldier is recorded in the big clock. Perhaps you can rebring those super soldiers in this world through genetic engineering. The big clock reminded. Who a person is not determined by her appearance and ability, but by her past experience. Wu Chun remembered the lines from a TV series he watched before. It seems that you have a choice in your heart. The big clock's name for Wu Chun has changed. Out of respect for you, I can tell you a message. When the time is right, you may be able to open the door to the supernatural world. It's just that opportunities and crises often coexist. Whether opening the door is good or bad, no one can be sure. The words of the big clock made Wu Chun ponder again. A gateway to another world. It's not as simple as opening a door, and it's likely to be accompanied by huge amounts of danger. What Wu Chun wants to chase is eternity. Whether such a big risk is worth taking is really hard to consider. Okay, let's not talk about it for now. Wu Chun changed the subject. Tell me about the monitoring of those people these days. Wu Chun asked. After Stark and others stayed on the island, the big clock never stopped monitoring them. The so-called defense against others is indispensable. Wu Chun was not related to these people, so how could he be completely at ease with them? They are not evil people, but they are not very polite. In one sentence, the big clock evaluated everyone. Irrational? Are you talking about Daisy saying I'm stingy and have no friends? Wu Chun asked back. And every time Stark came and went, he never asked you for instructions. The big clock added. Then find time to cause some trouble for Stark and let him know what's going to happen to him. Wu Chun said. What about Daisy? A little girl who is open-mouthed. Do you still want to seal her mouth? Okay, then let her get seriously ill, let her be for a week, and she won't be able to say anything. When the big clock's voice fell, it was arranged immediately. Wu Chun was slightly stunned, but he did not expect that the artificial intelligence system of the big clock would be so decisive. In the early morning of the next day, Wu Chun found out that Daisy was ill, and it was a throat problem. It was really hard to say. As for Stark, the moment he directly entered the research institute, he was transported directly to a strange planet by a wormhole in the space-time barrier, and spent a full day there before finding his way back. The mischief of the big clock made Wu Chen's distress that he couldn't summon the people from the super divine universe completely disappeared. Moreover, Stark and Daisy really settled down a lot in the days that followed. Stark greets each time before coming. Daisy also pays a little attention when she speaks. What do I think? Stark, he was sent to another planet. You did it. Banner came to Wu Chen's laboratory, and the two looked at the stars in the sky together. This is a way that Banner often relaxes himself. Wu Chen had nothing to do today, so he also followed him. He also brought a pot of good Longjing, by the way. You know, Stark must understand that too. Wu Chen said. Understood. How could someone as smart as him not understand? As Banner spoke, he picked up the tea and smelled it. It smells so good, and it smells so refreshing. Banner sighed. Do you feel more relaxed than when you practice yoga? Wu Chen said. I've been pretty relaxed these days. Banner said. Have you ever thought that? In fact, you should take the initiative to let Hulk out from time to time. Wu Chen was talking, and Banner was obviously taken aback when he heard what he said. In Banner's eyes, Hulk is a monster that only knows how to destroy. Everyone shunned Hulk, even Banner himself. But at this moment, Wu Chen actually said that Hulk should take the initiative. Hulk brings huge amounts of destruction every time he shows up. What about the New York War? Wu Chen's rhetorical question caused Banner to fall silent. The situation at that time was indeed something that Banner did not expect. Hulk is under control, and has also played a huge amount of role in the battle against alien invasion. You might think Hulk is a monster, but in reality, he's just a kid. Child. Banner looked at Wu Chen in astonishment. How long has Hulk been born? How long has he really lived in this world since he was born? Wu Chen asked back. Banner didn't know how to answer. Hulk hasn't been around for a long time, and every time he appears is still very short. In fact, he doesn't know anything about this world. Wu Chen continued with his insights. A newly born child who doesn't know anything about the outside world, but a group of people attacked him at this time. Do you think he will stand there obediently and let you beat him? You mean, Hulk's previous actions were passive counterattacks? Banner asked back. Not all, but destruction is not his intention. Wu Chen said. But every time he appeared, he would wreak havoc, even when he ran rampant in a place where no one was around. Banner said. That's another key point I'm going to address. Wu Chen said. And this time, Banner chose to be quiet and listen to Wu Chen explain his views. Hulk is a normal person and he has his own emotions. He always wanted to come out into the outside world because he was curious about the world. And every time he appears, he goes berserk because of prolonged depression. Just imagine, if you were caught and locked up by me, and you were not allowed to go to the outside world for the rest of your life, would you also want to kill me? If you know you can't kill me or find me, do you also vent your emotions on the things around you that you can touch? Wu Chen's two questions made Banner ponder. An ignorant child has been treated unfairly again. The most important thing is that he was born with powerful strength and strange appearance, which made everyone around him misunderstand him. You always say that Hulk is a disaster, but you don't know that you created the disaster yourself, not the original Hulk. After Wu Chen said this, he waited for Banner to think. Banner is a genius, and he can easily understand things like this. However, Banner still had concerns. He was worried that if Wu Chen guessed wrong, then his decision would bring the world into a disaster. I see. You still have concerns. When Wu Chen spoke, he put down the teacup in his hand and stood up. As he waved his right hand, a wormhole appeared in front of him. This is a planet that Stark has been to before. There is no intelligent life there. We can go there and find a place without animals, and then try to release Hulk. Wu Chen said. Banner still had concerns in his heart, but he also wanted to give it a try. What if Wu Chen is right? If Hulk is really not a monster, then the existence of Hulk will be a great thing for the Earth. By that time, Hulk will be the protector of Earth. Okay, I'll go with you. Banner stood up and walked into the wormhole first. Wu Chen quickly followed. The position where the two were standing at the moment was an island in the center of the sea. This is an uninhabited planet, found by the Great Clock while exploring the extraterrestrial world. At the same time, it is also the closest living planet to Earth. It's safe here, you can try and get Hulk out. Wu Chen said. But what should I do? In the past, Banner tried his best to avoid letting Hulk come out. Now that Banner is suddenly asked to release Hulk himself, he really doesn't know what to do. Just relax, I'll take care of the rest. Wu Chen said. All right. Banner nodded, then closed his eyes and began to try to relax completely. Seeing Banner entering the state, Wu Chen raised his right hand and aimed his palm at Hulk's forehead. System, activate the Hulk gene in Banner's body and try to wake it up. Wu Chen said in his mind. The genetic system immediately began to try. Soon, Banner's body began to change. The Hulk lurking in Banner's genes is recovering. Finally, with a roar, Hulk appeared. However, this time Hulk didn't go berserk. He looked around and finally focused on Wu Chen. You asked Banner to let me out? When Hulk was sleeping, he had a certain perception ability for the outside world, so he probably knew what Wu Chen said to Banner. Yes. Wu Chen nodded. Thank you so much. Hulk struggled to say those two words. Although every time he appeared in the past, he was in a runaway state. But he is not a completely emotionless animal. Wu Chen trusted Hulk and allowed Hulk to emerge from Banner's shackles, which was enough to make Hulk grateful to him. Then now, change back and let Banner come out. Wu Chen said. No, I'm not going back. It was rare for Hulk to come out once, so how could he be willing to go back? What? Do you want to keep occupying this body? Wu Chen asked. Banner is weak, Hulk is strong, and Hulk should be the master. Hulk said, waving his fists, showing off his incomparably strong body. If that's the case, then I can only call you back. After Wu Chen finished speaking, his wings had spread behind his back, and he was also wearing armor. Hulk doesn't want to break you. Hulk said, you can't beat me, because you are not as strong as me. Wu Chen said, invincible Hulk. Hulk has absolute confidence in his own strength. All right then, let's have a fight. Wu Chen said, if you win, I won't let Banner come out in the future. It is good. Hulk agreed without thinking. But if you lose, when you come out in the future, I have the final say. Wu Chen added, Hulk is not going to lose. In Hulk's heart, he was already excited for the freedom in the future. Then let's do it. Let me see how strong the invincible Hulk is. Wu Chen stood there, but the big clock had already started to calculate Hulk's strength. As with Thor, Wu Chen has many ways to win. But today, Wu Chen wants Hulk to admit defeat, and the best way to get him to admit defeat is to use the way Hulk is best at knocking him down. The power of the Hulk is volatile, and it keeps getting stronger as the mood increases, said the genetic system. I know this. What I want you to do for me is real-time data. Wu Chen said, I'll use the big clock to record all the real-time data, so you can see it afterwards. The genetic system speaks. Wu Chen also understands that it is very difficult for a creature like Hulk to calculate the value of its strength in real time. Bring it on. Hulk shouted. His figure quickly stepped forward, and his right hand exploded a strong blow with extremely strong force, hitting Wu Chen. Wu Chen didn't step back or dodge. He also raised his right hand, and energy began to gather in his fist. The fist slammed out, collided head-on with Hulk's fist in midair. At this moment, Wu Chen and Hulk both stepped backwards almost simultaneously. Hulk looked at Wu Chen in surprise. Wu Chen was also shocked by the power of Hulk at this moment. Although Wu Chen of at the moment is only the second generation, he has the genes of the god of war, the light of the sun, and other powerful super genes in his body. In this situation, Wu Chen's power is absolutely invincible in the super god universe. But this power did not prevail when facing Hulk. The strength of the blow just now was close to 100 tons. The voice of the genetic system resounded in Wu Chen's mind. It's not at Hulk's limit, not even when he's really angry. Wu Chen said, and he was ready for the next blow. Hulk rushed in quickly. This time, Hulk was obviously angrier than before. Although Hulk made his move at the beginning, he thought that Wu Chen made him come out, so he was just an ordinary attack. But now, Hulk doesn't want to go back, so he's going to do his best. Boom. It was another confrontation. When the punches of the two collided in midair, a powerful energy impact was produced. The spreading airwaves created gusts of wind around them. The ground beneath the two of them shattered, and the entire island seemed to be affected, causing slight vibrations. The super gene is under extremely powerful impact. The gene of the god of war is less than the third generation, and it is difficult to fully exert it. It is recommended to start the upgrade program immediately. The genetic system warned. Although the third generation has been adapted, it is not yet fully prepared. Will the upgrade at this time affect the development of the overall genetic energy? Wu Chen asked. He is more than just a gene of the god of war. The power of the galaxy, the rose of time and space, the light of the sun, the fighting over the Buddha, the power of angel, the demon's heart, all these powerful abilities, he does not want to miss. Genetic program adaptation testing. Super Gene started a full-scale aptitude test. Outside, Wu Chun and Hulk are separated again. In the collision just now, the power of the two fell to Wu Chun. Although it was only a slight disadvantage, it was enough to prove the strength of Hulk's power. Sure enough, in terms of sheer power, Hulk is one of the best in the entire Marvel movie universe. In the movie, only Thanos was the one who deflated Hulk through force. The Super Gene adaptation test has been completed, and the synchronous improvement in all aspects has been accepted. The big clock has drawn up an upgrade plan. The genetic system said, and then a new upgrade plan has been communicated by the big clock. Now that it's done, let's get started. Wu Chen said, and after his voice fell, his whole body began to fall into a new state. That is a self-upgrade process. He floated uncontrollably into the air, a layer of purple-black energy lingering around his body. Every cell tissue in the body is changing at this moment. The Super Gene is further upgrading and strengthening. As the last golden light burst out from Wu Chen's body, Wu Chen's upgrade has been completed. As a super soldier increases, each level brings huge amounts of change. From the first generation to the second generation, although there is not much difference in the eyes of the gods, the second generation will be far greater than the first generation in terms of the magnitude of energy and its own defense. The upgrade of the third generation is completely incomparable to the previous two generations. If the second generation is upgraded from recruits to veterans, then the third generation is from soldier to general. That's not just an increase in strength, but a sublimation of the whole. It's a wonderful feeling. This huge and full of power seems to be completely inexhaustible. Wu Chun sighed with emotion. When the Super Gene enters the third generation, it can truly rely on energy to achieve eternity. That is, as long as the Super Gene in its body is not destroyed and the energy in the universe is not completely exhausted, the third generation will never die. The gene system said, and these words made Wu Chun extremely excited. Eternity, this is Wu Chen's pursuit. But soon he calmed down. The so-called eternity is only theoretical, based on the infinity of light energy, based on the infinity of dark energy. No matter what it is, there are preconditions. Moreover, the third generation will be killed. No matter what your longevity in Tianqi, if you are not strong enough and you are stabbed with a knife, how long can you have a longevity, and you still care about it? The key to immortality is immortality. Only by making sure to live forever can you truly achieve eternity. And if you want to never die, you have to have the strength to fight against death. That is, even in the face of any threat, Wu Chun can crush it. Only then can Wu Chun truly realize his desire to pursue eternity. System, turn on various functions of genes. Wu Chun said. He wanted to feel what his strength was at the moment. With the opening of the gene function, Wu Chun began to feel more clearly the improvement of the third generation. Wormhole operation is faster, thunder energy is more powerful, fixed star drive tends to be infinite. All the abilities that Wu Chun had mastered in the first place have become more convenient to use now. At the same time, he also generated huge amounts of images on the dark matter plane. That is the impression of the gods. When god-level genes such as the power of the galaxy and the god of war of Nuo Shing use powerful powers, the dark energy coercion behind them is, from a certain point of view, produced by the impression of the gods. That is, the huge amounts of shadows that appeared behind the main gods when they used their means. This phenomenon also marks that the induction between Wu Chun and the dark energy in the universe has become stronger and stronger. What's wrong with you? Hulk looked at Wu Chun suspiciously. It's nothing. It's just that the super gene in the body was activated and a second upgrade was performed when I just played. Wu Chun said. What? Hulk doesn't understand this. Do not have much left. Wu Chun simply did not explain. Then hurry down and let's fight again. Hulk shouted at Wu Chun. Just 2 times. The first time he was pinned, the second time he won, and Hulk was in high spirits. Wu Chun landed to the ground. Come on, if you can suppress me this time, then I will admit defeat. Wu Chun said. That's what you said. Don't go back. Hulk said. Well, I don't regret it. Just let it go. Wu Chun nodded. This time, I will definitely not show mercy. Hulk is gearing up. He's ready to win or lose. At the moment, Wu Chun, he was still standing there, waiting quietly. In the second generation, Wu Chun failed to suppress Hulk in pure power, but now, he is the third generation. The essential difference between the third generation of super warriors and the second generation has made Wu Chun's current power a leap forward. So, Wu Chun knew that this time, he had the power to crush Hulk. Start. Hulk shouted and rushed over. Just like the previous 2 times, he raised his hand and punched it violently. Wu Chun hit back in the same way. Boom. At the moment when the explosion sounded, Wu Chun was still there, but Hulk was thrown out. Hulk's power doesn't seem to be stronger than the previous blow, said the genetic system. Hulk's strength comes from anger, but now he is in a state of excitement, which is the same as when Hulk fought Thor in the Colosseum. Wu Chun said, that battle at the Colosseum was ultimately won by Thor, but it's impossible to say that Thor really surpassed Hulk in terms of power. Thor is the strongest among the early Avengers, but that's when he's blessed with divine power. But if there is no blessing of thunder power, then Hulk is the strongest. Now Hulk, because there is no blessing of rage, his power is not at its peak. In the distance, the Hulk, standing up again, started to lose his temper. Although he failed to completely win the previous 2 times, at most, he was shocked by Wu Chun. But this time, Wu Chun was still standing in the same place, but he was ejected. Hulk's bellicose nature makes it difficult for him to lose. Hulk refuses to accept. Hulk can be stronger. Hulk shouted and rushed to Wu Chun again. Wu Chun knew that if Hulk continued to attack endlessly, his power would become stronger and stronger, and it would never end. Therefore, Wu Chun no longer waited for Hulk to come over this time. He jumped forward, clenched his hands into fists, and followed Hulk with a set of combined fists. Hulk's body is bigger than Wu Chun, and his body is not as flexible as Wu Chun. And Wu Chun's current power is even stronger than Hulk's. In this state, Wu Chun's set of punches made Hulk unable to fight back. With the last punch, Wu Chun directly knocked Hulk to the ground. Who wins now? Wu Chun asked. Hulk doesn't agree. Hulk doesn't want to disappear. Although Hulk was lying on the ground, he didn't intend to admit defeat. Do not admit defeat, and push harder and stronger. This is Hulk. I didn't say I wanted you to disappear. Wu Chun said, reaching out to help Hulk up. Hulk sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at Wu Chun suspiciously. You won't let me disappear? Didn't you say that if you lose, I will change back to Banner? Hulk asked. Yes, I mean let you change back to Banner, but it's only temporary. You can come out later. At this moment, Wu Chun is like comforting a child. How long is that for now? Hulk pressed. Although you and Hulk are 2 people, they are both in the same body, and you were born later. You robbed him of his body. You can't always keep Banner from coming out, right? Wu Chun asked back. But he didn't let me out before. Banner's words sounded a little aggrieved. I won't in the future. I'll let him and let you come out every once in a while. Wu Chun continued to reassure. How long is it every once in a while? Hulk got a little excited. In this way, Banner will be out for 3 days, and you will be out for 1 day. If he has something to do and it takes a long time, then your out time will also be extended. Anyway, it's 3:1. Wu Chun said, that won't work. I'm going to replace him. Hulk wasn't all stupid. But this body originally belonged to him. He was born first, so you have to share half of it. Isn't that bad? Wu Chun is trying to trick Hulk. I am stronger than Banner, and the stronger one will naturally come out more. Hulk said, if you are like this, it is estimated that Banner will still refuse to let you out in the future. Then I won't let him out. What did you say? When Wu Chun spoke, his face was solemn, which made Hulk a little depressed, because he was already a little afraid of Wu Chun because of the combination of punches that Wu Chun had just hit. I want the same time as Banner, Hulk said, but after seeing Wu Chun's ugly face, he answered again with a guilty conscience. At the very least, let me have some more time. He only has 1 day and 3 days, which is too little. This is Hulk's last stubbornness. Then, go back first, let Banner come out, and let's discuss it. Wu Chun pretended to be hesitation. Big brother, Hulk believes in you. You will definitely help me. Hulk said solemnly. Well, let's go. Wu Chun nodded in agreement. Banner finally felt relieved after seeing this scene, and his body began to shrink. When Hulk changed back to Banner, Banner didn't fall into a state of disengagement and coma like before. Now, do you understand what's going on? Wu Chun asked. Because Hulk didn't show up in my angry state, he didn't go wild. As Banner spoke, he draped the towel that Wu Chun had thrown over his body. And myself, with Hulk voluntarily letting me out, I wouldn't take too much of a shock. Banner now understands the problem between him and Hulk. Like you said, Hulk is actually a person. It's just that he was born with a weird shape and powerful strength. So he was considered a monster by everyone, and he was so violent because he never received fair treatment. Banner suddenly felt that it was ridiculous that he was called a genius in the past. Such a simple thing. In fact, as long as he thinks about it a little bit, he can understand it. But for so many years, he had never thought to face Hulk's existence. It's not too late to know now. Wu Chun said, Hulk has agreed to alternate appearances with you in the future. But now, we still have a bit of a disagreement on the time, and I don't know what you think about it. Wu Chun asked, and Banner heard that Wu Chun had even negotiated with Hulk the timing of alternate appearances, which was going too fast. As long as he doesn't come out to destroy, even if he is alone for half the time. What I told him was that you came out for 3 days, and he came out for 1 day. Wu Chun interrupted Banner's words. He agreed. Banner looked at Wu Chun expectantly. No, he feels that he has too little time to come out, and is not happy. Wu Chun shook his head, and said, then now, give him 2 to 1. In the future, if you come out for 2 days, he will come out for 1 day. If you come out for 20 days at a time, he will come out for 10 days. Wu Chun directly mentioned Banner to make a choice. Will he agree? Banner looked at Wu Chun suspiciously. He will agree. Wu Chun's confident words made Banner suddenly realize a problem. With Hulk's character, how could it be so easy to agree to alternate appearances with Banner himself? Moreover, the deal hasn't been negotiated yet. How could Hulk let himself come out again? With the vague memory of sleeping, I saw the destroyed ground again. Did you tame Hulk? Banner asked. No, it was just a fight, and he lost. Wu Chun said it casually, but when Banner heard it, he felt that the entire worldview was about to collapse. The most violent beast in history was tamed by Wu Chun in such a short period of time. Remember, Hulk isn't the type to throw in the towel when he's beaten. Although Wu Chun's strength is very strong, if he uses those advanced weapons and abilities to deal with Hulk, Hulk will not be obedient even if he is killed. Therefore, if Wu Chun wants to tame Hulk, Hulk must be defeated by Wu Chun in the strongest field, so he will be obedient. Mastering ultra-high technology, possessing powerful divine power, and rivaling Hulk in physical strength, isn't Wu Chun an all-around existence? Then now you agree, right? You will come out for 2 days, and Hulk will come out for 1 day. Wu Chun said, I'll listen to you completely. Banner sighed with emotion. Before he transformed into Hulk again, he did not forget to complain. I feel like Hulk and I have to be planted in your hands for the rest of our lives. Wu Chun did not comment on this. But for now, that's the truth. Hulk now only listens to Wu Chun alone. If Banner is not restricted by Wu Chun, he may not be able to control Hulk. Furthermore, Wu Chun helped him solve the problem of Hulk's runaway, which was a great kindness to Banner originally. It seems to be good to take Banner and Hulk. Wu Chun thought to himself, Banner's mind in the field of science is excellent, and it should be helpful in Wu Chun's research afterward. Not to mention Hulk, a powerful fighter. With him in the future, he doesn't need to take action personally in some battles. Then, take you under my command. You are living with me now anyway. Wu Chun has made a decision. Hulk came out again, and for what Wu Chun said, he won it, and Hulk accepted the chance to come out with Banner 2:1 later. The wormhole opened, and Wu Chun and Hulk returned to the island where the Institute was located. Foster, Daisy, and Stark all came. They looked at Hulk with Wu Chun, and they were all dumbfounded. Hulk, you two are. Stark was the first to fight with Hulk, but when he was with Hulk, he didn't think it would be so easy. In the future, Hulk will be a regular here. Wu Chun said. What? Daisy was shocked. You mean, he wants to live on an island with us? Foster is just as hard to accept that a monster like Hulk exists. Hulk won't be angry. Hulk won't hit you. Hulk said. He's in a good mood now and doesn't care what their attitude is. Wu Chun, what exactly is this situation? Stark looked at Wu Chun and asked. Banner has negotiated with Hulk, and the 2 of them will appear in turn in the future. Wu Chun explained. So, the 2 of them finally found a way to live together peacefully? Stark turned worry into excitement. When he first met Banner, he had said that Banner was too cautious when dealing with Hulk's problems. He also made Banner, like him, should be more public. But Banner at that time did not take his suggestion because he felt that his idea was not feasible. Now, this vision has finally come true. Hulk and Banner can coexist peacefully. In the future, Hulk will be a major force to protect the Earth, and there will be no more threats. That's it. Wu Chun replied. That's great. Stark smiled as he came to Hulk's side. Hulk, how about we go for a drink? It is good. Hulk readily agreed. So, the 2 walked together like this and went to drink. Foster and Daisy looked at each other and eventually followed. Wu Chun did not participate because now he has to go back and learn more about the data and abilities after he upgraded the 3rd generation super soldier. For the next week, several people on the island revolved around Hulk. As compensation for Hulk's inability to come out in the past, this time Wu Chun specially gave Hulk a week so that he could spend a period of time as a normal person. A week later, Banner regained control of the body. Then Banner told Stark and the others about the situation that day. When they knew that it was because Wu Chun had defeated Hulk, Hulk would be obedient. Although everyone was surprised, they were all within the acceptable range. In the following time, Hulk and Banner always appeared alternately. Because Hulk appeared less time in the past, Banner took the initiative to give Hulk more opportunities to come out. But in short, the 2 sides are generally in accordance with Wu Chun's formulation, and the 2:1 policy is being implemented. Time. More than 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. From S.H.I.E.L.D., a message for help came. It was from Rogers, but it was a paraphrase of what Fury meant. The general content is that the latent Hydra was discovered in S.H.I.E.L.D. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. is extremely chaotic. Fury hopes that Wu Chun can use his intelligence information and the power of Stark and Hulk to help S.H.I.E.L.D. solve this crisis. I didn't expect that S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by HYDRA. This is ironic. Stark looked at the message and sighed. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been protecting global security for the past few decades. If it is destroyed at this time, I am afraid that it will be a catastrophic change for the Earth originally. Banner said. I don't like them anyway. What agents are doing little tricks behind their backs? 2 ordinary people, Foster and Daisy, actually didn't like this kind of agent organization. In particular, the past S.H.I.E.L.D. had forcibly stolen her research. Anyway, we can't ignore it. We must help them. Banner said. Although it is very reluctant, for the sake of world peace, we can only help them clean up the mess. Stark's idea is the same as Banner's. However, the key to all of this lies in Wu Chun. Only Wu Chun's big clock holds the precise data of everyone. That is to say, only Wu Chun can accurately find out the identity information of each Hydra and their location. The S.H.I.E.L.D. thing has nothing to do with me. Wu Chun spoke, but what he meant was clearly that he didn't want to help. Don't you care if the whole world is going to fall into chaos? Stark pressed. Then when the world is really in chaos, you can ask me again. Wu Chun's attitude is clear. He just doesn't want to care. The big clock, the pause data shows that all information related to Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. is not accessible to anyone but me. Wu Chun said, but turned around and left the research room. Wu Chun's approach is obviously that neither Stark nor Banner agrees. I can't stand by. I have to go see if I can help. Stark said, but now, we don't have the relevant data. How can we help without knowing who Hydra is? After Banner finished speaking, he went on to say, also, Hulk is now almost obedient to Wu Chen's words. Once on the battlefield, I can't help. Hulk. Stark looked at Banner and then at the Research Institute. A sense of crisis arose in his heart. He realized that the existence of Wu Chen was not necessarily a guarantee. Banner, follow me. After Stark finished speaking, without waiting for Banner to answer, he pulled up Banner and left the research room together. In the laboratory on the second floor, Wu Chen had already seen them leave. They left this time, probably to get the Ultron system. The voice of the Super Gene system sounded in Wu Chen's mind. Stark and Fury actually have many similarities, and his idea of putting armor on the Earth has already sprouted in his heart. Wu Chen said, then he didn't act before, because he saw your strength, right? Said the genetic system. Maybe, maybe not. But today he should think that I am different from them. So he thought about restarting that plan. Wu Chen said, then what's on your mind? The genetic system asked. My goal is eternity, immortality, and immortality. Those other things have nothing to do with me directly. As Wu Chen said, he had already opened the operation interface and started his further research on super god technology. But you are alone too. The genetic system only said this sentence and chose to remain silent. But this sentence also stirred in Wu Chen's heart. He is human too. Although in this life, he has the plug-in of the big clock just after his arrival. But in the more than 20 years of his last life, he was still an ordinary person, and the memories of those 20 years are still preserved. As an ordinary person, it is impossible to have no desires and desires, and it is impossible to be completely free from the world. For the next few days, the atmosphere on the island was quiet. Banner was taken to the Stark building by Stark. Foster and Daisy seemed to realize that at the moment is not right and stay in the room to concentrate on their research. Outside the island, S.H.I.E.L.D. Neither Stark nor Banner was involved, but Rogers and Natasha Romanoff were at the heart of the event. In addition, an additional Falcon, Sam, was added. Without Wu Chen's assistance, Fury couldn't directly find all the hidden Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. In the end, as a last resort, he could only publish all the confidential files of S.H.I.E.L.D., which naturally included Hydras. The 3 helicarriers that flew to the sky were destroyed, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. was completely disbanded. Fury was angry, but there was nothing he could do, because he knew that he couldn't blame Wu Chen. After that, Wu Chen received the latest report from the Big Clock. Since Wu Chen established this institute, the Big Clock has been doing one thing, that is, exploring the entire universe. Now, the results of the initial exploration are in. What did you say? You have found the silver mine. Wu Chen stood up excitedly. Yes, although its location is very secret, there is accurate information about the dark silver in the Big Clock. After comparison, it is determined that it is the silver mine. The genetic system answered. This is great. With Swine Will, we can start to build a real god-killing martial arts. Wu Chen seemed a little excited, because the existence of dark silver was too important to Wu Chen. With the dark silver, Wu Chen can then build a really powerful weapon. Not only the attack power, but also the convenience of operation, etc., as long as there is a dark silver, and based on this to create a silver weapon. Then, in this universe, there is really no one who can easily threaten Wu Chen. In addition, the Big Clock has found some dark iron elements in the universe, and the axe and dark alloy armor can also be built. For Wu Chen, the information reported by the genetic system this time was a series of good news. Dark silver and dark iron elements. These are all extremely important materials in the super god universe. However, these dark silver and dark iron elements are in an unmined state. Next, I'm afraid you have to go to mine them yourself. The genetic system warned. Mining, as long as there is, it is better than nothing. Wu Chen said, this is a huge project. From mining to building, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. The genetic system continues to remind. There is nothing in this world that can be done overnight. Wu Chen said, okay, then I will immediately calculate the space wormhole leading to the location of the silver mine. After the genetic system finished speaking, it immediately controlled the Big Clock and started the program. The mining of dark silver and dark iron elements is actually not a very difficult project, but this takes some time to complete. Wu Chen went across the wormhole, and when he returned after mining, 2 or 3 months had passed. After that, he began to immerse himself in R&D and manufacturing, and it took a lot of time. During this time, Hulk came back, and Thor finally came to Earth from Asgard. But these 2 people only met Wu Chen in a hurry, and couldn't even say a word. In the end, Hulk had to go with Thor to the Stark building. Thor's real purpose in returning to Earth this time is actually to find a spiritual scepter. After S.H.I.E.L.D. disbanded, Odin had noticed the situation in Asgard. In order to prevent the psychic scepter from being used by the bad guys, Odin asked Thor to come and get the scepter back. So, Thor, along with the other Avengers, began the process of finding the psychic scepter. On the 3rd floor of the Research Institute, Wu Chen is building a god-killing martial art. The timeline has changed. The voice of the genetic system came. TIE particles were taken away by me, and Fury also knew in advance that there was Hydra's whereabouts in S.H.I.E.L.D. The timeline has changed, which is a matter of course. Wu Chen said, the big events on Earth are still happening, but the time has moved forward. The genetic system warned. How much earlier? Wu Chen asked. Almost a year. And what about extraterrestrial events? How's the situation with my big clock monitoring? At present, the whereabouts of the Thanos fleet has not been locked, and the information related to the cosmic spirit sphere has also been scanned, but the big clock has received some signals from the Nova Empire. Then continue to search. We have to control all kinds of information in the entire universe in real time. Wu Chen said. He knows the importance of intelligence, especially in this situation. Because of his arrival, the timeline has been changed. Thor's mother Scarlet is not dead. Odin did not lose his strength due to this heavy blow. Loki is also being held in Asgard's prison. These seem to be related only to Thor 2's plot. But in fact, Odin is still there. It is enough to affect the entire universe. In this state, it is still unknown whether Thanos would dare to go directly to Nidavellir and let King Dwarf build the Infinity Gauntlet and the Tyrant Butcher Knife for him. The latest information, the Avengers have obtained the psychic scepter. Gene System said, a projected picture has also appeared in front of Wu Chen. That's an image of Stark finding the psychic scepter in Hydra's base. What about Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver? Wu Chen asked. But at the moment, he saw the figure of Scarlet Witch. The Scarlet Witch, who appeared silently behind Stark, her magic, began to invade Stark's brain. A full year ahead of schedule, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver successfully completed the experiment and gained their respective super abilities. Wu Chen has been too focused on the creation of god-killing martial arts during this time, but he has not noticed that the 2 brothers and sisters have already obtained ability. In your memory, Scarlet Witch will become a destructive existence in the future. The genetic system warned. Then find a way to make her on our side. Wu Chen knew that the existence of Scarlet Witch was a threat, a more terrifying threat than Thanos. But it's not difficult to solve this threat, as long as she doesn't fall in love with Vision, or in the end she doesn't go crazy because of Vision's death. Then nothing will happen. There are still a few days at most, and both Ultron and Vision should be manufactured. Before that, we have to complete the configuration of the God Killer. Wu Chen turned off the surveillance screen. His agreement with Ancient One is that he cannot interfere with the birth of new life, Ultron and Vision. So as long as Vision is created, then he can justifiably take action to get that mind gem. But at that time, I am afraid that everything will not be so smooth. In order to deal with the various situations that may arise, he must be fully prepared. Meanwhile, on the Hydra base, everything is going according to the original situation. Stark took the psychic scepter, and after the Avengers returned to the Stark building, there was a big party. During the party, Stark and Banner were developing Ultron, then Ultron's program, attacking JRVS, and successfully taking the Mind Scepter from the Stark building, began to implement the plan to create a new body using vibranium. All these changes are under the monitoring of the big clock, but at the same time, it's all under the watchful eye of the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Finally, the day has come. Ancient One sighed. Through her own strength, she made an agreement with Wu Chen, and now the agreement is about to expire. She is worried that Wu Chen will be able to have no scruples after that, because she couldn't predict where the world would go after this. In the Stark building, all the Avengers are present except Natasha Romanoff. Everyone was watching Vision, who was completely awakened by Thor's lightning strike. This world is amazing. Vision sighed. This world is far more cruel than you think. Before the Avengers could speak, Wu Chen's voice appeared in everyone's ears. Wu Chen, at this moment, is standing opposite Vision. The glass disappeared, and the mind gem on Vision's head was also shining. Are you here for it? When Vision said this, he pointed at the mind gem on his forehead. Since you already know, how do you plan to deal with it? Wu Chen asked back. Do not know. Vision answered. Wu Chen, Thor stepped forward. Vision was finally awakened by him, and he was actually very concerned about Vision's situation. Wu Chen, you don't want to help us protect the Earth. That's your business, but please don't interfere with us. Stark spoke rudely. Part of the initial reason why he decided to create Ultron and now Vision was because of Wu Chen. Since you don't know, then come with me. Wu Chen said. He directly ignored Thor and Stark. No, I still have my mission. I have to get Ultron out of the network. This is something only I can do. Vision said. Isn't that just removing Ultron from the network? You don't need to do that. Wu Chen said. The data of the big clock began to quickly synchronize the entire Earth network. In just a few seconds, all data and information attached to the global network by Ultron were wiped clean. This Vision can also access the global network, so he is very aware of the status quo in the network. This sudden feeling that the network data of Ultron, who had been evenly matched with him, had been cleared, was as if the other party never existed at all. How can that be? Vision looked at Wu Chen in disbelief. Ultron's data has already invaded all network systems on the Earth, and in order to prevent this, he has also hidden a lot of data in various secret documents. How can you forcefully remove it without touching its body? Vision's words were heard by everyone around. Stark and Banner are both scientists, and they both understand what this means. How I did it, you don't need to know. Wu Chen said, and then asked again. Now, can you come with me? Since you have completed the job that belongs to me, I will follow your instructions. Vision has seen the strength of Wu Chen, and his first mission after birth has been completed. Wanda, Pilcher, you two come with me too. Wu Chen turned his head to look at Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. No, we've seen a vision of Ultron. He's going to destroy the entire planet, and we can't just walk away at this time. Scarlet Witch said. Then if I destroy Ultron, will you two brothers and sisters be willing to follow me in the future? Wu Chen continued to ask. You want? Stark was about to speak, but suddenly he was surrounded by a burst of energy, and his voice could not be uttered at all. The other Avengers around, seeing such a situation, are all tense. However, at a critical moment, Banner hurried to stop it. He knows Wu Chen's strength too well, and he also knows that Wu Chen is not a bad person. Although Wu Chen's actions are very strong and domineering in today's situation, Banner believes that there should be a reason for this. The people we have followed in the past will lead us to do evil, and now, we want to return to a way of life. Scarlet Witch said, you can rest assured that I will not force you to do anything, or even restrict your freedom, but only if you live with me. Wu Chen doesn't want force control, he wants Scarlet Witch not to jump out of his controllable range. As long as Scarlet Witch doesn't become that terrifying monster infected by the Dark Book, what she does is not very important to Wu Chen. That seems a bit contradictory, doesn't it? Quicksilver said, you asked us to follow you, while saying that you would not restrict our freedom. If you follow me voluntarily, isn't all this contradictory? Wu Chen said, he's giving Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver a choice. You have to think about it. If I come forward, all dangers will be eliminated, but if I don't intervene, if you go by yourself, it will be a fierce battle. Wu Chen reminded, well, if you really won't force us to do things we don't want to do, then we're willing to follow you. Scarlet Witch finally made a choice. She is in the lineup against Ultron now, but the relationship between her and the Avengers is not particularly good. In this case, it is not difficult for her to make this decision. Okay, then you come with me. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and entered the wormhole. Vision walked in first, followed by Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, who looked at each other again. The first floor of the Research Institute, the research room. Wu Chen, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Vision are already here. The Avengers at the moment have all arrived at the Institute. Although they have great opinions on Wu Chen now, they are still worried, because Wu Chen took 3 extremely important people with him this time. Also, Mind Gem is on Vision's head. All of them now know about Infinite Gems because of Thor. Every time Infinite Gems is born, it will bring about a disaster. The first 2 times they passed smoothly, but this time, the problem has not been solved. Large clock showing Ultron's location. Wu Chen said, a holographic projection began to appear in the center of the research room. Sokovia, both Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver had ugly expressions on their faces. Although the two of them have no other relatives, Sokovia is still where they were born. The picture changes, and in the underground of Sokovia, it is the busy Ultron. Are those vibraniums? Stark looked at Ultron, who was building a new body, and couldn't help but ask. Big clock, analyze the machine next to it. Wu Chen's attention was not on the body Ultron was building, but on a strange machine not far away. An anti-gravity device, built on the basis of vibranium, that can lift the entire Sokovia into the sky. The voice of the genetic system came, and all the Avengers were stunned when they heard it. That's Ultron's plan. What he wants is to send Sokovia high into the sky, and then drop it. Scarlet Witch had snooped into Ultron's mind, so he vaguely remembered the plan. We must act now, or the entire planet will be wiped out. Stark said, turned, and wanted to leave. But the Banner of at the moment was motionless. Hulk, he wants to come out. Banner said, what did you say? Hulk, Rogers looked at Banner nervously. The last time I was affected, Hulk was born, and Hulk, who had already coexisted peacefully with me, suffered a blow. Now that he came back here and saw Wu Chen, he was a little out of control. Banner explained his current state, and then, the body began to change. In order to maintain a peaceful relationship with Hulk, he cannot forcefully suppress Hulk at this time. After Hulk appeared, he ignored anyone and walked directly to Wu Chen. Brother, I was bullied. You avenge me. Hulk's words stunned the powerful Avengers who had seen Hulk but had never seen Wu Chen's action. So did Rogers, Barton, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver. Who bullied you? Wu Chen asked. She and him. Hulk pointed at Scarlet Witch, then at Stark. The 2 people Hulk pointed to were all nervous. Wanda was the enemy in front of you, but now she is my subordinate. Can you turn the fight into Jade? Wu Chen said. Oh, were you taken in? Hulk glanced at Scarlet Witch. Okay, since it's the elder brother's subordinate, it will be my subordinate in the future, so I won't have the same knowledge as him. Hulk said, but his eyes turned to Stark. Hulk, that's not my fault. You lost control yourself. I beat you with Veronica, just to calm you down. Stark doesn't want to mess with Hulk either. Veronica was made by Banner and Stark together. It seems inappropriate that you only hit him. Wu Chen said. Then what? I can't be beaten, can I? Hulk was a little unhappy. Then otherwise, you don't have to change back for the next month, and it's not even the time you two agreed before. Wu Chen said. No, it will take 2 months. Hulk bargained. Okay, then 2 months. Wu Chen agreed immediately. Hulk's anger subsided when he saw that his request had been fulfilled. However, the conversation between the two made the audience dumbfounded. Hulk recognized himself as a younger brother in front of Wu Chen, and he really obeyed Wu Chen. The strongest combat power among the Avengers was now Wu Chen's younger brother, which was a huge amount of blow to the Avengers. I see that you haven't moved your hands and feet much recently. Would you like to find someone to fight with me? Wu Chen asked. It is good. Hulk answered excitedly. Let's go then. Wu Chen said, and opened the wormhole with a wave of his hand. Wu Chen crossed the wormhole first, and when he reappeared, it was exactly what was shown on the holographic diffraction pattern in the research room, the Sokovia underground base where Ultron was located. Ultron, who was building a new body, was surprised at this moment. All the Ultrons around, the robots controlled by Ultron, at the moment, all gathered together to protect the body that was being built and the anti-gravity device that was being built. There is half the world between the island where the Institute is located and Sokovia. But at this moment, there is only 1 step away from the research room to Ultron's underground base. Should we go over? Scarlet Witch asked. Go, definitely go. If the 2 of them can't figure it out, we can help. Rogers said, and then walked into the wormhole first. With one person taking the lead, the other Avengers follow, one by one. Underground in Sokovia, in this base that Ultron occupies at the moment. The group of Avengers were all there, but Ultron cared about only one person. The one who stood in front of everyone and entered the base first. Wu Chun, didn't you never get involved with the Avengers? Ultron looked at Wu Chun. He already knew that Wu Chun was very strong, but in the data he got, Wu Chun didn't act with the Avengers, and even when the Avengers were messed up, Wu Chun didn't take action. In the information Ultron read from Jarvis, it was clearly recorded that Wu Chun did not like to be a nosy. But now Wu Chun is here. You are going to destroy all creatures on the earth. Do you think it has nothing to do with me? Wu Chun asked back, and his words left Ultron speechless. He suddenly realized why the information he had stored on the internet disappeared all of a sudden. Why did Wu Chun suddenly appear when his preparations were almost finished? It turned out that he had overlooked one point when he was doing all this planning. Wu Chun can monitor the global network at any time. He can even accurately understand the information of everyone on the earth and what he is doing. If I abandon the original plan now, can you not interfere in the grudge between me and the Avengers? Ultron is too direct. Those Avengers who fought against Ultron, seeing Ultron, who used to be confident in front of them, is now so humble in front of Wu Chun, they all feel unbelievable. The arrows have been shot. Can they be retrieved again? Wu Chun didn't answer, but instead asked Ultron. The arrow has to be fired on the string, not to mention the arrow has left the string. It seems that all this is destined to have no room to turn around. Ultron sighed with emotion, but the next moment, the body of Ultron that was being built suddenly stood up. Then, let us speak according to our strength and ability. Well, come on, don't you just want to delay until the completion of your new body? Wu Chun nodded. He knew that Ultron was waiting for the vibranium body to complete, but at the moment, he didn't care at all. Then you can die. After Ultron finished speaking, all the dozens of robots around rushed up at once. Their targets are Wu Chun, and as the main body of Ultron, the robot made by vibranium turned around and rushed to the location of the anti-gravity device. Let's go together, Roger shouted, and all the Avengers had already rushed out. However, before they could do it, those robots suddenly fell to the ground in unison. At their chests, a silver sharp knife suddenly appeared. All the Ultron robots that were preparing to attack Wu Chun, were all scrapped in an instant. The silver blade is really useful. Wu Chun sighed with emotion. The sharp knives that emerged from those Ultron robots were exactly the silver blades Wu Chun made of dark silver. In the database of the big clock, there are details of the silver blade. After Wu Chun got the dark silver, he built these silver blades for the first time, and they were based on imitating Keisha's silver wings. You know, the silver blade can be solved directly in the body of the second generation, or even the third generation of super soldiers. Even Morgana, who has the fourth generation divine body, will still suffer a lot of damage after being attacked by Keisha's silver wings, and even fatal in severe cases. Therefore, as far as the robots in front of them are concerned, Wu Chun needs to solve the silver blade directly in their bodies, which is simply an easy task. Brother, I was wrong. Ultron knelt down immediately. It's not that he is cowardly, but that Wu Chun is too scary. This invisible but directly fatal attack is simply not something that can be dealt with by a large number of people. Also, when Ultron tried to escape from Sokovia with one of the farthest duplications, the duplication was cut in two by a flying dart that appeared out of nowhere. In other words, all of Ultron's robot duplications were locked by Wu Chun. Wu Chun could wipe out Ultron in one breath if he wanted to. You can't do it over and over again. It's useless to admit counseling, Wu Chun said, walking towards Ultron's main body step by step. Since it's useless, Ultron stood up, and at the same time, a robot, carrying Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, came out. This is his last bargaining chip, and all he wants is one, so that he can live. Ultron appeared with Natasha Romanoff on his back. His intention was obvious, and he wanted to use Natasha Romanoff as a hostage in exchange for his own life. Ugh, Wu Chun let out a long sigh. This Ultron is really cheap. Wu Chun sighed in his heart. Then you can't blame him. Who told you to restrain him everywhere? Said the genetic system. It's not like Stark's style of admitting cowardice. Ultron was created by him, and it should have inherited Stark's characteristics. Wu Chun said, I analyzed the data, and when creating Ultron, Banner and Stark added information about you. The super gene system continued. Later, when Ultron attacked Jarvis and hacked its database, he found documents related to your battle with the Dark Elves and discovered your strength. So, from the beginning, Ultron was afraid of you. After listening to the situation reported by the genetic system, Wu Chun also understood the reason for all this. A super advanced artificial intelligence system originally built with the most cutting-edge technology, but found that the technology it masters is far less than that of a person who already exists. This gap created Ultron's lack of confidence when facing Wu Chun. Ultron was a failure from the start. Wu Chun said so in his heart, and then turned his attention back to his eyes. Wu Chun, as long as you let me go, I will never hurt Natasha Romanoff. Ultron said. He was using Natasha Romanoff as the last straw. Alas, it's too cheap. Wu Chun sighed helplessly again. Let it go or not. If you don't let it go, I'll kill her right away. Ultron said. Hundreds of robots were already surrounding him. These robots surrounded Ultron's body in the center, and they were preventing Wu Chun from suddenly attacking and saving Natasha Romanoff. She's dead or not, and it has nothing to do with me. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you use her to threaten me? Wu Chun said. What did you say? You say you don't care if Natasha Romanoff lives or dies. Ultron was clearly in disbelief. If you don't believe it, you can do it now, and I will never stop it. Wu Chun still looked disapproving. Then I can, and many more. Before Ultron's words were finished, the Avengers couldn't sit still. Wu Chun and Natasha Romanoff have a bad relationship, which the Avengers can understand. But for the Avengers, Natasha Romanoff was an integral part of them. The original 6 Avengers, when they fought in New York, were good brothers who lived and died together. What? Are you really going to let Ultron leave? Wu Chun turned his head to look at Rogers and Stark and others. If Ultron is allowed to leave, then he will inevitably hide in the future and continue to grow himself. When we meet again in the future, I am afraid it will be another catastrophe. Vision is a robot. Although he already has human-like feelings, he has just been born at the moment. So naturally he doesn't have too many other thoughts. According to Vision's intuitive judgment, Ultron was absolutely unable to escape. He's right. If Ultron is let go, then the Earth will never be peaceful in the future. Although Natasha Romanoff is being held hostage by Ultron, her mind is clear. But how can we let you be killed? Barton said he had the best relationship with Natasha Romanoff of those people. After all, Barton and Natasha Romanoff have known each other longer than any of the other Avengers. After Ultron was created, he has always wanted to kill all human beings. Today, although he is forced to do nothing because of Wu Chun's relationship, once he leaves, he will definitely find ways to realize this plan in the future. What Natasha Romanoff said silenced the Avengers. The Avengers were created to fight against enemies who wanted to destroy the Earth and harm humanity. At the very beginning, each of them was prepared to sacrifice himself. But it is really unacceptable for them to watch other people being killed by others. But they are indifferent. Why are you so provocative? Wu Chun couldn't stand it any longer. With this wave of his hand, Natasha Romanoff, who was originally held by Ultron, disappeared. This scene appeared too suddenly. The Avengers, Ultron, Vision, and others were all dumbfounded. The next moment, Natasha Romanoff reappeared, and she came to the side of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Natasha Romanoff is also confused. It's a wormhole. Wu Chun used the wormhole to directly relocate Natasha Romanoff. Stark remembered the previous scene where Wu Chun directly removed the things in the Stark building. Wu Chun was initially noticed by people. Wasn't it because of the ability to transfer items out of thin air? Okay, you don't have the last chip left. You can die obediently. Wu Chun looked at Ultron, and his words seemed like the final verdict to Ultron. At this moment, Ultron dared not have the slightest hesitation. Half of the hundreds of Ultron robots rushed towards Wu Chun. The remaining half, all scattered at this moment, fled towards the base. Hulk, you go. Wu Chun turned his head to look at Hulk. Hulk was originally going to fight with Wu Chun, but with Wu Chun's permission, he immediately began to run wild. Those Ultron robots that rushed up were all caught up in the battle with Hulk. Wu Chun stood there, but the big clock started to lock the whereabouts of all the robots around who were trying to escape. In his hand, a black sniper rifle changed. That was God's punishment, a flame-level sniper rifle specially made by the Black Great Wall for Qilin in the Super God universe. It can use both the God-killing #1 bullet and the flame-level armor-piercing bullet. At this moment, Wu Chun held a sharp gun and aimed forward. The big clock locked the location of the escaped Ultrons. The wormhole was open. Boom. Gunshots sounded, a golden bullet whizzed out, and then disappeared into the wormhole. But then, inside the city of Sokovia outside this underground base, a Ultron robot that was running away was easily penetrated by a bullet, the most critical core component in the chest. Immediately after, the bullet disappeared into the wormhole again after passing through the Ultron robot. For the next dozen or so seconds, the bullet constantly shifted its position. The flame-level armor-piercing projectile, its power, allows it to easily penetrate the steel on those Ultron robots. When the bullet returned to Wu Chun again, dozens of Ultron robots outside had all been killed. As for their bodies, they were naturally shifted by the big clock. Inside the base, the Avengers looked at the bullets that were shot by Wu Chun and then came back here, all at a loss. But soon, Stark's artificial intelligence system, word came on Friday. In the city of Sokovia, some people saw Ultron robots, but those Ultron robots were suddenly shot through the heart by a golden light and then disappeared. With this news, and with the reappearance of the bullet in front of us, we can understand what is going on. This is too terrifying, isn't it? His ability is invisible, so who would dare to offend him in the future? Barton muttered behind Rogers and Stark. It's really terrifying. The attack power of that bullet is definitely not weak, and it appears out of nowhere. If he wants to, he will kill whoever he wants on this earth, and it is impossible to prevent. Stark said, if people like this have evil thoughts in their hearts, the earth will be finished. Rogers followed Stark's words. So, it's better not to provoke him in the future. Phil reminds. At the same time, Wu Chun was putting away the divine punishment. Haha, you really scared them. The voice of the Super Gene system sounded in Wu Chun's mind. This scene reminds me involuntarily of a picture that appeared when I was watching Super Seminary. Wu Chun glanced at the Avengers. You're talking about the scene where Morgana's demon army wiped out the hateful alliance? The Super Gene system was talking, but Wu Chun smiled knowingly after hearing it. Although, that is a joke in the animation of Super Seminary. But in fact, if it does come to reality, the Avengers face the demon army, the result will be the same. These so-called Avengers have no way to fight against wormhole tactics and God-killing bullets. You must know that even the strongest Hulk and Thor may not be able to withstand the attack of the God Killer #1 projectile, and it is even more impossible for the other Avengers to resist. Maybe the Marvel movie universe has a lot of powers that even the Marvel universe doesn't have. But when it comes to war, the Super Warriors of the Super God universe can absolutely crush the vast majority of people in the Marvel movie universe so far. Because the Super Warriors of the Super God universe know how to use their own advantages better. As time passed, the battle between Hulk and the dozens of Ultron robots in front of him had also come to an end. Although Ultron has a large number of people, these are all scrap metal in Hulk's hands, and they can't help but fight. In the end, all that was left was the Ultron body made of vibranium. Hulk's strength is very strong, but his attack failed to directly break Ultron's defense and kill him completely. This body is really hard, Hulk said, but his fist continued to slam into Ultron's body incessantly. At the moment, Ultron is actually desperate. Although with the strength of vibranium, he withstood Hulk's attack, but in the current situation, he couldn't defeat Hulk, and he couldn't escape at all. Wu Chun was still watching, and there were so many Avengers. It seemed that no matter what happened to him, the result would be a dead end. Damn, you are deceiving people too much. Ultron whimpered, terrified by Hulk's attack. Almost there, Hulk, Wu Chun said, and Hulk at the moment finally stopped. Wu Chun slowly came to Hulk's side, and the two looked at the last remaining Ultron together. What do you want? Do you really want to kill me? Ultron said. At the moment he had no idea of continuing to fight, because he knew that he couldn't escape if he couldn't fight. If you already know the ending, why struggle so hard? Wu Chun said. I only know now that everything was under your control from the beginning. Ultron said. At the moment he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. You have the ability to monitor the world, and everything on this earth is under your control. I should have thought of this when I went to Ulysses to buy vibranium. Ulysses? When Wu Chun heard the name, he finally remembered something related to it. You took vibranium from him, but you deliberately left more than half of it for me. You actually knew for a long time that I wanted to use vibranium to build vision, so you left it on purpose, right? Ultron asked. Well, good guess. I did leave those vibraniums for you on purpose. Wu Chun didn't hide anything. In fact, at the moment, Wu Chun has no need to hide anything from anyone. Since the upgrade of the 3rd generation, since the dark iron element and the dark silver element have been obtained to create a god-killing weapon, Wu Chun has no scruples on this earth. Even if it is ancient one, Wu Chun is confident, and she can no longer suppress herself. That idiot Ulysses, he thought that as long as he leaked the news of your taking vibranium to Wakanda's people, those people would find you to vent his anger for him. But it turned out that he sent you more vibranium. Ultron laughed, but he was actually laughing at himself. Why didn't he understand this at the time? If Ultron at the time could have thought of this, then he could have thought that Wu Chun was in control from the start. If he had known this earlier, he would have come up with a better plan to deal with the current situation. Ulysses didn't go wrong in his plan. He really was the one who brought me Wakanda, and at least he did it better than you. Wu Chun said. But those Wakanda people can't threaten you at all, so his plan is successful or not, it's the same. Ultron would not admit that he was worse than Ulysses, but at least he has self-knowledge and knows that he can't provoke me. But you are different. You have to involve me in your plan. Wu Chun said. Humph, you humans are all the same. Only by destroying all of you can we robot life forms finally become the masters of this planet. Ultron snorted coldly. His original plan was not aimed at Wu Chun, but he aimed at all mankind. It just happens that Wu Chun is also a human being living on Earth, so Wu Chun is also involved. Well, the wish is very good. Wu Chun nodded. Then, take your good wishes and go to another world to realize them. After Wu Chun finished speaking, he swiped his right hand forward, and a red scratch appeared on Ultron's body. The body forged by vibranium was directly slashed. Ultron, as a robot life form, his life will end here. Big clock, recover all Ultron robots. Just as we are going to build a spaceship next, we are short of materials. Wu Chun said, and the big clock immediately started to operate. Those Ultron robots scattered in the base and in the city outside Sokovia began to be quickly transferred to the Institute by the big clock using the micro-wormhole transport technology. At the same time, a new project has begun. It was a spaceship that Wu Chun had prepared for the next space voyage. Although the external exploration of the big clock has been going on, and it has been explored billions of light years away at this stage. But the universe is vast, and the scope of this exploration is still not enough. At least, the specific coordinate information of the cosmic spiritual ball that Wu Chun needs to find, the big clock has not yet been determined. Although Wu Chun knew that the cosmic spirit ball was on a planet called Morag, Wu Chun did not have the specific coordinate information of that planet. Without specific coordinate information, there is no way to open the wormhole directly. Therefore, Wu Chun needs a spaceship. Only by going to explore it himself and enriching the database of the big clock can he truly achieve unimpeded access in this universe in the future. You guys come back with me. Wu Chun turned to look at Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Vision. These three people are now in awe of Wu Chun, and they dare not question Wu Chun's words at all. What Wu Chun said, they did. So, Wu Chun returned to the Institute with the three of them and Hulk. As for the other Avengers, they were left in place. Return to the Institute. Wu Chun looked at Vision, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver. You three will live here from now on. Any ideas? Wu Chen asked. The three people who have lived here before, Holt is the home, Foster and Daisy are to study the wormhole theory. But those three can only be regarded as relying on here. But now, Vision and the three of them were taken in by Wu Chen, and they were all his subordinates. I was just born, and I don't know much about the world. I want to take a good look at what the world is like. Vision spoke first. Okay, then you can go take a look at the world, the mind gem on your head. I will take it off after half a year. Wu Chen said. Are you still going to take the gem? That's what Vision has been worrying about all along. Mind gem is my origin. If you take it away, then you are wrong. The mind gem is only a part of your body. What really created you is the original Jarvis system, Stark, Banner, Thor, and Ultron. Wu Chen interrupted Vision. You mean, you have a way to take out the mind gem without hurting my origin? Vision was amazed. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have thought about it for so long when facing Wu Chen. Not only do I have a way, the people at Wakanda also have a way. Even Banner can do it. Wu Chen said. Emotions, this is not a difficult thing. Quicksilver on the side said. It sounds simple, but it's actually not easy to operate. At least, according to the current technology on Earth, it takes a lot of time and energy to actually complete the transfer and reconstruction of all data. Wu Chen said. But you have technology that far exceeds the current Earth. It shouldn't be difficult to operate, right? Scarlet Witch asked. It's not difficult to simply take out the mind gem. Wu Chen said. However, since Vision has become my subordinate, how can he lose such a powerful attacking move? Wu Chen continued. You mean, you want to transfer the mind gem while keeping my use of light energy rays? Vision touched the mind gem on his forehead and asked. It's not just light energy rays. I have to strengthen your combat power so that you can play a greater role in future battles. Wu Chen said, but there is actually a little hidden in his words. He also had to make Vision a real soldier who only listened to his own command. It would be great if that were the case. At this moment, Vision has no worries about the future, but is full of expectations. Wanda, Pilcher, both of you have super abilities, but your abilities have some shortcomings. Would you like me to improve them for you too? Wu Chen looked at Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. This really belongs to Wu Chen's three subordinates, and he will not treat them badly. Then what is our weakness? Scarlet Witch asked. Your ability is strong, but your overall physical fitness is not good. Wu Chen said. The holographic projection of the big clock shows the physical condition of the two. Wanda's magical power is very strong, and with your continuous development, it should continue to increase in the later stage. But apart from magic, your physique is extremely poor, almost like an ordinary person's physique. That is to say, as long as someone can avoid your magical attack, they can easily injure or even kill you. The same goes for Pilcher. Wu Chen turned to Quicksilver. Your speed is extremely fast, and the metabolism of body functions is also accelerated. But with your high-speed movement for a long time, under extremely fast consumption, the inhalation of oxygen will be insufficient. So, you have to find a way to solve this problem. And like Wanda, you also need to strengthen the body's defensibility. After Wu Chen said this, there was relevant data on the holographic projection. Both Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch intuitively saw the root of the problem. If it's just a matter of physical defense, you can build a vibranium armor similar to the Black Panther battlesuit. The voice of the super gene system sounded in the hall of the research room. Well, on the basis of not changing the genes of the two, this is indeed the most appropriate way. Wu Chen nodded and agreed with the plan given by the super gene system. Speaking of vibranium armor, it seems that you promised when you took the vibranium from Wakanda to give them a gift back. The genetic system warned. Oh, that's true. Wu Chen smiled. He still needs to get more vibranium. Just take this opportunity to go to Wakanda again. Also, Ulysses, who wanted to stumbling us before, should also clean up. Wu Chen said. He has long known that Ulysses designed the Wakanda people to come to trouble him. In the past, it was inconvenient for him to shoot Ulysses, but now, he has no scruples. Ulysses, whose arm was chopped off by Ultron and then beaten by the Avengers, is now hiding on an isolated island. MD, this time is really fucking unlucky. Ulysses cursed angrily, and beside him, someone was healing his wounds. Boss, this isn't the first time, right? Haven't we been so unlucky for more than a year? Yeah, didn't we have a batch of vibranium raw materials inexplicably taken away last time? This time it's even worse. The boss's hand was cut off, and so many brothers died. A group of little brothers are on the side. You say every word I say. You guys, you know what to say. Ulysses was full of resentment in his heart, but he had nothing to say when he heard the complaints from his subordinates. In fact, for more than a year, he has been unlucky like this. It seems that the small days are still quite moisturizing. Wu Chen appeared in front of Ulysses, and he and the mercenaries were all terrified at the moment. With the spread of the things Wu Chen has done these days, everyone in the world who is well informed now knows them. Especially Ulysses. He had a holiday with Wu Chen. Why are you here? Ulysses didn't even speak well at the moment. You've helped me so much. Isn't it right for me to come and visit? Wu Chen said, but Ulysses felt strange when he heard what he said. That, we don't seem to know each other, right? We have never had any grudges and entanglements between us, right? Ulysses didn't dare to have any grudges and entanglements with Wu Chen. He just wanted to stay away from Wu Chen. But since Wu Chen is here, how could it be possible for him to leave safe and sound? It doesn't matter if we have grudges or not. Wu Chen said, it's just that whether you and Wakanda have a grudge or not, that matters a lot. When Wu Chen said this, a burst of energy suddenly appeared in Ulysses. He was sucked into a wormhole, and after a while, people had moved from the isolated island to the country of Wakanda. The guards in the Wakanda palace looked at Ulysses who suddenly appeared, and all looked busy. Wu Chen, who appeared immediately, made them even more terrified. This man is Ulysses. Wu Chen said, Ulysses? When the guards heard the name, they immediately became vigilant. The two guards who were still stunned at the moment have raised their spears and put them on Ulysses' neck. Go and send a letter to your king and say that Wu Chen is here. Wu Chen said to the other two guards who were still free. When the two guards heard Wu Chen's words, they glanced at Ulysses on the ground again, and immediately turned around and entered the depths of the palace. Moments later, Chala rushed over with Chala and the royal guard. Ulysses? Chala looked at Ulysses on the ground, and then at Wu Chen who was standing in front. He remembered the situation when he met Wu Chen before. I didn't expect that you actually brought Ulysses. Chala said. What Wu Chen said has always been counted. Wu Chen said, you have done our country a big favor, and we Wakanda will never treat VIPs badly. Chaka said, Mr. King, I'm just here to fulfill my promise. Wu Chen said, but it's not just that, I'm afraid. Chala said, he always felt that Wu Chen would not really come here just to send a criminal to Wakanda. I want to build a spaceship. Some parts have extremely high requirements for metal. There is no better metal than yours on Earth. Wu Chen said, and his words immediately caused the faces of the Wakanda people present to change dramatically. Although there are many vibraniums that Wu Chen took before, they are not many. But now, Wu Chen is talking about building a spaceship. Even if this spaceship is built according to the appearance of a Quinjet, the required metal will still need more than 10 tons. Mr. Wu, you have to know that although Wakanda has vibranium, it is so hard for us to take out so much at once. It's hard for some strong people. Chala spoke first. Here, only he has had direct contact with Wu Chen, and only he knows Wu Chen's strength best. Therefore, at this moment, he must stand up and stabilize the situation, and must not allow the people on Wakanda's side to conflict with Wu Chen. Don't worry, I'm not trying to build a pure vibranium spaceship. I just want to apply it to some key parts, so the total is not a lot. Wu Chen could see what these Wakanda people were thinking. After all, the eye of insight is always open. Then, how much do you want? Chala asked. Not much, just 3 tons. 3 this. Chala wanted to say no, but it wasn't easy to say it so directly. Just when Chala was embarrassed by this, Chala was straightforward and agreed to what Wu Chen said. Chala and the royal guard were all shocked by Chalia's answer. That's 3 tons of vibranium. Although the vibranium that fell from the sky on Wakanda had a mountain of reserves, but Wakanda has always used vibranium as a strategic resource. The vibranium from Wakanda over the years, including those stolen by Ulysses, totaled only a few hundred kilograms. But this time, Chaka promised to give Wu Chun 3 tons in one breath. If someone else asked for vibranium, we would be concerned that he would use these vibraniums as a destructive weapon, posing a threat to the world, and it could fall on you. But there is no such concern at all, because you already have the power to destroy the world, without vibranium at all. Chaka said, as a king, he still sees things transparently. It's still the king who sees things clearly. Wu Chun said, the problem now is that the amount of these vibraniums is a bit large, and you don't have that much stock, so I want you to help me mine them out. Wu Chun said that his micro-wormhole transport technology can transport all kinds of things known, but vibranium is too unstable in an unmined state, but it is not safe. You can talk to my son about the specific details. You are all the same age, and it is easier for you to communicate than me. Chaka said, okay. Wu Chun smiled and nodded. After that, Chaka and the royal guard left with Ulysses. Together, Wu Chun and Chala walked towards the area where the vibranium mine is located. Along the way, the two spoke at length about mining. Meanwhile, over at the Institute, the Avengers appeared. Why are you here? Foster looked at Thor in front of him and asked. She has heard from Scarlet Witch about the Avengers and Wu Chun. Although it's not that the two sides have hatred, but they are definitely not friends. When the Avengers come over, shouldn't it be embarrassing? Mind Gem and Reality Gem are both here in Wu Chun now. It's not safe. I hope to take one of them to other planets. Thor said, that's impossible. Mind Gem is now on Vision's body. When he took TIE particles, he dealt with those dark elves, and you didn't fail to see it. Foster said, this matter is actually an instruction passed down by my father, Odin. He told me that there is a very powerful force in the universe, and they have always wanted to snatch infinite gems, and even Chitauri, who went to Earth, is their people. The ones that appeared during the New York War? Foster suddenly realized that the problem was not simple. Yes, Loki has admitted that they were the ones who sent him to Earth as an outpost in the first place. Thor replied, those people are still looking for infinite gems, and they know very well that Mind Gem is on Earth. And the reason why they haven't shot it up to now is just because Mind Gem has the weakest dominant power among the 6 infinite gems, but if they knew that Wu Chun had 2 at the same time, they would definitely make a comeback. Thor said, so, we have to come to Wu Chun. We have to find a way to send one of the infinite gems to the universe to hide. Thor made it clear what the future meant. At the moment, Vision had also heard clearly on the side. If you were doing it for safety, then infinite gems should not be taken from here. Vision said, why? Stark looked at Vision, the mechanical life form he built, but now he has completely become Wu Chun's side. Because there is no safer place in this world than here. Vision replied, how can you be sure that this place is absolutely safe? Stark asked, the light energy barrier outside, the space-time barrier of the Institute. These 2 layers of protection cannot be broken through only by manpower and inability. Vision said, you have all seen Wu Chun's fighting power. Ultron is so powerful, but in his hands he has no room to fight back. Scarlet Witch said, besides, it's up to us here. Although the 4 of us are not as strong as Wu Chun, we can still exert some strength. The idea of Quicksilver is exactly the same as that of Scarlet Witch. And Hulk answered decisively. No, Hulk, you used to be a member of our Avengers. Why are you completely on Wu Chun's side now? Natasha Romanoff looked at Hulk. She hadn't been in contact with Hulk for a while. Her impression of Hulk was still at the time of the last New York War. You guys are too weak, but Wu Chun is still strong, so I like to be with him. Hulk put it bluntly. Natasha Romanoff wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, Hulk was right. I'm absolutely safe here. Wu Chun is back. He was supposed to check out the vibranium mine, but after learning that the Avengers had come to the Institute, he changed his schedule. Since infinite gems are in my hands, it is absolutely impossible for others to take them away from me. Wu Chun said as he slowly landed next to Hulk and Vision. You know the details of infinite gems. Once they gather, they can destroy the universe in an instant. In this case, it is not safe to put 2 infinite gems in one place at the same time. Thor had no doubts about what his dad Odin said. Now that Odin has said that infinite gems are not safe together, he will naturally do everything in his power to separate them. Then you are wrong. There are more than 2 infinite gems on Earth. What did you say? More than 2. Thor's face is shocked, and the others are also attracted by the sentence. Apart from Reality Gem and Mind Gem, are there other infinite gems on Earth? Thor pressed. Yes, a gem that is more powerful than the Reality Gem's function. Wu Chun said, more powerful than the Reality Gem? What kind of gem is that? Where is it now? Thor is anxious. The seriousness of this problem has exceeded his expectations. That gem is now in my hands. Wu Chun's words just started, but Ancient One's voice came out. Wu Chun raised his head and looked at the Ancient One magician walking out of the golden halo. You appeared at this time, but it was beyond my expectations. When Ancient One came out, those Avengers were ignored by Wu Chun. The situation is worse than I expected, and I just don't want to come out. Ancient One sighed with emotion. Oops. Now the Earth, everything is calm. Why is it bad? Wu Chun looked at Ancient One suspiciously. There is a powerful energy that has broken through the dimensional blockade and is about to invade the real world. Ancient One said, energy from another dimension? Wu Chun was even more surprised. How could there be energy from different dimensions in the Marvel movie universe at this time? It's from a parallel universe, and they're coming to this world soon. Ancient One said, parallel universe? Could it be that you magicians have done something amazing again? Wu Chun said that in the latest Marvel movie, the person who first opened the door to the parallel world was Doctor Strange, who practiced magic. Recently, a group of magicians have gone astray, but their target is Dormammu in the dark dimension, and the energy of these parallel universes is irrelevant. Ancient One said, no one else could understand her words, but Wu Chun probably understood. The one who went astray was Kaecilius. Saying that their target is Dormammu is no different from the movie, but in this way, the energy from the parallel universe is even more unpredictable. They are about to break through the blockade and enter this world. By then, I am afraid it will be a huge amount of disaster. Ancient One said as he landed on the ground and stood face to face with Wu Chun. I have to be careful with those disciples who have gone astray. So, you mean, you want me to help you deal with those things that came out of the parallel world? Wu Chun finally heard the meaning of Ancient One's words. You have equipment that can monitor the world. Once abnormal energy appears, you must be able to perceive it immediately. It is the most appropriate for you to come forward to deal with all this. Ancient One made her intentions clear. Why should I come forward and help you deal with all this? Wu Chun asked back. Once the influx of energy from different dimensions reaches a high level, the entire universe will be affected. You are also a person living in this universe. You don't want to see this universe completely destroyed, right? After Ancient One said this, Wu Chun still did not answer, but those Avengers who had been listening for so long finally understood. This is a disaster that will destroy the entire world, and this person is here to warn Wu Chun, hoping that Wu Chun can help. Well, who are you, and what are the parallel dimensional energies you speak of? Stark asked, and the other Avengers were all waiting to know the details. All of this shouldn't have been known to you, but the matter has come to this point. One more person to know, one more person to help is also good. Ancient One said, and then started explaining things about multi-universe to everyone. According to what she has learned so far, those who broke through the blockade from the multi-universe are people from other universes. These people all have energies that are different from this world. Even if these energies invade a small amount, they can have an impact on the universe. Once the energy exceeds a certain range, the entire universe will begin to collapse. Therefore, if you want to save this world, the best way is to eliminate these forces from other universes at the beginning. Ancient One's explanation finally made everyone understand what kind of situation they would face next. How can the energy of the multi-universe come suddenly? Stark asked. Yes, parallel universes should not interfere with each other. We have not interfered with them. How can they attack our world for no reason? Hulk didn't know when, but had returned to Banner's appearance. Banner is a better fit than Hulk in this kind of brainstorming. When an important point is destroyed or changed, then all unreasonable things will appear very reasonably. Wu Chen probably understands the reason for all this. Wu Chen came from a different dimension, so it is not surprising that the originally stable world has been fluctuated. Moreover, this may also have something to do with Scarlet Witch. The sealed Book of Darkness has been looking forward to the arrival of Scarlet Witch for thousands of years. Now that Scarlet Witch has been changed by Wu Chen, this thousand-year prophecy may not be realized. Therefore, it is also possible to open the door between parallel universes. You probably already know where this point is, right? Ancient One looked at Wu Chen. Wu Chen was definitely the most special point in her countless prying eyes on the future. It's just a guess, but anyway, we have to eliminate these guys who came to destroy the entire universe. Wu Chen said, this is the only time since he crossed over that he has to participate in a matter. Because, this time, it is very likely that he caused the incident, and this incident threatens the entire universe, including Wu Chen. So, are you willing to help? Ancient One asked. I'm not trying to help you. It's just that these things concern me. Wu Chen said. Also, if the universe is really destroyed, no matter how strong you are, you will still be affected. Ancient One said. I will let the big clock monitor all the abnormal energy points in the world. If there are any special existences that enter this world, I will destroy them. Wu Chen said, and the big clock responded almost immediately. The holographic diffraction diagram shows the projection of the entire Earth, and the detailed data clearly dissects the entire Earth. Ant-Man, Black Panther, Winter Soldier, Magician, and Eternals. Dutch brother Spider-Man hasn't been bitten by a spider yet. All existing ones, whether or not they have shown their deeds, are clearly marked in the holographic projection. Kaecilius, that should be your misguided apprentices, right? Wu Chen pointed to a group of magicians that were moving fast on the map and said, I'll go find them, and leave the rest to you. After Ancient One finished speaking, he opened the portal again and left the institute. Wu Chen no longer paid attention to those magicians, but turned to the Eternals instead. This group of people has lived on the Earth for thousands of years, but their traces have never been revealed in the past. If the big clock's ability to control information is extremely strong, I am afraid that they will not be known for several years. What's inside the Earth? Why does the big clock show that there are huge amounts of energy bodies? Stark noticed a spot in the center of the holographic diffraction pattern. That's a group of gods in the process of being conceived. Wu Chen said, the God group? The legendary supreme god who dominates the entire universe. Thor asked. He had heard something about the celestial group. This god group is still in the gestation stage, and it has no effect on us until he is formed. Wu Chen said that the big clock has already been recording and analyzing the data of this Tianqin group. As a traverser, Wu Chen knew from the very beginning who and what was the greatest threat to him. Ultron, Thanos, superhero. These may appear to be extremely powerful in the movie, but for Wu Chen, who has supernatural technology, they are not afraid. But the God group, multi-universe, magician, these people have powerful power or some ability to open, so Wu Chen has to guard against it. Meaning, once he takes shape, it will have an impact, right? Natasha Romanoff asked. Once he takes shape and comes out of the Earth, then the whole Earth will be completely destroyed. Wu Chen answered truthfully. What's the matter? We absolutely can't let him out. Barton said. You don't need to worry about this. Wu Chen said. Now, pay attention to those red dots. There should be energy carriers from parallel worlds. When Wu Chen spoke, several red dots had already appeared on the holographic diffraction pattern. That is the mark of an abnormal energy body. In other words, the energy from the parallel world has officially invaded this world. The big clock shows the real-time monitoring picture of those red coordinate points. It was a green lizard-like monster, a man formed from a mass of sand, and a man with lightning flashing on his body. Lizardman, Sandman, Electroman. Wu Chen said. Their introduction is also in the holographic projection of the big clock. People from parallel worlds, you will also have their detailed information here. Stark asked curiously. The big clock can instantly read information about anyone. So far, the only one that has not been fully seen is the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, who came to tell us about this event. Wu Chen said. You mean, the magician just now? You can't fully grasp her information? Stark was even more curious. Why did the seemingly omnipotent Wu Chen fail in the hands of that magician? I can see through most of them, but there are also some that I can't see through. Wu Chen said. In fact, he was also very entangled in his heart. Logically speaking, as a traveler, he already knew the Ancient One very well. But he joined hands with the big clock, and what he could see was still not all of Ancient One. This may be because, in addition to eternal magic, Ancient One's body is also related to the energy of the dark dimension. Big clock, lock the lizardmen, and open the wormhole. Wu Chen first fell in love with the lizardmen. Among the three, he is undoubtedly the easiest to deal with. The target has been locked, and the space wormhole has been formed. The voice of the genetic system sounded, and Wu Chen took out the divine punishment once again before everyone could react. The index finger pulled the trigger, and a golden light shot out. The lizardmen who just appeared in this world were shot in the head. His so-called genetic repairability was completely useless under the attack of the god-killing #1 bullet. There seems to be some kind of connection between the traversers of these parallel worlds. The genetic system agreed, and the Electron and Sandman, who were still in the monitoring range, disappeared directly. One of them was integrated into the circuit, and the other turned into sand and entered the sewer. There is a connection to each other? Does that mean that they came here in an organized and purposeful manner? Wu Chen asked. Probably. The genetic system answered. Parallel worlds do not interfere with each other. Even if there is a major change in our place, they should not know the situation here without us first interfering with them. So how can they come through for no reason? Wu Chen thought. He needs to figure out the cause of all this. This may be related to three people. The voice of the genetic system only appeared in Wu Chen's sea of knowledge. Obviously, the content of the next conversation is not suitable for those outside to hear. Tell me the result of your calculations. Wu Chen said. So far, there are only 3 people we know of who can be involved in the multi-universe: Sorcerer Supreme, Scarlet Witch, and Conqueror Kong. The genetic system begins its imputational analysis. The Ancient One and her inheritor, Doctor Strange, both have the ability to open a multi-universe, but the eternal magic they inherit, that is, the creator of the Book of Wyshandi, is the Asgardian of the dimension. I am afraid they will not allow them feel free to abuse this ability. So in terms of odds, Sorcerer Supreme is the least likely. Scarlet Witch, she has the ability to travel through the multi-universe after coming into contact with the Dark Book. Although the Scarlet Witch in this world has been controlled by you, there may be Scarlet in other parallel universes who will come into contact with the Dark Book, which, therefore, may have been the cause of all this. Conqueror Kong. He is the world master who was born 1,000 years later, but he is also a time traveler and a parallel world traveler. Perhaps some changes in the future made him realize that this era has an impact on him. The existence of the threat so single-handedly contributed to today's events. The calculation of the genetic system has been completed. So, according to your calculations, who has the highest probability? Wu Chen asked. Sorcerer Supreme has the lowest probability. Conqueror Kong has the highest probability. The genetic system answered. About what I thought. Wu Chen nodded. In his heart, he also believed that the most likely cause of all this was Kong the Conqueror. After all, the appearance of Wu Chen is doomed. In this universe, all original timelines will be destroyed. That is to say, as long as Wu Chen is there, Kong the Conqueror cannot become the master of the world in 1,000 years. Because Wu Chen's strength and technology are far superior to him. Moreover, Wu Chen's lifespan is more than 1,000 years. When Kong the Conqueror was born, Wu Chen was still in his prime. The appearance of Wu Chen was originally a threat to the Conqueror Kong. When Wu Chen faced a threat, he would choose to kill it in the cradle, and it is not surprising that Kong the Conqueror had the same idea. Therefore, the most likely mastermind behind the scenes is him. There is one biggest doubt about this speculation, said the genetic system. This doubt should mean, why didn't Conqueror Kong come in person? Wu Chen said, yes, if he knows that you are a threat, the safest way is to come in person. With the technological capabilities and powerful army he has mastered 1,000 years later, to deal with you who have not yet fully grown up, it should be most suitable, said the genetic system. There must be some special reason why he can't come directly, Wu Chen guessed. Anyway, let's focus on the present. Wu Chen pulled his thoughts back from the dark matter plane and continued to look at the holographic projection in front of him. The lizard men are dead, but both Electro and Sandman have fled. Both of them can be integrated into their respective elements, and it is not easy to track them. The big clock locks the general area where the Electric Man is located. His body is still human, and he cannot be transformed into an electric current state for a long time, Wu Chen said, and the big clock immediately began to collect data and began to give priority to electric light people. Scope locked. The large clock shows the area where the Electro Man is located. Cut that area off all power grids to the outside world, and completely cut that area off. Wu Chen is in command of the big clock. A new abnormal energy has appeared, and the target locations are relatively scattered and in large numbers. The big clock has not yet implemented the power outage plan, so it has given priority to reminding the latest situation. Wu Chen frowned slightly. Although he is very powerful, it is still a bit of a duplication to deal with so many targets at the same time in this state. Let's go. Vision stepped up and Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Hulk were all ready. We'll help too. Rogers also spoke, and they, the Avengers, did not want to see the destruction of this universe. Big clock, call up the data of those abnormal energy points. Wu Chen said. The big clock immediately began to schedule, and the data of the abnormal energy points scattered all over the place began to appear. Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, and the Ultron robot. Ultron robot, Vision, Stark, and Banner were all shocked. It's not surprising that I destroyed the Ultron of this world, but the Ultron of other worlds may not be successful. Wu Chen said. Those Ultron robots are scattered in many places, and the number is huge. I will let the big clock open wormholes for you, so that you can get to the battlefield faster, but other than that, how you want to fight is your own. Wu Chen said, and then began to focus on dealing with Electro-Optic and Sandman. The first is Electro-Optical Man. You must first lock where he is, then block the entire power grid, and then find the main body to destroy it. Sandman is even more difficult. He was originally integrated into the sand, and there is no strong energy released, so it is extremely difficult to be locked. At the same time, the Avengers and Vision also started to act. They're dealing with Ultron droids from other universes. In order to better control the situation, they only divided into two groups. The Avengers are a team, Vision, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver are a team of 3. The Avengers are not weak in terms of numbers and combat power, but on the Vision side, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver have new equipment blessings. In this state, they were divided into two groups, but they were equally handy in fighting. It's just that Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus, for the time being, no one has come to target them, and they are converging together. This world is too dangerous. With us alone, no matter how many people there are, the final result can only be defeated by each of them. Dr. Octopus said, this is what I got from that person. It can help us hide our figure and not be found by those people's investigative methods. Green Goblin took out a device, and the red energy in it was the most crucial item in their trip. Since there is such a thing, why not use it earlier? Dr. Octopus asked. This thing has a time limit and can only be used by a small number of people, so we can only use it when it is most critical. Green Goblin said. The critical time? When is the most critical? Dr. Octopus asked again. We need to wait for a group of real powerhouses to arrive. Only by uniting with them can we finally complete the task and eliminate those people. Green Goblin said, and finally added. As long as we can finally complete the task, we can find an opportunity to start over, and then we can get rid of the fate of being killed. I don't care about these. The purpose of my coming here is just to fulfill my wish, to hold the energy of the sun in my hands. Dr. Octopus said, no matter what you want, in short, we have the same goal now, let's act quickly. After Green Goblin finished speaking, he took the lead and walked forward. Dr. Octopus is close behind, and not long after the two went out, the scene where they were being monitored by the big clock disappeared completely. Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus have disappeared from my surveillance. Wu Chen just solved Sandman, and he received a reminder from the big clock. What did you say? Wu Chen is aware of the ability of the big clock, and it is absolutely not easy to lose his whereabouts under its monitoring. Their communication is blocked by some kind of energy, and I can't find it, said the big clock. In this world, is there still energy that can avoid the communication detection of the big clock? There was a trace of worry in Wu Chen's heart. In the super divine universe, it is difficult for even the third-generation divine body to escape the search for the treasure house of divine knowledge. And all the abilities of the big clock are above the treasure house of sacred knowledge, especially Wu Chen's big clock. After all, the data and computing abilities of several special astronomical computers in the supernatural universe are also stored in the big clock. In this case, the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus who passed through could still escape the search, so how could it not be worrying? It just hides the traces and the different dimensional energy emanating from them. As long as they use their own abilities or appear under the relevant cameras, they can't hide, said the big clock. What I'm concerned about now is how on earth did they do it to avoid the search? Wu Chen said. It's definitely not an ordinary communication block, because in this world, there is no supercomputer that can surpass my computing ability. The big clock answered. What else could it be? Wu Chen is still thinking about this question. There are many magical powers in this world, and there is no record in the information database of these powers, so I can't analyze them, just like the magical power of the Ancient One, which I can't fully analyze, said the big clock. Well, although the ability of the celestial computer is in operation, all operations require an algorithmic basis. You have very little understanding of the Marvel movie universe, and the exploration is still in its infancy. It is reasonable that you cannot fully explore it. Wu Chen nodded. This is not because the ability of the big clock is not good, but because they have never met in the past. They have never understood. It's like a Chinese reading an English book. If you don't know English, how can you understand it? It seems that I have to learn about the strange energies in this world in order to expand the information in the database. Wu Chen said. He has already thought about it. After this event is over, he has to expand the database of the big clock. But for now, the most important thing is to find Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. Even if the other party hides it by special means, there should still be cobweb horse tracks revealed. Start the global scan and give me precise positioning. We must find them as soon as possible. Wu Chen said that the operation speed of a large clock has also begun to increase. However, at such a critical moment, a large red energy spot suddenly appeared on the holographic projection. How is this going? Wu Chen's expression was solemn. A huge number of robots detected from data analysis are Ultron robots, said the big clock. They are constantly breaking into this world, and if we don't eliminate them, then the entire universe will mutate because of the emergence of these energies and eventually collapse. The big clock said, this situation has obviously reached a critical moment. Hateful. Wu Chen cursed angrily. It seems that they have already calculated this time. These Ultron robots are mass-produced in advance. The purpose is to distract us at this time, so that we can't find Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. Wu Chen said. He knew very well that this must be a trick. But even if he knew it was a conspiracy, at this time, he couldn't let those Ultron robots go unnoticed. Transfer the information here to Wakanda and have Black Panther and their men come out to help. Wu Chen said. He has to find a way to solve all this as soon as possible. All those Ultron robots that were recovered earlier were repaired for me, and the space-based computing program was implanted in me so that they have the ability to fight independently. Also, take some flame-level weapons from my arsenal and give them to the Avengers to strengthen their output ability, so as to eliminate these invading Ultron robots as soon as possible. Wu Chen knew that the current situation was urgent, and he had no time to think about it so much. He just wanted to destroy the invading Ultron robots as soon as possible, and then go find the infiltrating Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. I have reached out to Wakanda, and Chala will lead the Royal Guard into the fray. The robot repair has been started, the independent computing program of the space-based computing group has been started, and those robots can be operated at any time to join the battle. Flame-class weapons have been provided to the Avengers. Master, the battle situation is too fierce. If you don't participate in the battle yourself, I'm afraid the battle situation cannot be reversed. Although, Wu Chen has already made all the combat power that can be dispatched on the Earth to join the battle. But the current situation is that the number of these invading Ultron robots is still difficult to control. In the world of the parallel universe, those people are obviously well prepared for the invasion. Just these thousands of Ultron robots. Even if all the factories on the Earth are built together, I am afraid that they will not be able to manufacture them without a year and a half. Those recovered robot shells, after re-equipping the Super God chip, are controlled by the space-based computing program, and the combat power is enough to equal 100. The Big Clock reported the situation. However, before they can be transformed and put into battle, you must take action yourself to contain the surge of parallel world energy. Otherwise, once this energy reaches its peak, all efforts will be in vain. When the Big Clock spoke, on the holographic projection in the research room, red dots had spread almost all over the Earth. You are in charge of the overall situation, and the space-based computing group is responsible for the transformation and activation of the Super God robot, and opening the treasure house of sacred knowledge to help me fight. Wu Chen said, this is his first time, in a real sense, to use a celestial-level computer as a background support to participate in a battle. As a large clock plugged in by Wu Chen, it also has the operation programs and knowledge reserves of multiple celestial computers, such as a large clock, a small clock, a space-based computing group, a treasure house of sacred knowledge, Tiandao Pagoda, and Chinquan. But so far, Wu Chen has never really used the ability of these celestial computers to fight, except for scientific research and some simple global searches based on the Big Clock. Because there's no need at all. With the ability of Wu Chen's third-generation super soldier, his genes and weapons in his hand, it is enough to sweep all opponents he has encountered so far. Today, face these crazy influxes of Ultron robots from alternate universes. With Wu Chen's strength, they can be easily crushed. But what Wu Chen needs now is to wipe out these robots quickly before their energy peaks. Therefore, Wu Chen started these methods in order to make his strength stronger, faster, and attack more accurate and effective. Armored, spear in hand, silver wings around it. A lot of people. In the Super God War, the number of people is just a series of numbers. After that, Wu Chen turned into lightning and rushed into the open wormhole. The next moment, he was on the battlefield, shuttling between the Ultron robots that were walking around. Wu Chen flight is extremely fast. Silver Blade flies faster around him. Where Wu Chen passed, all the Ultron robots that traveled from the parallel universe within a few hundred meters of the surrounding area, without exception, were all scrapped. At the moment, Wu Chen, he is like a greedy snake, roaming around the screen of the game quickly, and then wherever he passes, the red dot quickly disappears. Stark and the others, who had just destroyed the Ultron robot at the original location and returned to the Research Institute to go to the next battlefield, were all stunned when they saw the scene on the holographic projection. The 6 Avengers joined forces to face the dozens of Ultron robots, and they fought hard for more than half an hour. In just a few minutes, Wu Chen has swept across a large area where there are at least hundreds of Ultron robots. This attack speed is too terrifying. Natasha Romanoff sighed. Those Ultron robots are too scattered. Otherwise, all these Ultron robots together would not last 5 minutes in his hands. The sound of the Big Clock rang. The most powerful celestial computer in the supernatural universe. Although it has divided the computing ability into 3 parts, it can still be handy. I have already calculated the next location with more Ultron robots. The wormhole has been opened. Let's go. The Big Clock said. A new wormhole has formed behind the Avengers. It's right. We don't have time to watch Wu Chen's performance here now. Stark turned around and entered the wormhole first. Alas, it's tiring too. Natasha Romanoff sighed and followed. But it should be said that these weapons are still quite strong. Barton waved the knife in his hand, and the quiver behind him was always full. There is a big clock to supplement him in the way of micro wormhole transportation, and this archer will not have the embarrassing situation of running out of bows and arrows like the New York War on the battlefield. Let's go. Let's smash all those scraps of copper and iron. Thor patted Hulk on the shoulder. Scrap copper and rotten iron. Hulk collided with his fists, and his fight was also enjoyable. In fact, this battle, so far, has been pure slaughter. Those Ultron robots from the parallel world, although they are huge in number, their attack power is not high. In other words, their attack intentions are not obvious. If they didn't exist, they would have caused harm to this universe. Even if they didn't destroy them, it wouldn't matter. Over time, the remodeled robots were thrown into the battlefield. These robots, like Ultron robots, are made of ordinary metal. However, their core driver engine has been upgraded. Super God chip. In fact, it is the driving engine used by the mecha warriors of the Gluttonous Army. In the Big Clock, there's a lot of technology of Super God civilization, and what the Gluttonous Army uses is just an aerospace-level civilization. In this case, it is easy to create this chip with the ability of the Big Clock and load it into the Ultron robot. There is a powerful chip as a foundation, supported by space-based computing programs. Although the robot is an ordinary robot, the combat ability has been improved by leaps and bounds. These robots gradually joined the battle, which relieved the pressure for Wu Chen and the others. Those Ultron robots that kept appearing were suppressed by them. The speed of increase has slowed down, so at Wu Chen's current speed, it is easier to clean up. In just a few hours, most of the Ultron robots around the world have been cleaned up. Wu Chen returned to the Institute. Taking off his armor, Wu Chen looked at the holographic diffraction pattern. The global parallel universe energy is finally stable. Wu Chen was obviously relieved. In the wake of those Ultron robots, the world is in turmoil. Wu Chen is also unprecedented, the first time to attack with all his strength. Although it didn't use any powerful force, the speed was brought to the extreme. The Super God robot has joined the battle, and the Ultron robots that appear next, we can send them directly to destroy them, said the Super Gene system. The development of events has exceeded my expectations, and my arrival has obviously changed the landscape of the entire Marvel movie universe. Wu Chen said. In the course of this battle, he has discovered the current situation. When he first arrived, because of his agreement with Ancient One, Wu Chen had no way to forcibly interfere with the changes in the situation on Earth. Therefore, although the situation has changed, it is still developing on a normal timeline. But as soon as the agreement was over, Wu Chen had no restraints and began to act. He grabbed Vision directly from the Avengers, and also brought Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver into his own hands. After that, he personally destroyed Ultron, so that this event that would have a huge impact on the development of the entire Marvel movie universe was easily obliterated. This shot directly changed everything. The conflict in the parallel universe was obviously caused by this incident. Your strength is very strong. Although chaos and technology cannot directly control the entire universe like infinite gems, it can make you basically invincible. However, a situation like today cannot be controlled by one person alone. The genetic system said, as the product of the highest technology in the super divine universe, as Wu Chen's most powerful assistant, it is its due responsibility to analyze the current situation. I understand what you mean. You are planning to let me build a legion that belongs to me, right? Wu Chen said. There is not only one celestial computer behind any main god. Even Death God Karl has snow beside him and the entire Dark Nebula behind him, said the genetic system. A main god civilization? Wuchen hesitated. In the past, he only wanted to pursue eternity, but until today, he discovered that in a world that was already chaotic, it was originally very difficult to be alone. Ultron wants to destroy the Earth, Thanos wants to destroy the universe, and now the people behind the parallel universe invasion are coming directly to Wuchen. To create a civilization is not what I want, but it is not easy to simply create a legion. Wuchen said, with all kinds of super genetic data recorded in the big clock, it is not difficult to create a group of super soldiers, said the genetic system. I will consider the issue of super warriors in the future. Now, it is better to think about it first and create a mechanical army. Wuchen is more cautious about super warriors. Because of super god technology, he will not give it to others easily. Exactly. There are a lot of Ultron robots that invaded this time. You can collect all the wreckage left after they are destroyed, and then remelt the furnace to create a group of pure mecha warriors. Wuchen said, he already had a basic idea in his mind. In addition, there should be a design plan for the Void Engine in the big clock. Create 10 for me, and create 10 Void Warriors of the same level as the Devourer. Devourer, although his strength in a single round is not comparable to the super fighters of more than 3 generations, but after equipping the Void Engine, he can suppress the 3rd generation Angel Warriors. Therefore, as long as the Void Engine is equipped, the power of these 10 mecha warriors must be able to match the existence of 3 top super warriors. Coupled with a group of advanced mecha core, Wuchen is not considered unmanned. If we really want to rebuild a mechanical army, we can no longer use the existing equipment for processing. The genetic system reports, well, the current processing plant is too small and the equipment is too old. We have to rebuild a larger one with the latest equipment. Wuchen said that the genetic system has also begun to prepare the planning plan of the factory. At this time, Vision and the others came back. With the addition of the super god robot, the global war situation has been stabilized. Now, Vision and Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are all idle. Also free are Wakanda's Chala and the Royal Guard. Chala came to the Institute with 2 men. The situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to ask, what the hell is going on? Chala asked, but he received Wuchen's instructions, and without saying a word, he brought someone into the battle. You don't know what's going on, so you're willing to send troops to help. Scarlet Witch asked. It was my father's decision. Chala said, your father? He didn't have a few words with me. How could he trust me so much? Wuchen looked at Chala curiously. He didn't expect that this time the matter was decided by Chala. Father said that if you still need help with your strength, it must be in a critical situation, so I immediately asked me to bring someone out to help without asking why. Chala replied, well, he really deserves to be the lord of a country, and he thinks things through more thoroughly. Wuchen nodded. This time you Wakanda are willing to help, and I will not treat you badly. Next time if you have any difficulties, you can come to me for help, and I will not shirk. Wuchen's words were very casual, but for Chala, it's a pretty good deal. Chala knows Wuchen's strength too well, and getting this promise from him will definitely bring huge amounts of benefits to Wakanda. What's the situation now? Vision asked. I heard the message of the big clock earlier, saying that the world is in chaos. How did it stop the situation suddenly? Scarlet Witch then asked. That's because Wuchen personally went out and wiped out most of the invading Ultron robots, and now there are super god robots joining in, which stabilized the situation. The Avengers are also back. The speaker was Natasha Romanoff. When she came back last time, she happened to see Wuchen take action in person. The scene at that time was so shocking that she would never forget it. The other Avengers, at the moment, feel the same as Natasha Romanoff. Even Thor, Stark, and Hulk, who had seen Wuchen kill the Dark Elves, were shocked by the speed at which Wuchen killed the Ultron robot. This is a continuous pursuit on a global scale, which means that Wuchen brushed the entire surface of the Earth within a few hours, and, in the process, kill every Ultron robot with unparalleled precision. These Ultron robots are expected to appear constantly in the future, but in terms of numbers, it should be impossible to reach that peak. Wuchen said, now that everyone has returned, it is time to arrange the follow-up. With the supernatural robots, the follow-up Ultron robots cannot pose a threat to our universe. But now, there may already be a group of people from a special parallel world sneaking into our world. As Wuchen spoke, the large clock showed images of Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. These are 2 people from a parallel world, and their original strength is not surprising. But they seem to have some kind of energy in them that can avoid the detection of the big clock. Wuchen said, and after hearing the last sentence, everyone present finally paid attention. Even the big clock that was hidden under the ground and the yet-to-be-formed celestial gods could detect the big clock couldn't detect the 2 of them. Stark is a smart guy, and he immediately understands the seriousness of the problem. Because of that, now I have to pay attention. Wuchen said, the 2 of them are not strong originally, so this ability definitely does not come from themselves, and since the people behind them can give them such things, it is very likely that they are planning a conspiracy. And as soon as the 2 of them disappeared from my surveillance, a massive Ultron invasion broke out. To cover for them at such a high cost, obviously their role is much greater than these Ultron robots, so we have to find them in the shortest time possible. After Wuchen finished speaking, Rogers walked out immediately. If even the big clock can't find them, what can we do? Rogers asked. Their methods can avoid the detection of the big clock and all technological methods, but with the naked eye, their methods cannot work. Wuchen said, so, you want us to spread out and search for it? Stark asked. It's not up to you. Don't you know how to ask someone for help? When Wuchen said this, he looked at Natasha Romanoff and Rogers. These 2 are S.H.I.E.L.D. people, and there must be S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind them. What Wuchen needs now is these people scattered all over the world. In the past, with the human and material resources of S.H.I.E.L.D., it would not be difficult to find them on Earth, but now, Natasha Romanoff said finally, hesitating. But now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has disbanded, we've lost those people. Rogers speaks more directly. As for that old Fury, I let him know about Hydra more than a year in advance. Will he have no backs at all? Wuchen looked at Natasha Romanoff. His eye of insight was not a decoration. Understood. I'm going to find Fury. I hope he can still help us. Natasha Romanoff nodded. Wuchen opened the wormhole for him. After she crossed the wormhole, she went directly to a stronghold where Fury was. As for how they would negotiate afterwards, Wuchen did not continue to pay attention. As for you, do whatever you want. Wuchen looked at the others and said, these people also fought a bloody day today. At the moment, they were all exhausted, so they stopped talking and went to rest. After they left, Wuchen, together with the big clock, tried to decipher the means Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus used to hide their whereabouts. At such a time, he would definitely not put all his hopes in the hands of outsiders. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Wuchen tried all the available patterns, but still couldn't find the whereabouts of Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. In the past 2 days, we have been changing the frequency of searches and monitoring all the cameras, but we still can't find a trace of the Cobweb Horse. This is too strange. This is the first time Wuchen has faced this kind of uncontrollable situation after crossing over. No matter what he was doing, even all the infinite gems, he could plan how to get them. Found it. Suddenly, there was a change in the holographic diffraction pattern projected by the big clock. After changing the frequency again, it finally found the relevant information data. Found it. Wuchen looked at the information coordinate points on the holographic projection. Open it up and you see the influence of Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. But the next scene made Wuchen look solemn. Illumination. Standing with Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus is the same group that appeared in the plot of Doctor Strange 2, the Illuminati. Professor X, Black Bolt, MR, Fantastic, Black Captain Marvel, Captain Carter, Baron Mordo. The performance of this group of people in the movie was a stroke of water, and Scarlet Witch was single-handedly eliminated by Scarlet Witch. But this time, their appearance is obviously not as simple as it seems in the movie. Moreover, with Wuchen's current strength, if confronted head-on, he's not sure whether he can beat Scarlet Witch, who was a hit in Doctor Strange 2. The reason Wuchen brought Scarlet Witch under his command from the beginning was to avoid such a terrifying Scarlet Witch from appearing. At least, until Wuchen has enough strength to compete with him, Scarlet Witch must not be allowed to become that level of existence. Although this is a second-rate Illuminati, I didn't expect that they would actually participate in it. Wu Chen adjusted his mentality. In terms of data, their strength is not weak. They will lose to that Scarlet Witch. In fact, it is not really impossible to beat, but more like a plot kill. The genetic systems evaluation of this group of people is not low. It was originally a plot kill. Wu Chen also admitted this. Scarlet Witch can beat the Illuminati because of the plot kills. Although the members of this Illuminati are not as strong as the authentic Illuminati that Wu Chen learned about before crossing, but its original strength is not very bad. If it weren't for MR, fantastic to tell everyone's super ability characteristics, they were targeted by Scarlet Witch one by one. Moreover, this group of people also chose the mode of the gourd baby to save the grandfather one by one on the ground. Let's go over there. The few of them join forces. It is very likely that they will do something. They can take the initiative and seize the opportunity. Wu Chen said, the dark alloy armor is already equipped on his body. Taking one step forward, Wu Chen has arrived at the location of the Illumination Club retrieved by the big clock. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. You, MR, fantastic had a look of surprise on his face. It's only been 2 days, and the energy device that blocks the exploration has no effect. Your strength is really stronger than we thought. Professor X said, in their group, he is the only one in a wheelchair, but his role is the biggest in the Illuminati. You are the Illuminati. Although you are not from this universe, you should all be regarded as the so-called superhero that maintains world peace. How come you all come here to destroy this universe? Wu Chen asked. We didn't want to destroy any world, but if our own world is threatened, we have to do something. Captain Carter said, threatening your world? Wu Chen looked at Captain Carter suspiciously. I don't know why, but the universe you are in seems to have become the core of all universes, and some of the changes here have directly interfered with other parallel universes. MR, fantastic said, we didn't take the initiative to interact with you. So how could it interfere with your world? Wu Chen continued to ask. He wanted to know the reason for all this. You didn't interfere with our universe, but because of you, a person who was supposed to appear in 1,000 years was threatened. MR, fantastic said, what you said should be Kong the Conqueror. Wu Chen asked. Yes, he was threatened in this world, and before he was about to disappear in the original timeline, he issued a warning to all other parallel universes. MR, fantastic replied. Kong, the conqueror of all parallel universes? Wu Chen understands that Conqueror Kang's greatest ability is to travel through time and parallel universes. Now, these conquerors are already considering whether to take action against you, and one of the kind conquerors, realizing the danger of all this, took the initiative to contact us and let us come forward and stop you. Professor X said, stop me? Are you planning to kill me in order to restore the original timeline of this world? Wu Chen directly incarnates 100,000 Ys today. We don't want to kill people at will. So if you're willing to retire here, find a deserted planet or stay in a deserted corner, and stop interfering with any major events in the universe, there will be no conflict between us. Captain Carter said, understood. You just want me to disappear completely. Do nothing for 1,000 years. Let the timeline develop, so that Conqueror Kong can still appear normally, so that Conqueror Kong in other parallel universes, also there will be no action. Wu Chen finally understood why the people from the Illuminati were here. Since you understand, you are willing to do this. I do not want to. Wu Chen didn't wait for MR, fantastic to finish his words, and then gave the answer directly. At the beginning, because of Ancient One's relationship, he stayed in the Institute for more than a year and did not interfere with what happened outside, which already made Wu Chen feel helpless. Now, the agreement with Ancient One has ended, and he himself has mastered a lot of super god technology, and his strength has greatly increased. At this time, he wanted to retire again, and he retired for 1,000 years in one breath. How could he agree? Don't say it's you. Even if Kong, the conquerors of all parallel universes, come here together, it is impossible to threaten me. Wu Chen's attitude is clear. If you insist on doing this, then we have to do something. When Captain Carter spoke, the shield had been taken out from behind. The other Illuminati members, at the moment, are all ready to fight. Wu Chen, think about it clearly. All this is just the beginning. Professor X's mentality is still relatively stable. Although the Illuminati is powerful, he is more aware of Wu Chen's strength. Unless it is a last resort, Professor X still does not want to have a head-on conflict with Wu Chen. You're right. All of this is just the beginning. Wu Chen said. Only. For you, the beginning may be the end. Wu Chen said. Beside him, the silver wings suddenly spread out. Wu Chen is a god who holds supernatural technology. Although he may not be very strange and powerful in terms of strength, in terms of attack methods, he is absolutely unmatched. Be careful, Professor X reminded him, but just as he was about to step back, there was an extra silver blade on everyone's forehead. No matter how powerful the power is, it can't play its due level under the backward fighting style. Super god technology has always been crushed by technology. The voice of the super gene system sounded in Wu Chen's mind. Yes, Wu Chen replied. In the past, there was no silver blade, and when faced with the invasion of the Dark Elves, I had to rush to compete with them. But now, I can do it easily and kill invisible. Wu Chen said that he had previously dealt with the Ultron robots that invaded from the parallel universe, and he had to go out in person because there were too many Ultron robots. But now, facing these members of the Illuminati, it doesn't take so much effort. Wu Chen's brows raised slightly. He felt some kind of attack from the spiritual level. His gaze fell on Professor X, who had already retreated into the crowd. The moment the silver blade was aimed at his forehead, he was able to block Wu Chen for a moment with his mental power, allowing himself to retreat to a safe area. How come you don't seem to be affected? This time, Professor X's voice appeared directly in Wu Chen's mind. This is his ability, telepathy and mind control. But he clearly saw that at the moment Wu Chen was able to move freely. Telepathy may be able to control normal humans, but it's utterly futile for you to control a super soldier like me. Wu Chen said. He is a super soldier. His brain is more powerful than a supercomputer. Not to mention the big celestial computer clock behind it, the super gene system in the body alone. And its computing ability is enough to make any mental attacks that want to forcibly invade its brain completely useless. Your super ability is very strong, but your brain can't match mine at all. If I want to, I can even. As Wu Chen spoke, his brain suddenly exerted force, and it turned around and started to manipulate Professor X. That's right, he invaded into Professor X's brain. He can sense all the information that Professor X can sense, and Wu Chen can also see the secrets he holds. Professor X? MR, fantastic obviously found the problem, but just as he was about to make a move, the silver blade on his forehead came a little closer. Although Wu Chen is controlling Professor X's brain, he can still control the silver blade. It's better not to move, otherwise, I don't mind killing you all directly. There was a bit of chill in Wu Chen's voice. MR, fantastic understands that this is a warning. As the other Illuminati members knew, it was a warning. However, some people can't sit still, especially if they think they are powerful enough. For example, the black version of Captain Marvel. On him, light blue light was released, and it was the cosmic energy she possessed that was working. The silver blade stabbed her forehead without hesitation, but in the end, it didn't go in. Oh, the defense is really good. Wu Chen sneered, and a space-time barrier immediately appeared beside her. Thor can last for 6 minutes in there. I wonder how long you can last in there. Wu Chen said that within the space-time barrier, the solar flare ability began to form. The space-time flare was the one used to test Thor's ability. However, at that time Wu Chen deliberately showed mercy, but now, his space-time flare is the real attack method. How is it possible? How is this possible? The black version of Captain Marvel's face is full of surprise. She can walk in the universe, and the temperature of the direct sun can't hurt her. But now, inside this barrier, she feels extremely high temperature, and the temperature is still rising. The temperature in that space is rising rapidly. Hurry up and get out of it. MR, fantastic saw the strangeness and shouted to remind the Captain Marvel. The black version of Captain Marvel understands how dangerous she is here. At the moment, she gathered the powerful energy in her body and smashed it down according to the barrier. But but the next second she regretted it. The energy she shot was directly fed back to the space-time barrier originally, and the temperature of the solar flare inside skyrocketed. Do not. After a whimper, her body was directly melted by the high temperature. This is a space-time flare that is close to the temperature of the sun's surface, and she can't stand it. The death of Captain Marvel angered all members of the Illuminati, but the more so, the less they dared to act, because they all realized how powerful Wu-chan was. Not to mention the time and space flares, even the silver blade on their foreheads, they couldn't bear it. After all, they don't have cosmic energy shields like Captain Marvel. Wu-chan glanced at the members of the Illuminati who had been stunned and dared not move. After making sure that they did not dare to take any more action, he went deep into Professor X's mind again. He wanted to know all the data that Professor X had in his mind, especially the energies Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus had used to hide their whereabouts. Soon, he saw the whole incident. Conqueror Kong, who traveled from the future, told the members of the Illuminati about the situation of the Marvel movie universe where Wu-chan was. After negotiation, everyone in the Illuminati decided that only letting Wu-chan disappear is the safest for all parallel universes. So they started mass-producing Ultron robots to cover their entry into the universe. As for Sandman, Electro, and the like, they're there to cover for Dr. Octopus and Green Goblin. What Wu-chan cared about most was that the energy that allowed the two to avoid the big clock search came from the book of Emperor Wei Shan. It was the Doctor Strange of that universe who created that energy shield out of the book of Vishani. Looks like I'll have to find that book. Wu-chan retracted his mind, and in his mind, there was already an additional goal that records the strongest magic, the book of Emperor Wei Shan. Wu-chan is interpreting the information about the book of Emperor Wei Shan in detail. But at the moment, a powerful impact of magical energy expelled Wu-chan from Professor X's mind. The next moment, the silver blades that Wu-chan used to control all the Illuminati members shook. It was just a short moment, but it was enough for those who illuminated to react. Black Bolt's opening is a mouth cannon. The powerful onomatopoeia bombarded Wu-chan. The other Illuminati members, at the moment all told to move, spread out. Angel shield, Wu-chan shouted. In the space in front of him, a shield created by the combination of dark silver and vibranium has appeared. It can be called an onomatopoeic attack with the power of a nuclear bomb, and it all fell on the shield at this moment. Under the shield, the ground was destroyed, but shield originally remained motionless. How is this possible? With the onomatopoeia turned on, Black Bolt couldn't help but make this surprised sound. It should be sound-absorbing steel. His shield is made of vibranium. MR, Fantastic said. Damn, I didn't expect him to have this kind of defensive equipment specifically for me. Black Bolt was talking, and his attack never stopped. You said enough. Summoning the spear, he threw it towards the location of Black Bolt with his backhand. Get out of the way. Captain Carter shouted, and Black Bolt had also seen the spear thrown by Wu-chan. However, after Wu-chan let go of the spear, it was like a shooting star, and it came to him in an instant. It was too late for Black Bolt to escape. Baron Mordo responded quickly, summoning a golden long rope with magic, trying to stop the long spear. But the power carried on the spear was much stronger than he imagined. The long rope touched the long spear and was immediately carried forward by it. Baron Mordo tried to pull with all his strength, but was taken away with him. Seeing that he was about to enter the range of the onomatopoeic attack that Black Bolt had just formed, he threw his hands away. The spear pierced through, and Black Bolt fell to the ground. Quick, take the initiative to attack. Don't give him a chance to summon those silver flying darts just now. Captain Carter shouted. At a time like this, none of them had the heart to think about the death of a teammate, because they knew very well that after a moment's hesitation, all of them had to die. So, Captain Carter, MR, Fantastic, Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, all four attacked Wu-chan at the same time. Shields, arms, bombs, steel claws, flying from different directions at the same time. No, his strength is far more than that. Professor X at the moment has recovered. When Wu-chan was immersed in the investigation of the book of Emperor Wei Shan, he launched a counterattack with all his strength, and only got a chance to let other Illuminati people attack. But now, everyone has joined forces, but it still killed Black Bolt at the beginning. In their Illuminati, the strongest is Professor X, because he can manipulate people's minds. But when it comes to the power of the attack, the strongest are Captain Marvel and Black Bolt. The battle had only just begun, and the two strongest had died, and Professor X's attack was completely suppressed by Wu-chan. There is almost no suspense in this battle. Be careful, he. Before Professor X's words were finished, a silver blade pierced directly from behind him. Silver blade. The silver blade Wu-chan used to control them all at first. Keisha's silver wings. In the hands of the holy Keisha, they can even form a field, so that everyone who enters this field will be directly attacked by the silver blade. Wu-chan is not as strong as Divine Keisha, and he can't even control the silver blade freely. But he can still do this kind of ability to command a part of the silver blade to launch a quasi-strike. Professor X is the weakest among these people, and is the most inconvenient to move, and what he just said caught Wu-chan's attention. Therefore, Wu-chan shot without hesitation, and Professor X's death made two of the four people who were still attacking frantically choose to turn around and run away. Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus are villains. They were initially unfamiliar with the Illuminati, but joined forces because they had the same goal. At this moment, seeing that the three most powerful superhero in the Illuminati are dead, they have seen the situation and naturally do not want to stay here, giving their lives in vain. Two timid rats. Captain Carter cursed angrily, but at the moment she was powerless to stop it, because Wu-chan's counterattack had already begun. A sharp silver blade was cutting through the void and stabbing towards Captain Carter's chest. On the other side, MR, Fantastic, he is facing, is the spear that Wu-chan stabbed in the front. MR, Fantastic used the rubber method to hide, and he directly glued his body to the gun to seize the weapon in Wu-chan's hands. But soon, MR, Fantastic regretted it. On the gun, an extremely high temperature was generated. His rubber body was not afraid of ordinary attacks, but the high temperature was his nemesis. What's more, the temperature released by Wu-chan at the moment is directly derived from the conversion of fixed star energy, which is very close to the temperature of the sun. The rubbery body of MR, Fantastic eventually melted. Clang. There was the sound of metal crashing from behind. The silver blade that stabbed at Captain Carter was actually blocked. However, it was not Captain Carter himself who blocked the silver blade, but Rogers who just came over. The other Avengers, at the moment, have also arrived, and they have found it through the remnants of Nick Fury's men. Rogers, what are you doing? Wu-chan turned around and looked at Rogers who was standing in front of Captain Carter. Can you wait? Maybe we can end it all without such cruelty. Rogers said, and his purpose was naturally to protect Captain Carter behind him. It's all here. Do you think it's still possible to be kind? Wu-chan said, and Rogers only noticed at this moment, those who fell around. Of the 6 people of the Illuminati, 4 have died. Just let me try it. Rogers' tone was very sincere. He really didn't want to, and watched Carter die in front of him, even if this is from another universe. Okay, then I'll give you 2 minutes. Wu-chan said, then spread his wings and chased in the direction Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus fled. He was going to find the 2 men, to find the device they had used to block the clock search. Is this the device used to block our tracking? Wu-chan looked at the scabbard-like device in his hand, and the Eye of Insight was scanning the detailed information above. It's a very special energy mode, similar to a time-space corridor. Said the genetic system. Time and space corridor? Wu-chan thought. It means that if you hide yourself in the space-time corridor, then in the exploration of the outside world, they do not exist, so we can't see it, right? Wu-chan asked. Yes, this is a special energy application mode. In the Super God universe, the super warriors of the Kamigawa civilization occasionally use this method to seal some special existences. The genetic system answered. Big Baron. Wu-chan remembered the guy who was rescued by Morgana and then hacked to death by Lu Chuang without doing anything. Right. The genetic system answered. If it's the one that sealed Big Baron, it shouldn't be difficult to find. Wu-chan said. The energy of the composition is different, and at the beginning, I didn't expect that there are people in this world who know how to use this technology, so there is no targeted search. The genetic system answered. The energy that constitutes. Wu Chen looked at the device again. What kind of existence is the Book of Emperor Wei Shan? Wu Chen has become more and more interested in the magic book that records the strongest magic in the Marvel movie universe. Looks like it's time to officially stand out with Ancient One and her magicians. Wu Chen has made up his mind. Throwing the device into the plane of dark matter, Wu Chen turned around and returned to the position where he had previously fought the Illuminati. The Avengers have buried the fallen Illuminati. Captain Carter and Baron Mordo, with the two surviving at the moment, have also quieted down. Apparently, Rogers and Captain Carter had talked to figure out what the hell was going on. We've already agreed that Carter and Baron Mordo will return to the original universe and stop sending Ultron robots over. Seeing Wu Chen's return, Rogers explained the situation immediately. Okay, as long as they don't bother me again, I won't bother to bother with them. Wu Chen said. Although the Ultron robot has now been suppressed by the super god robot transformed by Wu Chen, it is still annoying to keep coming in for a long time. Since Captain Carter wants to exchange this for him and Baron Mordo to return to the original universe, Wu Chen will naturally not object. Anyway, the two of them can no longer pose a threat to themselves. But now we have a problem that we have to negotiate with you. Stark stepped forward, and the other Avengers, including Nick Fury and others, were also looking at Wu Chen. What do you want to negotiate? You also plan to let me hide and not come out for 1,000 years like these people from the Illuminati. Wu Chen understood that after these people knew the reason for the Illuminati's action, they would definitely ask themselves about it. You don't have to hide, as long as you don't take the initiative to interfere with the big events in this world. Just go and live like an ordinary person. Stark said. Live like a normal person? Do you think it's possible? Wu Chen asked back. Why is it impossible? Haven't you been living on the island for more than a year, and didn't have any effect on the original timeline of our world? Stark said. No effect. If I don't take action, you won't be able to pass the Ultron level easily, right? Wu Chen said. The relationship between him and the Avengers was not good, but what Wu Chen did was originally to help these Avengers. In the battle with Ultron and Sokovia, the original Quicksilver was to be sacrificed, and Hulk was also sent to outer space, which later became the fuse that spawned the Avengers Civil War. But now, the Ultron incident has been resolved by Wu Chen. All the superhero have not died, and Hulk is still on Earth safe and sound. Definitely, your life and death have nothing to do with me. Wu Chen continued. As long as I go back to my island, the light energy barrier and the space-time barrier are opened. Even if the entire Earth is destroyed, it will not hurt me in the slightest. So, I don't care about anything else you have to do. Wu Chen didn't care about the previous battle between Iron Man and Aldrich Killian, and the battle between SHIELD and HYDRA. Why do you interfere with the Ultron incident since you don't even want to bother? Fury stepped forward. He had been holding back for a long time, and this would finally find a chance to ask. Because it's about infinite gems. Wu Chen said the answer without thinking. Why do you want to get infinite gems? With your strength, even without infinite gems, no one in this world can threaten you. First said, 1 infinite gems really won't threaten me, but what about 2 or 3? What if one day Thanos gets all the gems? Wu Chen asked back. The infinite gems are kept separately, and Thanos has not been able to find them for thousands of years. How could it be so easy? Why is it impossible? Wu Chen interrupted Thor, who turned his attention to Carter and Baron Mordo. You have seen the future Conqueror Kong. He told you about the future timeline. He must have said that Thanos of this universe finally found all the infinite gems, and with a snap of his fingers, he took half of the life of the entire universe. Wu Chen said. When Carter heard Wu Chen's words, he chose to remain silent. Carter, Rogers knew this was a big deal, and he wanted Carter to tell the truth. Yes, Thanos found it, but you also found a solution afterwards and restored half of the life that was killed. In the end, Carter told the truth. Although Carter knew that as long as she said it, it would interfere with the future development of the timeline. But Wu Chen had previously controlled Professor X and had already seen everything, and the timeline had already been affected. Now, I can only hope that such influence will be less than Wu Chen's direct intervention. Since it can be solved, then, there's a 1 in 10 million chance of success. How do you know that you will be able to do it this time? Wu Chen interrupted Rogers. I'm a layman and I don't trust anyone but myself when it comes to my life. Wu Chen made his stand. I don't care what you think, but if anyone wants to stop me, then he is my enemy. I will never be soft on the enemy. After Wu Chen said this, an incomparably powerful energy was instantly released from his body, causing everyone present to have chills on their backs and cold sweats. Wu Chen returned to the Institute. Carter and Baron Mordo have returned to their universe, and the constantly Ultron droids are no longer present. The Avengers gather at the Stark building. Nick Fury, Hill Agent, and a few other superheroes, at the moment, are all here too. Everyone already understands the current situation, so let's talk about your suggestions. Rogers said. Everyone here at the moment is actually extremely depressed. They had just experienced a global catastrophe. Then they knew that there were 2 greater disasters to come. A destroyer who wants to destroy half of life in the universe. A conqueror seeking revenge for being threatened by an altered timeline. In terms of probability, it is definitely the most appropriate to choose Wu Chen's side. Natasha Romanoff spoke first, and her opinion was also the opinion of the vast majority of people present. Wu Chen took the infinite gems to stop Thanos, but it also attracted Kong the Conqueror. Why did he choose to side with Wu Chen? What if Kong the Conqueror was more terrifying than Thanos? Rhodes, War Machine, expressed the doubts in his heart. It's not just in case, but Kong the Conqueror will definitely be more terrifying than Thanos. Stark said. Just from this incident, you can know that the Ultron robots and the Illuminati who came from the parallel universe are not only numerous, but also powerful. Banner said. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they are willing to break into our universe because they are afraid of Kong the Conqueror. This means that they are afraid of Kong the Conqueror. Barton said. Since we know that the Conqueror is so terrifying, why should we provoke him? Rhodes asked. That's because if we don't want to provoke conquerors, we have to provoke Wu Chen. Fury gave an answer, and Rhodes hesitated inexplicably when he heard what he said. Thanos is the enemy we have to face no matter what, and between Kong the Conqueror and Wu Chen, we are faced with a choice between 2. To avoid fighting one, we must take the initiative to fight the other. Rogers said. Then what do you mean? Wu Chen is more terrifying than the one named Kong the Conqueror. Sam, Falcon, has listened to it for so long, and he has realized that the key to the matter. Now, that's all the problem with the Avengers' hesitation. In the end is to provoke Wu Chen or provoke the Conqueror Kong. We don't know who is more terrifying, but we all have to understand now that both of them are enough to bring a devastating disaster to our universe. Stark said. That guy named Wu Chen, is he so powerful? All of us together can't control him. Rhodes has never played against Wu Chen, nor has he seen Wu Chen play against others, so he has no idea how strong Wu Chen is. Yeah, is he strong? Sam has the same doubts as Rhodes. Strong? Let's put it this way, just 2 days ago, he cleaned up all the Ultron robots that appeared scattered all over the Earth's surface within 2 hours. Natasha Romanoff's answer left both Rhodes and Sam stunned. In 2 hours, it swept the entire Earth. With the 2 of them, it would be impossible to fly around the Earth in 2 hours. The strongest combination from the Earth in another universe. He didn't hold on to it for even half an hour, and the whole army was wiped out. Barton gave Rod and Sam another fill-in. When I was in contact with him before, he turned into a light ball comparable to a nuclear bomb, which made him anxious, and I am afraid it would be an easy thing to destroy the Earth. Fury's fill-up stabbed Rhodes and Sam in the heart. The most important thing is that Wu Chen already has 2 infinite gems in his hand, and there is one more in there, which is a reality gem that can rewrite reality. Thor just followed everyone's words, but this made both Rhodes and Sam's hearts cool. After a while, the 2 recovered. Then think of a ball. It must be on Wu Chen's side. Rhodes said. Yes, we should side with Wu Chen. Sam agrees. However, on the Conqueror Kang's side, we can't handle the same. Stark thought about it the most. He also knew the situation in front of him, but he was still the most undecided. Conqueror Kang's personal strength may not be as good as Wu Chen, but he exists in all multi-universes at the same time, which means that we are not fighting against one Conqueror Kong, but countless. Stark continued. They may constantly send more powerhouses from other cosmic sources, like the Illuminati today. It is also possible that all the conquerors will come together and launch a devastating attack on our world that will spread to the entire universe. Everyone understood Stark's analysis. Offending Wu Chun, they are facing an enemy whose combat power is unimaginable. But to offend Kong the Conqueror, what they have to face is the countless conquerors that may exist in the multi-universe and the various forces he may mobilize. Everyone was hesitant. No matter which side it is impossible for them to deal with it. No matter which one it will bring devastating disaster to the Earth and this universe. To choose one of the two in this situation, even if they knew it was difficult for them to compete with Wu Chun at the moment, it was still difficult to decide. Also at the moment, a golden circle of light appeared in the hall. It was a portal, but the person who opened the portal was not Ancient One, but her new disciple, Strange. That is, Dr. Strange. What you think is meaningless at all. Dr. Strange said, "You are the Dr. Strange mentioned by Baron Mordo, who has the channel to open the multi-universe." Stark looked at Dr. Strange, and everyone in the room was looking at Dr. Strange. "I'm Stephen Strange, and I'm really thinking of a code name that suits me recently, so the Dr. Strange in your mouth should be me." Dr. Strange replied, "Since you have come here, you must know the current situation and have your own ideas, right?" Fury looked at Dr. Strange. He knew that this person would be the key, and he also wanted to know what this person with magical abilities could bring to their group. "I do have some ideas, but now, you have to come with me to see my teacher." As Dr. Strange said that, he made a gesture of invitation while letting go of the portal behind him. Those so-called superheroes have moved to Kamartaj. The genetic system reports the latest, where the superheroes are going. Kamartaj. Wu Chun raised his head. It looks like Ancient One is going to come forward in person and join forces with these superheroes. Wu Chun said, "The current situation is changing too fast and too serious. Since Ancient One is the Asgardian of the real world, it is only natural for her to take it seriously." Vision stepped forward. He is now Wu Chun's subordinate, and he will stay here when he has nothing to do. Along with him are Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. As for Foster and Daisy, the two living here have been very quiet lately. Come to think of it, Foster and Daisy know that the relationship between Wu Chun and the Avengers is very complicated. In this complicated state, Foster, as Thor's girlfriend, could only try not to attract other people's attention, so as to avoid getting involved. What about you? What are the three of you thinking? Wu Chun turned around and looked at the three subordinates he had officially accepted. There is no destined future in this world, and it is wrong for them to stop you for this reason. Vision said, "I don't understand this, but I only know that if someone threatens my life and I have the ability to protect myself, I won't turn my life over to someone else to take care of." Quicksilver also explained its attitude. Scarlet Witch wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to say it. In fact, she has always had a strange feeling after the people from the parallel universe appeared in this universe. It seems that some mysterious and powerful force is constantly calling upon her. Wanda's mood is very unstable, and the energy in her body is also in a state of restlessness. The big clock monitors the world, and naturally everything in the research room. These changes in Scarlet Witch have been observed by the big clock. Wanda. Wu Chun looked at Scarlet Witch, his eyes of insight opened, and he was learning about Scarlet Witch's situation in detail. "I feel that a mysterious and powerful energy is calling to me." Scarlet Witch answered honestly, "That's the Dark God Book. After combining with your own origin magic power, you may become the strongest magician in this world. Even me. It may not be able to be your enemy." Wu Chun also told her the truth. What kind of book is that? Does it really have that much power? Quicksilver was shocked, but he was also more curious about the existence of the so-called Dark God Book. However, Scarlet Witch's heart was even more uneasy. "That book won't just give me energy, will it?" Scarlet Witch asked. "You guessed right. The Dark God Book will not only give you powerful magical power, but also affect your mind. It is very likely that you will lose your mind and eventually become a magician that will give you this universe, and even all universes. Evil magician who brings destructive disaster." Wu Chun said, "I knew that the power that summoned me made me uneasy." Scarlet Witch got the answer she wanted, and she knew the reason for her unease at the moment. Actually, origin magic power originally existed in your body. It was only under the influence of Mind Gem that this power began to wake up. Wu Chun said, "The picture projected by the big clock changed from the Earth to the Scarlet Witch. The red energy roaming in Scarlet Witch's body is the origin magic power contained in her body, but at the moment, this magic power is not particularly powerful, and it is very restrained. Since this power is originally in your body, as long as you can master the method, you should be able to develop this power even without the help of the Dark God Book." Wu Chun said, "But what if I can't control it?" Scarlet Witch asked. "I will guide you personally and will always be on the lookout for changes in your body, mind and energy." Wu Chun said, and added at the end, "I will not let a person who may threaten me run wild in my hands." "Then why didn't you just start? You have to remember that no one can kill you for any reason, not even yourself." Wu Chun interrupted Scarlet Witch. "Big clock, open up an event space for me, and Wanda, and I will be there in the future to get in touch with how to use origin magic power." Wu Chun didn't talk to Scarlet Witch anymore, but let the big clock start executing the plan. Scarlet Witch looked at Wu Chun like this and didn't say anything more, but her heart was excited and contradictory. The atmosphere in the research room began to quiet down. "You all go down and have a good rest." Wu Chun said. Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Vision, the three nodded silently and left. After 2 or 3 days of fighting against the Illuminati and Ultron robots, they did need a break. After they left, the holographic projection was replaced again, returning to the screen of global surveillance. In a hidden place in the Himalayas, there are many superheroes on Earth. Ancient One did not deliberately avoid Wu Chun, because she did not open the world of mirrors to avoid Wu Chun's prying eyes. Wu Chun didn't bother to listen to what these people were negotiating, so he swept away the picture and threw it into the big clock's database. On Kamartaj's side, the Ancient One's meeting with the superhero lasted several hours. But after the meeting, all the superheroes suddenly fell silent. Stark transformed a warehouse under his name into a base for the Avengers, where the original Avengers and new additions Sam and Lord live. But not long after that, they separated again. Stark went back to his home. Rogers and Sam set out to find Winter Soldier Bucky, who was still alive. Thor came to Wu Chin's research institute and took Foster to a two-person world. Banner and Natasha Romanoff lived in the Avengers base, but every time Hulk appeared, he would definitely run back to the institute as soon as possible. Banner and Hulk are one body, but they are completely two people. Hulk is Wu Chin's loyal little brother, and Banner, for various reasons, doesn't know how to face Wu Chin now. But no matter how you look at it, everything seems to have suddenly returned to the right track. Even Wu Chun and his 3 subordinates in the research institute entered this state. Vision and Quicksilver go out and play every now and then. After the training ground was built, Wu Chin personally accompanied Scarlet Witch in training to help him control origin magic power. This is supposed to be a stormy Earth. It was so eerily calm at the moment. A catastrophe sweeping the world suddenly fell silent. All the superheroes are back to their normal lives. Even Wu Chun, who is the core, has resumed his small days of researching supernatural technology and eternity in the research institute. But everyone knows in their hearts that this is just an illusion. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Your island, the environment is really good. Ancient One was sitting on a beach chair, drinking coconut juice and looking at the blue sea and blue sky. Master Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. There will be such a casual scene, which is really difficult to adapt to. Wu Chun is also enjoying it, but he was somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of Ancient One. It wasn't because of her arrival, but because she came. She was just like herself, laying leisurely on the beach by the sea and enjoying the nature. Magician is also a human being. If you don't know how to enjoy it, wouldn't these hundreds of years be exhausting me? Ancient One said. 2. Wu Chen replied casually. For several hours after that, the two of them lay on their backs quietly, blowing the sea breeze, very comfortable. This style of painting is too weird. On the balcony of the Research Institute, Quicksilver watched this scene and couldn't believe it. The two of them are the strongest people on this earth. The world in their eyes is probably not the same as ours. Vision said, it's not as complicated as you think. Scarlet Witch came out of the room and smiled slightly after seeing Ancient One and Wu Chen's actions. For the past few months, she has been with Wu Chen. Wu Chen taught her to control origin magic power, and at the same time, she gradually understood the essence and character of Wu Chen. It is said that it is a long-term relationship, and perhaps in Scarlet Witch's heart, he also has an inexplicable affection for Wu Chen. The last few times you came back from going out, your condition is getting better every time. It seems that Wu Chen helped you with special training, and you have gained a lot. Quicksilver took a close look at Scarlet Witch and said, Scarlet Witch smiled and nodded. On the side, Vision's expression changed slightly, but quickly recovered. In his heart, some budding thoughts have been suppressed by him. On the beach, Wu Chen stretched slowly. The sky is empty, and it's noon so soon. I'm a little hungry. Wu Chen said, I'm a little hungry too. Are you in charge of entertaining? Ancient One also stood up. It's rare for you to come to me this time. If I don't even serve lunch, I'll be a little rude. Wu Chen said, and took the lead in walking back towards the Research Institute. Ancient One picked up and drank ordinary coconut juice and followed. On the Institute side, Scarlet Witch saw the two of them approaching, so he rose straight into the air and landed at the door. Wanda, is this meal ready? Wu Chen asked. It's all ready. There are braised carp and mapo tofu that you like to eat. Scarlet Witch's answer, too, was so casual, as if it all came naturally. Oh, did you learn how to cook these two dishes? Wu Chen looked over in surprise. It can be cooked. As for whether it is delicious or not, I don't know. Scarlet Witch replied. Well, it's not bad to be able to cook it. At least it's better to try it than to dare not try it. Wu Chen nodded, then turned his head to look at Ancient One. It's unfortunate that you came here, so you can only be a guinea pig for Wanda and try the dishes with me. Wu Chen said. It's noon today, eating braised carp and mapo tofu. You're not afraid of getting tired? Ancient One said. Occasionally, not every day. Wu Chen replied. Okay, then go ahead and try to see how well Wanda's cooking is. After Ancient One finished speaking, he stepped into the house. Scarlet Witch and Wu Chen looked at each other, both smiled slightly, and then walked in. The three came to the restaurant together, and both Quicksilver and Vision had also come. Looking at the several dishes on the table, the most eye-catching ones are naturally the braised carp and mapo tofu. It felt weird to eat this meal at noon, but it took Scarlet Witch so long to cook it himself that they would be embarrassed if they didn't eat a single bite. One sip per person, Vision and Quicksilver are obviously not suitable. However, Ancient One and Wu Chen nodded in satisfaction. It's not bad for a novice to do this level. Ancient One commented. Wanda is ingenious and can learn everything quickly. There's no doubt about that. Wu Chen also appreciates it. It's good to eat. Scarlet Witch said with a smile. After that, these five people just had a meal together happily. In the blink of an eye, another half day passed, and in a blink of an eye it was already sunset. With no one else around, Wu Chen and Ancient One came to the roof of the Institute and looked at the red sky. You've been here with me for a day. Shouldn't you tell me the real purpose of your coming here? Wu Chen asked. Ancient One came in the morning, sunbathing, eating lunch, chatting, and so on, and now it's already evening. Bother you for something? Ancient One and Wu Chen didn't have much interaction in the past, but today they came here. Obviously there is something special. I've actually been thinking about whether to give it to you or not. Ancient One said, grabbed it in midair, and a green gem appeared in his hand. Time gem. Wu Chen naturally recognized what that green gem was. Every Sorcerer Supreme is an Asgardian of Time Gem and an Asgardian of the real world. After Ancient One finished speaking, he released his right hand, and the gem disappeared. You should know very well that I am not very interested in protecting the world or anything. Wu Chen said. You really don't want to protect sentient beings like other superhero, but you will never allow someone to threaten you. Ancient One paused, then continued. Every crisis from another dimension or involving the Time Gem will affect the entire Earth and even the entire universe, so you won't stand by and watch everything that happens in this situation. Without the skin and the hair, the world is destroyed. How can I continue to survive in this world? Wu Chen said. So, from this point of view, it seems appropriate to give you the Time Gem. Ancient One said. But you haven't decided yet. Do you have any concerns? Wu Chen asked. Indeed. Ancient One replied. If you are willing to serve as the Asgardian of XG to the Holy Place, my concerns will be completely gone. XG to Holy Place? Are you trying to make me the last barrier to guard the reality dimension? Wu Chen finally understood the real purpose of Ancient One's coming here. The purpose of Ancient One's coming here is to hope that Wu Chen will become the Asgardian of XG to Holy Place. The existence of the three holy places can ensure that people from the dark dimension such as Dormammu cannot invade the real world. With Wu Chen sitting in one of them, at least the ultimate safety can be ensured. You don't like to meddle in your own business, but the safety of this place is related to the entire dimension of reality, and you wouldn't stand idly by. So this is the same as your original. I can agree to your terms. Wu Chen didn't wait for Ancient One to finish speaking. But I also have my conditions. Wu Chen said. Conditions? You've got the Time Gem. What more do you want? Ancient One looked at Wu Chen and said this time that Wu Chen would be the Holy Place's guardian, but agreed that he would give him the Time Gem. Book of Emperor Wei Shan. What did you say? This time, Ancient One was also taken aback. The Book of Emperor Wei Shan. That is the highest level other divine book in the Legends of the Magicians. In other parallel universes, your good apprentice used the Book of Waishandi to open the door to parallel universes, and also created tools that can temporarily avoid the monitoring of my ability. So I am very curious about this book. Wu Chen said. The Book of Emperor Wei Shan is the sacred relic of all magicians, but now, no one knows where he is. Ancient One replied. No, you know, it's just that you, who have been in contact with dark magic, don't want to use the purest magic power anymore, so you chose to hide it. Wu Chen said. Although it is never stated in the movie, Ancient One owns the Book of Vishani. But the Ancient One is the Sorcerer Supreme, and has lived for hundreds of years. How could she possibly know nothing about this Book of Vishan? Even if I don't promise you, you can't stand idly by the invasion of the Dark Dimension. Ancient One thought for a moment, and said. You're right. If it's time for the Dark Dimension to invade the real world, I can't help but stop it. Wu Chen admitted this. Since you will protect the world you live in, I don't have to let you be the Asgardian of the Holy Place, so it's unreasonable for you to bargain with me at this time. Ancient One said. Since you didn't need me to do anything for you in the first place, but you still came over to trade with me for Time Gem, it wasn't reasonable originally. Wu Chen said. When something unreasonable happens to a Sorcerer Supreme like you, there must be something else. Wu Chen said. He knew from the moment he crossed over that the Ancient One was the one he needed to deal with most carefully on the entire Earth. Later, Wu Chen mastered the third generation of super genes, and there are many means, so he cannot be afraid of Ancient One. But he never despised the Ancient One, not even Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, and Thor. In terms of technology, Wu Chen is confident that with the supernatural technology, he can walk sideways in the Marvel movie universe. But magic, divine power, he still doesn't understand. Infinite gems come together to destroy the universe. Magician can open parallel universes and destroy the world. The power of the gods is sometimes strong and weak. Although Wu Chen has been trying to deal with these people, he can target every superhero or supervillain through the flexible application of supernatural technology. But no one can guarantee that there will be no accidents. What Wu Chen needs is to completely prevent accidents from happening. In the last life, because of an accident, he was 20 all the year round. Wu Chen is now the third generation. Super genes can be based on energy eternity, but if he dies accidentally, what is the use of eternity? Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy can win 100 battles. Wu Chen didn't understand magic, so he wanted to learn about magic. Therefore, after the Illuminati invasion incident, Wu Chen always wanted to get in touch with the magical world and wanted to find the Book of Emperor Wei Shan. Your presence is definitely not just to make me an Asgardian in the Holy Place, so I can promise you that as long as you give me the Book of Waishandi, I will help you do what you want me to do. Wu Chen expressed his attitude. Ancient One hesitated for a long time. Okay, I can tell you where the Book of Emperor Wei Shan is, but whether you can find it or not has nothing to do with me. Ultimately, Ancient One made a decision. Okay, I will also promise what you ask me to do next, as long as it is within my power. Wu Chen answered in the same way as Ancient One. Tell me, apart from your intention to let me guard the holy place, what other unkind request do you have? Wu Chen asked. I hope you can help me destroy all the dark books. Ancient One said. Destroy the dark book? Wu Chen's face froze. The dark books, in the Doctor Strange 2 movie, Wanda ended up destroying them all. But now, Wanda doesn't have the dark book of God at all, and it won't cause such a catastrophe in the future. Why should Wu Chen destroy it at this time? After the Illuminati invasion incident, I learned that in that universe, in order to fight Thanos, Strange finally used the power of the dark book of God, and as a result, he was eventually killed by the Illuminati. Ancient One said. So, you don't want Strange in this world to end up like the Strange in that universe? Wu Chen asked. Strange is a magical genius, and his future may be beyond my current heights, so I don't want him to end up going astray. Ancient One's expectations for Doctor Strange are still very high. The Book of Darkness exists in all parallel universes at the same time, and it is impossible to destroy all of them unless you come into contact with the Book of Darkness originally. Wu Chen said that Wanda in the movie finally destroyed all the dark gods, and did it after the dark gods ended. You will have a way. If it really doesn't work, you can help Strange in this universe keep his heart, and that's good. Ancient One didn't force it. Well then, I'll help you look after your little apprentice. Wu Chen said. Ancient One saw that Wu Chen had agreed, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. When she didn't know it, she could not think about it, and after knowing it, she couldn't ignore it. She could only say that the arrival of the Illuminati not only changed the other superheroes, but also changed her and Kamartaj magicians. Ancient One took out the time gem again and handed it to Wu Chen. Clues about the Book of Wei Shandi were also reported to Wu Chen. After that, Ancient One left, and Wu Chen had probably guessed what she was going to experience next. The contest between the magician and the dark magician is actually in full swing. Not long after the Ancient One left, the Great Clock got the news. The holy place in London has been destroyed. The battle between Ancient One and Caecilius and other dark magicians has officially begun. Will things still be the way they were? Wu Chen stood in front of the holographic projection, looking at the data information retrieved by the big clock. After entering the mirror world, Ancient One and Caecilius and others, Wu Chen can't see it. But once they get outside, the big clock will catch them as soon as possible. Ancient One gave you the time gem, and then let you watch Doctor Strange not let him touch the dark book. So she must have been mentally prepared to accept death. Said the genetic system. Use your own death to achieve others. You have to admire this kind of person. Wu Chen said with emotion. Everyone's life pursuit will be different, and no one is right or wrong. As long as you don't do things that hurt others and yourself, that's enough. Said the genetic system. Things that harm others and not themselves are only done by stupid people. Wu Chen took it. It was at the moment that things changed. The mirror space was reopened, and Doctor Strange came out with the Ancient One. Just like the scene in the movie, Ancient One is wounded. It's still the same as in the movie. Ancient One is seriously injured and dying. Wu Chen said, but there was an inexplicable emotion in his tone. There is a treatment plan in the big clock. An injury like this can be easily handled. The genetic system warned. So, you mean you want me to save her? Wu Chen asked. A dead sorcerer supreme or a living sorcerer supreme? Which one is better? You should actually make a judgment in your heart. Genetic systems will only make judgments based on data. Getting the time gem and knowing the clues to the Book of Wei Shandi. This is a favor I owe Ancient One. If I save her today, it can be regarded as a favor, and what Doctor Strange will do in the future will naturally have if Ancient One takes care of me. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Wu Chen said. And, with the Ancient One, it's easier for you to learn everything about magic. Genetic systems added. In that case, start the rescue procedure and transfer the Ancient One to the Research Institute. Wu Chen said. The big clock was also the first to start the first aid procedure. The transfer of the micro wormhole directly transferred the Ancient One to the Research Institute, and the dark energy conversion process began, and the big clock was responsible for the treatment of the wounds of the Ancient One. Ancient One, who was still chatting with Doctor Strange in a soul astral way in the hospital, also sensed changes in his body at the moment. How come? Ancient One turned to look in the direction of the Research Institute. Master, what's wrong with you? Doctor Strange asked suspiciously. My body. No, Stephen, the person you sent. Her body suddenly disappeared. Before Ancient One could answer, the people in the hospital shouted anxiously. Disappearing? What's going on here? Doctor Strange looked bewildered. Wu Chen, he transferred my body to his Research Institute. Ancient One said. Wu Chen, the guy who made the Avengers love, hate, and helpless. Doctor Strange asked. The only person on Earth who will do this now is him. Ancient One said. You open the portal, let's go take a look. As soon as Ancient One's voice fell, Doctor Strange opened the portal. The two came to the research hall of the Institute together. Wu Chen was standing in front of the operating table, and his eyes were falling on the holographic projection. There is the image of XG Holy Place. According to Wu Chen's previous agreement with Ancient One, he is now the Asgardian of the Holy Place, and it is his duty to ensure that the Holy Place is not destroyed. Furthermore, it was impossible for Wu Chen to let Dormammu really come to this dimension. XG's Holy Place? Doctor Strange also noticed where the picture in the holographic projection was. Wu Chen, what are you planning to do? Ancient One came to Wu Chen. She is in a state of soul astral at the moment, and she cannot be seen by ordinary mortals. But Wu Chen has the eye of insight. He can see things that ordinary people can't see, including the soul astral, which is similar to a spiritual body. You are seriously injured, and it happens that I have a medical plan here. It's okay to help you, right? Wu Chen said. I don't have this clause in my agreement with you. Don't you like to meddle in your own business? When Ancient One came to Wu Chen before, she didn't mention anything related to her, so she originally thought that Wu Chen would ignore her situation. You asked me to help you watch over Strange, and now I'll let you live, so you can watch him yourself. Won't I save trouble? When Wu Chen said this, he also glanced at Doctor Strange. Then I have to make it clear to you in advance that even if I am still alive, the agreement between you and me will continue to be implemented. You can't keep your word. Ancient One understood Wu Chen's intentions and immediately expressed his attitude. Then see it in time. Wu Chen replied casually. It was at this time that the monitor screen on the holographic projection changed. Caecilius and his minions all appeared. These dark magicians who absorbed the energy of the dark dimension were planning to destroy the last holy place that blocked Dormammu from entering the real world. Now, I'll fulfill my promise with you first. Wu Chen turned around. The dark alloy armor was quickly equipped on him, and the wormhole had formed in front of him. One step out, he arrived at the door of the holy place. Caecilius and the others, who were quickly approaching the holy place, suddenly stopped when they saw Wu Chen, who appeared suddenly. Although Caecilius and the others had never met Wu Chen, they had also heard about Wu Chen. That is the existence that makes all superhero on the whole earth a headache. What are you doing here? Caecilius stepped forward and questioned. You want to destroy the holy place and summon Dormammu to devour the real world. What else do you think I'm here for? Wu Chen asked back. Although your power is very powerful, your energy is nothing compared to the lords of the dark dimension. Do you really think you can stop us, who have received the dark energy bestowed by Lord Dormammu? After defeating the Ancient One, Caecilius' self-confidence exploded. Even if he knew that Wu Chen was not easy to mess with, he was not really afraid of Wu Chen. Then you can try it out and see if I can do it. Wu Chen said, and in his hand, he summoned the signature spear. Give it to me. With a wave of Kaecilius, all the dark magicians swarmed up. They summoned transparent blades and various magical moves in their hands, and greeted Wu Chun. Wu Chun stood on the spot, although the spear was in hand, the silver blade that could be used to attack first. The silver blade was summoned silently, and then stabbed the dark magician's body like a ghost. The silver blade's attack was something the dark magicians didn't expect, and they couldn't dodge. But after the silver blade stabbed into the dark magicians, it failed to kill them, which Wu Chun did not expect. Silver blade's attack turned out to be ineffective. Wu Chun's face froze. He didn't expect such a scene to appear. In the bodies of these dark magicians, they possess the energy of the dark dimension endowed by Dormammu. In a sense, they are also immortal. The genetic system answered. The silver blade is a god-killing weapon. Originally, it is a weapon that destroys the energy in the opponent's body so that it cannot repair its own damage. Wu Chun said, they have energy in their bodies, but they have no life. They belong to the dark creatures dominated by Dormammu similar to zombies, said the genetic system. In other words, it can't be killed no matter what, right? Wu Chun asked. He remembered that in the movie Doctor Strange and the others couldn't kill these dark magicians. But what he masters is super god technology. If even super god technology can't deal with these dark creatures, then these dark creatures are too scary, right? If you use the energy that is compatible with it, then even if they are transformed into monsters that are not human or ghosts, they should still be able to be killed. The genetic system warned. The energy to counter it. Wu Chun pondered that the energy of this dark dimension should be opposite to the light magic used by magicians, but obviously, Doctor Strange and their magic can't deal with these dark creatures. Light that illuminates the darkness. A title suddenly appeared in Wu Chun's mind. The Light of the Sun. The three major god-building projects. The axe that cuts through the thorns, the light that illuminates the darkness, and the power that cuts through fear. Isn't the so-called light that illuminates the darkness used to fight the darkness? The spear was retracted, and an exquisite tang knife appeared in Wu Chun's hands. Wu Chun originally asked Wakanda for 3 tons of vibranium, and collected a lot of dark silver and dark iron elements from the universe. Except for vibranium, which is mainly used to build spaceships, the rest of the metals have been used by Wu Chun to create various weapons. Long Spear is Wu Chun's favorite weapon. Kaisha's silver wings are clever and elusive. Lu Chuang's god-killing axe is infinitely powerful, and the tang knife used by Lena is used in conjunction with the super gene of the Light of the Sun. Best weapon. I use my body to transform into the sun, Wu Chun said. A layer of golden light gathered on his body, and the tang knife in his hand turned directly into gold. Humph. Pretending. At the moment, Kaecilius' morale was boosted because Wu Chun's previous attack didn't work. Although he saw the obvious changes in Wu Chun's body, he still rushed forward without hesitation. All the other dark magicians, at the moment, too. Seeing these dark magicians rushing forward again, Wu Chun rushed out. The tang knife slashed horizontally, and the blade slid across Kaecilius' waist. Kaecilius, who was still fearless, actually stagnated, and his twisted face was full of shock. No, it's impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, he was directly broken into 2 pieces. The dark energy that filled his body failed to repair him at all, and his body was completely incinerated into nothingness in the subsequent burning flames. It seems that the Light of the Sun can indeed restrain the magical energy of the dark dimension, said the genetic system. Since it can be restrained, then none of these stinky fish and rotten shrimp can escape. Wu Chun turned to look at the other dark magicians, the tang knife in his hand, and emitted a more dazzling light. The death of Kaecilius shocked the dark magicians. But obviously, they have already lost their lives and souls, and they don't know what fear is. All the magicians gathered together, and the magic weapons in their hands greeted Wu Chun. Wu Chun was besieged in the middle, but the tang dao in his hand and the aegis of flames that was first summoned were also handy to use, and the offense and defense were orderly. There is such a pure and powerful light energy. You kid, where is it sacred? A thick and deep voice suddenly came from the mouth of a witch magician. Dormammu. Wu Chun looked at the witch magician, and he had realized that it was Dormammu's consciousness that existed in the mind of the witch magician, and was talking to him through her mouth. Yes, I am the monarch of the dark dimension, Dormammu. The voice answered. The 3 holy places haven't been completely destroyed, but your followers seem to have found some way to establish communication with you and make you lower your consciousness. Wu Chun said. It's just a very reluctant approach, but now 2 of the 3 holy places have been destroyed, and the power to protect the magic circle has been greatly weakened. Dormammu replied. But even so, you still can't come out. Wu Chun said. In the movie, Doctor Strange used Time Gem to repair the holy place, but Dormammu was still able to come out. That was because Dormammu had found an opportunity to enter the real world between the cracks where the magic circle was destroyed, and Dormammu was originally beyond time, so Doctor Strange's fix didn't work either. But now, this holy place has never been destroyed, which means that Dormammu has not had the chance to set foot in the real world. Young man, your strength is very strong, but this level is not enough to threaten my existence. Dormammu said. It's better. You take refuge under my command. I will give you dark magic that is more powerful than this light energy, and make you the strongest magician in the world except me. You can get everything you want. Dormammu was trying to win over Wu Chun. Oh, I could be the only one who is the only one, but now you want me to be subordinate to you. Do you think I'm that stupid? Wu Chun sneered. He is definitely the first person on this earth now. The strongest Asgardian ancient one in the past could not threaten Wu Chun in the slightest now, not to mention the other governments, superhero alliances, and so on. So, are you the new Sorcerer Supreme? Dormammu asked. No, I am not. Wu Chun shook his head, then continued. I am the god who will achieve eternity. God on earth, hasn't he left long ago? Dormammu looked at Wu Chun curiously. No, I didn't feel the aura unique to those gods from you. Dormammu said. Because I wasn't the god you thought I was. Wu Chun said. Although he claims to be a god, he is the god of technology, relying on the ability of technology to make himself step by step beyond mortals, even beyond all those so-called gods. Not the god I think. Then who are you? How can you be under my command? Dormammu knew that with Chong, he would definitely not be able to enter the real world, so he was still trying to win over Wu Chun. There's no need to waste your time, you will definitely not be able to come out this time. After Wu Chun finished speaking, the tang knife in his hand slashed violently, and the magician was immediately wiped out. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Speaking on the body of another magician, Dormammu's tone was clearly angry. I'm just crazy. What can you do with me? After Wu Chun finished speaking, it was another knife, and the magician's head fell to the ground. I'll make you regret it. Dormammu transfers again, but this can only be his last time. Wu Chun's attack continued, and all the dark magicians had already been slashed by him. The power of these dark magicians was completely dissolved by the energy of the sun's light, and they didn't even leave a trace of scum. Dormammu's voice never came, but Wu Chun could feel that in an unknown space, a violent energy fluctuation was coming. You can imagine how aggrieved and depressed Dormammu, who could come to the real world just short of the door at this moment. The portal opened, and Ancient One and Doctor Strange were walking towards it. They were at the Research Institute, and they had already seen everything that was happening here through holographic projection. I didn't expect that there is such pure light energy in your body. Ancient One looked at Wu Chun. She had returned to the flesh at this moment. With the help of the big clock, it would not take long to heal the wounds suffered by the Ancient One. But now, in his intentional mind, Wu Chun has had a different opinion. In the past, although Wu Chun was tyrannical, his actions were somewhat unpredictable. But today's Wu Chun actually used bright energy that was far purer than the magic energy used by these magicians. In the eyes of a magician, only a person with a pure heart can master pure light energy. So she also subtly believes that Wu Chun may also be a person with a pure heart. What's more, Wu Chun just saved her life. It's just one of my many abilities. It's no big deal. Wu Chun put away the weapon in his hand, and the dark alloy armor on his body has also faded. Looking back, looking at the holy place that was not destroyed. This holy place has been defended, and the dark magicians have also been cleaned up. Then you can clean up the mess yourself. After Wu Chun finished speaking, he directly opened the wormhole and returned to the research institute. In the research room, Wu Chun looked at the holographic projection, and the data displayed by the big clock seemed to be normal. 6 infinite gems. 3 of them are in my hands now. The remaining 3. Before Wu Chun spoke, Time Gem and Reality Gem had been summoned in his hands. In addition to the Mind Gem that is still on Vision's head, Wu Chun now has a total of 3. Everyone knows that Thanos' purpose is to take 6 infinite gems and destroy half of the life in the universe. But now 3 of them have been mastered by Wu Chun, so even if Thanos gets the other 3, it is not enough to threaten Wu Chun originally. The current situation is favorable for us, Wu Chun said, but at the moment, the 2 infinite gems in his hand suddenly shook. An unprecedented energy fluctuation is being stimulated. A kind of unease from the original gem. Wu Chun can clearly perceive it. After a while, Vision came in. His face was very bad, and the Mind Gem on his forehead was flashing. Sir, I feel something is wrong. Mind Gem seems to be warning me that danger is about to happen. Vision said, because the Mind Gem is on his forehead, his perception of gems is more accurate than Wu Chun. Warning? Could it be that Infinity War is really coming? Wu Chun was just thinking that he had half of the infinite gems in his hands, and he was already invincible, but he didn't think that the most important event in the Marvel movie universe would come in the blink of an eye. Mind Gem won't send me such a message for no reason. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Vision said, I just stopped Dormammu's invasion, but I haven't even had time to drink my saliva. Wu Chun complained. The development of this timeline is too urgent, right? In the movie, it would take a few years for the mother to return, but now it's better. It's been less than 2 years since the New York War, and Dormammu has been driven away regardless of Ultron's death. The timeline has changed, and many things that would have happened step by step seem to have been affected and moved forward. The genetic system spoke in Wu Chen's mind. But in the past 2 years, we have not had contact with forces outside the Earth. How could Thanos be affected and advance his plans? Wu Chen couldn't figure this out. Since he crossed into this world, the big clock has been monitoring the global information. Except for Thor, no person from other planets has ever entered or exited the Earth in the past 2 years. No one is going in and out. So what happened on Earth? Thanos can't know. If he doesn't know, how can he advance his plan? If something goes wrong, I'm afraid the situation will be different from what we thought at first. The genetic system is a reminder that this was the case with previous Ultron events. The Ultron incident, which was supposed to bring a major disaster to the Earth, was easily resolved because of Wu Chen's relationship, but then the Illuminati invasion incident broke out. Moreover, the incident of this invasion has only recently passed, and the subsequent Dormammu invasion incident was like a chain reaction, and it broke out immediately. Fortunately, Wu Chun had just stopped Dormammu's invasion, and within a few minutes of his return, something happened to Infinite Gems. Rumbling. Huge amounts of thunder sounded, and in the sky outside the Research Institute, a 7-color rainbow was falling down at an extremely fast speed, directly hitting the traditional light energy barrier and landing on the lawn outside the Research Institute. Thor hurriedly broke into the Research Institute. Wu Chun, something has happened. I need your help. Thor had just entered the door when he shouted at Wu Chun. Wu Chun turned around and suddenly realized that this might be bad news again. Let's be clear about what's going on. Wu Chun turned his head to look at Thor, this Thor from Asgard. Although there were occasional excited moments in the past, but he has never been so flustered today. My father is very weak now. He also said that an evil death god is about to break the seal. At this time, Thanos has arrived at Na'vi with his fleet. Thor made the situation clear in one breath. Odin's end is approaching, and now is the time when his energy is extremely weak. Then there was Thanos, who led the army to Na'vi with the very simple purpose of building the Infinity Gauntlet and the Tyrant Butcher. So, what did you come to me for? Wu Chun asked. My father said, you don't want Thanos to destroy half of the life in the universe. Then you must be willing to stop Thanos from attacking Na'vi. So he asked me to tell you. I hope you can go with me to support Na'vi. After Thor finished speaking, he did not forget to urge. Na'vi is in danger now. King Dwarf and their lives are in danger. We must rush over as soon as possible. Odin's abacus is quite loud, knowing that I don't want to take risks, so he wants me to come forward. Wu Chun now knows why Thor came over in a hurry. He really didn't want Thanos to find the infinite gems and use it to destroy half of the life in the universe, but it always felt a little uncomfortable for him to be used by Odin as a gun. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. You still speak the common sayings of Chinese culture? Wu Chun looked at Thor curiously. I've been there before. No, now I'm going to save my life. What are you still struggling with? Thor is anxious like an ant on a hot pan now. Since you're in such a hurry, why don't you rush over with Asgard soldiers first? But come to me first. Wu Chun was still in a hurry, but the big clock was already calculating the space-time wormhole leading to Na'vi. I originally wanted to go directly, but my father insisted that I come to you first. Thor is also very helpless. With his temperament, he must have swung a hammer and killed him when faced with such a thing. But this time, Odin stopped him and told him to come to Wu Chun first no matter what. So, Odin thinks that with your strength, you can't deal with Thanos. Wu Chun said that, at the moment, the genetic system provided Wu Chun with the calculation results. The big clock has not yet searched for Na'vi's specific location in the universe, and cannot directly open the wormhole to go. Isn't there any way to go directly? It seems that the only way to do it is to use Asgard's Bifrost. Wu Chun responded to the genetic system, then looked up at Thor. Let's go then, Wu Chun said, and then walked out of the institute first. Sir, should I go with me too? Vision asked. Just stay here. It's dangerous for you to be on the battlefield at this time. Wu Chun said. Yes. Vision agreed. Won't Vision follow? Then do you want to find other Avengers, and let's go together? Thor looked at Wu Chen's back and thought that Odin insisted on asking him to find helpers, which should be because Thanos was really strong. So he naturally thought of the Avengers. With me here, do you still need to find the Avengers? Wu Chen looked back at Thor. Well, maybe not. Thor remembered that Wu Chen's mission to destroy the Dark Elves and swept the Ultron robot in parallel universes was all done by himself. Thor came to Wu Chen's side, raised his hammer to Heimdall on Asgard Bifrost, and immediately lowered Bifrost. In Bifrost, Wu Chun and Thor moved at an extremely fast speed, and in just a few tens of seconds, they had already arrived at Asgard. Odin, Heimdall, Asgard 3 warriors and Sif are all here. At this stage of Odin, although there seems to be nothing wrong with it, Wu Chen's insight now sees that his power is somewhat unstable. The end is approaching, and even Odin of the Father of God has a feeling of weakness like a normal human being. Find me to be a thug for you, but have you thought about what to get for your reward? Wu Chen looked at Odin and said, the Tesseract is in Asgard. When you drive away Thanos and his fleet, I will give it to you of course. In Odin's heart, he had already been prepared. Okay, it seems that you pay attention to the situation of the Earth. Pay attention to my situation. It is not a day or two. Wu Chen knew that the reason why Odin was so direct must be that he knew about the transaction between Wu Chun and Ancient One using Time Gem. As Odin of the Father of God and his guardian Heimdall of Asgard, they all possess the ability to observe the universe. In addition to Wu Chen's special setting in the core area of the 3rd floor under the Research Institute, there is really no way for Wu Chun to completely avoid their prying eyes on what Wu Chun does in other places. We will only look at what we can and need to see, and we, like you, will not pay attention to matters related to privacy. Heimdall said. This is actually what Wu Chun told Stark and the others in the Research Institute. The big clock's real-time monitoring ability, the same as Heimdall's observation ability, can see everything they want to see. Okay, you even know what I said. It seems that my guess is really right. Wu Chun looked at Heimdall and remembered that he was the patron saint of Asgard. The situation is urgent. Let's talk about these things later. Thor urged. He was worried about the situation on Na'vi's side right now. That's right. At this time, it's more important to rush to Na'vi to rescue the dwarf family. We'll decide after we come back. Odin said. Then turn on Bifrost, and I'll fight Thanos first. Wu Chun said. At the same time, the long sword in Heimdall's hand has been inserted into the machine again, and with Asgard's power, Bifrost is activated. Wu Chun, Thor, the three warriors of Tiangong and Sif, the most powerful warriors in Asgard, all set off this time. Although Odin and Heimdall stayed where they were, their attention was all on Nadavi. Nidavine. Thanos smiled as he looked at the finished Infinity Gauntlet and the Tyrant Butcher's knife. As expected of the Dwarf King who is best at forging in the universe, this craft is truly unmatched. Thanos sighed. I have fulfilled my agreement with you. Shouldn't you also let go of my clansmen? King Dwarf said. The reason he made these two weapons for Thanos was all because Thanos threatened his people. It will always be released, but before Thanos could finish his words, Bifrost had appeared. Wu Chun, Thor, Sif, and the three warriors of Tiangong, at the moment all come. It's just that they are letting them go to see the King of Hell, right? Wu Chun came out first. The Eye of Insight glanced around, and he saw the huge Vanguard Guard Corps around him, but none of the Katarwi Corps saw a single one, not even the He Yao generals. There's something wrong with this situation, Wu Chun said. He turned his head to look at Thanos. Not right. What's wrong? Thanos looked at Wu Chun, looking up and down with curiosity in his eyes. Obviously, Thanos has not met Wu Chun, but he should know something about him. But his understanding became puzzled when he arrived at Wu Chun. As far as I know, you have two troops under your command. One is the Vanguard Guard Legion in front of you, and the other is the Katarwi Legion that once tried to invade the Earth. After Wu Chun finished speaking, he continued. And what about those generals under your command? They are a big help to you, but they are all gone now, and you haven't shot against the dwarfs for a long time, as if you were waiting for us to come over on purpose. Wu Chun analyzed this, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Fighting the east and attacking the west, and adjusting the tiger to leave the mountain. This is a tactic that is often used in Sun Tzu's Art of War. Thor, summon Bifrost, go back to Asgard. Wu Chun turned his head and said to Thor. Although Thor didn't understand what was going on, he saw Wu Chun's serious expression and realized the seriousness of the problem. He immediately raised Thor's hammer and wanted to summon him. Bifrost descends, but that's when Thanos got his hands on it. A purple light shot out from his hand, and it instantly knocked Thor out. The surrounding Pioneer Guards rushed out immediately and launched a group attack on Wu Chun and others with a swarming trend. Since they've already come, why rush to leave? Thanos said. I guessed it right. You are Tiahu Lishan. I am afraid that your four He Yao generals have already broken into Asgard's treasure trove to find Tesseract. Wu Chun summoned the spear. At this time, it was obviously difficult for him to return to Asgard immediately. You are very smart, but even so, you are still fooled. At this time, do you think you can still stop my plan? This time, Thanos had gone through a careful plan, and he only took action after seeing Asgard's current situation. Now, Odin is old, and there is no other strong man in Asgard except Heimdall. Then see if you can hold me here. After Wu Chun finished speaking, he immediately shot. Although the plan of Thanos seems to be aimed at Asgard, Wu Chun is very clear that Asgard hides the space gem. Light energy barriers and space-time barriers alone cannot stop the space gem. Wu Chun is very clear about this. Once the space gem is in Thanos' hands, they can directly break into Wu Chun's research institute on Earth to capture the mind gem. The Power Stone at the moment is already in Thanos' hands, which Wu Chun had not expected before. The situation once again exceeded Wu Chun's expectations. I knew for a long time that you have extremely strong combat power, but you only have a few people. How can you fight against my thousands of Vanguard Guards? As Thanos said, those Vanguard Guards roared at this moment, and they had completely drowned Wu Chun and the others. The light of the sun, honor me. Wu Chun's body emits an unprecedentedly strong light. The genes of the light of the sun were stimulated by him again, and the powerful energy made all the Vanguard Guards who had surrounded him all retreat backwards at the same time. I don't believe that your power is stronger than the power gem. After Thanos finished speaking, his right hand slammed out a punch, and another burst of purple energy shot at Wu Chun. Wu Chun didn't dodge either. The spear in his right hand pierced sharply, and a strong golden light burst out. The two strong energies of gold and purple collided, and a fierce explosion occurred instantly. Under the explosion, the surrounding Pioneer Guards were directly blown away. Those that were close were directly blown into powder. This is the energy of the power gem and the light of the sun. Either of them can destroy the star level. At this moment, the two collide, although they are not aimed at destroying the planet, but the destructive power is already unimaginable. The pure destructive power of the power gem is too strong, and the ability of the sun's light can't be opposed to it unless the higher level energy is activated. The genetic system reminds. The super gene of sunlight is extremely destructive, so under normal circumstances, the gene system will automatically lock its energy range and only use the attack methods below the medium-sized flare bombardment. Once the explosive star energy is involved, it must at least be turned on to large-scale flare bombing or even higher level energy. Then open the permission. Anyway, here, there's no need to worry about the ecological damage caused by the flare radiation. Wu Chun said, yes, open the second level use permission of sunlight and unlock the use of large-scale solar flare bombing level energy. The genetic system responded immediately. As a result, more powerful energy began to radiate from Wu Chun's body. Thanos, opposite Wu Chun, also sensed the power of this energy. But with the Tyrant's Butcher's knife and the Infinity Gauntlet inlaid with the power gem in his hand, Thanos' confidence grew. And he has to delay time. He has to let Wu Chun stay here longer. Because only by keeping Wu Chun, He Yao's plan can be successfully implemented, and only after getting the space gem and Tesseract can he further obtain other infinite gems. Thor, Asgard has been attacked, and the underground treasure house has been captured. Quickly return to help. Heimdall's voice came over. Thor seemed to be responding, but he was being held down by hundreds of Vanguard soldiers. Silverblade. Wu Chun summoned Kisha's silver wings. The silver blades formed a pair of wings and slashed towards where Thor was. The Vanguard Guards who were pressing on Thor were instantly cut open by the silver blade, and corpses were everywhere. Dwarfs, let's fight them. The Dwarf King roared, and the dwarfs who had been detained by the Vanguard Guards stood up one after another. Relying on their strong bodies, they overthrew the Vanguard Guards guarding them to the ground, and then picked up weapons such as hammers and attacked the Vanguard Guards. Just on this huge ring belt of Nadavi, a huge war broke out in an all-round way. If you want to go back to rescue, don't even think about it. Thanos rushed directly to Wu Chun. He had to contain Wu Chun. Otherwise, with Wu Chun's strength, even one person would be enough to make it difficult for the thousands of Vanguard Guards here to fight. Boom. Bifrost landed, but it didn't land directly where Thor was, but in a relatively empty place. In the past, Heimdall would have landed Bifrost directly where Thor was, but he didn't do that today, apparently because on Asgard's side, he too was attacked. Although he turned on Bifrost, he couldn't adjust it to the exact position. Heimdall kept this Bifrost on all the time, and it is very possible that he himself has already asked the people of the four black generals to fight. The situation is no longer optimistic. Wu Chun, don't think about it. I won't let you go. As Thanos said, waving his Tyrant Butcher's knife, he had come to Wu Chun. The spear in Wu Chun's hand contained extremely strong energy. The two have changed from the previous long-range confrontation to the current close-quarters battle. Wu Chun's combat skills are actually not as good as Thanos. After all, Thanos has lived a long time and has undergone very strict training. As for Wu Chun, he only officially became a fighter after he obtained the ability of super genes through the big clock. For more than 2 years now, he is still researching super god technology most of the time, and training and fighting is relatively rare. Those opponents he faced before, Wu Chun can forcibly crush by his own advantages. But today, Wu Chun is going to face Thanos, and he still has a power gem. After several collisions, neither Wu Chun nor Thanos had much upper hand. But this battle was not good for Wu Chun from the very beginning. Thanos' men at the moment Asgard is snatching the Tesseract. The longer Wu Chun delays, the better the chances of his men's success. Thanos, your strength is very strong, but obviously my strength is stronger than yours. Even if you have the blessing of the power gem, how long can you hold on? Wu Chun said. but his attack was not slow in the slightest. If the moves are not comparable, then rely on the strength to attack. The strength is similar, then rely on the strength of the body and the superiority of the weapon to create an advantage. Wu Chen 24 is the third generation of super fighters. He has a flame spear and Keisha's silver wings. Power? Who said my power is worse than yours? Thanos held up the Tyrant Butcher knife, the power gem on the Infinity Gauntlet, whose energy was transferred to the knife. The Butcher knife slashed down. Wu Chen raised his spear and blocked it. Clang. The sound of metal cutting resounded through the entire ring, and the long spear in Wu Chen's hand was cut off. Wu Chen's expression changed. Angel's wings spread out behind him, and he quickly stepped back. Looking at the long spear that had been broken in two in his hand, a trace of anger filled his heart. The weapon in Thanos' hand is made of Ulu metal. It was extremely powerful from the beginning, and now it is blessed with a power gem. The power of this flaming spear is no longer able to compete with it, said the genetic system. I know, Wu Chen replied. His flame spear is made of vibranium as the main material. Thanos can split Roger's shield with that butcher's knife, so it is not surprising to cut the spear in Wu Chen's hand. But this long spear is the first weapon Wu Chen personally built after crossing the border. Wu Chen still likes it very much. You don't have the long spear in your hand anymore. Do you think you can beat me with just those knives flying around? Thanos at the moment is very proud because he knows that at the moment he has the upper hand. It's just cutting off the worst blade in my hand. What's there to be proud of? Wu Chen said. His right hand stretched forward, and a black battle axe appeared in his hand. It was the god-killing axe of the god of war. In Wu Chen's body, the originally most powerful energy of the sun's light was gradually replaced by the power of killing gods, severing the axe of thorns. In terms of combat power, it is clear that the god of war of Nuo Xing is more powerful than the light of the sun. That axe. The moment King Dwarf saw the giant axe in Wu Chen's hand, his eyes lit up. He is an expert in forging weapons, and the most powerful weapons that have ever appeared in the entire universe are almost all forged by him. Therefore, King Dwarf can see the extraordinariness of Wu Chen's giant axe at a glance. The power contained in the axe is something I have never seen before. I don't know if a forged Stormbreaker can reach this level. 35. In the hands of the Dwarf King, he also holds a mold of the strongest weapon yet to be built, which is the Stormbreaker he built for Thor in Avengers Alliance 3. But at this moment, when he saw the god-killing axe in Wu Chen's hand, he felt stronger than Stormbreaker. Black battle axe. Apart from the shape, it doesn't look any different from the black spear you used before, Thanos said. Then go ahead and try. After Wu Chen finished speaking, the god-killing axe had already been swung by him. Although Thanos said contemptuous words, he did not feel slighted in his heart. The power of the Power Stone was activated, and Thanos countered Wu Chen in the same way as before. Clang. The Tyrant's Butcher's knife and the god-killing axe collided in midair. The powerful energy spread in an instant, and those Vanguard guards who had been far enough away were still affected, and a large number of casualties occurred. How come? Thanos' figure quickly retreated, and an unbelievable question came out of his mouth. Not only the strength of the weapon, but also the power when he launched an attack has been greatly improved, and even the energy of the power gem has not been able to gain the upper hand. In the attack, just now, Thanos used the energy of the power gem to bless him. But this time, Wu Chen just stepped back, but he was directly knocked out dozens of meters away. The difference in power between the two is obvious at a glance. Thanos, I may have really fallen for your tricks today, but if I kill you here again, even if your subordinates get infinite gems, it will be useless. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he raised the god-killing axe again and attacked again with even stronger energy. There was a flicker of panic in Thanos' eyes. The energy of the power gem was stimulated again, and the Tyrant's Butcher's knife blocked it towards the top of his head. Boom. The explosion sounded. The Tyrant's Butcher's knife in Thanos' hand shattered directly, and Thanos' body was directly smashed into the depths of Nadavi's annular belt. The confrontation between the Tyrant Butcher's knife and the god-killing axe has already been decided. Tyrant Butcher knife, complete defeat. God-killing power, gather. Wu Chen clenched the god-killing axe in his right hand, and the god-killing power constantly merged into it. The black axe emits red light, and the strong energy aura attracts the attention of everyone present. Let's go. Suddenly thrown out, the god-killing axe spun and flew out quickly. For a time, all the Vanguard guards were cut off wherever the god-killing axe passed. In an instant, the Vanguard guards who were originally standing on the ring belt that was almost filled with Nadavi were cut down by Wu Chen by more than a third in one go. In short, the god-killing axe just made a turn around the ring belt of Nadavi, and all the Vanguard guards it passed were dead. Thor, go back to Asgard. Wu Chen had just taken the axe of god-killing and immediately shouted to Thor. Thor was still in shock, but when he heard Wu Chen's words, he immediately stood up, spinning Thor's hammer in his right hand and flying straight to where Bifrost was. Entering Bifrost, Thor disappeared directly, and he had returned to Asgard. Thanos, this blow will send you back to the west. Wu Chen once again turned his attention back to Thanos, the deep hole that lay in the ring belt, and was smashed out by Thanos. The god-killing axe was swung out, and there was a powerful energy on it. When Thanos himself was severely injured, he couldn't resist it at all. However, at this critical moment, a blue light appeared in front of Thanos. Black Dwarf raised his bulky weapon and blocked the front of the god-killer with his body. Ebony Maw appeared behind him, hugged Thanos, and walked into the blue light. Boom. There was another explosion, and Black Dwarf was completely shattered. But Thanos and Ebony Maw had disappeared, and they escaped just before the explosion, with the help of Black Dwarf to resist the god-killing axe. Tesseract. How could it fall so quickly? Wu Chen's face was very ugly, because this time, he seemed to really lose. Even if he defeated Thanos, Thanos' plan has been successful. Heiyao successfully took the space gem from Asgard and rescued Thanos, who was severely injured by Wu Chen. Bifrost reappeared, and a large number of Asgard warriors came, and they began to clear the remaining Vanguard. But Wu Chen, at the moment, didn't have the heart to pay attention to them. The god-killing axe was still clenched in his hand, but his body entered a brief state of silence. In the dark matter plane, Wu Chen is talking to the super gene system and the big clock. Can a space wormhole with Earth be established? Wu Chen asked. The distance of the two, Bifrost teleportation has been calculated, but it will take some time to complete the wormhole that bypasses Asgard and reaches Earth. The genetic system answered. What's the situation on the other side of Earth? Has anyone invaded the Institute? Wu Chen asked. Just received information that Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight are taking the Chitauri Legion and breaking into the Institute through the portal opened by the space gem. I have activated the super god robot, and they are resisting with all their strength. The genetic system speaks. Rule Wanda and Pilcher, let them protect Vision, and I'll be right back. After Wu Chen finished speaking, his thoughts returned to reality, and then went straight to Bifrost. The energy of Bifrost drives Wu Chen back to Asgard. At the moment inside Asgard, it's already chaos, with signs of destruction everywhere. Heimdall at the moment is not in good condition, and he has multiple injuries. As for Thor, he's not here, presumably protecting Odin. Turn on Bifrost now, and send me back to Earth. Wu Chen said. Heimdall didn't ask much. The blade deflected, Bifrost's coordinates began to shift, and the target was exactly the Earth. Wu Chen entered it right away. He wants to get back to Earth as soon as possible, and he will never allow the mind gem that he has already obtained to be taken away by Thanos and his men. Earth, in the research institute built by Wu Chen. When Wu Chen came back, those invading Chitauri legions were quickly retreating. They did not launch a storm on the institute as the big clock had previously reported. But not long after entering the Earth, he immediately turned and started to escape. Wu Chen didn't care so much. The first time to locate the position of Vision, Wu Chen traversed the past with a wormhole. Vision, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver, who were still besieged by a group of Chitauri, saw Wu Chen suddenly appear, and the boulder in their hearts fell instantly. Are you alright? Wu Chen asked. It's alright. 35. Scarlet Witch replied. They attacked very fiercely at the beginning, but they started to retreat after a while, knowing that you were going to come back, and they had no chance. Quicksilver said, Sir, the situation is critical. We must immediately carry out the transfer of Mind Gem. Vision stepped forward. He had hesitation in the past, but now, he is very clear, this must be done. Infinite gems are absolutely safe only when they are in the hands of Wu Chun. I think so too. Wu Chun said, I thought it would take several years for Thanos' plan to start, but now it seems that I was wrong. Assessing the situation and taking advantage of the situation, Thanos is an extremely smart and scheming person. After learning of my existence, he will definitely not go according to the original plan. 5. I should have figured this out sooner. 99. Wu Chun said. At the moment he realized that he was not smart enough. Thinking about things can't be quite comprehensive, especially in a world like the Marvel movie universe that is full of chaos and polygons in the first place. And it's even more impossible to control the big picture. The previous Illuminati invasion event and the early outbreak of the Infinite War at this moment were all things Wu Chun could not have expected. Speaking of which, you are just a peer of the same age as us, and facing an enemy like Thanos who has lived for hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years, or even longer, it is understandable to make mistakes. Scarlet Witch was speaking soothing words, when, in fact, she really thought so. Maybe Wu Chun is not the one who can do everything perfectly, but there is no doubt that he is already the most outstanding person on Earth. It's useless to say these things. Since you want to pursue eternity, you must avoid accidents. The past may not be able to make up for it, but the future must be controlled. After Wu Chun finished speaking, he waved his hand and opened the door to the laboratory. There are 3 floors in the central area of the institute. The research room on the first floor, where the virtual projection of the big clock is located, is the center of information and intelligence aggregation. The second floor lab, where Wu Chun builds general weapons, armor, and analyzes infinite gems, is there. As for the third floor, it was a void where no one could step, a space shielded by Wu Chun with the help of the Great Clock's ability, where all the true, core supernatural technologies were located. Come on, let's take off the mind gem first. 95. Wu Chun said. Vision is no longer hesitation, the first to go to the second floor. After that, Wu Chun and Vision started the project of cutting off the connection between Vision's body and mind gem and taking out mind gem on the second floor. Both Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver stayed on the third floor. They observed the global situation, but also the situation in outer space. Every minute and every second of the big clock is exploring the star field of outer space. This time, I went out to Asgard and Nadavi and expanded the map again, so the big clock has been able to observe the situation on Asgard and Nadavi at the same time. The situation over Asgard seems to be chaotic. 99. Scarlet Witch speaks, and the big clock at the moment is showing the Asgard situation at the core. Odin's life is coming to an end and Asgard is now in an unprecedented crisis. The big clock reports the details. Who are those extra huge amounts of gnomes? Quicksilver pointed to the dwarfs that were appearing at Asgard Bifrost. That's the dwarf of the Nadavi. The big clock replied. Dwarf? Look at their stature, they are taller than us humans. 35. Quicksilver said. In fact, those dwarfs are indeed not small. Dwarfs are judged by their physical characteristics, not by how high or low they are. The big clock replied. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit different from what we think of dwarf. Quicksilver complained. Just today, they suffered the greatest disaster in history, almost slaughtering their entire clan by Thanos, and it was the arrival of their master that saved them. Said the big clock. Why would Thanos kill them? Scarlet Witch asked. The dwarf family is the most skilled at forging weapons in the universe, and Thor's Thor hammer is forged by them. The big clock replied. So, Thanos is going to build weapons? Scarlet Witch asked. Thanos asked the dwarf king to build him the Infinity Gauntlet and the Tyrant Butcher's knife, but the Tyrant's Butcher's knife was destroyed by the master with the God-killing axe. When the big clock answered this question, it also showed the picture at the time. Look at the scene where Wu Chun and Thanos are fighting. Look at the ring built around a neutron star and the Vanguard guard standing on it. This situation shocked both Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. It's true, the gods are fighting. Quicksilver sighed. It was at this time that thunder came from outside the institute, and the people from Asgard came again. Sif fell from the sky, announced his identity outside the gate of time and space, and then walked in. I came here by order of the father of God Odin. Sif said. What's the matter with you? Scarlet Witch asked. Odin invited Wu Chun to Asgard, saying that he still has something to discuss. Sif said. Wu Chun is currently performing surgery on Vision. I'm afraid he won't be able to do this in a short time. Scarlet Witch said. But Odin said that this matter is very important, and he hopes to talk to Wu Chun as soon as possible. 5. Sif started to panic. Then let Wanda do it for me. No matter what we discuss, it's the same with Wanda. Wu Chun's voice came out. Although he was in the process of transferring mind gem to Vision, Wu Chun still knew about the outside world. Let me go. Wanda was a little flattered. This was going to talk to a generation of god kings, and Wu Chun actually authorized this matter to her. Well, let's go. After Wu Chun finished speaking, there was no sound after that. At this time, obviously he still has to focus on Vision as much as possible, and while taking out the mind gem, he has to create a new core similar to the mind gem for it, which is not an easy task. Sif felt a little helpless, but she had already come, and it seemed even more inappropriate if she couldn't bring anything back. Don't worry, although Wu Chun asked me to represent him, I've already established a communication link with the big clock, and Wu Chun can hear what I hear there. 5. Scarlet Witch saw the helplessness in Sif's heart, and said with relief. Okay, that's all. Let's go to Asgard first. It has already reached this point, and it can only be done. The two came to the lawn outside the institute together. Heimdall immediately descended Bifrost, and took Scarlet Witch and Sif to Asgard. At Bifrost and Asgard, there's a lot of fun at the moment. The warriors of Asgard are still in and out, and the dwarf of Nadavi is constantly being teleported here. Wu Chun returned directly to Earth after Thanos escaped. At that time, Inaidawe had a large number of pioneer guards. Therefore, the soldiers dispatched by Asgard have gone through a hard battle, and now, the battle has just ended. Under the leadership of Sif, Scarlet Witch did not stop too much, but went directly to Asgard's palace and came to the room where Odin was. At the moment, Thor, Loki and Frigga are all here. Odin's state is more haggard than before. The invasion of the 4 black generals brought another shock to the Asgard king. Odin, Scarlet Witch greeted War politely. At such a critical time, Wu Chun didn't come in person. It seems that it is on the other side of the earth. What else is more important? Odin sat up. Although he was more haggard than before, he was still able to move normally. Wu Chun is transferring the mind gem on Vision. Once this project, Wang Hao, starts, it cannot be stopped easily. So this time he has entrusted me to come and meet you. 99. Scarlet Witch briefly described the situation. A mind gem. Odin said. The space gem has been lost, and Thanos already has 2 infinite gems of power and space in his hands. At this time, it is indeed more important to protect the other infinite gem. Odin accepted the situation. So, when you invited Wu Chun this time, is there anything you want to talk about? You can tell me directly. Scarlet Witch asked. The arrival of Infinity War, I think, is beyond Wu Chun's expectations, right? Odin didn't answer, but instead asked. According to Wu Chun's original conjecture, Thanos should have attacked Asgard after you died, and at that time, the Infinity War will officially break out. Scarlet Witch has no intention of hiding, but he miscalculated, and Thanos changed his original plan. Odin said. Yes. Scarlet Witch agreed, then continued. It's pointless to go deeper into what has happened, so let's talk about the real purpose of finding Wu Chun this time. Scarlet Witch's question made Odin hesitate for a moment. Then, his words made Wu Chun, who was far away on Earth, look solemn. It is indeed the 4 black generals who came to invade Asgard, but it was the Eternals who broke the defenses set up outside the palace and broke into the treasure house. As Odin said, the last 3 words he said also completely caught Wu Chun's attention. The Earth and Wu Chun in the Research Institute also slowed down a bit. Eternals, this is not just a question of the intruder's original strength, but it is very likely that the Heavenly God Group is involved behind him. As the so-called supreme gods in the Marvel movie universe, the Tenjin Group controls the life and death of the universe. The birth of each god group is based on the destruction of a planet. After birth, it has the strength to create the solar system, and naturally it has the strength to easily destroy the stars. Big Clock, investigate the information status of that celestial group on Earth. Wu Chun said that the big clock is also at the moment, and began to explore the group of gods that are being conceived on the Earth. The data shows that this group of gods is still in the process of being conceived. With the current reproduction progress of human beings on Earth, it will take at least 5 or 6 years to form. The big clock replied, "What about the Eternals scattered across the Earth?" Wu Chun asked again. At the moment, it seems that there is no change. 39. The big clock calls out the information data of every Eternal race on Earth. That is to say, those who appeared in Asgard were not members of the Eternals on Earth. Wu Chun said, his current strength is overwhelming against most of the people who have appeared in the Marvel movie universe so far. But the God group is obviously not among them. If the Tianqing group is really fighting against Wu Chun, it is just one of them. Wu Chun will spend 630 huge amounts of strength to fight against it. Not to mention that the Tianqing group is not an individual, but there is a complete system and quantity behind it. Unknown. According to our information, the existence of Thanos is contrary to the interests pursued by the Tenjin group, and they should not join forces. Big Clock Analysis wrote, "You're right. What Thanos wants is to destroy half of the human beings in the universe, and the birth of the Celestial group can only be done after the number of people in the planet they spawn reaches a peak." 5. Wu Chun said, since the relationship between the two was originally antagonistic, it is obviously unlikely that Thanos and the Tenjin group will reach a cooperation. 35. The analysis of the big clock made Wu Chun's frown slightly loosen. As long as the Tianqing group is not directly involved, then with the current strength of Wu Chun, there is no need to worry too much. Perhaps the Eternals and those on Earth rebelled against the Celestials because they didn't want to see the entire planet destroyed. The big clock reminded, whether that's the reason or not, at least we're not facing the most difficult situation. Wu Chun said, continue to assist me in the next project, and at the same time pay attention to the situation on Asgard, the content of the call between Wanda and Odin. I need to know. 5. Wu Chun said, and then he entered the extraction project of Mind Gem again. On the other side, inside the palace of Asgard, Odin is still talking to Scarlet Witch about what he has. The Eternals joined forces with Thanos, and they broke through Asgard's defenses, entered the vault, and took the Tesseract, along with the Orb of Elmodo. Odin said, the Ball of Elmodo? What is that? Wanda asked. It's a relic from the ancient magician Elmodo, a magic tool that can spy clues to some major events that will happen in the future. 99. Odin said, since the Eternals took the Orb of Elmodo, he must have the ability to use it, and then confront Thanos. I am afraid we will be targeted everywhere. Odin said, and his words made Scarlet Witch realize that the situation was not good. In addition, Asgard and Earth will face another powerful opponent, a death god who is about to return from the kingdom of the dead, Hela. I heard Wu Chun mention it. It should be your former eldest daughter, right? Hela, the goddess of death who fought the 9 realms with you, and was the former owner of Mjolnir. Scarlet Witch and Wu Chun have been together for a long time, and naturally know many events and key characters in the Marvel movie universe. Loki and Thor on the side. The two brothers had probably heard something about Hela, but every time they heard Odin mention it, they still felt lingering fears. Among the descendants of Odin, the strongest is actually a goddess who dominates death, and he has also single-handedly destroyed Asgard's once famous Valkyrie Legion. Thor is ashamed of this combat power. Once Hela recovers, Asgard will be invaded by her, but her power comes from Asgard, and once she returns to Asgard and rules, she can use Asgard's power to wage war against the 9 realms and even the entire universe. 5. Odin said, so, do you mean to hope that Wu Chun will come forward to help you fight Hela and kill him before she returns to Asgard? Scarlet Witch asked. Hela is very hard to kill, and I guess that Thanos may have formed an alliance with him, and if they join forces with each other, one of the most powerful dark factions ever formed will be formed. Odin said, if that's the case, then it's going to be a big deal. Scarlet Witch said, you wait, I have to ask Wu Chun for his opinion. 55. After Scarlet Witch finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the room. After getting outside the room, Scarlet Witch found a relatively quiet corner and asked Wu Chun through the big clock. Seth, I already know the situation, what Odin is going to tell us, and what he wants us to do. Wu Chun's voice entered Scarlet Witch's mind. With the ability of the big clock, it is not difficult to talk across the entire universe, let alone in Asgard. What do you mean? Are you going to promise to help them deal with Hela? Scarlet Witch asked. Help? I was asked to support Nadavi earlier, and he agreed to give me the space gem, but now that I lost it, I still have a long gun of my own, and I will be asked to help him again, but it's not that easy anymore. Wu Chun said. When Scarlet Witch felt a little stunned and helpless, Wu Chun's words came again. Just tell them what I said just now. If you think they are sincere enough, then agree to it, and then let the old guy Odin come to the Earth in person. We are here, waiting for his daughter. After that, Wu Chun terminated the call with Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch looked up at Asgard's sky, then looked back at the room where Odin was, and sighed helplessly. Returning to it again, in front of the Odin family, Scarlet Witch conveyed Wu Chun's meaning. Thor and Loki's faces are not very good looking. The Aesir gods who were just on the ground in the past now ask for help from a human on Earth, which makes them a little difficult to adapt. It's better now. Wu Chun didn't agree and didn't say it, and he was blaming them for what they said earlier. The space gem was taken away from my expectations. I can't find it again, but I can't do it now, but Odin said. But then, he actually picked up the eternal gun beside him. His spear was damaged in battle, but I can pay for it with this spear of eternity. 39. Father, Thor stood up immediately, excitedly. The Spear of Eternity is the symbol of King Asgard, and it can directly summon Bifrost. How can it be given to mortals so easily? Loki, who had been holding back his words for a long time, couldn't help but speak at this moment. This matter is so decided. You can go back now to explain all this to Wu Chun, and in 3 days, we will go to Earth in person. Odin ignored Thor and Loki, and in his opinion, the Spear of Eternity was obviously less important than the people of Asgard. Scarlet Witch didn't know what to say either. He could only respectfully perform a courtesy, then turned around and exited the room, and then returned to Earth under the leadership of Sif. After he left, Odin had a quarrel with his 2 sons, and even the Queen of Heaven, Frigga, got involved. However, they were all persuaded by Odin in the end. Earth, outside the Institute. Scarlet Witch came out of Bifrost and headed straight to the 2nd floor of the Institute. Regarding Ultron, she had to go to Wu Chun to explain it herself. At the moment, Wu Chun had already taken down the Mind Gem on Vision's forehead. What he did next was to implant a new energy core into the vacant gem slot on Vision's forehead. Are you going to take the Spear of Eternity in exchange for me to deal with Hela? Wu Chun was actually a little surprised by this. After all, it was Asgard's strongest weapon and the king's symbol. But from the tone of your speech, it seems that you wanted to get this weapon from the beginning, right? Scarlet Witch said, well, you're right. In Asgard now, the only thing I can look at is the Spear of Eternity. Wu Chun nodded. What he chases is eternity, and he naturally likes weapons named after eternity. Moreover, Eternal Gun can open Bifrost, which has a great effect on Wu Chun. In Thor 4's movie, the God Slayer went to seek eternity, and it was through Bifrost that he opened the final door. Wu Chun has not yet gone to find that eternal idea, but sooner or later, he will still do so. Since he will do it sooner or later, getting a weapon that can summon Bifrost is naturally what Wu Chun needs. And Odin's Spear of Eternity is obviously the most suitable. 3 days later, Odin came to Earth with Thor and Loki. Odin holds the Spear of Eternity. The weapon in Thor's hand has also changed from the original Thor's hammer to a left-handed hammer and a right-handed battle axe. Apparently, after deciding to hand over the Spear of Eternity, Odin chose to forge a new king's weapon for Thor. Storm Tomahawk. King Dwarf had a casting tool for a long time, and in these 3 days, they went to forge it. Wu Chun, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Vision, at the moment, are also in the Institute. The Mind Gem on Vision's head has been removed, and a blue crystal is reinserted. It is a special crystal that Wu Chun specially found from the universe, and a chip is embedded in the crystal, so that Vision can fight in battle. It still uses an attacking move similar to the laser fired by the previous Mind Gem. In just 3 days, preparations for both sides have been made. Odin sighed. At the moment, he no longer had that abundant energy in his body, but it seems that he is more like an ordinary human old man. Infinity War has begun. Thanos has found the power gem, and now has the space gem. The war has come. How can it be done without preparation? Wu Chen said, now that you are ready for war, let's get started. Odin said, the eternal spear in his hand has been sent out by him. Wu Chen stretched out his hand and made a move in midair, and the spear flew into his hand. The moment his palm touched the spear, he felt the power emanating from the spear. As expected of the weapon of the father of God Odin, the energy contained in this spear of eternity is at least at the level of killing gods. 35. Wu Chen said, but the so-called god-killing level in his mouth came to the ears of Odin and others, but they couldn't understand it for a while. Wu Chen didn't want to explain too much. He just waved the spear tentatively, and after finding that it felt pretty good, he threw it back into his arsenal. Then, I have finished what I have to do, and it is time for me to leave. As Odin said, Thor and Loki both stood in front of him at the moment, looking at Odin. In the past few days, Odin has explained everything. Whether Asgard's future or the imminent goddess of death, he can't interfere in all these things. I just hope that the helper he finally finds will be able to think of Asgard a little while fighting against Thanos and his alliance, and help them keep their family business. Odin's body began to dissipate, and the father of God, who had ruled the 9 realms for thousands of years, vanished and disappeared into the universe. After his body dissipated, a space-time vortex appeared in front of everyone. The goddess of death Hela, who came back from the kingdom of death, is carefully observing everyone around her. Initially, her eyes fell on Thor and Loki, as she felt the same divine power from Asgard as herself. But then, Hela's attention was focused on Wu Chen, and then exactly on the spear of eternity in Wu Chen's hands. Gungnir, how could it be in your hands? Hela looked at Wu Chen suspiciously. She couldn't figure out how this weapon that Asgard symbolized the king's identity and status could appear in the hands of an outsider who was not Asgard. A few days ago, I stood up for your family, and then the weapon was destroyed by the family. This is what your father paid me. Wu Chen said, the gods of Asgard still need an outsider like you to stand up for them. Hela's tone was full of ridicule and contempt. It seems that without my rebellious daughter, Odin and his obedient sons, nothing seems to be possible. 55. Hela was clearly looking at Thor and Loki when he said this. She could feel that the relationship between the two was a little closer to her, especially Thor. The blood resonance between blood relatives is very strong. Asgard, you don't need to worry about it. You should leave here quickly and return to your world of death. Thor said, the hammer in his hand, at the moment was already flashing thunder. That's how you talk to your sister and me? Hela gave Thor a disdainful look. I'm not interested in watching your family farce, so there's no need to stage it in front of me. Wu Chen said, with a wave of his hands. 2 gentle forces pushed Thor and Loki back behind him. Death god Hela, right? I was entrusted by your father to destroy you. So, are you going to die obediently? Or are you going to fight to the death with me? Wu Chen went straight to the point, and when Hela heard that Wu Chen actually came to deal with him, he was happy now. You are just a mortal. Do you really think that with Gungnir in your hands, you will have the power to defeat me? Hela said with a smile. 2 long swords had been summoned in her hands, and her original torn clothes were also covered by a summoned armor. It took thousands of years of exile to come out. It's no wonder that you are a little ignorant, and it's no wonder you. Wu Chen said casually. The dark alloy armor was summoned, constantly self-organizing and wearing Wu Chen's body. You say I'm ignorant? Sister, when I came out to fight in the universe, you didn't know which woman was spinning around in the stomach. Hela said, slammed his right hand, and a flying darts flew directly to Wu Chen. Wu Chen didn't make any movement, but the flying darts were blocked by a silver blade that suddenly appeared when they came halfway. Immediately afterwards, beside Wu Chen, many silver blades began to appear gradually. Playing flying darts? There's no one in the universe who's been more slippery than me. After that, Wu Chen pointed the spear forward. In an instant, dozens of silver blades stabbed toward Hela's location. At first, Hela didn't take the attack of these silver blades seriously, but when she tried to block the silver blade with her long sword, she suddenly discovered that these silver blades originally contained extremely strong power, and the sharpness when cutting is simply indestructible. Hela's armor was carefully crafted by Asgard's people from the dwarf tribe, and its defensive power is by no means an ordinary weapon that can damage it. But this time, when Hela planned to directly resist Wu Chen's attack in the most ordinary way, the silver blade instantly penetrated her armor and pierced into her skin. The severe pain made Hela immediately realize that this time she was careless. Wu Chen's attack was obviously effective against her, and the wound cut by the silver blade was sending bursts of pain, as if the energy that would have repaired itself was caused by Wu Chen's silver blade. The wound was swallowed up. Boy, you piss me off. Hela gritted her teeth hard, and then quickly waved her hands. One after another, flying darts constantly shot out of Hela's palm. In the face of such flying darts, Wu Chen is really not interested at all. In front of Keisha's silver wings, any god-killing martial arts must fade safely, especially this silver blade, which can in turn restrain the attack of flying darts launched by Hela, who has insufficient energy at the moment. The clinking, metal-crashing sound source constantly reverberates in midair. While controlling the silver blade, the super gene system is also measuring the loopholes in the death god Hela's physical condition and moves. As a result, the flying darts and silver blades that seem to be intertwined with each other actually have a large number of silver blades directly breaking through the defensive circle of death god Hela. These flying darts slashed across Hela's body one by one, and her indestructible skin was now riddled with holes. I told you earlier that playing flying darts in front of me is like courting death. Wu Chen said. He waved his hand violently. Those silver blades suddenly stopped, and then began to turn into more silver blades than spread out. Immediately afterwards, a storm composed of silver blades rose up and down the island, and countless silver blades poured down on Hela's body like raindrops. After the sword rain, Hela couldn't find a single piece of complete skin all over her body. She knelt down on one knee in embarrassment, blood spit out from her mouth, and there were countless sword marks on her body. In the movie, she faces the entire Asgard guard army alone, relying on the flying darts in her hand to kill them all. But today here, facing Wu Chen's silver blade, her attacking tricks with flying darts were completely grasped. Hela finally understood at this moment why Odin finally chose to die here, and why he gave Wu Chen the spear of eternity and let him come forward to deal with him. Because Wu Chen is really her nemesis. Looks like you can't take it anymore. Wu Chen said, his attacks, at the moment, have all been put away. Why on earth do you have to help Odin to deal with me? Hela knew that it would definitely be impossible to fight. Now, she just wants to fight for a chance for herself through other means. I didn't deal with you entirely because I wanted to help Odin. Wu Chen said, then what are you doing? We didn't have any grudges in the past. Hela said, there is really no grudge between you and me. 35. Wu Chen replied. It's just that I don't want a dangerous person like you to exist. Wu Chen interrupted Hela. He dealt with Hela because Hela was originally a dangerous person. Now Hela, Wu Chen can hang and beat at will. But if it was Hela after returning to Asgard, with Wu Chen's current third-generation strength, he really wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him so easily. If she joins forces with Thanos or someone else, the danger will be even greater. What if I promise never to do anything hostile to you from now on? Hela said. She didn't want to die when she just came out of the exiled kingdom of death. Oh, do you think this kind of commitment makes sense? Wu Chen said that this so-called promise has always been the most unreliable. Now, Hela was suppressed by Wu Chen, so she would say such soft words. But if Hela gains stronger power one day, or has the opportunity to fight back, will she still care about these promises made today? Then what do you think? Hela asked. I don't want to do it, and I'm too lazy to think about it, because as long as I kill you here, everything will be over. Wu Chen said, raising the spear of eternity in his hand, pointing directly at Hela's forehead. 630. Do you think you can definitely kill me with this eternal spear? Seeing that the soft service has no effect, Hela simply became stronger. She is the death god who once fought in the entire universe, and in her heart there is only unwillingness, but never fear. Can the spear of eternity kill you? Then I'll change it. Wu Chen said, and behind him, at the moment, a large black sword suddenly flew out. Combined with the ultimate skills displayed by the power of the galaxy, the ultimate punishment. Even the spear of eternity may not be able to kill me. Are you sure you can do it simply by relying on your great sword? 35. Hela stood up, and the energy in her body was stimulated to its strongest state. In Hela's hands, the two long swords were summoned, and she faced the ever-growing big sword and launched a counterattack. How dare you resist in front of me? When Wu Chen spoke, a huge amount of black shadows formed within the space. It looks bigger than this island, and it even looks like the entire planet can't hold it. This is the first time Wu Chen has used this god-level power, and this is the first time he has shown the power of the dark matter plane in front of people. Hela, who was still thinking of trying to resist, was stunned when he saw this huge amount of figure appearing. She could never have imagined that Wu Chen actually had such power, that feeling, surpassing their Asgard gods, and even more terrifying than those huge celestial groups. Do not. In the last wailing, in the face of the final sanction, Death God Hela failed to control his own life and death after all. All the cells in the body, at the moment when the big sword fell, all disappeared. The great clock, retrieving the traces of the Death God Hela's life. Wu Chen said, the big sword at the moment has changed back to the original file size. It flew back to Wu Chen's back, and then disappeared completely. The signs of life are completely gone, and the energy link between her and Asgard is broken. 35. The voice of the genetic system rang out in Wu Chen's sea of consciousness. The dignified Asgard God King level powerhouse is so vulnerable in the face of final sanctions. Wu Chen sighed with emotion. Although Hela has not yet returned to Asgard, he has not received the so-called source of constantly more powerful energy. But there is no doubt that Hela is a God King level existence, at least the Asgard royal family, and Thor, who has the title of God of War, is vulnerable in front of Hela. Previously, Hish's silver wings hit Hela many times. Although Hela was severely damaged, it was not able to kill him directly. That was because the powerful energy endowed by Asgard maintained her life. The final sanction obviously avoided this point and directly attacked the source of its life. The final sanction is the ultimate move driven by the anti-void ability above the void level. According to the improvement of the user's strength, the power of this move will continue to increase, and now, your ability is above Hela, and you want to kill her. Naturally not difficult, said the genetic system. Anti-void ability. Wu Chen murmured. He has not yet installed a core engine above the void level, but the anti-void ability is symbiotic with the power of the galaxy. Even Odin said that Death God Hela, the greatest disaster in Asgard's history, was killed by you like that? Loki reacted from the shock. He looked at Wu Chen at the moment with surprise and fear in his eyes. Thinking back to the first time he met Wu Chen, he thought Wu Chen was just a small mortal, but now, the other party can turn their backs on the existence of the Asgard gods. If I can't kill even a weak Hela, what can I say against Thanos who already has 2 infinite gems? Wu Chen said. Thanos, have you figured out how to deal with him? 99. Thor stepped forward. Although watching Hela just die like this made him feel a little uncomfortable, Thor at the moment is already the king of Asgard, and he needs to truly take on his responsibilities as a king. Thanos personally led people to attack Na'vi, and then let his subordinates attack Asgard, which led to the end of Odin's life prematurely. As the son of Odin and the new king of Asgard, he had to seek revenge on Thanos no matter what. The big clock has been searching for the whereabouts of Thanos, but the universe is too big, and we don't know where they are. This kind of search may not be effective. Wu Chen put away the fighting state, turned around, and walked back to the research institute. Thor, Loki, Scarlet Witch, Vision, and Quicksilver followed suit. According to the data obtained by the big clock, the Earth is in a remote corner of the known galaxy universe, and the big clock started its search from here, and it was not comprehensive enough. Wu Chen waved his hand, and the holographic projection changed from the Earth to the entire galaxy. The big clock has been exploring for more than 2 years, and has now arrived at the location of several other known interstellar civilizations in the Marvel movie universe, such as the Nova Empire. You brought 3 tons of vibranium from Wakanda earlier, and said that you were going to build a spaceship, so are you going to set off to find Thanos in the universe? 99. Scarlet Witch asked. They all know that Wu Chen found a lot of rare metals, but until now, they have never seen. Where's the spaceship? But think of those super god robots built by Wu Chen, and think of all kinds of secretly running factories under the island of the Institute and in the surrounding waters. Scarlet Witch and the others also understood that the spaceship must have been under construction long ago, and maybe it has already been built. The construction of the spaceship is not complete, but now, we do have to go to the universe. Wu Chen said, and his fingers landed on the coordinates of the Nova Empire. Although, the situation is completely different now. Thanos obtained the power gem several years earlier, and this time period, if compared to the original timeline, should be when Star-Lord or Guardians of Galaxy first came into contact with the Cosmic Spirit Ball. But no matter what stage it was cut off at, it should have a certain connection with the Nova Empire. The spaceship has not been built, and you will not be able to accompany you, so you will continue to stay in the Research Institute and be responsible for monitoring the situation in the world and the universe. Wu Chen looked at Scarlet Witch and others and said, are you going alone? Scarlet Witch was a little worried. After all, there was a huge army there, and Wu Chen was only one person. Although Wu Chen's strength is very strong, in this situation, she will inevitably be afraid of what will happen. If I go alone, it will be safer. Wu Chen said. Wu Chen is right. With his strength, he can protect himself no matter what kind of environment he finds himself in. But if he brings us with him, in the event of an emergency, we will become his burden. Vision said. Yes, Wanda, we can't handle these 24 things, so let Wu Chen do it himself. 99. Pilcher is also comforting Scarlet Witch. Okay then. Scarlet Witch didn't hold out any longer. Well, it's settled like that. Wu Chen said. In addition, the super god robots will be stationed at several key points around the Research Institute in the future. When I am not on Earth, the 3 of you can be in charge of commanding them. If there is any emergency, you can also let other super robots in the factory stand by. The god robots started together. Wu Chen said. In these days, the factories around the Institute have been operating. The creation of superhuman robots has never stopped from beginning to end, and the first batch of robots created was put into the construction of spaceships. And now, there are already a lot more. Therefore, he has let the big clock be responsible for the arrangement, so that part of it is arranged around the Research Institute, and is responsible for the patrol work of the Research Institute and the periphery of the island. In the past, Wu Chen believed that as long as there were light barriers and space-time barriers, all intruders could be eliminated. But now Wu Chen is very clear that no barrier can be perfect. Although the super god robots can't be as good as the real super god army, but these robots have been transformed by big clocks, and they are supported by the algorithms of the space-based computing group. The combat power is definitely better than those created by Stark and the others. Ultron robots are much more powerful. With these robots in charge of patrolling, and with the protection of light energy barriers and space-time barriers, the safety of this Research Institute can be better guaranteed. Yes. 35. Vision and others answered at the same time. Thor, take Loki back to Asgard. Wu Chen looked at Thor and Loki. Asgard is really in trouble now, but if you want to fight Thanos, you can come to me at any time. We Asgard owe you this time, and we are absolutely bound to do anything in the future. Thor's opinion of Wu Chen was not very good before, but this time, Wu Chen actually helped Asgard through a major crisis. Well, I see. 35. Wu Chen answered casually. Thor and Loki then summoned Bifrost and returned to Asgard. Wu Chen unfolded Angel's wings and flew into outer space. The wormhole opened, and Wu Chen entered it directly. In just a few hours, Wu Chen came from the Earth on the edge of the galaxy to the extremely prosperous capital of the Interstellar Empire in this universe. Xander Star, where the capital of the Nova Empire is located, is also the planet with the most frequent exchanges and trade among various civilizations and races in the universe. Wu Chen didn't go in, but the big clock scan of Xander's information had already begun. The civilization of this planet is already a good existence among aerospace-level civilizations, and the concept of civilization and the environment within the planet are rarely seen. The Big Clock's evaluation of this new star empire is still very high. In this way, the Nova Empire has not been attacked by Thanos and Ronan. Wu Chen didn't pay attention to the technological level of Nova Empire. What he cared more about was the current state of Xander Star. The whole city is prosperous, whether it is the military or the civilians. It seems very relaxed and comfortable. Obviously, it has not experienced war or even received any threats. The location information of several key persons has been retrieved. The Big Clock said, the positions of Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, and Nova Supreme have all been marked by the Big Clock. Only Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, and Tree Groot are here? No information from Gamora. Wu Chen asked. According to the data records on the planet, Gamora was only here half a month ago. The Big Clock answered. Sure enough, the situation is completely different from what I remembered. Wu Chen no longer struggled with this issue. The moment Nadavi saw Thanos holding the Power Stone in his hand, Wu Chen realized that the storyline of Guardians of Galaxy 1 must have been changed. And now all this is just the idea of applying for Wu Chen. It will take some time to decipher the Nova Corps' internal data system. The Big Clock reminded. Well, I'll go down and see you first. That 3 punches hit the 4th Star-Lord of the Avengers Alliance. After Wu Chen finished speaking, with the flapping of his wings behind him, he landed directly towards the interior of Xander Star. The Big Clock was cracking the database of the 630 Nova Corps, and Wu Chen went directly to the trading area to find the Star-Lord who was hanging around here. The Star-Lord, who was holding a red-skinned alien girl in his arms, was proud of the spring breeze at this moment. Hey buddy, let's talk business. Wu Chen reached out and patted Xing Lord's shoulder. Star-Lord turned his head, and when he saw Wu Chen, he was slightly stunned. Business? What business are we talking about? Star-Lord asked. There's a treasure house with a lot of treasure hidden in it. If you can help me find that thing, I can pay you a lot. Wu Chen did not directly ask about the Cosmic Spirit Ball, but first tentatively approached Star-Lord to discuss business. Chongbao, what kind of heavy treasure? Star-Lord asked back. The Cosmic Ball. Wu Chen replied, and as soon as he said these words, Xing Jue's expression changed. After the eyes rolled around a few times, Star-Lord suddenly put on an expression of disgust. I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not a thief. You should go to the universe to find looters for help in your business of stealing. After speaking, Star-Lord turned around and was about to leave. But before he took a few steps, Wu Chen suddenly moved from behind him to in front of him, an invisible pressure that made Star-Lord unable to move instantly. Who are you? What do you want to do? Star-Lord couldn't move at the moment, and the little girl following him also ran away in fright at the moment. I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to ask, how did the Cosmic Spirit Ball get into Thanos' hands? Before Wu Chen spoke, the location of the two had been moved to a remote corner. Thanos. So you're not with Thanos? Star-Lord asked back. It doesn't make any sense for you to be with me or not. You just need to tell me how the Orb of the Universe got its hands on Thanos. Wu Chen didn't have so much time to fool around with Star-Lord here. The purpose of his coming out this time is to find Thanos, find the rest of the Infinite Gems, and let Infinity War be cut in half in his own hands. It was stolen from me, and what Ebony Maw came with Black Dwarf, I couldn't beat it and had to run away. Star-Lord knew that this was someone he couldn't afford to provoke, so he told the truth. Anyway, the Cosmic Spirit Ball is no longer in his hands, so Wu Chen shouldn't shoot at him no matter what. Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf came in person, and it seems that Thanos really saw me as a threat, planning every step carefully from the start. Wu Chen let go of the shackles of Star-Lord. The desired information has been obtained, and it is useless to keep him. The shackles on Star-Lord's body were untied, and he turned and left without hesitation. The database of the Nova Corps has been cracked. Gamora came with Ronan's people. After that, the Nova Corps discovered their whereabouts and wanted to drive them away, but they were picked up by the Thanos Corps who came later, had a head-on conflict with Thanos and avoided the edge. Gene Systems reports the latest to Wu Chen. Gamora was with Ronan's people, and Thanos sent someone to pick her up again. Could it be that Thanos already knew that Gamora held the Soul Gem's position? Wu Chen's expression was solemn. According to the memory data in your brain, only Gamora knows where the Soul Gem is, and Gamora at the moment never told anyone this information. Thanos should not know this layer, said the genetic system. If I used to, I would have thought so, but what happened recently made me realize that there may be some people behind Thanos who we don't know are providing important information. Wu Chen said. At this point, Wu Chen had already guessed when Nadawi met Thanos for the first time. You think someone is helping Thanos behind the scenes? Could it be Kong the Conqueror? 23. Genetic Systems asked. Not necessarily. After all, if Conqueror Kong Rajan could come directly to this timeline, or if he could directly intervene in this timeline, he would have already done it himself. Wu Chen didn't know much about Kong the Conqueror, but he understood a truth. Before the opponent has grown up, it is much safer to destroy the opponent first than to wait for him to become stronger. If it wasn't Kong the Conqueror, who else could it be? The rational brain of the genetic system cannot analyze what the situation is. Wu Chen was lost in thought, and he didn't want to understand what the situation was. System, has the Big Clock recently monitored the energy breath from the parallel universe? Wu Chen asked. No, the Big Clock has been monitoring the entire Earth and the known universe, and once the energy of the parallel universe appears, the Big Clock will definitely be able to find it. 35. The genetic system answered. What if it's outside the known universe? Or, as before, it took some special means to shield its own energy aura before passing through? Wu Chen continued to talk about his guess. The genetic system didn't know how to answer for a while. The Marvel movie universe is far more complex than the Super God universe. It is extremely difficult for the Big Clock to completely cover the entire universe and to monitor the information of the entire universe. Coupled with those strange magic and divine power, the Big Clock is even more difficult to control. After the Infinity War is over, we must find the Book of Wyshandi as soon as possible. Only by knowing more, we can further grasp everything. Wu Chen said. His attention has returned to reality. No matter how many thoughts you have in your heart, there is no way to do it now. Only by starting with the present can you better control the future. Can I come with you? Star-Lord, who had already escaped, was running back at this moment. At the same time, Wu Chen saw the Nova Corps ship. This is being hunted down, and you want to come to me for help? Wu Chen could see the situation clearly at a glance. Wu Chen took control of Star-Lord in a large audience. This matter has already been reported to Nova Corps by passersby, and Nova Corps' response is inevitable. After they rushed over, they could naturally recognize that Star-Lord was a predator, so they began to hunt down. Brother, as long as you can help me this time, I will definitely repay you in the future. The speed with which Xing Ju recognized his big brother was somewhat beyond Wu Chen's expectations. You want to repay me? A mud bodhisattva who can't protect himself. What can you do for me? Wu Chen looked at Xing Ju. He was really not interested in this person. When I was looking for the cosmic orb, I met a strange person, and when he was talking to Ebony Maw and the others, he seemed to mention a person in black armor like you. I think. That said, it should be you. Star-Lord said. Weirdo. Wu Chen's face changed slightly. Previously, he was still thinking, how on earth did Thanos know so much about the intelligence of the Earth and infinite gems? But now, it seems that this clue is about to surface. The man is dressed in a dark blue robe and has a red cloak behind his back. Wong Hao. Doctor Strange. Before Xing Ju's words were finished, a video man appeared in Wu Chen's mind. Doctor? I don't think he looks like a normal person, because he has an extra eye on his forehead, which looks very penetrating. 359. Star-Lord said. Third eye? To put it that way, it should be Doctor Strange from another universe, and after having been exposed to the Dark Book. Wu Chen already had the answer in his heart. Doctor Strange of other universes. When the Illuminati invaded before, the magic used to block the search of the Big Clock was what Doctor Strange cast. System, contact Earth. I need to know Doctor Strange on Earth. What's going on right now? Wu Chen said that the Gene System is also at the moment, directly sending messages to Scarlet Witch and others in the Earth Research Institute through the Big Clock. Over on Earth, Quicksilver and Vision travel to Kamar-Taj to investigate information about Doctor Strange. On Xander Star, Wu Chun was looking at the Nova Corps fighter planes gathered in front. "We are the Nova Corps of Xander Star, and we are arresting the cosmic predators in accordance with the law. Please get out of the way for unrelated people." Inside the fighter plane, the Nova Corps was shouting at Wu Chun. "This person has just provided me with useful information, and I have to protect him." 99. Wu Chun said, "You're protecting a predator? Could it be that you're one of them?" There is no information about Wu Chun in the Nova Corps, but in their cognition, the only ones who will shelter the looters are the looters. "I am Wu Chun, from Earth, the only known technology god in the galaxy universe." Wu Chun's eyes turned into deep black, and a huge amount of shadow appeared in front of those Nova Corps warriors. Since Wu Chun unleashed the power of the galaxy in the face of Death God Hela, Wu Chun's god-level genes have been fully revealed. The progression from the third generation of super fighters to the real divine body is the manifestation of a characteristic. As many god-level genes such as the three major god-building projects, Space-Time Rose, Thunder Angel, and Fighting Over the Buddha were adapted at the same time. After Wu Chun's divinity was displayed, the power was even stronger. Shen Xian disappeared, and everyone in the Nova Corps was stunned in place. 6:30 Wu Chun swaggered around and walked away. Although Star-Lord, who didn't know why, was surprised, he followed Wu Chun out of the encirclement. It wasn't until Wu Chun and Star-Lord left that the talents of Nova Corps finally recovered. They looked at each other blankly, recalling the scene that had just appeared in their minds. What the hell is going on here? Who is that man? You have to report the situation to Nova Supreme quickly, and you must not provoke this person easily in the future. Order all Nova Empire personnel to avoid him as much as possible. All these people had doubts, but all these people also had a firm thought in their hearts. That is, don't mess with Wu Chun if you mess with anyone. On the other side, Wu Chun, who left here, was separated from Star-Lord. He didn't have time to hang around here. He had to go to the Vamar Star as soon as possible, because only there would he be able to further confirm whether Thanos really knew from Gamora where the Soul Gem was going. Previously, Wu Chun couldn't directly use the wormhole to walk in the universe, because in many places in the Marvel movie universe, Wu Chun didn't know their specific coordinates in the universe. But now, the Big Clock has cracked the Nova Corps database, and all the information in it is naturally recorded by the Big Clock. With the detailed coordinates of the planets in the Milky Way recorded by the Nova Empire for thousands of years, Wu Chun can directly open the wormhole to shuttle within this range. Crossing the wormhole, Wu Chun was able to come to Vamar Star in a very short time. And the moment he came here, he already realized that he was late. The red skull left behind has disappeared. There was no powerful energy on the cliff, nor the special aura of Vamar Star. The Big Clock, retrieving the anomalous energy field in space. Wu Chun said, the retrieval program of the Big Clock opened instantly. There is a special space force field that is completely different from the surrounding space, but this force field is rapidly shifting. The Big Clock reported the situation. A special space force field? What space force field? Wu Chun wondered. Similar to the dark matter plane, but from an energy analysis point of view, it appears to be similar to those other infinite gems analyzed previously. Said the Big Clock. Infinite gems? Could it be soul gems on space? Wu Chun suddenly remembered that in his introduction to infinite gems, there are two versions of soul gem. In the movie, the soul gem is described only as capable of stealing, manipulating, or modifying souls. But in the comics, in addition to those abilities in the movie, it is also the world entrance to a small universe. That is, another dimension hidden within the soul gem. I don't know, but one thing is clear. Soul gem is different from other infinite gems. It has a level of independent thinking that no other infinite gems have. 5. Big Clock has already analyzed 3 infinite gems, and has some understanding of infinite gems. In addition to the information in Wu Chun's brain memory, the particularity of soul gem can be judged. There's also a situation where in the movie, Natasha Romanoff sacrificed herself to get the soul gem, and then Banner snapped her fingers and tried to bring her back, but couldn't. Wu Chun said, he is analyzing according to his memory and the current situation. It can be said that infinite gems cannot interfere with each other, but the broken mind gem can be restored under the manipulation of time gem. So, if the 6 infinite gems can summon back those humans who were also taken away by the infinite gems, they should also be able to bring Natasha Romanoff back. But in the movie, none of this happens. You mean that Natasha Romanoff couldn't be brought back for another reason? After listening to what Wu Chun said, Big Clock seemed to have a clearer analysis idea. Natasha Romanoff can't be brought back for one reason, and that is, Natasha Romanoff is in a world beyond the reach of infinite gems. Wu Chun said, the untouchable world, the one where the parallel universe or the soul gem exists as an entrance. But now, we can't determine which one it is, because Natasha Romanoff got soul gem by going back through the timeline in the movie. Is the one she is in the timeline of the main universe or another parallel universe? And now no conclusion yet. When Wu Chun thought of this, he already had an idea in his heart. Natasha Romanoff in the movie can't be brought back. It's not known whether she's in an alternate universe or because of soul gem. But in this world, the Gamora that Thanos sacrificed to get the soul gem is definitely because of the soul gem. If this is the case, then when Wu Chun finds all the infinite gems one day, he can verify this with a snap of his fingers. Although this has nothing to do with what Wu Chun is going to do right now. But once Wu Chun's guess is correct, then he is equivalent to opening the door to a new world. Take control of a new world and tap into the power of infinite gems even further. In any case, having stronger power is only good for Wu Chun and not bad. Wu Chun was interested in the discovery and speculation of Soul Gem, but Soul Gem was taken by Thanos, which made Wu Chun a little uncomfortable. Strength, space, soul. Thanos has mastered 3 infinite gems, just like Wu Chun. In other words, if the two compare the number of infinite gems, neither of them has an advantage. Against Thanos, Wu Chun couldn't find a chance to start, and Thanos should be the same to Wu Chun. Wu Chun, we have found Strange. His condition is stable and normal, and the Ancient One Magician is also here. 5. Scarlet, which has an update on Wu Chun. In the research room, directly open the virtual projection, Wu Chun appears in front of everyone. What the hell is this situation? Dr. Strange asked, and the Ancient One beside him was waiting to learn more. I got a piece of news on Xander that there is a mysterious person behind Thanos who is helping him. According to my guess, it should be someone from a parallel universe, and it is very likely that it is Strange. Wu Chun said, parallel universe? Even if the me there is not exactly the same as the current me, but it's not going to help Thanos, right? Dr. Strange is a little hard to accept. He will travel from another universe and help a guy who wants to destroy half of the life in the universe. As far as I know, that's Strange. He is very likely to have contact with the Dark Book. Wu Chun said, the Book of Darkness? Strange looked puzzled. The Book of Darkness has extremely evil powers. It will corrode people's minds and lead them to darkness. Ancient One said, for so many years, the Dark God Book has always been the most feared forbidden book by magicians, because the Dark God Book was originally extremely evil. Even if you just glance at it, the Dark Divine Book will have a great impact on the magician originally. If you are deeply involved in it, it will be even more difficult to turn back. Ancient One said again, Stephen Strange, you are a person with extremely high magical abilities and a sense of justice, but you are also a person with a strong purpose. In order to fight Thanos, you in another universe chose to use the power of the Dark God Book, and after being affected by it, in order not to let your universe be threatened by Kong the Conqueror, you will come to this universe to help Thanos, which is also within the scope of reasonable interpretation. Wu Chun expressed his guess, but this is also what he actually saw in Doctor Strange 2, when Doctor Strange of the main universe, MCU, traveled through other parallel universes. Doctor Strange in each parallel universe chose a different way to fight Thanos. The MCU's Doctor Strange chose to take the initiative to hand over the time gem and let Iron Man win. In Doctor Strange and other parallel universes, someone chose to use the power of the Book of Darkness against Thanos. To magicians, I hope you can understand that since we are in the universe in front of us, we can only prioritize the safety of our universe, and the actions of Doctor Strange, who traveled from Otherworld, have threatened the safety of this universe, so, I need you to help me find him. Wu Chun said, I see. Dr. Strange replied, the question now is, even if you can't find the whereabouts of the traveler, how can we help? Ancient One asked, The big clock has the ability to retrieve key information in the entire universe, but I have technology and I don't know much about magic, so it is difficult for me to locate the whereabouts of Doctor Strange, a parallel world who is good at using magic. Wu Chen said. Then what exactly do you want us to do? Doctor Strange asked. I need you to upload the knowledge of magic to the database of the big clock in detail. Only by mastering the fundamentals of magic can we trace the magic originally and find the Doctor Strange who came from the parallel world. Wu Chen originally wanted to learn magic to end magic by himself, but in the current situation, there is no time for him to study slowly. The Thanos who got 3 infinite gems were already a big threat from the beginning, and together with the Doctor Strange who came from a parallel world who had learned the magic from the Dark God book, their danger would be even higher. The longer Wu Chen delays, the greater the threat Thanos and the parallel Doctor Strange can pose. Wu Chen doesn't have the time to take it slow. Both Ancient One and Doctor Strange fell into hesitation. Uploading all the magic knowledge to the big clock is equivalent to sharing all this with Wu Chen. From the beginning, Wu Chen was already an omnipotent being who could do anything from heaven to earth and possessed the most powerful technological power in the universe. If this allows him to completely control the power of magic, then Wu Chen's strength will become stronger. Not to mention, the last group of people on Earth who can avoid the monitoring of the big clock, their whereabouts will be the same as other ordinary human beings, completely monitored by a large clock. Don't think about so many useless things. You have already told me about the Wei Shan Emperor's book, and I have found a way to go to find it, but now the time is urgent, and I don't have the spare time. Wu Chen knew the reason for the two people's hesitation, and immediately reminded them. You actually found a way to go and find it? Ancient One looked a little stunned. In order for Wu Chen to protect Doctor Strange in this universe from being exposed to the Dark Book, she exchanged Wu Chen's promise with clues from the book of Wei Shan Emperor. But at that time, Ancient One felt that even if Wu Chen knew about it, it would be difficult to find the book of Emperor Wei Shan by crossing the parallel universe. But I never thought that Wu Chen actually found a way to go to find it. Well, since that's the case, we have nothing to hesitation. Even the book of Emperor Wei Shan is already at his fingertips, so there is no need to hide other magical abilities from Wu Chen. The Ancient One had made a choice, and Doctor Strange had no objection. The two masters and apprentices began to upload all the magic they knew and mastered into Wu Chen's big clock database. The so-called upload is actually that they actively open their brains so that the big clock can enter the information center of their brains and directly read the information data they have from it. That Doctor Strange's time to learn magic is still short, and his understanding of magic is not as extensive and profound as Ancient One. But the big clock can simultaneously record Doctor Strange's past life experiences and thoughts. This will definitely help Wu Chen when he is dealing with the Doctor Strange who traveled from a parallel universe. Wu Chen returned to Xanderstar and found a hotel to stay at random. For the rest of the day, the Great Clock collected magical messages from the Ancient One and Doctor Strange. The Big Clock is the most powerful celestial computer in the Super God universe, and it also integrates all the large-scale celestial computer functions in the Super God universe. In terms of computing ability, the speed of the Big Clock is absolutely unparalleled. The magical information that was uploaded to the database was quickly sorted out. Wu Chen and the Big Clock are integrated with each other, and Wu Chen can also understand all the information recorded by the Big Clock. Now, Wu Chen began to analyze the entire magic system after understanding the magic information. The system of magic is so wonderful. No wonder the Doctor Strange of the parallel universe can avoid the search of the Big Clock. Wu Chen 630. This is also the first time to really understand the so-called magic of the Marvel movie universe. Before, he only knew the strength of Ancient One, and also knew the power of magical treasures such as the Dark Book, the Eye of Aomoto, and the Book of Waishandi. But now that he understood the system, he realized that in some aspects, magic actually has advantages beyond the reach of supernatural technology. It's like a portal. Although it can't enter and exit freely and flexibly like a micro wormhole, it ignores the coordinate information when it is opened. As long as you want, it can go wherever you want to go. In the final battle of Avengers 4, the magicians opened the portal to let all the Justice Legions in the entire universe fight together. They didn't know the exact location of each other at first, but they could accurately send each team to the main battlefield, including those superhero and raider legions originally scattered across the universe. Supernatural technology uses various basic energies that already exist in the universe, including dark energy, light energy, biological energy, and void. What these magics use is a special energy that only exists in this universe. From the understanding of Ancient One, this special energy is called eternity, and it seems that a statue was born at the beginning of the universe and surpassed Almighty God above all parallel universes. Point 35. The genetic system said, these are the information that the Big Clock got from the Ancient One's memory when the Ancient One and the actual Doctor uploaded the magical information. Marvel is actually a complex world. Although it is the Marvel movie universe, it is still unknown how much it has in common with the comics universe. Wu Chen said, the information about comics in your memory is very messy, but one thing is certain, that is, all kinds of chaotic and self-contradictory settings have turned a world that originally had a certain rationality into a world that relies entirely on PY. A hodgepodge, said the genetic system. There is such a trend in the Marvel movie universe, but we are in it, and we can't change the changes in the entire universe. All we can do is to make ourselves invincible. Wu Chen has always believed that eternity has one core point of view. As long as you don't die, you can live forever. The most mysterious and powerful forces known in the Marvel movie universe. There are currently 3 known. The infinite gems that rule the universe, the Book of the Dark Gods, and the Book of Waishandi that opens a parallel universe. And there is that eternity that Asgard and the Greek gods have said to be omnipotent. 35. Eternity has not been in contact with us until now, but infinite gems and the Book of Darkness, we have all met. 35. When Wu Chen said this, Time Gem was summoned by him. Half of the 6 infinite gems are in my hands. The Dark Book was used by Doctor Strange from the alternate universe, and is now helping Thanos in his fight against me. And eternity, now only abstracted in the consciousness of the Ancient One, is the source of all magic. Of the 3 Marvel movie universe characters identified by Wu Chen as possessing great power, 2 have now been directly related to Wu Chen. Existence is reality. Although the Big Clock cannot fully interpret the world, the original advantage of the Big Clock lies in recording, analyzing, interpreting, calculating, simulating, and finally realizing it. The gene system said that from the very beginning, it has relied on biology to expand the lifespan of human genes and enhance the power of human beings. After that, the fixed star drive, dark energy drive, and even the power of the void will be installed into the super soldier. This was impossible at the beginning, but it was achieved under the research of the super gods of the universe and gods. And the Big Clock was originally the crystallization of the wisdom of the super gods in the universe. Now these unknown forces in the Marvel movie universe, as long as the Big Clock can record them one by one, they can naturally analyze, interpret, complete calculations and simulations, and finally install them in Wu Chen, the only technology god. The Big Clock is a plugin, and how to develop the plugin to the extreme depends on me as a user. Wu Chen said, he knows the ability of the Big Clock, and he understands that the most powerful gods in the super god universe are not their power, but their knowledge. According to the genetic system, the advantage of the Big Clock lies in recording, analyzing, interpreting, calculating, simulating, and then materializing. But this all requires a process, and the final realization cannot be completed without the participation of Wu Chen, the controller. Moreover, what the Big Clock masters is only the technology and ability that the super gods of the universe have created. Once it reaches beyond that category, it needs Wu Chen and the Big Clock to study together. System, I need to further strengthen myself. Can my current super gene be adapted to the 3rd generation divine body? Wu Chen asked. Since it became the 3rd generation of super fighters, it has been thinking about whether it can go further and let the body of this super fighter truly evolve into a divine body. Although they are all third generation, the gap between the divine body and the super warrior is still huge amounts of. Moreover, the evolution from super soldier to divine body will bring a qualitative leap to 5.5 for those who originally possessed it. The super gene in your body can already be adapted to the third generation divine body. The genetic system answered. Okay, then give me an upgrade. Wu Chen said. Yes, the genetic system answered. After that, a powerful energy began to constantly flow into Wu Chen's body from the surrounding space, and Wu Chen's super gene, originally, also began to change. Under the premise that Big Clock originally had an upgrade plan, it was not difficult to upgrade originally. In just a few tens of seconds, Wu Chen has completed the upgrade. But for Wu Chen, who mastered the divine body for the first time, it brought an unprecedented strong feeling. The source of that energy within the body is constantly emerging, seemingly endless, without an upper limit. This is God, the God who can truly realize eternity, in theory. The analysis of the magical energy has been completed, and the energy of the dark sacred book has been searched throughout the universe. 99. The Big Clock opens the search for Doctor Strange, who has traveled through parallel universes. After Wu Chen was upgraded to a divine body, Wu Chen's most important task now is to find out the whereabouts of Thanos and the parallel Doctor Strange. It's not easy to find Thanos, but it's not difficult to find Doctor Strange from the parallel universe. He has adopted some kind of secret method to travel into this universe, so there will always be a very powerful and unusual magical energy in him. Through the pursuit of this energy, we can find the Doctor Strange of the parallel universe. Target locked. In just a few hours, Big Clock has search results. Looking at the coordinate information provided by the Big Clock, Wu Chen's face darkened. He's actually on Earth? Yes. The helper of Thanos that Wu Chen had been looking for. He was on Earth. Yes. The energy retrieval results are accurate. The Big Clock replied. Open the communication screen. I want to know what he is doing. Wu Chen said. There is a magic field around the other party. If you force open the communication screen, you may be shocked by the grass. 24.39. The Big Clock reminded. Then open the wormhole, and I will go directly. Wu Chen said. The Big Clock will open the wormhole portal directly at the next moment. In just one step, Wu Chen returned to Earth from Xanderstar. Combining the magical space portal with the wormhole ability of the Big Clock, Wu Chen's walking in the universe has become easier. On Earth, Doctor Strange, a parallel universe who was negotiating with a generation of Ant-Man, Dr. Pym, immediately stood up when he noticed a portal appeared behind him. He wanted to grab Dr. Pym and leave, but a golden light shot directly at him. In a hurry, he didn't have time to pay attention to Dr. Pym, so he could only retreat quickly and quickly open the portal to escape from here. The moment Wu Chen came out, he saw Dr. Pym who was stunned, and a very bad premonition spread in his heart. Did that person ask you to help build a time machine? 99. Wu Chen asked. How do you know? Dr. Pym looked at Wu Chen in surprise. Damn, he knows that it's not easy to get infinite gems from me, so he plans to go back to the past to get it. 99. Wu Chen has already understood that the purpose of Doctor Strange in the parallel universe is to destroy the guy who has been eroded by the dark book of God, and his determination is even greater. You go to the Institute and stay for me. 35. Wu Chen waved his hand and threw Dr. Pym directly to the Institute. Wanda, keep an eye on this old man and don't let anyone near him, especially Strange. Wu Chen's voice sounded in Scarlet Witch's mind at the moment when Dr. Pym was sent to the Institute. Scarlet Witch didn't know what was going on, but Wu Chen's eager tone made her realize that the situation was tense. Start the Super God Robot number 18, 19, and 20. Your mission is to watch him 24 hours a day. Scarlet Witch did not dare to neglect. She summoned 3 superhuman robots to guard with her. On the other hand, Wu Chen also acted urgently. Taking advantage of the fact that the Big Clock can still keep track of Doctor Strange's whereabouts in the parallel universe, Wu Chen must find him and get rid of him as soon as possible. The Doctor Strange in the parallel universe also seemed to have realized that Wu Chen could lock his position. So, after constantly opening the teleportation door many times and failing to get rid of Wu Chen's tracking, he had to teleport to his ally. When Wu Chen caught up, what he saw was a large group of Egg. That's right, this is not Thanos, but Star-Lord's father, Egg, who calls himself the Celestial Race. This is Egg's avatar. To be exact, hundreds of avatars. I didn't expect you to become his helper. Wu Chen looked at Yigo, and the Doctor Strange in the parallel universe who was protected by Yigo. We just made a deal. 39. One of the eagles stepped forward and said to Wu Chen, trade. Wu Chen wondered. I would give him a hand when necessary, and he would show me how I could make my plan come true. 35. Egg said, and at the same time, another Egg had turned to look at Doctor Strange in the parallel universe. Now, if you want me to help you, tell me the method. There is a man named Xingjue. He is one of your heirs. He perfectly inherits the genes of your celestial clan. He is now on Xanderstar. The Doctor Strange of the parallel universe told Egg about Star-Lord without saying a word. You didn't lie to me, did you? Egg was skeptical. It's already here. Do I still need to do this? 35. Doctor Strange of parallel universe said, okay, I'll stop him for you. But if you lie to me, you know the consequences. Egg said, and in front of Wu Chen, Egg spoke to Wu Chen again. Now that you already know what's going on, you should leave quickly. In that case, I won't embarrass you. 5. Egg said, it's you who should leave, the one who gets in the way. Wu Chen is not happy now. Why do these villains in the Marvel movie universe always like to run out and mix their own affairs? Originally, as long as they didn't interfere with each other, Wu Chen didn't even bother to pay attention to them. Young man, don't be so arrogant. You may be considered a strong man among ordinary people, but to me, to us, you are just a mortal. Egg, it should be said that the eggs, at the moment, have all gathered around. What about mortals? What about gods? Those who should hang you can also hang you. Wu Chen said. The Spear of Eternity has been summoned in his hand. After his flaming spear was destroyed, the Spear of Eternity was Wu Chen's signature weapon. The Spear of Eternity? Are you a descendant of Odin? The moment he saw the Spear of Eternity, Egg was obviously taken aback. Odin? He's not qualified to be my predecessor. Wu Chen said. The Spear of Eternity in his hand swept sharply, and the powerful energy immediately burst out from the tip of the spear. Egg is still afraid of the Spear of Eternity. The duplications of Egg, who were not far from Wu Chen, immediately dodged when they saw Wu Chen attack. The other eggs in the distance summoned white light braids in their hands and threw them towards Wu Chen. Egg, in his first appearance in the Marvel movies, destroyed Sovereign's fleet of long-range drones with just one move. Therefore, Egg's strength is not weak. But at the moment Wu Chen is stronger than him. Because, after becoming a god, Wu Chen can completely reach infinity based on energy. The energy of light is infinite. As long as there is a place where the energy of the universe can reach, Wu Chen's own energy can be unlimited. At this moment, although Wu Chen faced hundreds of eggs alone, both sides were actually separate individuals. Wu Chen relies on the big clock, and all the fixed star energy and dark energy in the entire universe can be controlled by him at will. And behind Egg, there's also a planet that constantly supplies energy to its source. It's just that once they start to compare with each other, the judgment will be made. There were more than a dozen eggs who threw the light whip at Wu Chen, and Wu Chen was alone, but he didn't mean to dodge in the slightest. I saw the long spear in his hand swiping in front of him, and all those light whips were swept up to the spear by him. Pulling hard, the dozen or so eggs were directly pulled into the air by Wu Chen. Taking advantage of these eagles floating in the air, Wu Chen's spear swept 180 degrees, and all these eagles were instantly turned to ashes. How can that be? A Yigo not far away said in a shocked tone. Want to use a lot of duplication to build an advantage? It's a pity that your brain computing ability is too poor, and there is no way to use the strength of these duplications. Wu Chen said that the so-called method of duplication is also found in the big clock, and Wu Chen's original matching fighting victory Buddha gene originally came with this ability. You're right, I really can't use all the combat power of these duplications. Egg originally looked surprised, but now he doesn't care anymore. You are only one person, and I have hundreds of duplications. No matter how strong your body is, if you fight so many duplications with me, you will be exhausted even if you don't die. By then, I will still be able to recover to the highest level. Be in good shape to deal with you. 39. Egg said, one person? How do you know that I'm the only one? Wu Chen smiled. He didn't intend to use the ability of duplication, but now, looking at Egg's confident look, he couldn't help but want to slap him hard in the face. Isn't it just a duplication? Lao Tzu can also exclamation point. Wu Chun said. The spear of eternity slammed into the ground. In an instant, dozens of warriors wearing dark alloy armor flew out of Wu Chen's body. These duplications are holding long spears one by one. Although they are not eternal spears, they are all flame spears. Wu Chun collected a lot of dark silver and dark iron elements in the universe, and with the vibranium he got from Wakanda, how could he only build a flame spear for himself? The reason why he didn't use it after that one was broken was because he understood that the quality of the flame spear was too poor, and it was easy to overturn when facing a real powerhouse. That's why he switched to fighting the God Killer with the spear of eternity he got from Ultron. But these duplications, they don't have to worry about the problem of overturning, because even if the car overturns, it is just destroying a duplication and breaking a dark alloy armor. How can that be? Egg was surprised to see these duplications appearing around him, all of which he was dumbfounded. Doctor Strange from the parallel universe, who was still hiding behind Egg to watch the play, his face darkened, he opened the portal and left directly. Judging from his appearance, it was obvious that he had already decided that it was impossible for Egg to defeat Wu Chun, and he would only waste time if he stayed. I am not only capable of duplication, but every duplication of mine has enough combat power to crush all of you here. Wu Chun said. His duplication, that is the gene for fighting the Buddha, plus the control system of the Heavenly King Heshi. Just fighting over the duplication of the Buddha, the combat power is already very good. And Tianji Wang Heshi's duplication relies on the back-end support of the king-level celestial computer, and the combat effectiveness of a single duplication is greatly enhanced. Now, Wu Chun combines the advantages of the two, and the computing ability of the big clock is far above the space-based computing group. Impossible. How could your duplication be stronger than mine? I am a god. Egg said. His duplications, at the moment, also summoned weapons one after another and rushed towards Wu Chen's duplication. Wu Chen stood there calmly, and with a flick of his left index finger, the dozens of duplications flew out immediately. Duplications shot immediately took control of the entire battlefield. These duplications, wearing dark alloy armor and holding flaming spears, are far superior to those of Yigo in terms of defense and attack power. Moreover, Wu Chen's duplication is extremely fast, and his response is extremely sensitive. When each duplication is in battle, it is as if Wu Chen's body is being manipulated in it. The most important thing is that there are dozens of duplications, each of which has a different fighting style. It seems that these duplications really have independent thinking. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Egg's hundreds of duplications were all gone. After the duplication is reduced, Egg's single strength is much stronger than when there are a large number of people. But Wu Chen didn't mean to do it himself. He was still standing there, and then there was still a single duplication dealing with a duplication. Previously, he had many duplications, and his attention and energy were scattered. Wu Chen's duplication could not be defeated one-on-one. But now, his duplication is running out, his attention is getting more and more concentrated, and his energy is getting stronger and stronger. At this time, he still can't win Wu Chen's duplication, which is a bit unreasonable. Don't doubt yourself there. If necessary, one of my duplications is enough to lay down 8 of you. Wu Chen seemed to say it casually, but the words penetrated deeply into Egg's heart like a knife. Wu Chen couldn't help thinking of a scene in the animation of Xion Binglian. It was the King of Heaven, Heshi, who was testing the new King of Angels, Wang Yan. When, Wang Hao, King Tianji used 8 duplications to besiege Angel Yan. Although Angel Yan slammed left and right in it, he could not gain the upper hand at all. At that time, Heshi said this sentence. I didn't think it was anything when I watched it at the time, but now that I think about it, when Angel Yan heard Heshi's words, he must have been very depressed. Don't be arrogant here. How could one of your duplication be my opponent? Egg growled. And at the moment, there is no other duplication of Yigo around. In the beginning, Wu Chun faced hundreds of eggs by himself. Now, it's one Yigo facing dozens of Wu Chun. Okay, then I'll let you experience it firsthand. Wu Chun said. All the duplications that were scattered all around disappeared, and only the last one remained. The duplication was holding a long spear, and with a contemptuous smile on his face, he looked at Egg with disdain. Damn guy, you are deceiving people too much. 99. Egg felt insulted. As a god, it can be regarded as the most powerful existence in the entire universe. In the past tens of thousands of years, where has he not been unobstructed, and who is not superior to others? When I met Wu Chen today, it was fine if he couldn't beat him. How could he be scorned by the opponent in this way? Am I deceiving people too much? I'm just proving to you that what I said earlier is true. 35. Wu Chen said. That duplication has already launched an attack. The flame burning on the flame spear. The duplication at the moment is directly blessed by the big clock, and the attack power is stronger than when many duplications acted together before. I don't know how much. Although Egg only has this duplication left now, focus his attention. But the power that Egg possesses has not changed much, and behind him, there is still only the energy of Egg's body planet as the support. Duplication and Egg fought together, and the collision between the two even lasted for 2 minutes, and then Egg had already been knocked to the ground. Wu Chun personally stepped forward and looked at Egg, who had lost his arms and legs at the moment. I know that this duplication is created by your body, and its life and death will not have any real practical impact on you. Wu Chun said, and Egg looked at Wu Chun at the moment, and his eyes no longer despised 630. But I can tell you, it's best not to have any crooked thoughts, or I will definitely find your body and blow it up in one breath. After Wu Chun finished speaking, with a sharp wave of his right hand, Egg's head was directly separated from his body. At the moment, a certain planet in the far depths of the universe is uttering a roar. The dignified heavenly god race was actually defeated by a mortal, and was warned by the other party. His self-esteem has been severely damaged. However, he also understands that his current strength is not enough, and he is not enough to compete with Wu Chun. So, he recreated a duplication and drove the spaceship to the Xander star at the fastest speed. His goal is obvious, that is, to go to Star-Lord. Returning to the planet where Wu Chun is located, the duplication that was originally scattered around, at the moment has all dissipated. According to your memory data, if Egg gets the help of Star-Lord, he can directly expand his territory and gain stronger power through the seeds he planted on various planets in the universe. At this moment, his duplications have been eliminated, but Egg itself, I'm afraid I won't let it go. The genetic system reminds. Wu Chun naturally understood in his heart that Egg was not the kind of person who would obediently hide at home when he warned him. Ego will definitely take advantage of the stall. I have to deal with Thanos and Doctor Strange in the parallel world to take Star-Lord and use it to enhance his strength. You should also throw Star-Lord into research now. Wherever you go, it's safe there. Wu Chun said. The genetic system received the instruction and immediately controlled the big clock to perform this operation. Find the hiding Star-Lord on Xander Star, and then a wormhole transport will throw him directly into the Research Institute. Inside the Research Institute, Scarlet Witch looked at the sudden appearance of another person, and his head was swollen. Dr. Pym, who was put in earlier, is a restless master. After being thrown here by Wu Chun, he has been trying to escape. To this end, an ant invasion was also attracted. In the end, Vision rushed back and pulled out Ant-Man from the ant pile, and then the invasion was completed. But this Dr. Pym was obviously unwilling, thinking about running away whenever he had the chance, and making all kinds of trouble. Well now, Dr. Pym and Ant-Man Scott Lang are not optimistic yet, and another person is here. Unlike Dr. Pym, he was obviously bewildered when he arrived, completely ignorant of the situation. But this man is a talker, and he has a little bit of petty theft. Looking at the various advanced equipment in the Research Institute, he gave birth to all kinds of crooked thoughts. Fortunately, there are super god robots. These super god robots are all supported by space-based computing systems, and they know the situation of every item in every corner of the Research Institute, which makes it impossible for Lord Seth to start. What happened on Wu Chen's side? While Scarlet Witch was worried about these three people, he was more worried about Wu Chun, who was walking around the universe alone. You don't have to worry. It's not like you don't know Wu Chen's strength. Even if he has a strong opponent, he won't be able to threaten him. Quicksilver stepped forward to comfort him. I gotta know the guy named Star-Lord. He was born from the combination of Earth people and an unknown alien species. It seems that there is some unknown power in his body. Vision also came over. He just went to investigate Star-Lord. Unknown power? Scarlet Witch is very concerned about this unknown word, because the witch also has this unknown power within her body. Although after this period of understanding, it has been determined that this is the power of magic, but obviously, her magic is not the same as the magic of Ancient One and Doctor Strange. I tried to ask the big clock, but the big clock at the moment seemed to be fully assisting Wu Chun and didn't answer. Vision said, Wu Chun is currently chasing the whereabouts of Doctor Strange and Thanos, who crossed from the parallel universe in the entire universe. The retrieval volume of the big clock is huge, and it is normal that it cannot take care of our side. Scarlet Witch said, the big clock is almost omnipotent, but the universe is so big, it is naturally not easy to find one or two people in this huge universe, isn't it? I see these superhuman robots and the protection system of the entire base, but they have always been running very well. When Quicksilver said this, he had already circled the entire island at an extremely fast speed. They all know that the super god robot and the defense system of the entire island, as well as the factories that operate under and under the sea, are all managed by the big clock. These are all artificial intelligences. Although they are all managed by the same computer, each system has an independent computing program and does not interfere with each other. Dr. Pym came out of the room. I said that although there is the most advanced technology here, it seems that no one is a scientist who understands these technologies except for the young man named Wu Chun. Dr. Pym said, he is also a scientist and a genius scientist. Although the advanced level of these technologies here is beyond his reach, he can still do it at a superficial level. This is super god technology. Not everyone can understand it. Wu Chen's voice suddenly appeared in the hall of the research room, and everyone in the room turned their heads to look at the virtual projection in the middle of the hall. Wu Chen didn't really come back, but at the moment, he knew about the chaos in the institute. Dr. Pym, I know your purpose is to find your wife who was lost in the quantum field. After this matter is over, I will let you study your quantum tunnel, so there is no need to be here. It's time to mess around with me. Wu Chen looked at Dr. Pym. So, you also know about the quantum field? Dr. Pym asked. You've seen my situation here, too. What do you think is the technology that you know and I don't? Wu Chen said. After Dr. Pym heard what he said, he couldn't help but look around, looking at the various devices that are extremely simple, but powerful in function, and the virtual projection that seems to be all-encompassing. Indeed, as Wu Chen said, the technology here has reached an incredible level, so Wu Chen naturally knows something about the quantum field. Even if he did not study this aspect carefully, I am afraid that the global monitoring of the big clock would have already known about the Pym particle and quantum tunnel that he was studying. I know. I'll stay here quietly. As Dr. Pym said, the ants that had originally surrounded the island's periphery were now gradually dispersing. His purpose is to save his wife. As long as this can be achieved, he will naturally not care about anything else. Very well. What about Star-Lord? Wu Chen looked to the other side. The Star-Lord who happened to be here. I don't know you and you. Why are you pulling me here for no reason? Star-Lord at the moment is very depressed. There's a guy named Egg. He said it's your father, and he wants to use you as a power bank to help him dominate the universe. Now I have to deal with Thanos first, and I don't have time to care about him. So I put you here first. That's it. Wu Chen said. Ego? My dad. Star-Lord was stunned. Wait, you said to use me as a power bank? I'm his son. Why would he use me as a power bank? Star-Lord asked. Ego, he is not a person, but a planet, and for thousands of years, he has always wanted to be the overlord of the entire universe. During Wu Chen's speech, the virtual projection showed some pictures of Guardians of Galaxy 2 in Wu Chen's memory in this research hall after some corrections. Over the years, he has traveled throughout the universe, planting seeds on every living planet, intermarrying with women of countless races, and giving birth to children. Because, relying on his own divine power alone, if he wants to give birth to all those seeds, all his life force will be exhausted. So he hopes that one of these heirs can inherit his divine power, and then he can use the life of that child as the foundation activates the seed, and then he can sit back and enjoy it. After Wu Chen's words were finished, the images were demonstrated, and the hall was silent. Everyone looked at Star-Lord in unison, and while sympathizing with him, they were more shocked by his father's behavior. How do I know what you're saying is true? After a long time, Star-Lord himself recovered from the shock and questioned what Wu Chen said. Just now, I had a fight with Egg, and for this, I specifically investigated all the information about him in the past, which includes all the information about his relationship with your mother on Earth, including his time in your mother, the whole process of going straight to the tumor in the brain. Wu Chen said, all the images of Egg and Star-Lord's mother together, at the moment have been displayed in the virtual projection. No, it's not true. My mother likes him so much. How could he do such a thing? Star-Lord breaks down, and he has always consoled himself by saying that his father was a cosmic hero. But now, the father turned out to be the murderer of his mother. Moreover, he has to catch himself to use it as a charging treasure for him. The data investigated by the big clock will never go wrong. In addition, Yongdu knows the inside story. After I kill Egg, you can go to him and ask him clearly. 39. Wu Chun said, all the unfolded pictures, at the moment, were all closed. I know, you must want to know the details now, but you can't go out of my research institute, so just wait here quietly. Wu Chen himself is not here, and the Eye of Insight cannot be used. But the idea of Star-Lord at the moment, anyone can see. If I don't go out, can I ask you to help me find Yongdu? Star-Lord also understands that it will not work to confront Wu Chen head-on. In this case, it is better to follow Wu Chen's wishes and make a small request by the way. I'll give him your information here. The moment Wu Chen's voice fell, the big clock had already sent a message to the Predator, Yongdu, who was sailing in the universe. Wanda, I may not be able to pay attention to the situation here for several days, and the three of you on the Earth side should be careful. Wu Chen looked at Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Vision. He has once again locked the position of Doctor Strange in the parallel world. This time, Doctor Strange didn't change his position again, so he was probably preparing for a head-to-head battle with Wu Chun. Doctor Strange and Thanos in the parallel universe are allies, and Wu Chen's past result is likely to be caught in a huge amount of ambush. Although Wu Chun has absolute confidence, he can deal with all the traps set by Thanos. But there is an unimaginably large army there. Even with Wu Chen's strength, it may not be so easy to solve the battle in a short time. Will there be any danger? Shall we help too? Scarlet Witch asked. You don't have to. When I need it, I will call the super god robot to go. Wu Chen said. The big clock has detected that the situation in the Earth does not seem to be very stable now. Those Avengers are caught in an infighting, and the entire global situation is also changing. Wu Chen's virtual projection is looking up at the window. Where's the whole Earth? During the time when Wu Chun was involved in the Infinity War, the interior of the Earth was already full of storms. Contradictions emerged between the Avengers, and a superhero registration bill spearheaded by Congressman Ross became the source of all conflicts. Stark and Rogers clash head-to-head over Bucky. Because of his relationship with Hulk, Banner is regarded as the #1 dangerous element by various countries, and there are even troops and agents monitoring his whereabouts. There are even many people who have been staring at Wu Chen's research institute. During the time I'm not here, you can do it for yourself. After Wu Chun said this last sentence, his projection disappeared. Compared with the Civil War, he still cares more about the death of the upcoming Infinity War with Thanos. Titan, the planet where Thanos was born. At the moment, a huge number of legions gathered on this planet that was already in ruins. Although we have a large number of people here, can we really defeat him head-on? 39. Thanos asked, since he lost to Wu Chun last time. He has been very clear about Wu Chen's strength. As far as I know, that guy named Wu Chun destroyed the thousands of Ultron robots he made with his own power. Although there are a lot of Ultron robots, they were not built for combat from the very beginning, so they are basically a group of ordinary people wearing iron. The Doctor Strange of the parallel universe, at the moment, is by Thanos' side. Those people of the Illuminati, after the Ultron robot entered this universe, did not allow him 630 to open the killing ring. Otherwise, if the battle is defeated, even if they can't win, the entire Earth will be destroyed. 4 flat ground. Doctor Strange said, the Illuminati that you mentioned earlier, their purpose is to prevent Wu Chun from destroying the entire multi-universe timeline, and they naturally won't kill everywhere. 35. Thanos said, it has already reached this point. How can it be possible to complete the task without casualties? Their so-called superhero is too pedantic. The Doctor Strange apparently had long since removed himself from the superhero team. After he came into contact with the Dark Book, after he was eroded by the energy of the Dark Book, his whole person has become extreme. Thanos saw all of this in his eyes. He actually already knew all of this, and it was because of this that he chose to cooperate with Doctor Strange, who came from a parallel universe. Actually, I don't understand. You Eternals should be on the opposite side of Thanos, right? Why would you come to ally with Thanos? Doctor Strange turned to look at the Eternals beside him. We are just fed up with the fate of being called and dominated by the gods. As long as we can take this opportunity to prevent the birth of those gods, it is best to eliminate them all, and we are willing to cooperate with you, said one of the Eternals. The universe is vast, and there are actually not a lot of Eternals scattered in it, and they are just a very few of them, a team awakened from the nightmare of being dominated. Thanos said, you were actually one of us. The Eternals were looking at Thanos at the moment. Thanos is indeed an Eternal, but he is not simply an Eternal, because in addition to the Eternals' genes, there are other special genes in his body. So, if you want to compare the strength alone, a Thanos is enough to hang a whole team of Eternals. Furthermore, Thanos are not the Eternals who are dominated by the Celestials. He has constantly exercised himself for thousands of years, and in order to realize his dreams, he has continuously expanded his army in the universe, and has mastered knowledge and power that other members of the Eternals do not possess. I am different from you, the Eternals. Thanos said, I never thought you would be like us. We just need you to remember and make a good agreement with us. 35. Said the captain of the Eternals. Recover all the memories of the Eternals that have been sealed, so that the Celestials will no longer be able to intervene in the Eternals. After I get all the infinite gems, I will help you to realize this. 99. Thanos said, when he negotiated cooperation with the Eternals, it was indeed agreed long ago. And your promise to me. A little further on, Ronan spoke. Don't you just want to deal with the Nova Empire? With our army here, it's just a piece of cake to raise the entire Xandar Star to the ground. Thanos said, if he hadn't adhered to the principle that more helpers are more helpful, he probably wouldn't have bothered to care about this little Ronan. It would be great if the battlefield of this battle was set on Xandar. 99. Ronan sighed, looking at the countless soldiers around, looking at the large motherships and countless battleships in the sky. If you transfer all this to Xandar Star, you don't need to do much. Just the first round of firing is enough to blow up all the buildings on the surface of Xandar Star. Xandar? That's a good idea. After hearing Ronan's murmurs, Doctor Strange in the parallel universe immediately agreed with this concept. His hands quickly drew out the portal, and the huge army was transferred directly from Titan Star to Xandar Star. Outside the Titan planet, Wu Chun, who was raising the Heavenly Blade to gather energy and was about to launch the Heavenly Blade Judgment with the strongest blow, was suddenly stunned. What's the matter? Why did those legions suddenly shift their positions? Wu Chen's eyes of insight opened, and he saw everything that was happening on Titan. The Thanos alliance, which was originally densely distributed on the entire surface of Titan, is now rapidly shifting. It was the Doctor Strange from that parallel universe who suddenly had an idea and moved everyone to Xandar. The genetic system reports. All of a sudden, Wu Chun was a little confused. Just now, the man named Ronan said, it would be great if the battlefield was on Xandar, and then Doctor Strange moved them all to Xandar. Copy. 35. A mouthful of national quintessence blurted out. Wu Chun locked the position of Doctor Strange in the parallel universe through the big clock early in the morning. After arriving outside this planet, he found that all the legions under Thanos were on the Titan. If he went to the ground to fight these people head on, even if Wu Chun was tyrannical, it would definitely be very difficult to fight against so many soldiers. Therefore, Wu Chun thought of this method, and planned to use the powerful power of the Heavenly Blade Judgment to directly gather enough power at 5.5 to blow up the entire planet in one go. But who would have thought that such a situation would occur only halfway through the energy storage process? Big clock, destroy that portal for me. Wu Chun said. The Heavenly Blade in his hand has been swung down. Although the energy storage has not been completed, although many people have been sent to the Xandar Star. However, there are still many things that have not been transferred on this Titan. The Heavenly Blade Judgment, which is not full of energy, is not enough to destroy the entire planet. But if this move goes on, its lethality is large enough to cause huge amounts of destructive power. Now, what Wu Chun wants is to kill Thanos and his army as much as possible. Even if only 1/3 was killed, it would save Wu Chun a lot of energy. In the sky of Titan Star, a golden streamer is flying towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Doctor Strange, who was still using the portal's parallel universe, suddenly frowned. Thanos, Ronan, the Eternals, all those who were still on Titan suddenly felt that the situation was not good. Boom. Huge amounts of explosions sounded. The entire Titan is shaking. The volcanic eruption, the shaking of the mountains and rivers, the tremors of the earthquake, and the remaining buildings completely turned to dust this time. The already dilapidated Titan Star has completely turned into a dead planet this time. On the surface of the planet, the legion that was originally overwhelming, except for those who escaped, the rest have turned into dust. This is the Heavenly Blade Judgment, and it is one of the strongest attacking moves used by angels in the Merlot Heavenly Court of the Super God universe on a daily basis. This is not the maximum power Wu Chun can use, but it is enough to destroy everything. Destroy targets. Vanguard 3241, Chitauri 1254, Leviathan 13, Cosmic Monster 8. In front of Wu Chun, the damage caused by this blow was displayed. The entire Titan has been destroyed, and it is not only unfit for human existence, but even for a short stay like in the movie. 24.99, said the genetic system. Understood. Wu Chun replied that when he originally planned to use the Heavenly Blade to judge, he was already mentally prepared to destroy a planet. Thanos, Doctor Strange, Eternals, none of these people were killed. It's a pity. Wu Chun doesn't feel emotional about destroying a planet, but with such a powerful move, he only cleaned up a bunch of minions, which made him feel a pity. At the moment when the Sky Blade Judgment attacked, I gave priority to cutting off the huge portal they opened, but Thanos opened a small portal at a critical moment and took their core characters to Xandar Star together. Said the genetic system. Did you escape at the critical moment? Wu Chun said. Since he crossed over, Doctor Strange, who has mastered the Dark Book of God, has crossed over from a parallel universe and is the most troublesome opponent he has ever encountered. At first, Wu Chun couldn't find his whereabouts because of the use of dark magic. Later, he teamed up with Thanos and even took the space gem under Wu Chun's nose. After the big clock located the Doctor Strange, Wu Chun personally took action to pursue it. He first used Egg to get rid of his entanglement, and now he reunites with Thanos. When Wu Chun used the Sky Blade Judgment to attack, he just avoided it. Although this last time was a coincidence, but Wu Chun never ignores this coincidence. Coincidentally, originally, it was also a type of Doctor Strange strength. As in Avengers 4, Thanos has already won. But just because a mouse coincidentally appeared in Ant-Man's little broken car and opened the quantum tunnel, all this was reversed. Therefore, coincidence should also be considered as part of strength. Opening the wormhole, Wu Chun came to the sky above Xandar. At the moment, the Xandar Star was already in chaos, and the sudden appearance of a large number of legions completely destroyed the peaceful atmosphere of the entire Xandar Star. The Nova Corps had already attacked in all directions, but their numbers were far too different from those of Thanos' Corps. This is Xandar. As long as we use the power of the Power Stone, we can destroy everything in an instant. Ronan looked at the surrounding environment and immediately shouted excitedly. No, absolutely can't kill everyone here. Doctor Strange shouted. Humph, do you still care about the lives and deaths of people on this planet? Ronan snorted coldly and said, he's not thinking about the lives of people on this planet. He's thinking about us. Thanos said, that's right. There are people from Xanderstar here. That guy named Wu Chun won't use the attacking moves like just now. 99. The Eternal Squadron followed up on Thanos' words. Although I can't see the current state of Titan, I can be sure that it is absolutely in ruins at this moment. 35. Doctor Strange said, if you didn't escape with the power of the space gem at the last moment, you should have disappeared into this universe together with that planet. Wu Chen's voice came. He had crossed the wormhole and came to Thanos and others. I knew that your strength was strong, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless that you could attack the entire Titan star. Dr. Strange looked at Wu Chun, and he was obviously a little unbelievable about Wu Chen's shot on Titan. Destroying a planet is nothing compared to destroying your group of people who would threaten the entire universe. Wu Chun said, but you still have concerns after all. Otherwise, you should use that trick here too. Dr. Strange said, you are wrong. I have no concerns, but you have already seen that trick, and if I use it again, you can still escape with the ability of the portal and the space gem, and I will be wasting my efforts. Wu Chun said, what? Dr. Strange sneered. No matter what you say, in short, on this planet, you won't use that trick, and we will have a chance to fight you head on. As Dr. Strange said, he made a seal with his hands in front of him, and immediately summoned a huge amount of octopus monster. It waved a few tentacles and charged towards Wu Chun, a magical creature summoned from the other world. Wu Chun said disdainfully, flicking his right hand in midair, and a strong light flew out of his hand. A long spear stabbed directly on the head of the octopus monster, and the strong energy caused it to disappear in an instant. Give it to me. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Thanos waved his hand, and all the warriors scattered around rushed up in an instant. Vanguard, Chitauri, Ronin Legion, tens of thousands of magical creatures, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers who are not afraid of death. They are all roaring and sprinting frantically. Wu Chun stood on the spot. A kind of energy fluctuation was being generated on his body. Open, the treasure house of sacred knowledge. A simple sentence, a powerful field, has been opened. In the database contained in the big clock, in addition to the big clock itself, there are other astronomical computer databases. The space-based computing group is responsible for controlling the superhuman robots in the Research Institute. Chen Kuan strictly protects the core technology of chaos and technology on the third floor of the Research Institute. At this moment, Wu Chen opened the information data of the fourth astronomical computer. This celestial computer is called the Treasure House of Divine Knowledge. It was once the crowning achievement of Merlot heavenly technology. It also supports the Holy Kesha and becomes the backstage support of the King of the Gods in the Super God universe. In the Treasure House of Sacred Knowledge, everything about the sacred Kesha is recorded. Around Wu Chun, countless pioneer guards were approaching. These huge numbers of brave and unusual creatures were produced by Thanos through genome synthesis and mass production. Their combat ability is not very expressive in the combat system of modern military. Relying on the advantage in quantity, it can launch an impact at an extremely fast speed, but it can bring great pressure to the opponent. Once close, the Vanguard's advantages can be brought into full play. Therefore, the Vanguard guards are often put directly into the center of the battlefield by Thanos, and they appear in a surprise attack. Furthermore, Thanos' men are not only the Vanguard, which is almost the same as the Beast. In the sky, Chitauri piloted a small combat airship, establishing air superiority. There are also Leviathan giants. Their huge size not only makes them extremely lethal, but he is also a transport ship for other soldiers, which can drop Chitauri to key positions. As for the other cosmic monsters on land, their role is to target some large-scale targets on land, such as a bunker that hides powerful firepower. All in all, Thanos' army configuration can be said to be the one that maximizes brutality and quantity. Although the combat method seems backward, the sudden and large-scale investment that is unexpected and regardless of the results is enough to destroy the defenses of most of the planets in the universe. Even an interstellar civilization with a very high level of technology, Xander, was still razed to the ground in the face of the sudden attack of Thanos. But today, the Vanguard Guard, Chitauri, and even Ronin's Darkstar Legion, their savage attacking methods and their combat mode that relies on overwhelming numbers are doomed to failure. Just on land, when the huge number of pioneer guards entered the 1-kilometer range around Wu Chun, the situation suddenly changed. Wu Chun just stood there and didn't move. But all the pioneer guards who entered within 1 kilometer of his surroundings would be directly cut into pieces. At the moment when the Vanguard guards were chopped up, people could see that there were silver blades moving around. This is the sacred realm unique to Holy Kesha, the king of the gods. The so-called sacred field is actually a space-time force field within a fixed range. Within this range, the algorithm of the time-space wormhole can be used to the extreme by users, and the silver wings made of dark silver can form an all-round instant attack without dead ends. Anyone below the third-generation divine body will be attacked by the silver blade as soon as they enter this realm. These silver blades are even summoned directly from their bodies. That is, in the sacred realm, you don't even know how you died. What's this all about? Why did those pioneer guards die for no reason? What exactly exists around Wu Chun? Thanos, Ronin, Corvus Glaive, the commanders who commanded the Legion's operations on weekdays, were all shocked when they saw this scene. This is the sacred domain, an area attack move designed by the king of angels named Kesha. Wu Chun said as he walked slowly towards Thanos and the others. Those Thanos and the others who were not too far away from Wu Chun actually stepped back involuntarily at this moment. 1 kilometer, watching the scene where the pioneer guards were directly obliterated, who would dare to easily enter within 1 kilometer around Wu Chun. Don't be so afraid. The sacred realm has no way to directly solve the bodies of your eternal race. Wu Chun said. He is only the third-generation god body now, and his control over the silver blade and the energy range of his super gene are still far from reaching the level of the Holy Kesha. Therefore, he can kill relatively fragile life forms such as Vanguard guards within a kilometer range. But there is still no way to directly solve the existence of the eternal race, which has been specially created. Real. A girl in the Eternals team couldn't help but ask. Really, if you don't believe me, you can walk into this range and try it yourself. Wu Chun looked at the little girl. Although the Eternals had existed for a long time, but their age is fixed, so what they were when they were made is what they are now. And this one was obviously set to be a teenage girl from the very beginning. I don't try. The little girl shook her head. She looked at the pioneer guards who were still rushing forward to Wu Chun, and then were immediately cut open, and she was terrified. In fact, it wasn't just the little girl who was afraid. Everyone present was afraid. Everyone knows Wu Chen's strength is tyrannical, but no one thought that Wu Chen actually has this trick. Even the previous Heavenly Blade trial, although the power is extremely powerful, can destroy the planet. But those are all long-range attacks that need to be charged, and they can still avoid them. But now, this sacred realm is directly invincible. Far away, people will directly blow up the planet. Close to others to open the sacred realm. Such an all-around warrior. What do they use to fight people? Chitauri, full fire coverage. Looking at the reactions of the people around him, Thanos realized that they were all overwhelmed by Wu Chen's strength. At this time, if they can't make some practical actions, they don't have to fight this battle. They have already lost. Those Chitauri who had been hovering in midair, entangled with the Nova Core of Xander. After receiving the order from Thanos, they all turned around and flew towards Wu Chun. Because everyone knew that there was a sacred realm beside Wu Chun, these Chitauri did not get too close. They stopped when they were about 2 kilometers away from Wu Chun. Part of the Chitauri were scattered on various commanding heights, and they set up cannons. Chitauri on the single-player flight device raised a laser gun in his hand. After getting ready, all these Chitauri, together to attack Wu Chun, Wang Hao. Countless lasers whistled towards Wu Chun roar from a distance. This scale of firepower is enough to destroy everything within this covered area. However, Wu Chun, who was in the center of the fire at the moment, was still calm. In the state where the treasure house of sacred knowledge is opened. That is Wu Chen's state man who has completely entered the battle mode. Sacred Domain is very powerful, but it is only a normal defense skill used by Sacred Keisha. In addition to the Sacred Realm, Wu Chun definitely has other skills. After all, what Wu Chun has mastered is not just the ability of a Holy Keisha. The Big Clock collects the databases of all celestial computers in the entire Super Divine Universe as a plugin for Wu Chun. Wu Chun himself is adapted to the divine genes of all the top super warriors. He can use all abilities of all super fighters in the superhero universe, including triangles. Wu Chun still looks calm and relaxed. Let that rain-like laser shoot towards itself. At this moment, Wu Chun makes people look as leisurely as a bard walking under the stars. What is he doing? Doctor Strange in the parallel world looked at Wu Chun with doubts in his heart. It doesn't look like he's about to die. The Eternal Squad leader said. Waiting to die? How could someone like him stand there waiting to die? Ronan said. He's not waiting to die. It's that he has a way of dealing with this kind of attack. Thanos' vision is still much better than others. Quick, let everyone move their positions immediately. Thanos suddenly remembered something and loudly ordered to the people around him. On the surrounding battlefield, Chitauri, who had been attacking continuously, received orders. But by the time they wanted to act, it was too late. The lasers shot by them all appeared behind them at this moment. It's a wormhole. An unstable wormhole space is formed around Wu Chun. After all attacks 630 enter that range, they will be transferred to other places by him. 99. Thanos has the space gem in his hand, and he can do a move like this, but he didn't expect that Wu Chun could do it so easily without relying on the power of the space gem. And looking at Wu Chun's appearance at the time, with such a relaxed look, it seems that he can control this kind of move at will. You know, Thanos, even if he relies on the space gem, he can't do it to this extent. We can't hesitate any longer. His ability is too powerful and too weird. If we continue like this, we will only make our people sacrifice in vain. Doctor Strange looked around at the Chitauri, battered by the diverted fire. This decisive battle, from the beginning to the present, only a short 2 minutes have passed. Wu Chun didn't even really get his hands on it, but their people have already killed and injured a large number of people. If you add those that were previously destroyed by Wu Chun's trial with the Skyblade when he was on Titan, the battle has not yet officially started, and they have already killed and wounded more than 1/3 of their troops. Stephen is right. If we don't do it, and Seth continues in this form, we're all going to have to die. Thanos said. He already knew very well that Wu Chun was powerful. As an existence who has fought in the universe for thousands of years, Thanos also knows very well what the state of war is like. Everyone has regarded death as home from the very beginning, so no matter how great the sacrifice, they will continue to charge. But if it is like this, batch after batch will be on the ground, and then without exception, all of them are easily counterkilled by Wu Chun. The Vanguard Legion was created by Thanos through a combination of genes, but the Chitauri Legion was conquered by him in the universe, and Ronan's Darkstar Legion joined in partnership. If this situation continues, the Darkstar Legion is likely to retreat, and the Chitauri Legion may also fluctuate. Thanos is right. We can't go on like this. We have to go all out and disrupt Wu Chun's rhythm of war. As Doctor Strange said, he stepped forward first. I saw his hands quickly change into various postures, and then summoned a powerful magical creature, rushing into Wu Chun's sacred realm. The moment the magical creature entered the sacred realm, the expressions of everyone around were stagnant. The reason why they still haven't made a move is because they are afraid of the sacred realm. All the pioneer guards who entered it were instantly killed by Wu Chun. The next moment, everyone saw it. The moment the magical creature entered the realm, the silver blade appeared immediately. But these silver blades are not in the body of the magical creature, but appear on the periphery. The attack this time was just like Wu Chun's attack under normal circumstances. Sure enough, Wu Chun can't directly solve those complicated units. Doctor Strange said, let all the Leviathan beasts attack, Vanguard, and Chitauri, all into battle. Thanos gave orders to the entire army. I don't believe that in the face of an attack of this scale, he can maintain his so-called sacred realm and space-time force field so easily. This time, Thanos really made up his mind. He was ready to die with Wu Chun. Since then, the strongest charge that has never been seen before has begun. The Leviathan behemoths attacked collectively, and all the soldiers of the 2 major legions went into battle. When Ronan saw that the previous 2 attacks had failed, he also had some thoughts of retreating. But seeing that Thanos' army has all attacked, he can't stay on the periphery and do nothing. So he can only order, let the Darkstar Legion also join the battle. For a time, the 3 major legions, all the soldiers, all launched an attack on Wu Chun. The existence of the sacred domain and the space-time force field originally built a very strong defense around Wu Chun. But with the entry of those Leviathan behemoths, things began to change. After all, Wu Chun is only the 3rd generation divine body, and cannot achieve the perfect control effect of the divine Keisha on the divine realm. The huge size of the Leviathan monster and its heavy armor made Wu Chun unable to solve it in a short time, and the silver blade couldn't kill it instantly. In a state where calculations can't keep up, clinging to the manipulation of the sacred realm will be detrimental to combat. In addition, the powerful and intensive firepower continued to bombard, and Wu Chun's space-time force field required a lot of energy to calculate. The computing ability of the big clock can take care of all of these at the same time. But Wu Chun is only the 3rd generation of divine body, so high-intensity consumption at the same time will be too much for him. The upgrade plan of the sacred body is in the database of the sacred knowledge treasury. Can I upgrade it now? 35. Wu Chun asked. You have only upgraded the 3rd generation divine body, and the super genes in your body have not completely controlled all kinds of genomes, and the energy tolerance is not enough. In this case, forcibly upgrading the divine body is likely to have side effects. The genetic system reminds. Speaking of which, it has only been more than 10 hours since Wu Chun upgraded the 3rd generation divine body. During the 10 odd hours, although Wu Chun had done a lot of things, it was still very short for divine body originally. Haste is not enough. Sometimes, the more you want to achieve something faster, the more obstacles will appear. Wu Chun understood this truth. Now that the genetic system has reminded him like this, he understands that he cannot upgrade the 4th generation divine body or divine body today. Since the time-space force field and the sacred realm are in a bottleneck, then I will fight with them in earnest. Wu Chun said. The sacred domain and space-time force field on his body all dissipated at this moment. Wu Chun himself also shifted his position immediately and jumped out of the center of the encirclement. Dark alloy armor covers the entire body. The spear of eternity in his hand flashed with thunder and fire. Behind him, a pair of huge amounts of wings made of silver blades were spreading out. Although I don't want to admit it, my current ability is really unable to control 2 fields at the same time in this situation. 35. Wu Chun said, and the people below Thanos, Doctor Strange, and others also understood all of this. Without these 2 invincible skills, how will you deal with us next? You must know that our number is 100,000 times yours. Thanos said, yeah, your number is more than 100,000 times mine. Wu Chun sighed with emotion. He looked around, and the people who could not see the end were almost all of Thanos' subordinates. Although, among these legions, there are also the Nova Corps of Xander Star Shuttle among them. But the Nova Corps spaceships are still protecting the Xander people on the ground, covering their retreat as much as possible. So, there aren't many ships that actually engage Thanos men above. Moreover, these ships are still in a state of being suppressed by Thanos men. Now that you know the gap, let's just stop there. 35. Thanos said, give up. Wu Chun looked at Thanos. Although you have 3 infinite gems in your hand, you have never used their power from the beginning to the end, which is enough to prove that you don't need the power of infinite gems to be invincible in the whole universe. Taking such a risk to keep those 3 infinite gems. Thanos said, Just because I don't use infinite gems doesn't mean I don't need them. Wuchen said. Then you just lend them to me. All I want is to reduce half of the life in the universe, so that the remaining half can continue to prosper and prosper. 99. Thanos said. Give you infinite gems to destroy half of life, and that half may have my share. Wuchen said. I can assure you that I will never hurt you, not even those friends around you. Thanos said. Guarantee? Does this guarantee make sense? Wuchen laughed. He didn't understand why these villain bosses would have such thoughts. Give you infinite gems, and you will have the power to control the entire universe. At that time, if you want to destroy me, it will only be a snap of your fingers. At that time, you will not be able to resist me. Wuchen asked back. When Thanos heard this, he fell into silence. As Wuchen said, if he really has the ability to erase Wuchen, how could he be open to Wuchen? Last time in Nadavi, Wuchen almost killed him. After that, Wuchen chased him all over the universe, forcing him and his allies to hide in the east. Now, although Wuchen is alone, so many people here and the three major legions feel a huge amount of threat. Earlier Wuchen said that those two skills are not the limit, but the current Wuchen has not been able to fully grasp it. That is to say, as long as Wuchen is given a period of time to grow, the next time I see you, Wuchen's strength will definitely be stronger than now. Who can tolerate the existence of a threat that is different from one's own philosophy and stronger than one's own strength? In that case, there is no possibility of mediation between you and me at all. Thanos has given up on the idea of persuading Wuchen. Yes, you give me infinite gems, and then disperse your subordinates. I can allow you to spend your old age in the small garden. Wuchen said. KR. Thanos was angry and shocked at the same time. Annoyed is what Wuchen said. Surprisingly, Wuchen knew about the small garden. It was a planet he liked very much, and he planned to spend his old age peacefully after taking half of the human beings in the universe with infinite gems. Looking at this, if you don't intend to agree, then we can only have a real fight. Wuchen said. But in fact, he already knew that this was inevitable. Thanos won't give up on his dream. Wuchen will never put his fate in the hands of others. You alone, for all of us, no matter how strong you are, there will eventually be times when you can't bear it. As Thanos said, the soldiers who were already ready immediately rushed towards Wuchen. Wuchen pointed his spear forward, and dozens of duplications immediately appeared behind him. In the face of the battle of the large army, this move is naturally the most suitable. After that, Wuchen opened the teleportation door and let the superhuman robots in the Earth Research Institute be teleported too. After the Illuminati invaded, Wuchen had already started to build the Ultron robot. Although it has not been a long time, it was enough for Wuchen to build a lot of them. At the moment, more than 200 people were sent by Wuchen. Although these super god robots were made on the basis of Ultron robots, each super god robot originally joined the super god technology. And how much improvement has been made in non-operation. Even simple robots are not the same from the beginning. The metals that make their bodies are changed from pure earth metals to new materials for the synthesis of rare metals in the universe, such as vibranium, a small amount of dark alloys, and dark silver. As far as the body's defense is concerned, the level of these superhuman robots is one level higher than that of the Ultron robots. There are so many robots out there. 35. The team leader of the Eternals looked at the duplication and super god robots summoned by Wuchen and had a bad premonition in his heart. And these robots don't seem to be weak. 39. Doctor Strange said, hurry up and attack. We can't afford this war of attrition. 99. As Thanos said, he stopped hesitation and rushed out first. Behind Thanos, the four generals of He Yao also rushed up. After all, the boss has gone out, and there is no reason for their subordinates to stay behind. As a result, everyone in the entire Thanos Legion has joined the battle. Thousands of Vanguard guards, Katarwi and the Darkstar Legion are all swarming towards Wuchen. Wuchen stood there. Those duplications and robots had already joined the battle. Robots faced the Vanguard on the ground. Duplication battles Chitauri in midair. Wuchen's goal is the death of the oncoming Thanos and He Yaosi. The four generals of He Yao, the four most powerful subordinates under Thanos. The magician Ebony Maw, heavy tank Black Dwarf, Commander Corvus Glaive, and that Proxima Midnight Proxima. The fighting power of these four people alone is not weaker than those of the superhero on the Earth. Ebony Maw's magic control is the Doctor Strange who can beat the universe at this stage. But there is no doubt that the strength of these four people is definitely not comparable to those of the Illuminati. A strong beam of light shot out from the Eternal Lance, hitting Thanos directly. Thanos' Tyrant Butcher Knife was destroyed by Wuchen as early as Nadavi. So now he is purely relying on the Infinity Gauntlet to fight. On the glove, blue light flickered, and a defensive barrier immediately formed in front of him, just blocking Wuchen's attack. But Wuchen's real target is the four black generals on the left and right sides of Thanos, 630. The four silver blades appeared in front of the four generals of He Yao without warning, like a silver meteor, rushing towards the four. Black Dwarf raised his hands to block. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight were also the first to dodge. Ebony Maw was the one farthest from Wuchen, but as a magician, his reaction speed was half a beat slower than the other three. The sharpness of the silver blade can easily cut through the body of the third generation of super warriors. Although Ebony Maw has powerful magical power, his body's defense is the worst among the four black generals. At this moment, the silver blade sank directly into the place where his heart was, and blood spurted out, taking his life in just an instant. It's already at this time. Can you still take care of the entire battlefield and control every situation? 35. Thanos just glanced at Ebony Maw before continuing to focus his attention on Wuchen. My divine body can't support me in using the sacred domain and space-time force field in this situation, but these duplications and robots do not need to distract me. Wuchen said. Those duplication and super god robots can directly use large clocks to provide algorithm support behind them. Although Wuchen also needs to undertake part of the calculation. This calculation is not very complicated or very large for him. Therefore, in the battle, Wuchen's original combat power will not be weakened. With hundreds of helpers, you are still as strong as ever. You are really a monster. 35. As Thanos said, he pushed his right hand forward sharply, and the blue barrier was directly pushed out by him. The blue barrier approached Wuchen, and the energy barrier condensed by the space gem was originally extremely aggressive. The spear turned and then slashed straight down. On the tip of the spear, red energy converges, which is the power of killing gods transformed from dark energy. At the moment, the battle mode used by Wuchen is mainly based on the genes of the god of war of the North Star and the battle with Kisha's treasure house of sacred knowledge. Tens of thousands of years of combat experience accumulated in the treasure house of sacred knowledge. Make the most of the powerful god of war genes of the god of war. In addition, the silver wings that Wuchen used in the first place were exactly Kisha's best attack weapon. The spear fell, and the blue barrier was split in half. Thanos knew for a long time that his move could not help Wuchen, but what he wanted was to entangle Wuchen in order to allow the remaining three generals of He Yao to form an encircling battle against Wuchen. At the same time, Doctor Strange, who came from a parallel universe, also began to attack Wuchen. Unlike Ebony Maw, he knows more about Wuchen. At the same time when the magic moves are released, he constantly shifts his position and keeps an eye on the fluctuations in the surrounding space to prevent Wuchen from attacking with the silver blade. Ronan, every one of the Eternals, still haven't made a move. Doctor Strange shouted that he wanted to get all of them with him while attacking Wuchen. Don't worry about so much, let's go. The Eternal squad leader finally made up his mind. He wants to join forces with Thanos to fight against the gods. Since it is already an alliance, he should advance and retreat together. So, the Eternals also took action. This group of Eternals, their fighting style is almost the same as the team on Earth. Some are good at melee, some are fast, some are able to fly, and some are long-distance attack. The Eternals are sent to different planets in batches, and their mission is to guard the humans on those planets, so that they can develop naturally, to the extent that they can eventually breed a new group of gods. Therefore, the configuration of each batch of Eternal race is similar. The specific difference is what they experienced while defending that planet and the thoughts they formed in the end. It's like the group on Earth, who finally stood on the side of humans to fight against the God group. The group in front of them is more extreme than the group on Earth, and they want to completely destroy the heavenly God group. Finally, have everything been shot? Wu Chun resisted the constant attacks from around him, but the expression on his face was still calm. Wu Chun, there is only one outcome of this war today. Either you die, or I die. As Thanos said, with his infinity gauntlet-powered attack moves, he constantly called on Wu Chun. No, you are wrong. The result should be, either you die, or I live. Wu Chun said, your self-confidence won't last long. The Eternal Race team leader said, a laser has been shot out of his eyes. There are also weapons created with cosmic energy. There are attacks from the spiritual level. There is also a very fast figure, constantly shuttled around Wu Chun. This situation seems to be more complicated than when facing the Illuminati. The voice of the genetic system rang out in Wu Chen's sea of consciousness. Do you still need to say that? Wu Chun complained. During the Illuminati, although those superheroes were also present together, the number of them was still much worse than before. In particular, when Wu Chun faced the Illuminati, he only faced a few superheroes, and he didn't need to take into account the thousands of cosmic monster legions around him. Although Duplication and Super God Robot blocked the three major legions and those cosmic monsters as much as possible in the outer 5.5. But the comparison of the number of Duplication and Super God robots is more than 100 times as simple as that of the three major legions. Therefore, when Wu Chun is fighting with supervillains such as Thanos, you must always pay attention to these Leviathan monsters and Zeta Swiss soldiers who have entered the battle here. In the Super God universe, this situation should have occurred, right? Can you find a solution for me through the big clock? Wu Chun asked. Although he is the master of the big clock, after all, he has only been in contact with the big clock for a few years. There are so many topics to study, and there are many situations that he does not understand, which is normal. There is a plan, but there is one. What plan? Fight to defeat the Buddha? Fight against the Buddha and Sun Wukong, a super warrior created based on mythology. Once, this fight defeated the Buddha in the Super God universe, and he used his own strength to resist the invasion of Tian Daoxing. Although Pan Zhan, who was the strongest of the heavenly Dao Liang at that time, did not take action. If Do Xingfu can fight a fleet of super soldiers alone, it is enough to prove that Do Xingfu has the advantage in combat. Before the fourth generation of gods was developed, before the martial arts of killing gods were popularized, the ability to fight against Buddha in battle was the most special existence in the entire Super God universe. Duplication. This was originally specially prepared for the super gene that fights over the Buddha, and later Hushi was just imitating it. Although I have always had the gene for fighting and defeating the Buddha in my body, so far, apart from duplication, I have not been exposed to any other skills of fighting and defeating the Buddha. 99. Wu Chun said that in this matter, he actually didn't pay too much attention to the gene of fighting over Buddha. Since Wu Chun passed through, he has a big clock and has adapted the most powerful super genes in all the Super God universe. The power of the galaxy, the god of war, the rose of time and space, the light of the sun. 24 each of these super genes that Wu Chun possesses is extremely powerful. Therefore, Wu Chun didn't pay enough attention to the fighting gene of fighting over Buddha. Fighting over the Buddha and Sun Wukong. He is proficient in all fighting skills, duplication, 3 heads and 6 arms, the law of heaven and earth, the movement of stars and stars, said the genetic system. Although the Monkey King in the Super God universe is not the real Monkey King in mythology, he does have a lot of extremely powerful supernatural powers in his genetic setting. At least, among the third generation super warriors, very few people can compete with him. Contend point 39. The gene system's evaluation of Do Victory Buddha is much higher than Wu Chen's evaluation of Do Victory Buddha. I remember that in the original anime, Morgana was also afraid of fighting over the Buddha. Is it possible that the fighting ability of fighting over the Buddha can really match the Morgana of the fourth generation of gods? 35. Wu Chen asked. Without the support of celestial level computers, it is not easy for any main god to win the battle and defeat the Buddha, said the genetic system. What you mean is that, in my current situation, I can use the gene of fighting to defeat the Buddha to be able to exert the greatest strength. Wu Chen did not expect such a situation. Although the genes of fighting over Buddha are not weak, in Wu Chen's impression, they should not be comparable to those of the main god level existence. You asked about the plan to deal with the current situation. Now this is the best plan. Do you want to implement it? The genetic system asked. I don't know enough about the technology of the Super God universe. Since you said this is the best solution, then I'll give it a try. Wu Chen said, but he also had some entanglements in his heart. They have spent 2 or 3 years researching the supernatural technology, but what they can understand is not all of the supernatural technology, not even the general idea. I thought that only the fourth generation gods and the technology above the void level did not understand. It was only now that he discovered that even these super genes in his body were not fully understood by him. Instructions have been received to activate the genetic code. Fight to defeat the Buddha. When the voice of the genetic system came, Wu Chen's whole state changed. The pistol in hand remains unchanged. But on both sides of Wu Chun, there were 2 other heads and bodies growing out, which turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. In the hands of those 2 bodies, they were holding a dark alloy rod and a black cutting. According to your fighting habits, the 3 heads use the weapons you are good at, and the black cut god-killing power is stronger, and the power gem used to deal with Thanos is also more suitable. 995. Genetic system analysis. As expected, it is my super genetic system, and it has a very thorough understanding of me. 35. Wu Chun said, with his body holding the spear of eternity, facing Thanos in front of him. It's just that Thanos and the others at the moment have all been stunned in place one by one. Wu Chun suddenly turned into a 3-headed and 6-armed appearance, which shocked everyone present. Although the Marvel movie universe is full of bizarre cosmic creatures and monsters, but something like Wu Chun has never been seen before. A person who was originally powerful, first summoned duplication, and then turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. What kind of monster is this? Dr. Strange, who had been in contact with the Dark Book, was shocked by Wu Chen's appearance. Call me a monster? I just used some special skills. Wu Chen said. Well, special skills. Your skills are really much. Dr. Strange said with emotion. What you see is not all of me. 35. After speaking, Wu Chen rushed out. The one holding the spear of eternity directly took Thanos. The one holding the god-killing axe attacked Black Dwarf, and the target of the dark alloy rod was Dr. Strange. Previously, Wu Chun had only 1 pair of eyes and 2 hands. Even though his fighting power was very strong, Wu Chun couldn't take good care of him in the face of these people attacking from all directions at the same time. But now, after he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can always cope with this situation with ease. The most important thing is that after Wu Chun turned on the super gene to defeat the Buddha, the combat power of the surrounding duplications has also been further improved. Fighting Victory Buddha has unique advantages in controlling duplication. Although it is not as precise and powerful as the duplication controlled by Hushi, every duplication that defeats the Buddha can do whatever he wants instead of sticking to the battle mode fixed by the genetic system or the celestial computer. Isn't it just 3 heads and 6 arms? We have more than a dozen people here, and I don't believe you can fully take care of them. The Eternal Race team leader shouted, and all the Eternal Race members also charged desperately at this moment. But the situation is different. The previous style of swarming Wu Chun, which could temporarily suppress Wu Chun, was completely ineffective at this moment. The dark alloy rod swept across, and the Eternals were instantly knocked into the air. Black Dwarf wanted to use the way he had previously fought against the Silver Blade with a flying slash of the god-killing axe, but as a result, he was instantly cut in half. There is no difference between the Spear of Eternity and Thanos. After all, Thanos has 3 infinite gems in his hand, and his original combat power is also the strongest among these people. But in any case, the war situation has begun to change. The super gene that fights against Buddha is definitely not the strongest among all super genes, but there is no doubt that he has a great advantage in battle. With just 3 heads and 6 arms, Wu Chen's combat power can be instantly doubled. Let all those supervillains who originally besieged him fall into a passive state one by one. Some of them are a bit stuck, which affects one day's update, and will be added as soon as possible. Sorry. Damn, didn't he just change his body? Why does it feel that the combat effectiveness of the whole person has soared? Ronan is also in the battle at the moment, but his mood is very depressed. Wu Chun was not a good person from the beginning. No one should have any reservations about defeating him. Dr. Strange shouted, and the spells he cast became stronger and faster. Aren't you holding back? Then what can you change by going all out? Wu Chun is fighting at the moment, and he doesn't care what the people around him are doing. He just concentrates on his own battle. With 3 heads and 6 arms, each side applies the weapon in its hand to an excellent state. Although Wu Chun is alone against a dozen people, but as time goes by, at the moment can still compete with him head-on. And there is only one Thanos and Dr. Strange who constantly uses the magic of the Dark Sacred Book. The Eternals were very confident before. They were many and each possessed unique skills. But now, they are a complete failure. Wu Chun, no matter if it was the Spear of Eternity, the Axe of Killing Gods, or the Dark Alloy Rod, as long as any attack fell on them, they would be unable to resist. In the final analysis, their physical quality is not comparable to that of Thanos, and their attack power is not comparable to that of Dr. Strange. Most importantly, they do not realize that their Eternals' bodies have no advantage in front of Wu Chun. Super fighters, even if they are only the first generation of super fighters, can have a defense comparable to that of steel, and ordinary bullets and sword attacks cannot cause damage to their bodies. As a third-generation god, Wu Chun can withstand a nuclear explosion level attack just by physical fitness. The power used by these Eternals is extremely high for ordinary people and even for supernatural beings. Lethality, but for Wu Chun, it is not worth mentioning. The stars are moving. All beings are in my hands. Wu Chun stepped back abruptly, his 3 heads and 6 arms faded. Wu Chun, who returned to his usual appearance, made the remaining people feel a stronger crisis. Only to see that the surrounding space has become distorted. Wu Chun has put away the Spear of Eternity and the Axe of Killing Gods, and the Dark Alloy Rod in his hand has now turned into a pillar that stirs the universe. With the stirring of the Dark Alloy Rod in Wu Chun's hand, an inexplicable force was generated in the space, and all people who were within a kilometer range around him would involuntarily move along. For those who move the stars, all the stars can move, not to mention the mere weight. 55. Wu Chun said. The aura released from his body seemed to be the god of war who controlled the entire universe. Thanos, let's go. After Dr. Strange finished speaking, he opened the portal with a wave of his hand and shifted his position. Thanos also realized the seriousness of the problem. The energy of the space gem was stimulated, and it jumped out of Wu Chun's control for the first time. However, the others were not so lucky. They are trapped in the battle, and unlike Dr. Strange and Thanos, who have the ability to move in space, there is no way to escape. At the moment, they were weakly controlled by Wu Chun. With Wu Chun's hand waving the Dark Alloy Rod, their positions were constantly shifted, and the flesh on their bodies seemed to be torn apart by the constantly pulling space. The law of heaven and earth. 35. In just an instant, Wu Chun's figure turned into a huge amount of devil, and his right hand grabbed the space he had stirred earlier. Bah! With a light drink, a burst of energy suddenly burst out from the palm of your hand. When the palm was released again, the Eternal Squad, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive, who were held by Wu Chun in the palm, all turned into a flurry of ashes and disappeared without a trace. How can that be? Just such a simple move, wiped out so many of our allies. Both Thanos and Dr. Strange, at the moment, were already in shock. Although Wu Chun had shown great combat power before, they were still able to confront him. But now, Wu Chun took everyone except the 2 of them in an instant. That Eternal race, the guy who claimed to be more powerful than any other Avengers, was wiped out in one wave. Monsters, ghosts, and monsters, are you ready to capture them? Wu Chun turned into a devil. The huge amounts of Dharma were said, with a pair of crimson giant eyes, wherever they saw. All the Chitauri, Vanguard and Darkstar Legion soldiers were trembling all over. Duplication, superhuman robot, at the moment have all disappeared. The moment Wu Chun decided to use this method, he had already made the big clock take back all the super god robots, and duplication naturally returned to the dark matter plane space. All the firepower, aimed at the huge amounts of the body, and launched an attack. Thanos reacted suddenly, and immediately gave orders to the motherships under his command. Sanctuary number 2, the Katawi mothership, and the Dark Star, the 3 motherships adjusted their directions at the same time, and all the firepower aimed at Wu Chun and launched an attack. Leviathan Giant Beast, Chitauri, Darkstar Legion, all those who fly in midair, at the moment all rush towards Wu Chun. On the ground, the remaining Vanguard guards were also launching an attack, and some of them were close enough to use their 4 sharp claws to constantly scratch on Wu Chun's Dharma. Stubborn. Wu Chun yelled, and he threw the Dark Alloy Rod after the huge size. It has turned into huge amounts of Dark Alloy Rods like mountains, and was swept by Wu Chun in a 360-degree sweep. In an instant, the 3 motherships shattered, and all the Chitauri, Darkstar Legion, and Leviathan behemoths were all shot and flew out. Wu Chun, with one blow, destroyed most of Thanos' men. All that remains now are the Pioneer Guards who are still scratching their itch on the ground. The Dark Alloy Rod held high Wang Hao up, just when Wu Chun was going to knock it down with a stick, and then swept it against the ground. Taking these Vanguard guards away, the Nova Corps came. All Nova Corps ships lined up, weapon system silent. Nova Supreme walked up to a tall building and shouted at Wu Chun. Lord Tenjin, please don't hurt the civilians of Xandar. 35. As long as you let them live, from now on, my Nova Empire is willing to serve you forever. 39. Nova Supreme's words obviously really regarded Wu Chun as the real ghosts and gods in those myths and legends. Since you have made me your god, I will follow your request. Wu Chun put away the Dark Alloy Rod, and the gigantic law, heaven and earth dissipated at this moment. The Nova Supreme and the Nova Corps who witnessed all this were all relieved. Afterwards, all of them flew to Wu Chun's location. Everyone in the Nova Corps knew that Wu Chun was doing this to destroy all of Thanos' men. Now, at their request, Wu Chun gave up such a powerful attack. In return, they were to assist in the battle. With almost all air units under Thanos being wiped out by Wu Chun, the Nova Corps is no longer a threat. Those Vanguard guards on the ground, although their numbers are still large. But in war, air units always have an overwhelming advantage over ground units. It's sensible. Seeing the Nova Corps who had come out to help him fight, Wu Chun nodded in relief. Summon the super god robots to help them fight together. Wu Chun said, the big clock has started the summoning program again. In order to avoid being accidentally injured by Wu Chun, the superhuman robot that was sent away in advance is now returning to the battlefield. The 3 major legions are missing too, and there are still 2 less capable of air combat. At the moment, there are not many subordinates under Thanos. Even his allies, those Eternals, those 4 black generals, and Naranon. Now, there is only Dr. Strange left by Thanos' side. Thanos, 630 we have lost. Let's go. Dr. Strange knew very well that they had no chance of winning this war. Go? It's already here. Where can we go? Thanos asked back. He is very aware of the situation he is facing right now. With Wu Chun who has 3 infinite gems, and his ability to track the location of the entire universe, no matter where Thanos goes, Wu Chun will find him and chase after him. Instead of waiting until that time to be chased and fleeing, and finally exhausted, it is better to take advantage of Wu Chun's battle and fight with Wu Chun with all his strength. Can't you see it? Wu Chun's strength has surpassed us so much that we have no chance of winning at all. Dr. Strange said. Whoever said I would definitely lose to Wu Chun, I haven't tried my best yet. As Thanos spoke, the 3 infinite gems on the Infinity Gauntlet flashed brightly at the same time. The power of infinite gems is absolutely formidable. If Wu Chun also uses 3 infinite gems, then the 2 sides will cancel each other out in this aspect, and then they will purely compete with each other's strengths. Thanos can't really beat him. But from his first meeting with Wu Chun until now, Wu Chun has never used those infinite gems, even though he still has a stronger weapon in his hands. But he hasn't used it. There are only 2 reasons. First, Wu Chun didn't know how to use it at all. Second, Wu Chun disdains to use it because of his confidence in his own strength. Thanos couldn't figure out what the reason for Wu Chun was. But in his opinion, there is a half chance of this, because Wu Chun doesn't know how to use infinite gems. Last time in Na'Davi, Thanos lost to Wu Chun. But at that time, Thanos had only 1 power gem in his hand. Now, with 3 gems in his hand, even if Wu Chen's strength is abnormal, he will never surpass Sonic Infinite Gems. You must know that infinite gems are all existences with a powerful force to destroy the universe. It seems that you have decided to compete with me. Wu Chen looked at Thanos. The Eye of Insight couldn't see through all the thoughts of Thanos at the moment, but could read it roughly. You and I are destined to have a battle, which is absolutely unavoidable. Thanos said. He really decided to compete with Wu Chen here. If you insist on doing this, then I will have to accompany you to the end. Doctor Strange stood up. Although he really wanted to leave, he and Thanos were allied after all. At this time, he would leave Thanos alone and run away, which would be a bit unethical. Exactly, the two of you, I cleaned up together. Wu Chen said. The dark alloy rod flicked, and the power exploded from his body, forming a red gas visible to the naked eye, like a burning, Ceph, flame. Look strong, but we don't necessarily lose. 39. After Thanos finished speaking, the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand flashed blue. A space wormhole appeared in front of Thanos, and he smashed his fist into the wormhole. Behind Wu Chun, a fist appeared out of thin air. This is obviously learned from Wu Chun. Wu Chun likes to use this method to attack unexpectedly. But this trick is not created by Wu Chun, but those who master the wormhole ability in the Super God universe like to fight in this way. Especially Du Qiangwei, as the owner of the space-time gene, she is the most adept at wormhole combat in the entire Super God universe, and also mastered the most suitable weapon for wormhole ability control in the Super God universe, Xingming. Xingming? This weapon, I remember that I also built it. Wu Chen suddenly thought of this. Driven by his mind, a silver cross-shaped weapon appeared behind him and cut it towards Thanos' hand. Thanos quickly withdrew his hand, and Xingming flew over with his skin inserted. Where's this weapon from? Thanos asked almost subconsciously. Well, a weapon that can be remotely controlled. Although it can't beat Keisha's silver wings in terms of power, it is better than the attack distance is far enough, and it's elusive. Wu Chen said. Xingming suddenly appeared on the left of Thanos. Thanos didn't dodge, but raised his left hand directly, and the blue light flickered to form a barrier, blocking Xingming. The next moment, on the other side, another star appeared, also flying towards Thanos. Thanos is still resisting Xingming on this side, and another one comes out on the other side. It is too late to dodge, so he has to repeat the old trick, forming a barrier with Space Gem to resist Xingming's attack. But the third star appeared again. It swirled from the front, stabbing at Thanos' chest. At the critical moment, Doctor Strange shot and pulled Thanos directly to his side with the portal. How many of these weapons do you have? Thanos slowed down, looked at Wu Chun and asked. Xingming, there has always been only one. Wu Chen said. Xingming has appeared beside him. 1? 3 just came out. Thanos said. That's a space-time projection. Although it looks like there are 3, in fact, there is only one. It's just that the same star is projected onto a target from 3 different spacetimes at the same time. Wu Chen said. Space-time projection. Thanos was depressed all over. Although this move is quite powerful, speaking of it, it doesn't seem to be as good as Keisha's silver wing. Wu Chen said. The dozen or so silver blades immediately appeared in the left, right, front, and rear directions of Thanos. The time and space projection of Xingming is superfluous. With silver blades, you can do whatever you want. Wu Chen didn't really come back, but at the moment, he knew about the chaos in the Institute. Dr. Pym, I know your purpose is to find your wife who was lost in the quantum field. After this matter is over, I will let you study your quantum tunnel, so there is no need to be here. It's time to mess around with me. Wu Chen looked at Dr. Pym. So, you also know about the quantum field? Dr. Pym asked. You've seen my situation here, too. What do you think is the technology that you know and I don't? Wu Chen said. After Dr. Pym heard what he said, he couldn't help but look around, looking at the various devices that are extremely simple, but powerful in function, and the virtual projection that seems to be all-encompassing. Indeed, as Wu Chen said, the technology here has reached an incredible level, so Wu Chen naturally knows something about the quantum field. Even if he did not study this aspect carefully, I am afraid that the global monitoring of the big clock would have already known about the Pym particle and quantum tunnel that he was studying. I know. I'll stay here quietly. As Dr. Pym said, the ants that had originally surrounded the island's periphery were now gradually dispersing. His purpose is to save his wife. As long as this can be achieved, he will naturally not care about anything else. Very well. What about Star-Lord? Wu Chen looked to the other side. The Star-Lord who happened to be here. I don't know you and you. Why are you pulling me here for no reason? Star-Lord at the moment is very depressed. There's a guy named Egg. He said it's your father, and he wants to use you as a power bank to help him dominate the universe. Now I have to deal with Thanos first, and I don't have time to care about him. So I put you here first. That's it. Wu Chen said. Ego? My dad. Star-Lord was stunned. Wait, you said to use me as a power bank? I'm his son. Why would he use me as a power bank? Star-Lord asked. Ego, he is not a person, but a planet, and for thousands of years, he has always wanted to be the overlord of the entire universe. During Wu Chen's speech, the virtual projection showed some pictures of Guardians of Galaxy 2 in Wu Chen's memory in this research hall after some corrections. Over the years, he has traveled throughout the universe, planting seeds on every living planet, intermarrying with women of countless races, and giving birth to children. Because, relying on his own divine power alone, if he wants to give birth to all those seeds, all his life force will be exhausted. So he hopes that one of these heirs can inherit his divine power, and then he can use the life of that child as the foundation activates the seed, and then he can sit back and enjoy it. After Wu Chen's words were finished, the images were demonstrated, and the hall was silent. Everyone looked at Star-Lord in unison, and while sympathizing with him, they were more shocked by his father's behavior. How do I know what you're saying is true? After a long time, Star-Lord himself recovered from the shock and questioned what Wu Chen said. Just now, I had a fight with Egg, and for this, I specifically investigated all the information about him in the past, which includes all the information about his relationship with your mother on Earth, including his time in your mother, the whole process of going straight to the tumor in the brain. Wu Chen said. All the images of Egg and Star-Lord's mother together, at the moment have been displayed in the virtual projection. No, it's not true. My mother likes him so much. How could he do such a thing? Star-Lord breaks down, and he has always consoled himself by saying that his father was a cosmic hero. But now, the father turned out to be the murderer of his mother. Moreover, he has to catch himself to use it as a charging treasure for him. The data investigated by the big clock will never go wrong. In addition, Yongdu knows the inside story. After I kill Egg, you can go to him and ask him clearly. 39. Wu Chen said. All the unfolded pictures, at the moment, were all closed. I know, you must want to know the details now, but you can't go out of my research institute, so just wait here quietly. Wu Chen himself is not here, and the Eye of Insight cannot be used. But the idea of Star-Lord at the moment, anyone can see. If I don't go out, can I ask you to help me find Yongdu? Star-Lord also understands that it will not work to confront Wu Chen head-on. In this case, it is better to follow Wu Chen's wishes and make a small request by the way. I'll give him your information here. The moment Wu Chen's voice fell, the big clock had already sent a message to the Predator, Yongdu, who was sailing in the universe. Wanda, I may not be able to pay attention to the situation here for several days, and the 3 of you on the Earth side should be careful. Wu Chen looked at Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Vision. He has once again locked the position of Doctor Strange in the parallel world. This time, Doctor Strange didn't change his position again, so he was probably preparing for a head-to-head battle with Wu Chen. Doctor Strange and Thanos in the parallel universe are allies, and Wu Chen's past result is likely to be caught in a huge amount of ambush. Although Wu Chen has absolute confidence, he can deal with all the traps set by Thanos. But there is an unimaginably large army there. Even with Wu Chen's strength, it may not be so easy to solve the battle in a short time. Will there be any danger? Shall we help too? Scarlet Witch asked. You don't have to. When I need it, I will call the super god robot to go. Wu Chen said. The big clock has detected that the situation in the Earth does not seem to be very stable now. Those Avengers are caught in an infighting, and the entire global situation is also changing. Wu Chen's virtual projection is looking up at the window. Where's the whole Earth? During the time when Wu Chen was involved in the Infinity War, the interior of the Earth was already full of storms. Contradictions emerged between the Avengers, and a superhero registration bill spearheaded by Congressman Ross became the source of all conflicts. Stark and Rogers clash head-to-head over Bucky. Because of his relationship with Hulk, Banner is regarded as the #1 dangerous element by various countries, and there are even troops and agents monitoring his whereabouts. There are even many people who have been staring at Wu Chen's research institute. During the time I'm not here, you can do it for yourself. After Wu Chen said this last sentence, his projection disappeared. Compared with the Civil War, he still cares more about the death of the upcoming Infinity War with Thanos. The impact of the explosion began to dissipate gradually. When people recovered from their trance, they saw the center of the explosion. There, all the surrounding buildings had been razed to the ground, and a huge amount of sinkhole appeared. Wu Chen flapped his wings and was suspended in midair. On the ground, Thanos was kneeling on the ground. The infinite gems on his left hand were shining, but his right arm was already scarred. In this battle, Wu Chen used his strongest blow against Thanos of the 3 infinite gems, and Wu Chen actually had the upper hand. How is this possible? 35. Doctor Strange was in the cage of time and space, and he who witnessed this scene with his own eyes could not accept such an ending. If Wu Chen had just used the power of the 3 infinite gems in his hand to fight against Thanos, then everything would be for sure. 6 zeros. But now Wu Chen is fighting with only his own strength, and he has one. That can be the strongest substance in the entire Marvel movie universe. Although the 3 infinite gems can't do whatever they want, the power generated by the combination of each other is absolutely unparalleled. But it is such a powerful force that even Wu Chen's own strength can't match. What kind of terrifying monster are you? Thanos looked up. Even though his body was full of scars, the unwillingness in Thanos' heart at the moment supported him to stand up again. The most powerful substance that this universe has had since its birth lost to a human being who relies on technology to continuously strengthen itself. It was once regarded as the omnipotent divine power by everyone, but now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Monster? I'm just at the forefront of technology. I'm just integrating the power of the entire universe into one. Wu Chen said. The power of the entire universe. Thanos looked at Wu Chen suspiciously. Yes, that's right. Wu Chen said. He was still standing in the air, but behind him, there was a huge figure in the dark matter plane that only Thanos could see at the moment. Although what you see on weekdays is just an ordinary person, but in fact, I have the most powerful operating system behind me. Wu Chen said. And the operating system he mentioned is naturally a big clock, as the most powerful celestial computer in the super god universe. At the same time, it is the most important plug-in for Wu Chen in this universe. The ability of the big clock is undoubtedly powerful. From the moment Wu Chen crossed over and mastered the big clock, Wu Chen was no longer a simple human being. Behind him, he has been communicating the huge energy of the entire universe. In the past few years, the big clock has been exploring the outer universe all the time, and every fixed star it has explored has become the energy support of the big clock. From the sun in the solar system where the Earth is located, to the third spiral arm of the Milky Way, and now it has covered the entire Milky Way. Although, there is still a big gap to truly reach the scope of the entire universe. But the fixed star energy within this range is indescribably powerful. The power of infinite gems is so powerful that such a power gem can easily destroy a planet. But the big clock that communicates all the fixed star energy in the entire galaxy, the power is naturally stronger. You must know that just a sun, its instantaneous burst of energy is enough to destroy the entire Earth. If there is a super strong solar storm, the entire solar system is in jeopardy. Then, what about the power of these thousands of suns linked together and then erupted together? What's more, at the moment, the big clock can search and accurately mark its position and extract its energy at any time to provide support for Wu Chen and the big clock's operations. There are not only 1,800 fixed stars. In this situation, Wu Chen said that Thanos is fighting the entire universe with the power of 3 infinite gems, and there is nothing wrong with that. It is clear that I am the one who controls the strongest power in the universe. How could I possibly lose to you? Thanos still couldn't accept it. After all, the impact was too strong. 6 infinite gems are gathered together. You have to say that it is the strongest force in this universe. I have no objection. After Wu Chen finished speaking, the 3 infinite gems of time, mind, and reality have also been in his hands. There are only 3, even the 3 in my hand. In my self-perception, I haven't been able to surpass myself, so the 3 in your hand are definitely not my opponent. Wu Chen said. His words seemed casual, but for Thanos and Doctor Strange, it was a bolt from the blue. It turned out that Wu Chen didn't know how to use the power of infinite gems. From the very beginning, he didn't plan to use that power to fight Thanos, but purely relied on his own power to win. Thanos, do you know where you lost? Wu Chen asked suddenly. Me? Where did I lose? 39. Thanos asked. You lost. The 3 infinite gems in your hand are exactly similar to the field I was originally good at. The super gene that Wu Chen is best at now is the rose of time and space, the power of the galaxy, the god of war of the stars, and the light of the sun. Wu Chen, who has the deepest gene of the space-time rose, has not yet figured out, but for now, it has a great advantage in wormholes. That is, it has a power similar to the space gem. God of war and sunlight. These 2 pure power warriors. The former is stronger in combat, and the latter is more terrifying in destructive power. As for the soul gem, it is aimed at the human soul. But the power of the galaxy, when it was set, gave the idea of the strongest and most tenacious spirit. In the face of the ultimate fear, he will go forth to become the sword that cuts through the void. Therefore, soul gem's interference with Wu Chen is actually meaningless. One more thing. You lose. You shouldn't fight me head-to-head with 5.5. 99. Wu Chen said. The power of the ultimate sanction suddenly increased, and the energy in Wu Chen became stronger and stronger. Originally, with the power of the space gem, you can do a lot of things, especially when it comes to escaping. Even me, that's not as good as that. But you want to use the power of the space gem on the power gem, and burst out a powerful force together, wanting to solve me once and for all. As a result, you lost to me, and you were defeated by me in a state where you thought you would win. 35. Wu Chen's words, like knives, stabbed into the heart of Thanos fiercely, making Thanos, who has not shown the slightest fear in the past thousands of years, at the moment actually seems a little joyous. Wu Chen, he really defeated Thanos by himself. I lost, completely lost. Thanos shook his head. He was not Wu Chen's opponent with 3 infinite gems. If Wu Chen used the power of infinite gems, he would have no chance of winning. Without the slightest chance of winning, what else could he do except accept his fate? You never had a chance of winning. Didn't Strange tell you that? When Wu Chen said this, he looked back at Doctor Strange in the parallel universe. What do you mean by that? Thanos wondered. Isn't the purpose of Strange coming here from other universes to let the storyline go on normally, and to let someone who should exist in the future be born smoothly? 35. Wu Chen said, and when Thanos heard what he said, his face became even more ugly. If you follow the normal timeline they think, you will get infinite gems, but then no matter what, you will not be able to achieve the ideal of destroying half of the human beings in the universe, because the superhero on Earth and the Doctor Strange in front of you will both do your best to save it all. 35. Wu Chen's words. 24 was not only shocked by Thanos, but even the Doctor Strange, at the moment was dazed. He didn't know why, but Wu Chen knew all this so clearly. So, from the beginning, I was just a pawn used by others. Thanos sighed with emotion. He is a dignified generation of hegemons, and there is no force or anyone in the entire galaxy that can compete with him. But now, in Wu Chen's hands, he was just a defeated general, and in Doctor Strange's eyes, he was a flag to be played with. I am not using you. I simply want to work with you. Otherwise, I would not have put infinite gems in your hands, said Doctor Strange, who was now tied to a boat with Thanos. If Thanos defected at the moment, it would be a huge blow to Doctor Strange, and it would likely cost him his last chance. Infinite gems is in hand. You are an invincible existence in this universe. Even if I have other thoughts in my mind, it is impossible to threaten you who have mastered the power of infinite gems. In this case, how could I regard you as a piece? Dr. Strange said aloud. This time, Thanos' face finally improved. Yes, Dr. Strange might actually be using him, but as Dr. Strange himself said, the infinite gems are in his hands, Thanos, and even if Dr. Strange has other ideas, it is impossible to pose a threat to himself by then. That's right, if you get all the infinite gems at the moment, all the assumptions I've said will be invalid. Wu Chen said, it's just that, in a state where you don't know anything in advance, when you have fulfilled your long-cherished wish and destroyed half of the human race, what are you going to do next? Should I go to your small garden and destroy the infinite gems that you finally collected once and for all? When your infinite gems are completely destroyed, then I have been killed by you with the power of infinite gems, and you have no more infinite gems available. What are you going to do to stop other people from doing what they want to do? 99. Wu Chen's words hit the spot every time. People in the past never thought that the established fact could be changed. But now, everyone has realized that time was not originally fixed. This Dr. Strange came here across parallel universes for a powerful monarch to be born in the future. Even if everything you said is true, at least one, he will help me first and snatch infinite gems. Thanos' thinking has been clear. He was a person who would not easily trust others. The main reason for his previous emotional excitement was just because he lost to Wu Chen. Now, with the passage of time, the ability to bear in his heart has gradually recovered. After calming down and thinking about it carefully, he also understood the situation of at the moment. That's right, I'll help you get infinite gems. Dr. Strange shouted. Win the infinite gems? Do you still have a chance to take these 3 infinite gems from me? 35. Wu Chen said. 3 infinite gems have been summoned in his hand. It was green, gold, red, time, mind, and reality. The appearance of the 3 infinite gems immediately caught the attention of Thanos and Dr. Strange. But they soon realized that this was not the time for them to be happy. Strange, don't you use all your strength? Thanos roared, and the 3 gems on his infinity gauntlet lit up at the same time. Thanos has already lost to Wu Chen, but he can still activate the power of infinite gems, even if it is not as powerful as before. On the other side, Dr. Strange summoned the dark book. The book was spread out in front of him. A burst of intense red light spread. Dr. Strange began to summon one of the most powerful dark magic. The appearance of dark magic instantly devoured the time-space cage, and a twisted gate appeared in front of Dr. Strange, and then led him out of the blockade of the time-space cage. The hands are constantly changing, and more powerful magical energy is being released around Dr. Strange. The magic staggered together, and then transformed into a huge amount of black shadow, rushing towards Wu Chen. When Wu Chen shook hands, the 3 infinite gems disappeared, and in his hand, the Spear of Eternity was summoned. To deal with the wonderful and powerful divine power in this world, Wu Chen definitely has to use divine power to fight against it. The 630 Eternal Spear flipped over, and a white light shot out from the tip of the spear. It flew towards the dark energy gathered from Dr. Strange's body. The 2 energies collided, and the advantage of the Eternal Spear clearly prevailed. But at this moment, Thanos also launched a counterattack. He developed the energy of the power gem to the maximum and blasted directly to where Wu Chen was. Wu Chen swept the spear in his hand, but he himself had disappeared in place. The wormhole was transferred. Wu Chen was behind Thanos, and the spear's tip pierced straight into Thanos' back. A person who has already failed, even if he can control his power, he is still a loser, making him vulnerable. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he disappeared in place in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already by Dr. Strange's side. Dr. Strange saw what happened to Thanos. He knew what Wu Chen was doing, and he knew that once he suffered the same damage as Thanos, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Sorry, I can't take it anymore. Dr. Strange shouted, disappearing quickly. He is running away. He originally came from a parallel universe, and now he has found an opportunity to return to the original universe. In the process of avoiding Wu Chen's attack, he spent a huge amount of dark energy and forcibly escaped. Are you using all your strength just to leave me and run away? Thanos was seriously injured, but at the moment he was crying helplessly. Wu Chen stood there, watching where Dr. Strange disappeared, and Thanos who was on the verge of death. Dr. Strange is gone. Your path has come to an end. Wu Chen walked up to Thanos and looked at Thanos, who was scarred at the moment. His huge army has been wiped out. His strong body was also weakened. His trusted ally eventually escaped on his own. Although Thanos in the movie ended in failure, his life was undoubtedly a success. But here's Thanos. He was a failure from the start. The key to his failure was that his opponent changed from Avengers to Wu Chen. All I want is for the remaining half of the universe to live unrestrictedly and happily. 35. Thanos said. A self-deceiving statement. You still have the nerve to tell people all over the universe. Are you really stupid, or do you think everyone in the universe is stupid? 35. Wu Chen asked back. What do you mean by that? Thanos asked rhetorically. You are also a person who has lived for thousands of years. Don't you know how the population of a planet develops? Wu Chen asked. You say that you are a person cursed by science. You must understand the truth. So from the beginning, you were just looking for an excuse to carry out your atrocities. Wu Chen's words were very straightforward, and Thanos' heart naturally understood. But a person who insists on a dream for thousands of years, even if he knows it is wrong, it is difficult for him to correct it. What's more, Thanos, he has no chance to correct. Perhaps, there is a so-called underworld in this world, and your soul can still live in the kingdom of death. Then, after you get there, go and think carefully about everything I said today. Bar. After finishing speaking, Wu Chen's right hand was directly under his command, and the sword of judgment that imposed the final sanction reappeared and landed directly on Thanos. Last time, Thanos could still rely on the power of infinite gems to compete, but this time, Thanos was already waiting. The long sword fell, and the generation of heroes came to an end. The last thing he left was the infinity gauntlet, and the 3 infinite gems inlaid on the gloves. Wu Chen waved his hand at will, and grabbed the infinity gauntlet into his hands. 3 infinite gems were taken down by him, and the infinity gauntlet was thrown directly into the dark matter plane by him. Space, soul, power. The attributes of these 3 infinite gems are different from the previous 3, but the magnitude of the power is the same. The voice of the genetic system came. The moment Wu Chen got the infinite gems, the Eye of Insight was already analyzing the 3 infinite gems. The 6 infinite gems represent different attributes. After being scattered, a single one only has the power to destroy the stars, but when the 6 are gathered together, they can destroy the universe. 35. Wu Chen said. The other 3 infinite gems have also been summoned by him. Time, space, mind, soul, reality, power. Time and space. This is the ability that Chaos and technology is also gradually realizing. At the space level, Wu Chen's micro wormhole handling technology and worm bridge terminal, etc., are more superior than Space Gem. But in terms of time, Wu Chen has not yet started to contact, but relevant information data is recorded in the big clock, and the hourglass does exist. Among the other 4 infinite gems, the power is the purest, and the reality gem's ability should be able to be achieved after Wu Chen masters the void ability. Mind Gem, its performance in the movie is actually not as strong as the ability of those celestial computers in Super God technology. As for Soul Gem, it is the most special. The soul, for the human body and life, has always been a most mysterious topic. In the Super God technology, although there is also a precedent for Death God Karl to transfer Hua Ye's spiritual body to a cat for sojourn, but that is only a superficial approach to the soul. In the Marvel movie universe, there are not many descriptions of Soul Gem, except that it imprisoned Red Skull and Vomar Star as his guardian through a soul contract. When Thanos and Hawkeye and others went to get gems, they needed to sacrifice to get them. In addition, the description of Soul Gem in the movie is very little. All 6 infinite gems, the other 5 have their excellent performance. The Space Gem forged the plot of Avengers 1. The Time Gem is the key to Doctor Strange 1. Mind Gem forged the plot of Avengers 2. The Power Stone is what led to the founding of Guardians of Galaxy. the reality gem indirectly led to the destruction of the entire Asgard. There is only Soul Gem, and there is no exclusive movie about it in the entire Marvel movie series. In Avengers Alliance 3, where all infinite gems appear, its appearance serves as the backdrop for Thanos' personality. In the plot of Avengers Alliance 4, all infinite gems have become tools and decorations, but they are just objects that cause competition between the two parties and promote the development of the story. There is no description of their original ability at all. System, let the big clock give me a detailed interpretation of Soul Gem. I want to know if there really is a small world inside it. Wuchen said, about Soul Gem is the entrance to a special new world, and it is the setting man who exists in the manga. But now, based on the plot that appeared in the movie, Wuchen believes that Soul Gem must have had a secret that had not been decoded originally, and this secret, Wuchen wanted to find out. Because of various known factors in the previous interpretation of the reality gem, and it was a frontline analysis, the loss was not very large. But now if you want to analyze and interpret a non-limited gemstone in detail, I am afraid you need to. It consumes a huge amount of energy. Said the genetic system. Energy consumption? The big clock consumes fixed star energy from the very beginning. In the first generation, it relied on the energy of the sun, but later the big clock began to explore outside the solar system and repositioned many fixed stars as new supplies. Energy, do we still need to care about that in this case? Wuchen asked. The big clock is the most advanced celestial computer in the super god universe, and Wuchen's big clock is more comprehensive and superior than that big clock. Although astronomical computers need to consume a lot of fixed star energy as computing support, but the big clock never needs to be fixed near a certain fixed star. It can synchronize the energy of multiple fixed stars to obtain supplies at the same time through technologies such as wormholes. In this state, Wuchen naturally never worried about the problem of loss. All the energy previously consumed by the big clock is the energy emitted by the fixed star that is positioned. Originally, this consumption will not shorten the service life of the fixed star. However, if a large-scale computing program is performed, the energy consumed in a short period of time is extremely large, and the large clock will have to accelerate the absorption of fixed star energy and actively speed up the generation of fixed star energy. So, once we start to analyze and solve the Soul Gem in detail, we will probably consume more than one fixed star service life. 9. The genetic system describes the situation in detail. Meaning, if I want to perform such an operation, I need to consume one or more suns as computing power, right? Wuchen asked. He actually knew for a long time that the use of the big clock requires such consumption. Think about it in the Super Seminary anime, the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House, in order to calculate the most suitable object to become Kisha's heir in the whole universe, but consumes several fixed star energy at one time. Solving an infinite gems may not be as computationally intensive as finding an heir in the entire universe. But infinite gems, as the most magical substance in the Marvel movie universe, originally had great energy and can interact with each other. In this state, if you want to analyze it thoroughly, the calculation amount must not be too low. There are so many fixed stars in the universe, it's not a big deal to consume one or two stars. You can solve it directly. Wuchen said, the big clock is the strongest celestial computer built by Kamigawa civilization. Although there are no restrictions after it is given to you, due to the moral concept of Kamikawa civilization, this system recommends that you carefully select those surrounding areas that are not organic. The fixed star that exists in the living body is the main consumption object, said the genetic system. Yo, the moral concept of Kamigawa civilization. Do you still have this thing? Wuchen was slightly surprised. This gene system was generated after he obtained super genes and became a super soldier. That is to say, it was purely his own auxiliary system. Over the years, this super gene system has fully assisted Wuchen, allowing Wuchen to reach the present step by step with the help of the data in the big clock. During this process, he never discovered that the so-called moral concept of the Kamigawa civilization still existed in the super gene system. In the super divine universe, even beast civilizations with different shapes will respect the basic, Seth, morality of the Kamigawa civilization. One of the basic principles, said the genetic system. This super gene system, although it was born because of you, all super genes in your body are from the super warriors of various super god universes known in the big clock. Therefore, the moral concept of this Kamigawa civilization is also it's naturally present in the super gene in your body. If you say that, I have the genes of the power of the galaxy in me, so do I still have to be as brave and kind as him? Also as righteous as angel, or as depraved as the devil? Wuchen asked, but in fact, he didn't believe this. Because, since he obtained all those super genes, he has not found himself confused in this regard. No matter what kind of super gene ability is used, Wuchen can do whatever he wants, because they all belong to Wuchen and are controlled by Wuchen's subjective thoughts. What is said in the so-called super soldier genes is originally different from person to person, and there has never been a saying that the so-called super genes determine the character of a super soldier. The genetic system answered, yes. There was a hint of doubt in Wuchen's tone. The characters who appear in the super seminary actually have a very high similarity in their personalities with the settings of their super genes. This is just a relationship of fit. Only the person whose personality matches the original setting of the super gene can play the best ability of the super gene. Therefore, before all super soldiers are born, those who give them super genes will, after many investigations and careful screening, the most suitable person was finally determined as the inheritor of the super gene, said the genetic system. Well, if you say that, I understand. Wuchen nodded. The meaning of this gene system obviously means that it is not the super genes that cast personality, but the people who create these super genes will give priority to the people they like to inherit this super gene. The super seminary has existed in the super divine universe for more than tens of thousands of years, and almost all the super warriors in the Denoa galaxy are involved in it, especially the three major god-building projects and the space-time rose, which are the most core projects of the super seminary. Decao stayed on Earth for thousands of years. During this period, Decao chose Gu Xiaoluan's family as the successor of the power gene of the galaxy among thousands of people. After that, they continued to observe and guide this family for thousands of years, until the generation of Gu Xiaoluan. In fact, they are still observing. However, with the sudden arrival of the gluttonous army, the war between gods and gods spread to the Earth, and the super gene hidden in Gu Xiaoluan's body was activated in advance. I'm different from their super fighters because my super genes were chosen by me, not by super genes. Wuchen said that he first became a super soldier, the most primitive super gene randomly matched by the system. After that, Wuchen chose the ones he liked based on all the super gene models recorded in the big clock, and then adapted them with his own super genes, and finally combined them to form the unique individual he is now. Since I am different from them, why did your super genetic system suddenly have a so-called Kamigawa civilization moral concept? Wuchen asked. Perhaps it's because most of the super genes you've chosen were researched by Kamigawa civilization and super seminary, and all of them maintain a respectful attitude towards the moral concepts of Kamigawa civilization, said the genetic system. Is that so? Wuchen asked back, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that what he chose was indeed of this type. But think about it again, aren't the really powerful super genes in the super god universe all of this type? As for those like Hua Yi and Death God Carl who do not follow the moral concepts of the Kamigawa civilization, although they are powerful, what is powerful is not their original genes, but the subsequent continuous development and the blessing of void technology. The current Wuchen has not yet entered the void stage. If he only relies on super genes, he will naturally choose super genes that are extremely powerful in terms of settings, such as the three major god-building projects and the space-time rose. Let me accompany you to rest. Since you feel that the moral concept of the Kamigawa civilization needs to be respected, then do it in accordance with the moral concept of the Kamigawa civilization, and choose the sun in those galaxies that do not have life forms as the core energy consumed by the big clock. 35. Wuchen said, thank you for your respect for Kamigawa's ethics, said the genetic system. Come on, hurry. Hurry up and start analyzing it for me. Wu Chun said that what he really cares about now is the situation of Soul Gem. As for the consumption of fixed star energy, Wu Chun did not intend to use the sun in those galaxies with living beings. Wu Chun retracted his thoughts and turned around to see that all the Nova Corps members had come behind him. They were lined up, and Captain Thrall, the captain, stood at the front of the team. None of them knew Wu Chun, but they all saw Wu Chun, a powerful fighting force. Originally, because of the sudden appearance of this war, they still had a trace of condemnation for Wu Chun in their hearts. But after Nova Supreme made a request to Wu Chun and Wu Chun agreed, the trace of condemnation in their hearts disappeared. Do you have anything to tell me? Wu Chun asked. I have sworn that I will worship you as a god. Can I ask Lord God of Heaven to tell us our name so that we can remember it forever? Captain Sal said. Wu Chun. Wu Chun replied casually. Is that your name? Captain Thrall was slightly taken aback. Yes. Wu Chun nodded. Since it's a god, it's better to have a separate title. If you don't say one today, I'm afraid people will sing it by themselves in the future, and I'm afraid that the result of the singing may not be as you wish. 99. Captain Thrall said. Well, that's the truth. 35. Wu Chun nodded, thinking in his heart. To name it, it is indeed what the super warriors in the super god universe like to do. For example, the King of Heaven, King of Apocalypse, the power of the galaxy, the light of the sun, and so on. Then what should he call Wu Chun? According to the super gene settings to take, but the super genes in Wu Chun's body are not formed by a single set of super genomes. In Wu Chun's body, there are all the top genes of the super god universe, and the weapons he uses are also the top of all kinds in the super god universe. Wu Chun likes eternity, but in the Marvel movie universe, there is already an eternity, which is the legendary eternity that is omnipotent and created the entire universe, just forever. In the end, Wu Chun chose eternal as the name, although there is already an eternity in this universe. But Wu Chun still likes eternity, and the ultimate goal he pursues is eternity. Could it be that you are the legendary eternal god? 35. Captain Thrall looked at Wu Chun in shock. Regarding eternity, although no one has ever seen it, many people in the universe have heard of the name eternity. After all, it is too loud. No, I'm not the eternity you think I am. I'm just someone who pursues the real eternity. Wu Chun said casually, but these words were remembered by Captain Sar and others. After that, they created a statue of Wu Chun, and the signature under that statue is Eternal Sun. Definitely, these are things that will happen in the future. Now Wu Chun didn't think about it, and didn't care so much. All the infinite gems have been obtained, Thanos and his allies have been wiped out. Wu Chun no longer needs to stay here. After casually saying goodbye to Captain Thrall and others, he directly opened the wormhole and returned to Earth. At the moment on Earth, things are not going well. The moment Wu Chun returned to the Institute, he saw an entire naval fleet surrounded by it. Wu Chun reconnected with the space-based computing group, and he quickly learned everything. Civil war breaks out in Marvel movie universe's Avengers, and it's bigger than in the movies. In the Superhero Registration Act, Wu Chun is also defined as superhero, and is the most dangerous superhero. After a hunt for Hulk, the alliance of countries believed that it was necessary to control all superhero on Earth, so they sent a fleet to surround Wu Chun's research institute. Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Vision, and Hulk, at the moment, came to Wu Chun's laboratory together. Now, the whole Earth has become a mess, and every country is targeting superhero, and the situation is extremely bad. Scarlet Witch said, we are regarded as the key monitoring target here. The fleet outside is fully armed, and in a military base not far away, there is already a whole fighter formation, ready to attack at any time. Vision said, those people are so disgusting. Hulk complained. He really had a fight with those soldiers, and he escaped back here after the fight was over. Before I left, I knew that a war was about to break out, but I didn't expect that the scope of the outbreak would be so large. Wu Chun said, the time he left this time did not last long, but the situation in the Earth was completely different. Then what should we do now? Although the fleet that surrounds us can't threaten us, it's not a solution to keep them surrounded all the time. Scarlet Witch asked, I don't take the initiative to provoke people, but when someone points a gun at my door, I won't be polite to them. Wu Chun said, and in the blink of his eyes, the defense system of the entire island opened directly. Sir, are you trying to attack them? Vision sensed the activation of the weapon system and immediately asked, Wu Chun, let's give them some warning first. After all, the people on the boat are just soldiers who obey orders. There is no need to let them die in vain. Scarlet Witch also spoke up. You all think so? Wu Chun glanced at the 4 people around him. Well, this time, why don't you let us deal with it first? If we can't handle it well, you can come forward. 99. Scarlet Witch said. Okay, then, it happened that I fought a battle in Xander Star, and I was a little tired. I will leave this matter to you first. 39. Wu Chun said. Why don't I accompany you to rest? I'll help you relax. Scarlet Witch said, and after hearing her words, both Vision and Quicksilver looked a little weird. Although they already knew that Scarlet Witch fell in love with Wu Chun, they still didn't expect that she would say so. Wu Chun did not refuse. After Scarlet Witch got Wu Chun's reply, he was also excited. After so long, although her relationship with Wu Chun has become more and more intimate, she has never been able to get to that point. Unexpectedly, today ushered in an opportunity to die. On the outskirts of the island, above the fleet's aircraft carrier, Vision appeared. On the mothership, all the soldiers took out their weapons and aimed at Vision as soon as possible, and the naval guns on all the surrounding frigates were also aimed at Vision. My name is Vision. I'm not here to fight you. I want to talk to your captain. Vision said. His voice spread throughout the mothership. On the mothership, the captain in charge of commanding the mothership and the entire fleet was hesitant. They are well aware of the strength of those superheroes. If he appeared in front of them so upright, if the other party suddenly attacked, then he would not be able to resist. Contact me, the Avengers, immediately. The captain shouted, and the correspondent immediately connected to the headquarters of Avengers. Stark, War Machine, and Natasha Romanoff. All 3 appear on the monitor at the same time. 647. What's the matter? Stark asked. A guy called Vision came outside, and he said he wanted to talk to us. Said the captain. Vision? Then let him in. Let's talk to him together. Stark replied. He's a man in that research institute. If we let him in, how will our safety be guaranteed? 39. Said the captain. Guaranteed? 99. Oh, if they really wanted to kill you, they wouldn't be in front of you. Stark said dismissively. Wu Chun's wormhole technology can completely shoot someone in the head from thousands of miles away. If he wants to kill a person, that person will not even know how. Although your information shows that he is omnipotent, I now have a whole fleet, and the fleet is equipped with the most advanced weapon system. Just to deal with a few people, we are still able to capture it. The captain is very confident. Since you are so confident, why should you be afraid of Vision? Why not let him in? Natasha Romanoff said. The captain hesitated. In the end, you think you are absolutely safe with soldiers standing in front of you, typically standing and talking without backache. Quicksilver's voice sounded in the captain's room. Before he knew it, he had already entered here, and now he was sitting on the chair that the captain used to be arrogant in his usual meetings. How do you? What's wrong with me? Quicksilver looked up at the captain. Several soldiers around, all stood up at this moment. But before they could draw out their guns, the captain waved his hand to interrupt. He knew very well that if Quicksilver could come in like a ghost, it was definitely not something they could deal with. Oh, you meant to ask me how I got in, right? Quicksilver said, and then, in a flash, had an extra steak in his hand. That's how I walked in from the door. You didn't miss it, did you? As Quicksilver spoke, he was already cutting the steak immaculately and enjoying the delicious beef. The captain's face was very ugly, because he knew that the beef was made by the chef on the ship, and it was originally intended to be eaten by himself in a while. But now, Quicksilver brought it. That is to say, he ran from the captain's room to the kitchen before talking to himself, and then came back here with the steak. As for the captain, during this process, he just blinked his eyes. Now, may I come in and talk to you in detail? Vision's voice came again. The soldiers elsewhere on the ship didn't understand what he meant, but the captain did. He thought that, as the captain, in the safest captain's room on the mothership, he could command the troops to surround the research institute with peace of mind. But now he realizes that as long as he gets here, no matter where he hides, it is not safe. The captain picked up the communicator and communicated to the soldiers outside. Let him come in. Shortly after that, Vision came in, and he was seriously led by the soldiers on the ship to the captain's room. However, after the Quicksilver incident, the captain no longer dared to disrespect these superheroes. Although these people look exactly like normal people, their abilities are elusive. In a serious comparison, superheroes like Stark and War Machine are not that big of a deal. After all, although they are wearing armor to show off their power, their attack methods are still formal. Compared with Quicksilver's elusive movements, there is a huge difference. The most important thing is that people all over the world know that Quicksilver, Vision, and Scarlet, which are just ordinary people in this institute. The most powerful one is Wu Chun. Hello, Captain. 35. Vision said respectfully. Vision, aren't you going to say hello to us, Roar? Stark's voice came. Although he was not here, the communicator in the captain's room was always on. Hello, Mr. Stark, Colonel Lord, Ms. Natasha Romanoff. Vision greeted them politely. I sent you a copy of the superhero registration bill. Don't you have any opinions? 5. Stark asked. Our thoughts are not important. What is important is that Wu Chun did not intend to ignore this so-called bill. Vision replied. Speaking of which, you were originally created by me, but now you have become Wu Chun's subordinate, and you are obedient to his words. 35. Stark has always been uneasy about this. Ultron and Vision were all created by him and with the assistance of Dr. Banner. But Ultron, who was the first to create, became a big villain who wanted to oppose him and destroy all mankind. The Vision created later was cut off by Wu Chun after its success. Not long after Wu Chun brought him to the Research Institute, Vision has now completely become a subordinate of Wu Chun. I didn't listen to anything. The mission of my existence is to protect this planet and the people here, and as far as I know, it is best for the Earth to follow Wu Chun's instructions. Vision said. Now, what are you doing here to find this so-called captain? Stark asked. I'm here to persuade you to leave as soon as possible, and don't think about anything about the Institute and Wu Chun from now on. It's better when Wu Chun and the Institute don't exist. Vision said. This is impossible. The Superhero Registration Act was formulated by countries all over the world. All superheroes should follow the jump of the bill. If they violate the law, they are criminals and must be jointly sanctioned by all countries. The captain said. He is very supportive of this so-called bill. If you really intend to do this, then you must be mentally prepared to suffer destruction. Quicksilver's words, although very rude, but this is the truth. It is him and Vision who are here. But if it is Wu Chun who is here today, it is estimated that the entire fleet has been destroyed. Wu Chun will not take the initiative to provoke them, but anyone who tries to provoke Wu Chun will not end well. Compared with other people on this planet, Wu Chun is a transcendent existence, and no one can stop him from doing anything on this earth. I am afraid, in the entire universe, there is not necessarily someone who can stop it. I can tell you clearly that before we came, Wu Chun actually planned to activate the weapon system on the island directly and destroy your fleet. It was after a few persuasion from us that he gave you this chance. As Quicksilver spoke, Vision frowned a little, but he did not interrupt what Quicksilver was going to say next. If you leave here, we can still pretend that the matter of your soldiers besieged the Institute has not happened. But if you don't leave within 24 hours, you will welcome the anger from the Chao 24 Institute of Gods. Quicksilver said. Supernatural Institute? When did you give the Institute a name? Stark asked. His focus always seems to be different from that of ordinary people, but in the end, this is just to distract other people's attention. The Research Institute has always been researching supernatural technology, so although Wu Chun did not name the Research Institute, we think that it is the Supernatural Research Institute. Quicksilver replied. Is it the time to care what the institute is called? Natasha Romanoff asked. That's right. The focus right now should be, are you going to go by yourself, or are you going to stay in this sea forever? Vision said. I can't decide on this matter. It's the parliament that brought us here, the superhero registration bill signed by all countries. I can't go against these without authorization, said the captain. Then contact someone who can make a decision. You don't have much time. Quicksilver said. Contact Congressman Ross. He is now the main person in charge of the superhero registration bill, and this matter can only be decided by him. Stark said. General Thunderbolt Ross. There are details about him in the Big Clock, which shows that he is an avid Hulk hunter and has a certain hostility to all superhero. Vision mobilized the data of the Big Clock. Vision, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver are all subordinates of Wu Chun, so Wu Chun gave them permission to investigate the general data in the Big Clock, and he saw the relevant information of Ross. He actually represents the position of most ordinary people, or most of the military and the government. Stark said, although he doesn't like Ross, but he agrees with Ross's ideas. Those uncontrollable superheroes really need to be in the hands of governments around the world to ensure that they do not become a danger to all of humanity. Then, hopefully he won't make any stupid decisions. Vision said so, but he already had a bad premonition in his heart. In the end, the captain contacted Senator Ross. After reporting the details to Congressman Ross, the Congressman Ross immediately responded. No matter who you are, you can't be above the law. The Superhero Registration Act is a law that was finally formulated by countries around the world. Even Wu Chun is no exception. General Ross's answer was very clear. Unless Wu Chun signs the Superhero Registration Act, his existence is illegal, and illegal people must be controlled by the government and never use super ability again. Ross said, and upon hearing this, both Quicksilver and Vision understood what it meant. It is impossible for the fleet to leave, and once more than 24 hours have passed, Wu Chun will not give them any chance. By then, war will inevitably occur. Moreover, this war will be a one-sided slaughter. Since, if you insist on doing this, then from this moment on, the two of US will declare war on you. 99. Vision came to Quicksilver's side, and the two had reached a unified mind. Instead of waiting for Wu Chun to take action and let all the people in the naval fleet die, it is better for them to take action and defeat them all, and then force them to leave. Declaring war? Do you know what that means? 35. Rose's face was very serious, and even the captain and Stark who had been on the sidelines realized the seriousness of the problem. If you insist on leaving, we have no choice. Vision said. The golden gem on his head, specially made by Wu Chun, radiated a dazzling light. Although this gem is not as powerful as the Mind Gem, it is made of dark iron elements. During the period, it is a core created with the most advanced super god technology, which is basically similar to the medium in the Gorilla Eater. Void Engine in general. This Void Engine does not come with the Void Strike ability, but strengthens the original attack ability of the gem, which allows Vision to shoot powerful level fixed star energy through the gem. When needed, the original material structure of Vision can also be changed, so that Vision can penetrate the barriers of other objects just like when it originally had the Mind Gem. If we take action, you will at least have a chance to survive, but if Wu Chun takes action, you will surely die. 35. Quicksilver also began to arm himself, and the equipment on his body began to be replaced with vibranium material. 647 through nanotechnology. The clothes are similar in weight to ordinary clothes, but they can protect Quicksilver's body well. In addition, Quicksilver's physical fitness has also been modified to a certain extent by Wu Chun. At least in terms of durability, it is much more stable than in the past, which makes Quicksilver participate in battles like the Battle of Sokovia in the movie. There will not be the situation of excessive physical exertion at that time. Stark on the other side of the communicator, the moment he saw the gem on Vision's head and the equipment on Quicksilver, he already understood that the current Quicksilver and Vision, their strength is stronger than what they knew before. Mr. Ross, with all due respect, if you really want to go to war, you're going to lose badly. Stark reminded. In that fleet, there are at least more than 20,000 soldiers, as well as more than 1,000 elites and more than 200 agents. There are only 2 of them. I'm afraid I can't control them. Ross was more confident than the captain. The confidence ahead of the captain, since the arrival of Quicksilver and Vision had been wiped out, but Ross at the moment in the Pentagon, he was safe. Everyone retreat now. The captain suddenly shouted, making the atmosphere in the captain's room instantly awkward. Ma Dan, you are giving orders in the Pentagon, but I am on the front line. You are not afraid of death. I am afraid. The captain's actions were unexpected, but this is in line with the goals of Quicksilver and Vision this time. In the Research Institute, Wu Chun had already learned about everything that happened on the aircraft carrier. Beside him is Scarlet Witch, cuddling and closing his eyes. After Wu Chun crossed, he has always been alone. So far, only Scarlet Witch has walked closer to him. It is said that it is a long-term relationship, and both of them are at a vigorous age, and it is reasonable to reach this step. You fight for this chance for them, but they may not really know how to cherish it. 5. Wu Chen said, we are also human beings, and it is our duty to fight for this chance for them. Wanda opened her eyes and said, you speak like I'm not human. 39. Wu Chen said that although he was not born in this world, he is definitely a human being, the most authentic human being. You are human, but you have already surpassed human beings, and now you are standing at the height of the universe, which is not the same as us. Wanda didn't deny Wu Chen's statement, but apparently, she also didn't think that Wu Chen was a Zhongjing human. After all, serious human beings can't go to heaven and earth and be omnipotent. I'm not standing at the height of the universe. I just don't like people to disturb me. Wu Chen said it very directly. He just doesn't like people to disturb him. Then you're pretty self-centered. Wanda said, Wu Chen agreed casually, then closed his eyes and began to really rest. Scarlet Witch on the side was already tired. Seeing Wu Chen resting, she put her head on Wu Chen's shoulder and fell asleep quietly. The next morning, Wu Chen came to the hall of the research room, where Dr. Pym, Star-Lord, and Ant-Man Scott had all arrived. It seemed very lively all day yesterday. Dr. Pym said directly after seeing Wu Chen, those warships on the periphery have all gone, but Senator Ross shouldn't give up so easily, right? Wu Chen said, waving his right hand at will. The information about Congressman Ross has been displayed in the center of the research hall. Sure enough, he's sending troops from all over the world. Wu Chen said, Congressman Ross used to be a lieutenant general in the Air Force, and he had great influence in the military. Now, he has become a congressman and is also the main person in charge of the superhero registration bill, and his influence will only be greater than in the past. To mobilize the army, he can easily do it. 55. Dr. Pym used to be a high-level agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. After leaving SHIELD, he founded the Pym Group. He still has some knowledge of these major figures in the outside world. It's just a small fight between a group of ordinary people. Even if he really gathers the army, he may not dare to do anything to me here. Wu Chen said, Ross is a lunatic. In order to hunt me down, he even created another Hulk himself. Banner said that he is not in Hulk state now, and he knows more about Ross than others. After all, Ross almost became his old husband in the comics, but there are changes in the movie. Even if Ross wanted to, they wouldn't let him do it at Stark. 35. Wu Chen said, and from the very beginning, he actually didn't care much about these conditions in the Earth. What Civil War, what Superhero Registration Act. These events are big events for Avengers, but for Wu Chen and the Superhero Institute, they are trivial matters. Besides, aren't Vision and Quicksilver still out there? The two of them don't want to see those guys come and die. 99. When Wu Chen said this, Scarlet Witch just walked in. Yes, let the two of them handle the affairs of the Earth. We don't need to worry about these things in vain. Scarlet Witch said, today she is full of spring breeze. Yesterday, Dr. Pym and the others were not there, but they had long known that Scarlet Witch liked Wu Chen. Now that they saw this scene, they basically understood what happened last night. Since you don't intend to pay attention to the things on Earth, can I deal with it, my life experience? Star-Lord stepped forward. He was still very tangled. Although I have already contacted Yondu, at the speed of Yondu, it will take a day or two to rush over. Moreover, no matter what kind of truth he wants to tell after Yondu arrives, there must be a celestial race who wants to rule the entire universe behind it. Your problem really needs to be dealt with. Wu Chen said. The big clock adjusted its direction almost immediately. Originally, the big clock was monitoring the internal conditions of the Earth, but now, it is directly transferred to the universe. In the entire galaxy, everything is under the control of the big clock. During Wu Chen's cosmic trip this time, he has well perfected some of the monitoring data that the big clock needs. On Xander Star, Igo's whereabouts were monitored. He obviously went to look for Star-Lord, but only after arriving did he find that a war broke out on Xander Star, and the alliance formed by Thanos, Doctor Strange and others was completely destroyed by the attack of Wu Chen alone. Moreover, Xing Lord is no longer in Xander, and he has been brought to Earth by Wu Chen. 66. Damn Wu Chen, why do you have to fight against me? 35. Egg was a little furious, and he didn't even know that, at the moment, his actions were already under the monitoring of the big clock. Hey, you don't look like an ordinary person. Do you want to do some business? Rocket Raccoon, the guy who was supposed to form the Guardians of Galaxy with Star-Lord, is now bringing the Tree Group to Egg. Doing business? What business report do you want? Egg looked at the Rocket suspiciously. Wang Ma Zhao. In this war, there are a lot of good things left, such as this. As Rocket spoke, he took a spear from the Treant, the peerless blade of Corvus Glaive. How about it? Do you like it? If you like it, I can sell it to you at a low price. Rocket Raccoon said. And at the moment Wu Chen in the Earth Supernatural Research Institute has also noticed the weapon. In the previous battle, people like Corvus Glaive were almost instantly killed by him, and Wu Chen naturally didn't pay much attention to the weapons they left behind. But now, since he has seen it, how can he let it go? The right hand probed forward, grabbed directly on the peerless blade, and took it directly. Rocket was still talking incessantly, and wanted to make this deal with Egg, but at this moment, he suddenly saw a hand appear, and immediately hugged it tightly, and was actually pulled by Wu Chen to the Research Institute together. On the Xander Star, Egg's face was gloomy, and Groot was at a loss. But in the Research Institute, the Rocket that was caught here by Wu Chen along with the peerless blade was stunned. Although he did not take part in the Battle of Xander Star, he was there and saw Wu Chen's crazy battle. This is someone who can single-handedly take on an army as large as Thanos and Ronan. The Thanos Legion, which the whole universe was afraid of, was hanged and beaten by Wu Chen alone. Now, people in the whole universe who have heard of this matter either don't believe it, or they are afraid of Wu Chen to death. Really, can't afford to provoke it. This weapon was picked up by me, and it should be nothing to exchange for a little money, right? Rocket reacted, and he asked in a weak voice. Well, no problem, but now I want this weapon. Wu Chen nodded, and with a casual wave, the Rocket was thrown to the side of the chair by him. Rocket sat there and looked around, only to realize that the environment here is actually more advanced than the technology of any place he has come into contact with in the past. Rocket can also be regarded as a scientist, at least in terms of weapon manufacturing. His ability is still good. At the moment, seeing everything in this hall, his heart started to itch. The 647, you took my weapon, so you have to pay some money? Rocket's forcibly stand up. He can't allow himself to make a loss-making business. Hey, what do you want? Wu Chen looked at the Rocket with great interest. Under the eyes of insight, he had already seen the thoughts in the Rocket's heart. He knew that this guy was interested in the equipment here. I think the things you have here are pretty good, or just pick 2 or 3 and give them to me. When the Rocket spoke, he immediately came to the console of the research room, staring at a holographic projector above. Although holographic projectors are not uncommon in the Marvel movie universe, Wu Chen's is obviously more realistic and has other more powerful functions. Judging by the Rocket's intuition, this thing must be worth a lot of money. There are so many good things here. Do you only see this projector? Wu Chen said, and he took out a spear. This is a flaming spear, which can fire flames and summon lightning. On the flame spear, flames burn and thunder flashes. This is nano armor. Although it is only the size of a palm file on weekdays, it can be turned into an armor covering the whole body immediately after opening. And the material for making the armor is the strongest vibranium on Earth. 39. Wu Chen took out the nano armor again. And this, don't look at it as a small potion, but it can make you bigger or smaller. It's an excellent material for home travel, stealing, and robbery. When Wu Chen took out the Pym particle, Scott Lang was confused, and Dr. Pym was also covered in black lines. They all knew that Wu Chen was not really interested in their so-called Pym particle, but Wu Chen wanted to fool the Rocket at this time, but used their things, which always felt a little wrong. Especially the last sentence Wu Chen said, stealing and robbing, seems to be deliberately said to Rocket Raccoon. And everything is as Wu Chen expected. After the rocket heard that the Pym particle could grow and shrink, its eyes lit up. Rocket Raccoon is a thief, the kind of thief who can't resist taking someone else's power battery, even as a member of the Guardians of Galaxy. The effect of the Pym particle is absolutely attractive to the rocket, because as long as he gets the Pym particle, it will be convenient for him to steal anything in the future. Okay, that's all. As long as you give me this medicine, I will give you that weapon. 99. Rocket Raccoon can't wait. That can't be done. Although this weapon is somewhat useful, it is not as powerful as my flame spear. I gave you such a useful Pym particle, so am I at a loss? What Wu Chen wanted was to arouse Rocket Raccoon's interest. Then what else do you want? You say, I'll get it for you as soon as, Seth. Rocket Raccoon was in a hurry. He didn't even think about it carefully. What was the purpose of Wu Chen doing this? Okay, then I'll say it. Wu Chen continued the routine. Speak. 35. There are 2 animals missing in my research institute. Isn't it just 2 animals? Just tell me what you want. The animals I want can't be ordinary ones. It's easy to handle. I'll go and find it for you. If you can't find it on Earth, I'll find it for you from the universe. There must be something that suits your heart. I want animals that can talk. No problem. It's better to be able to make something small. It's a bit difficult, but still able to find it. You have to have a little habit, like stealing chickens and dogs or something. This, I should be able to find it. Final request. This animal had better be a raccoon. Raccoon, yes, I don't. Rocket Raccoon got stuck in the middle of his words. Isn't this condition just what he said? Feelings. Wu Chen planned to bring him to this institute as a pet from the very beginning. The people who had been watching on the side couldn't help snickering when they saw the raccoon who had just reacted. Even Scarlet Witch looked at Wu Chen with a smile. For the first time, she discovered that Wu Chen would also have funny moments. But he was not that kind of person who only knew how to study supernatural technology and do things vigorously and resolutely. This can't be. How can I keep you as a pet? This is absolutely no good. 35. Rocket Raccoon said that he likes freedom. When he was imprisoned and used for various experiments, what he hated most was those who restrained his freedom and hurt him. Then there's no way. I can't give you this Pym particle. As Wu Chen spoke, the Pym particle had been thrown back into the wormhole by him and naturally returned to Dr. Pym's laboratory. Don't. We have something to say. Although he didn't like to be bound, he wasn't willing to miss such a good thing. What else is there to say? Wu Chen asked back. Otherwise, let's make a block. You lock me here, and then give me the Pym particle. If I can escape, this thing is mine. If I can't escape, then I'll keep you as a pet. 5. Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes and had already thought of an idea. He had escaped from prison more than 20 times in a row, and the prisons of the Nova Empire couldn't hold him, let alone a research laboratory. Okay, as long as you speak your mind. Wu Chen agreed without thinking, and the Pym particle was summoned by it again and threw it directly to Rocket Raccoon. Next, just wait and see the performance of this prison escape master. On Xander, Egg had already left because he saw the disappearance of Rocket Raccoon, and he knew that that was Wu Chen's method. The tree group remained on Xander, and it looked everywhere for Rocket Raccoon. On Earth, Rocket Raccoon has begun his journey to escape. Wu Chen and the others have never left the research room since then, and none of the others have any intention to stop Rocket Raccoon. Because, as everyone knows, Rocket Raccoon can't get away. After Rocket Raccoon found a reason to leave the research hall, Wu Chen and others turned on the tracking system of Big Clock, and every move of Rocket Raccoon was broadcast live by Big Clock Show. After walking out of the research hall, Rocket Raccoon immediately began to investigate around. He visited every room, found the tools left in every corner, and then started to walk outside the institute. Then, he ran into trouble. An invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of him, and he couldn't get past it at all. The space-time barrier, the second layer of core defense of the institute, is stronger than the light energy barrier of the first layer. It can not only ignore any attack, but also convert the attack into various energy sources required by the institute. In addition to the void barrier on the 3rd floor at the core of the island, the space-time barrier is the strongest defense on the entire island. At this moment, Rocket Raccoon, facing the sudden appearance of the space-time barrier, fell into a collapse. No matter how hard he tried, there was no way he could change the barrier. He walked around the entire barrier and didn't find any loopholes, let alone the source of the shield. If the source cannot be found, there is no way to destroy it, and if it cannot be destroyed, it is impossible for him to break through. If you can't even get out of the research institute, how can this jailbreak go on? If he used Pym particles, is it possible to cross the barriers of space-time? Wu Chen asked. He saw the dynamics of Rocket Raccoon in the research hall. At this moment, he also remembered the effect of Pym particles, so he wanted to ask. If it's just a reduction in the normal state, it won't be able to penetrate the barriers of time and space. The Big Clock replied. And what about going into the quantum realm? That is, shrinking the body down to the molecular or even atomic scale. 55. Wu Chen asked, and when he heard the words quantum realm, Dr. Pym stood up excitedly. The quantum realm, which is what Dr. Pym wants to study most, because his wife is lost in the quantum realm. If the body is reduced to the molecular or smaller atomic level, it can indeed penetrate the light energy barrier. But the space-time barrier is not only a barrier, but also a chaotic and complex space-time field. Stepping into it will be chaotic space-time field. If you interfere, I am afraid you will be completely lost in it. 5. The Big Clock answered. Originally, the space-time barrier was not an energy barrier. It was a barrier formed by solving the surrounding space wormholes. The light barrier is an energy-type barrier that cannot be penetrated by nuclear bombs, but attacks such as the Heavenly Blade Judgment can be ignored directly. Gus Shaolin slashed the flagship of the Tao Tai Legion with a sword on the Heavenly Blade number 7, and the flagship's light energy barriers are stronger than Vanguard flagships. The time and space barriers are different. So many warships of the gluttonous army attack at the same time, and the antimatter bombs such as the Fierce Tide cannot be destroyed. Even Morgana said that the time and space barriers cannot be destroyed. This can be imagined. Even the energy-level weapons cannot destroy the space-time barriers. Originally, the space-time barrier was a twisted wormhole corridor. It did not forcibly intercept the attack, but diverted the attack. Through the transfer of the space-time barrier, various attacks will be transferred to different spaces, plus the large-scale celestial computer that drives the space-time barrier. The computer originally built in the Skyblade series battleships is also of celestial level, but it is not as good as the Big Clock, space-based computing group. It is completely possible to convert and reuse the energy from the attack after being attacked. Well, then, the space-time barrier can prevent the invasion of Pym particles. Wu Chen nodded, agreeing with the Big Clock's answer. Well, can you tell me what will happen to the Pym particle when it enters the quantum realm? Dr. Pym asked excitedly, too eager to know about the quantum realm. However, the Big Clock did not immediately answer his question. The Big Clock belongs to Wu Chen, and only Wu Chen can use it. Even Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Vision have only a small part of the authority to access information. Although Dr. Pym has been living in Wu Chen's research institute these days, his identity is a visitor. If he does not have the kind of authority that Wu Chen gave Jane Foster and others before, they may even investigate a certain part of the information. Data permissions are not available. Dr. Pym turned to look at Wu Chen, but before he had time to ask Wu Chen, he was interrupted by a sudden noise. Rocket Raccoon is back. The guy who wanted to get the Pym particles from Wu Chen through jailbreak. This time, it was a complete confession. I was wrong. I was really wrong this time. Rocket Raccoon is downcast. I finally know why you agreed to let me escape from prison. I feel like you are an impregnable wall. You can't escape even if you want to escape. What kind of barrier can't be passed through? Even underground, you have come up with defensive measures. Rocket Raccoon successfully escaped 22 times, but this time, he gave up before he even started. It's not bad for you to give up early. After all, when you go outside the space-time barrier, that's where the real danger is. Scarlet Witch said. What's the meaning? Rocket Raccoon looked at Scarlet Witch suspiciously. Although the space-time barrier is difficult to pass through, there is no special defense system set up inside the space-time barrier, so you are absolutely safe inside. Scarlet Witch said. What about outside the time-space barrier? Rocket Raccoon asked. Out of the space-time barrier, within the distance from the Research Institute to the outside of the island, there is a set of extremely powerful defensive firepower network. As long as you step into it, the space-based computing system will directly lock you, and all weapon systems will be aimed at you, and you will be hit by thousands of bullets with every step you take. Scarlet Witch said, and her words made Rocket Raccoon's whole body stand up in an instant. Both Star-Lord and Scott Lang were dumbfounded after hearing this. The two of them had tried to enter that area before. One wanted to come in from the outside, the other wanted to go out from the inside. Fortunately, they were all blocked by the light energy barrier and the space-time barrier. Otherwise, wouldn't they have to take the first step and test the attackability of the weapon system installed outside? So, from the very beginning, you were actually here watching my every move, right? Rocket looked up, and he saw the holographic diffraction pattern in the center of the research hall. He was outside, carefully performing a prison break, and as a result, his entire move was being broadcast live, and he was a joker at all. If you are on Xander, I can directly arrest you, let alone in this research institute. Wu Chen said, and his words made Rocket Raccoon depressed. It's his own stupidity. No matter how far the Xander star is from the Earth, even with the best spaceship, it will take 2 or 3 days to reach the nearest space node. Wu Chen can not only transfer people or things on the Xander star to this place in an instant, but also can complete the 647 accurately for the target to be grasped. This ability is simply more divine than God, and it is truly omnipotent. Admit the bet and admit defeat. Now that you have lost, you will be a pet of the Super Soul Research Institute in the future. Scarlet Witch came to Rocket's side and reached out to stroke its forehead. I'm not one of those headless little creatures. Rocket Raccoon complained, but didn't mean to avoid Scarlet Witch's touch. Since you have joined, let's get your companion as well. Wu Chen said. On his right, a space-time wormhole has appeared. Inside the wormhole, the tree group came out. This cute tree man who had been looking for Rocket Raccoon all day on Xander Star finally found the person he was looking for, and a smile appeared on the tree's face. Arranged by Scarlet Witch, Rocket Raccoon and Tree Group began to officially settle in the Supernatural Institute. After that, Wu Chen entered the second floor. Big Clock has already started to analyze Soul Gem, and Wu Chen will focus on Soul Gem next. Among the 6 infinite gems, the most mysterious one, what Wu Chen wanted to find out most now, was whether this gem was originally the entrance to another dimension. In the laboratory, Wu Chen looked at the orange gem in the middle of the operating table, his eyes focused. So far, are there any new discoveries? Wu Chen asked. The Big Clock has also shown relevant data at the moment. Through analysis, there is a special energy vortex inside the Soul Gem, which contains a very large otherworld energy, and also an energy that is extremely similar to the Void. All the analysis of the Big Clock will give priority to the known information in the Super God universe. Soul energy, in the Super God universe, belongs to the category of Void, and it is also a discipline that was first contacted and successfully studied by Death God Carl. That is, the so-called spirit body. Void energy? What do you mean? The energy that exists in the Soul Gem is the most mysterious void that is being researched by the supernatural universe. 35. Wu Chen asked. At the moment when Wu Chen became a god, he was already looking forward to the arrival of the Void. In other words, since the moment Wu Chen became a super soldier, he has been looking forward to the moment when he finally masters the power of the Void. No, shouldn't Void power be more similar to the Reality Gem? The Void Controller's ability, like the Reality Gem, is a direct rewrite of reality. Wu Chen suddenly remembered the role of TIE particles in the previously identified Infinite Gem's ability. Space gems can be compared to micro-wormhole transport technology. Time Gem may be related to the most mysterious hourglass in the supernatural universe. The Reality Gem is equivalent to the Void Controller, creating matter and rewriting reality. The category of Void is not limited to the Void Controller. The Void you know so far is relatively simple. 99, said the Big Clock. Simple. Well, I really don't know much about the Void. Wu Chen said. His past understanding of supernatural technology came from a cartoon. The understanding of super god technology after crossing comes from the Big Clock. But because of formal contact, to truly master the supernatural technology, Wu Chen needs to start systematically and from the most basic places. The first generation of super genes, from the attributes of various genes to the mastery of various supernatural technologies, in addition to various algorithms, weapon systems. There are so many things Wu Chen needs to learn and understand, and Void technology is at the top of the supernatural technology. Wu Chen has only just become the 3rd generation of gods, so naturally he has no way to contact the real Void technology. The Void, before Death God Carl defined it, actually referred to the ultimate fear, the insurmountable barrier of wisdom technology. Simply put, the universe cannot contain the highest wisdom. If wisdom cannot break through the universe, it cannot be understood. What cannot be understood through scientific logic is the Void, and in some respects, it is also similar to the quantum realm. After all, there is often such a sentence in your human cognition, called indecision, quantum mechanics. All that is not understood but really exists can be counted within the scope of the quantum field, that is, within the scope of the Void. In Death God Carl's research on the Void, he hopes to finally understand the universe originally through the Void. And in the Space Principles plan, they intend to go beyond the original universe through the anti-Void. In the database of the Big Clock, all the known research on the Void and anti-Void, and the research records of various gods that have lasted for tens of thousands of years are included. If you can fully grasp the known and break through the research, then you may be able to break the universe. Confinement, truly beyond the Void. The Big Clock's detailed description of the Void made Wu Chen feel empowered. Even though the supernatural technology mastered by the previous Wu Chen was already very powerful, those super genes and various combat modes and weapons in the supernatural system made him almost invincible in this Marvel 5.5 movie universe. But now, when he truly understands the Void, he realizes that what he has mastered may not be a drop in the ocean. To exist is to be reasonable. The so-called Void does not really refer to a certain fixed field. It refers to the unknown among all the known. The development of human beings for thousands of years has finally come out of a road of science and technology. But in the way of technology development, there are still many things that science cannot explain, and these are what Void really wants to study. The Space Principles, anti-Void power, Death God Carl's black hole engine, heart-wrenching Void controller. All of this, the purpose of its existence, is to grasp the known but unknown things in the Void, to realize those things that are possible but not grasped. Well, it looks like I still have a lot to learn. Wu Chen couldn't help but sigh. He has been studying the supernatural technology very seriously in the past few years, but now it seems that this kind of learning and mastering is still not enough. A god can't grow up in just a few years. Even if you have the most advanced astronomical computer and a complete set of super god technology materials from the beginning, you can't do it overnight. The Big Clock said, its judgment is the data collected by the super god universe for tens of thousands of years. Each of those main gods who truly stand at the peak of the universe has grown up in the baptism of tens of thousands of years. Even the latest generation of Galaxy Force and others, who spent more than 10 years in a state of careful cultivation by their predecessors, have not been able to reach the level of their leader in their respective fields of expertise. Although the Big Clock provides everything Wu Chen needs, it is actually not as big as a good mentor. Furthermore, Wu Chen does not specialize in a certain field, but in all fields. Morgana devoted all her efforts to guide Du Qiangwei, and she only grew up in time and space. Although she can stand alone, she still cannot reach the height of Morgana. I'm not even a true god if I'm like this now. 24. Wu Chen asked. From the point of view of strength, your strength is no longer lost to any main god in the super god universe. But the judgment of a god is not only based on strength, but also the height of his thinking and the visual height of all things, and the firm belief that belongs to God. The Big Clock replied. Faith. Isn't God the one who created faith? Why do you still have faith? Wu Chen asked. God creates faith, but he is also loyal to this faith, just as Kesha created the Order of Justice, and she herself is the firmest believer in justice. In order to maintain this faith, she can even sacrifice her own life. Others such as Morgan the main gods like Na, Death God Karl, are actually the same. The big clock said, and Wu Chen seemed to have a feeling when he heard this. The so-called belief is both a pursuit and a belief. It is precisely because of the belief and pursuit in the heart that a god will not lose himself in the years to come. You must know that a person who is at a loss, even if he lives for decades, will live in a muddled state. As a god, in the eternal life, thousands of years have passed. If there is no faith in the heart, it will inevitably be swallowed by nothingness and become a walking corpse. I see what you mean. 35. Wu Chen said. He didn't understand what the big clock wanted to tell him. What I pursued in the past is eternity, and what I pursue in the future will also be eternity. As long as this belief does not die, I can always keep the current mentality and go on. Wu Chen said that in the past 2 years, he has been able to concentrate on researching super god technology. Isn't it because he wants to become stronger and truly eternal? Then keep your original intention, and when this original desire is supplemented and finally transformed into your eternal faith, you can call it a true god. 99. The big clock said, and Wu Chen nodded silently. If you can't keep your original intention, the result will be sinking in the years. Wu Chen is very clear about this. Big clock, I've actually been thinking about one thing recently. Wu Chen said, what's up? Asked the big clock. I want to build a group of super fighters myself. To be exact, I want to build a group of angels. After Wu Chen finished speaking, the big clock fell into a brief silence. After a while, the big clock, which integrates all the most cutting-edge technologies in the super god universe, responded. What state of mind, or what purpose do you want to create such a group of angels? Instead of answering, but asking questions, the big clock is asking Wu Chen questions, but it is also examining Wu Chen's heart. Wu Chen hesitated. Why did he build Angel? He just remembered the angel warriors he had seen in the anime. They were beautiful, they had distinct characters, and they liked them when they saw them. Wu Chen thought that in the eternity of the years to come, if there is such a beautiful angel by his side, wouldn't he not be lonely? It is normal for a person or a god to have desires, but what is the difference between creating a life for a certain purpose to please oneself and creating a toy? The big clock said. Its tone sounded a little deep at the moment. In the super god universe, there was originally a god who had your idea. He was once the strongest main god of Angel Nebula, and now he is still active in the super god universe. Hua Yi. Wu Chen spoke the name of that god. That's right, the god who infinitely expands desire is the evil god Hua Yi. 5. Big clock affirmed. It's just that, even for an alternative god like him, his idea of theocracy is better than your current idea. How can that be? Wu Chen said in surprise that his idea was even worse than Hua Yi's concept of theocracy, but he obviously never thought about being as brazen and unrestrained as Hua Yi. Hua Yi's desire is just to covet the beauty and power that already exists, but your current idea is to use the data recorded in my big clock to create a doll that obeys your orders. The big clock said, and Wu Chen heard this and completely quieted down. It is originally wrong to forcibly possess and deprive others, but you have to create a life and possess her all, and when you are tired of this life created by you, you will abandon it to create a new. I do not know. No, you will. Wu Chen's words were interrupted directly by the big clock. She is just a life created by you. You create her for your desires, and you will naturally abandon her for new desires. In normal life communication, even if you are with one person and then separate, both parties are just returning to their own lives. Point 35. But this life created by you, the meaning of her birth and everything that exists, are all because of you. Now that you have abandoned her, she will be completely lost. If you want to destroy her in order to prevent her from being lost, then you mentally more distorted. So, from the moment you gave birth to this idea, you have already taken the first step towards sinking. When the big clock's words came to this point, they did not continue. But hearing Wu Chen here, the whole person was stunned in place. Human nature is inherently fragile, and after mastering the omnipotent power, once you really go the wrong way, you will sink and never recover. The topic may be a bit heavy, but this is an idea I suddenly developed. Since I have written it, I will take the risk and let everyone see it. I am waiting for readers to criticize greatly. Sorry, I was wrong. Wu Chen knew that his idea was wrong. He can also understand why the big clock has such a reaction on this issue, because the last time it was on Xander, the super gene system mentioned the moral initiative of the Kamigawa civilization. The big clock was created by Ding He, the main god of the Kamigawa civilization, and was demonstrated by the headmaster of space roaming the universe. Although Death God Karl himself is not very concerned about the moral concept of the so-called Kamigawa civilization, he can even use any means to achieve his own purpose. But in the database of the big clock, there is more information about the gods of the Kamigawa civilization. That's why I said a long time ago that to become a god is not something that can be done in a few years. Said the big clock. Having a strong power is different from having a firm mind. Powerful power can be directly improved through technology and external things, but a firm mind can only be achieved by relying on your life experience and the precipitation of time. Eventually become a truly qualified god. Wu Chen has written down what the big clock said. There is no necessary relationship between having great power and being a true god. Knowing how to use these powerful powers and being able to hold on to your true beliefs for thousands of years is the key to becoming a god in the end. Now, you already have the third generation divine body, and you will not be threatened in this universe for the time being in terms of strength. It's better to calm down first, and first use the power you have acquired and the knowledge you have learned in the previous period. Then digest it well, and then precipitate it into its own essence. Big Clock gave the final advice. Wu Chen nodded. He used to be non-stop to get more power, and then to take infinite gems in order not to be affected by the big events in the Marvel movie universe. In the past few years since the time traveled, he really hadn't relaxed his body and mind, and hadn't really realized that he was a normal life as a tech god. The research on Soul Gem will take time, and the upgrade of the fourth generation divine body will also take time. In the current Marvel movie universe, nothing can threaten me, so I will follow your advice and calm down for a while. Wu Chen knew that the path he had taken before was too anxious, and the main god of Wu Chen is more like a seedling. He has too many super gene abilities in his body, and until now, Wu Chen used them more like constantly switching. Use Norman Wars or Sunlight to fight powerful opponents. In the melee of Xander Star, Wu Chen used the super gene to defeat the Buddha. While judging Hela and Thanos, Wu Chen opened the final trial of the power of the galaxy. Although the switch is very fast, and with the help of the big clock, Wu Chen can exert the same power, but there are differences after all. Wu Chen needs time to adjust his mentality now, and naturally, he has enough time to completely integrate these super genes he has. Then, I'll contact you after Soul Gem's analysis results. The big clock said, and Wu Chen no longer paid attention to Soul Gem. The analysis of infinite gems cannot be done overnight, and it may be counterproductive to forcibly accelerate the calculation by burning fixed stars. Since Wu Chen needs to be quiet, it is better to let all this slow down. Wu Chen left the laboratory, and Soul Gem remained there, and the big clock continued to conduct independent analysis. Wu Chen only needed to spend some time occasionally to check the progress of the analysis. It was also from the moment Wu Chen walked out of the laboratory that his mentality began to adjust. He no longer walked in a fast pace, but slowed down and dealt with the next things with the vision of a normal person. He did not concentrate on the research of supernatural technology, did not always pay attention to the situation of the Earth and the universe, but just faced everything around him normally. Well, normal people, what should I do now? Wu Chen came to Scarlet Witch. He has been a tech madman for several years, but now he suddenly wants to return to reality, but he doesn't know how to start. Normal people? What do you mean? Scarlet Witch was a little confused. She didn't understand. How could Wu Chen suddenly ask herself such a question? The big clock tells me that I've been too addicted to it in order to gain strength in recent years, and my mind and heart are easily lost. So let me slow down first and settle myself. Wu Chen didn't hide it from Scarlet Witch. After all, she was his woman anyway. After Wu Chen crossed over, everything in this world had nothing to do with him, and now, Scarlet Witch has become the first one. Big Clock's proposal is quite good. Scarlet Witch smiled. She had never been more fond of the big clock than she was now. Do you also think that the way I used to live was wrong? Wu Chen asked. It's not that it's wrong. Scarlet Witch shook his head. Everyone is different. You have been tied to the supernatural technology in your life, and your future is to continue to move forward on this path of the supernatural technology, so it is only natural that you were immersed in it before. Definitely. After Wu Chen listened to Scarlet Witch's words, he nodded slightly. But being immersed in research is also prone to problems. Just like the previous Stark, if he hadn't been too obsessed with research, he wouldn't have gotten Ultron out and made it a supervillain. Scarlet Witch has a deep understanding of this. Wu Chen heard this, and in his heart, Wang Ma Zhao also thought of an example. That is the death god Karl of the supernatural universe, and he is a typical scientific lunatic. Concentrating on the exploration of void technology, he finally fell into it completely, and even for the sake of void, he did not hesitate to turn himself into an illusory body, and he did not hesitate to involve the entire universe in endless wars. Just imagine, if death god Karl didn't go all the way to black like that. In other words, the trace of love he had for Morgana was not wiped out in the cradle, so he and Morgana eventually became a couple, and the two of them moved forward hand in hand, and kept their hearts, right in the end. Will it not fall? The ultimate goal is beautiful, but the scenery along the way is also worth admiring. People should not go all the way to the dark. Collect the flowers along the way. Go forward together with fellow travelers. Take the wind, frost, and sunshine, and finally reach the destination pursued in your heart, in order to make the scenery there more pleasant. Report. Wu Chen and Scarlet Witch are together, and basically everything is arranged by Scarlet Witch. Just like a normal person, Scarlet Witch took him to enjoy life and take him to feel the fireworks. At a time when all superhero on Earth are depressed under the influence of Superhero Registration Act, Wu Chen and Scarlet Witch are the two people who live the most happy life. 3 days later, a spaceship appeared outside Wu Chen's research institute, and that was the Predator Yondu, who came from the universe. He was here to find Star-Lord. Maybe it's because I heard about Wu Chen on the way here, the cosmic pirate who is domineering in the universe, but this time he is uncharacteristically polite. Star-Lord had been holding back in Wu Chen's research institute for so long, and it was hard to wait until Yondu. Yondu's spaceship just landed on the beach, and Star-Lord ran directly over. Those on the Yondu ship immediately drew their guns the moment they saw Star-Lord, but as soon as their guns were drawn, the island's defense system was automatically activated, and countless automatic artillery directly aimed at those who drew their guns. Guy, this is the Supernatural Institute, and any unapproved weapons may not be used. More, the sound of the big clock came, and those cosmic pirates all stayed in place at the moment. Put down your weapons for me. Have you all forgotten what I said to you before you came? Yondu shouted loudly, and those pirates reacted and slowly put down their guns. The vast majority of those pirates are 647 extremely vicious people, and they also have antipathy. The sound of the big clock rang in the minds of Wu Chen and Scarlet Witch. So what do you think we should do? Wu Chen looked back at Scarlet Witch. This is a father-son situation, and we can't get involved. Scarlet Witch said. That is to say, let's eat melon together. As Wu Chen said, he brought 2 reclining chairs and sat down leisurely. Yes, let's just watch and eat melon silently. Scarlet Witch smiled and sat down beside Wu Chen. Wu Chen made a random move, and a fresh watermelon appeared in his hand. Ahead, Star-Lord and Yondu were arguing about his biological father, and the quarrel was in full swing. In the back, Wu Chen and Scarlet Witch, holding a piece of watermelon in each hand, were happily nibbling on it. The two of them were arguing hotly. Outside, Quicksilver and Vision were fighting with Senator Ross and the others, but the two of you were still able to eat melons here leisurely. You two really have big hearts. Scott Lang came to Wu Chen, and he has been locked here recently, just watching Wu Chen and Scarlet Witch fall in love there. Then, do you want, Seth, not to eat melons together? 99. Wu Chen said, cut off a piece of watermelon and handed it to Scott Lang. This okay. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end Scott Lang took the watermelon and sat on a chair that Wu Chen had brought with him using a micro wormhole. 3 people, sitting in a row, continued to eat melons. You said you wanted to eat me, but now you tell me that you want to protect me? Star-Lord roared there. Don't you think that's funny? 35. Yondu replied. What's so funny? Star-Lord said. The scene of this dialogue is very similar to the one in the movie, but unfortunately, there is no Rocket Raccoon to cheer them on this time. By the way, what about Rocket and Groot? Wu Chen thought of Rocket Raccoon, and then he noticed that he had never seen Rocket Raccoon and Tree Groot today. The two guys are now planning to break into Yondu's spaceship and leave in an escape boat. The big clock replied. Oh. Wu Chen raised his head, a flash of white light flashed in his eyes, and he saw the picture inside the Yondu spacecraft. Really, this is about to take off, Wu Chen said, but the next moment, the Rocket Raccoon and Tree Groot appeared beside Wu Chen out of thin air. The two of them were still excitedly preparing just now, thinking that they could escape from the Earth. As a result, before he could laugh, he was arrested. I knew, damn. I thought this would be a good opportunity. Rocket Raccoon said, beating his chest. Come on, it's been a lot of work to sneak around for such a long time. Eat a piece of melon and rest. Scarlet Witch took a piece of watermelon from Wu Chen's hand and sent it to Rocket Raccoon. Although Rocket Raccoon was very depressed, he did not refuse the watermelon sent by Scarlet Witch and took a bite directly. Yeah, sweet, it's delicious to eat. What is this? Rocket Raccoon looked at Scarlet Witch curiously. Watermelon. Scarlet Witch replied. Watermelon? Well, I remember this thing. If I can escape in the future, I will definitely take a boat with me. Rocket Raccoon said, and began to enjoy the fun of eating melons. I'm Groot. Tree Groot's words always sound like this. But in the past few days, the big clock has already collected information about the prophecy of the tree people and successfully made a translation program, so Wu Chen can understand Groot's words. Here, try it too. 35. Wu Chen gave Groot a piece of watermelon. As a result, the melon-eating crowd added another tree and a raccoon. Star-Lord, who was still arguing with Yondu, suddenly turned around and saw the guys sitting in the row eating melons, and he was stunned. What is this all about? His serious matter here was actually regarded as entertainment gossip by those guys, and he was so naturally eating melons on the side. The one who sits in the middle is the Eternal Sun who is rumored in the universe and who single-handedly defeated Thanos and Ronin's combined army. Yondu looked at Wu Chen. On the way he came, he did receive some news from the universe about the news on Xander. Eternal Sun? Star-Lord looked at Yondu suspiciously. This is what the people of Xander said, and the people who defeated Thanos called themselves Eternal. But Eternal is the legendary god who created the universe, so people called him Roar the Son of Eternity. Yondu said, Son of Eternity? He definitely won't like this roar, but he created a precedent, relying on technology to eventually surpass the existence of the gods. How could he be resigned to the others? Star-Lord said, he has lived here for so long, and he knows something about Wu Chen. This is a guy who doesn't want to be bound by anyone and doesn't like being threatened by anyone. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to know whether he can protect you and keep you from being taken away by your bald dad. What Yondu cared about most was the safety of Xingjue, and when Xingjue heard what he said, his heart warmed. After that, the conversation between the two was no longer as tit for tat as before. However, Wu Chen had already heard the conversation they thought only they could hear. Eternal Son? Meaning, am I the heir of the eternal god who created this universe? Wu Chen's face darkened. He never thought that the eternal words he casually said on Xander Star would be interpreted as this. Eternal, one of the only 5 gods that has appeared in the Marvel movie universe. He is originally beyond the universe, standing at the pinnacle of the multi-universe. Under the premise of unknown to the specific differences between movies and comics, he is the strongest known existence in the Marvel movie universe. The Big Clock said that this information was collected from Asgard, Xander, and other cosmic civilizations, and then combined with Wu Chen's own brain memory data to make judgments. The power of eternity, perhaps the only one in the universe that can surpass infinite gems. 35. Wu Chen also knew very well what eternity was like. The 6 infinite gems are all in your hands, and you have modified the Infinity Gauntlet to a file size that fits your palm. From this point of view, you can already dominate the entire Marvel movie universe, said the Big Clock. Yeah, with infinite gems and infinity gauntlet, I can literally snap my fingers and decide everything. 35. When Wu Chun was talking to the big clock, he summoned the infinity gauntlet. The appearance of this scene immediately attracted the attention of Scarlet Witch and Star-Lord and others, but they all understood that Wu Chun was probably thinking about something more important at this time, so no one dared to disturb him. However, I made my fortune with supernatural technology, and the eternity I pursue is also based on supernatural technology, so, unless it is a last resort, I still don't like the ability to use the infinite gemstone. Wu Chun put away the infinity gauntlet. Previously, when facing any opponent, Wu Chun used the ability of super god technology to fight for this reason. Very good. This is also a kind of sticking to your original heart. It seems that you have the potential to become a god, and it doesn't necessarily take that long to become a real god in the end, said the big clock. Is that count? Wu Chun didn't expect that his simple thoughts would still have such an effect. Standing to your heart is the most crucial point of becoming a god. You can always believe in the super god technology you are researching, which originally requires perseverance, said the big clock. Maybe. Wu Chun did not continue to struggle on this. In the future, pay attention to the news about eternity, as well as information about the other four gods, and those powerful characters that have appeared in the comics. Wu Chun said, yes, I will pay special attention in the process of retrieving the universe. The big clock answered, well, although this is the Marvel movie universe, there are many differences between it and the comics, but since eternity has appeared, then the four of infinity, annihilation, death and planet devour may also exist. Wu Chun doesn't care about any superhero that exists in ordinary concepts, but the various, invincible settings in the Marvel Comics universe are Wu Chun's biggest headache. At every turn, it is the creator or destroyer of all multi-universes, as well as the life court and OAA that stand above the gods. Although it is messy, if it is really set, it will be more invincible than the other. Wu Chun wants to compete with super god technology alone, there is really no way to do it. I understand. 35. All the information included in the big clock is within a reasonable range and can be parsed, so it is also very disgusting to those nonsense settings in the Marvel Comics universe originally. But disgust is disgust. If they really exist, Wu Chun must find a way to deal with them. As Wu Chun's biggest assistant, the big clock must understand them as much as possible. After receiving the reply from the big clock, Wu Chun also took back his thoughts. However, no matter how calm he was on the surface, he still had a great fear of the five gods in his heart. Did something happen? Scarlet Witch approached Wu Chun and asked softly. No, I just suddenly thought of something, so I asked the big clock to help me investigate. 95. Wu Chun shook his head. There is no need for him to tell Scarlet Witch about things like the five gods, because they are sure and can't help much. Raising his head and looking forward, the problem between Xinglord and Yongdu seems to have finally been resolved, and the two of them are reconciled. The two walked towards Wu Chun together. All figured out. Wu Chun looked at Star-Lord. He always wanted to personally confirm whether Egg was his biological father, and now he should have the answer. Star-Lord nodded, and then spoke again. Ego killed my mother, and I'm going to seek revenge for him. Star-Lord's words are very firm, but I know that I can't be his opponent at all by relying on my own strength. Therefore, I hope to get your help. I want you to give me a weapon that is powerful enough for me to seek revenge from him. 5. Star-Lord is here to ask Wu Chun for help. Just based on your strength, even if I give you a weapon that can destroy Egg, I'm afraid you can't really hurt Egg's body. Wu Chun said, is he really that strong? Star-Lord asked suspiciously. Ego is from the Celestial clan, and his past acquisition is the same as that of the Celestial ancestor, because its body is a planet. If you want to kill him, you must blow up that planet directly. Wu Chun said, what? To blow up a planet to kill him? 35. Both Xingjue and Yongdu shouted out in surprise, and those sitting next to Wu Chun were also surprised at the moment. It is not difficult to blow up a planet. 39. Wu Chun didn't care about this at all. The difficulty is that with your ability, you can't control the kind of weapon that can directly destroy the planet directly. You have to break into the interior of the planet and find its core before you can destroy it. Wu Chun said, breaking into the interior of the planet? That's too dangerous. If he misses, Quill will be caught by Egg, and at that time, he can officially implement his plan to annex the entire universe. Through the big clock, Scarlet Witch already knew what the guy named Egg was going to do with Star-Lord, so she couldn't help worrying when she heard Wu Chun say that Star-Lord was going to break into Egg's body. If it really reaches that point, I will directly attack Egg's body. At that time, you who are inside the planet will also be destroyed by me. Wu Chun said, even if you know this, are you going to take revenge yourself? Wu Chun asked. He was a little curious at the moment. What kind of decision Star-Lord would make? I go. Star-Lord responded. I must avenge the revenge of killing my mother. This is something that Star-Lord has already thought about in the recent short period of time. As long as he confirms that Egg is the murderer who killed his mother, he must seek revenge for Egg. Even if he wants to die with him for this, he doesn't care. Star-Lord has made up his mind, and Wu Chun will not say anything more. He chose a flame-level weapon from the arsenal and gave it to Star-Lord, which was considered to be in response to Star-Lord's request, and gave him a weapon that could destroy the core of Planet Egg. Wu Chun would not be stingy with flame-level weapons, because these weapons were not ranked in Wu Chun's arsenal originally, and they were extremely numerous. Furthermore, all the weapons taken out from Wu Chun are under the control of the Big Clock's database. As long as Wu Chun is willing, these weapons can be summoned back at any time. Are you really going to let Star-Lord deal with Egg alone? Scarlet Witch asked. At the moment, she and Wu Chun were looking at the holographic projection in the research hall, and the holographic projection showed that the Superhero Registration Act Response Department, June 4th, was formed in Europe with the alliance of various countries. 7-inch teams of Quicksilver and Vision negotiating. Although Wu Chun does not intend to intervene in these things inside the Earth now, but Vision and Quicksilver are Wu Chun's subordinates no matter what. The two of them continue to run around outside. If he ignores them completely, it would be too indifferent. Star-Lord will not be alone. Yongdu will definitely be reluctant to let Star-Lord go by himself. Rocket Raccoon may also want to join in the fun. Maybe Scott will also follow. Wu Chun said. Rocket Scott? Will they follow? Scarlet Witch wondered. To make sure nothing goes wrong, we're going to. Wu Chun said. Egg's goal is the entire universe, and once Star-Lord arrives on his planet, then Egg will have the foundation to realize his plan. Without this foundation, Yago Wu Chun can ignore it for the time being. But with this foundation, Wu Chun must eradicate it as soon as possible. Because Egg's devouring other planets will not hurt Wu Chun, but the relationship between the two of them has already been formed. Once Egg completes the devouring of other planets, its power will expand to the real-level universe. Eggo will definitely come to Wu Chun for revenge at the first time. Without using infinite gems, Wu Chun has no absolute certainty that he can defeat Egg in that state. Therefore, he wants to go to the location of Egg's body, and when he is sure that Star-Lord can't defeat Egg, he will personally take action and blow up Egg's body directly. Am I going to? Scarlet Witch was a little surprised. This was her first time leaving the Earth with Wu Chun. Yeah, just take it as a trip to outer space with me. Wu Chun said. Okay, I'll go get ready now. Scarlet Witch said and got up to pack up. No, there's everything on the ship. Wu Chun said, and at the same time as his voice fell, outside the research institute, in the deep sea, a spaceship was slowly floating up. As early as after the Ultron incident, Wu Chun had asked Big Clock to start building a spaceship of his own, and now, the spaceship has been officially completed. It is made of the strongest vibranium on Earth mixed with other metal materials, and its core is built with the most advanced supernatural technology. Although in terms of scale, this spacecraft is not comparable to a Celestial-class spacecraft such as Tianwen 7, but its performance is no less than that of a Celestial-class spacecraft. At least, it is stronger than the Mount Dangshan. Outside the institute, Yondu, Xinglord, and others, at the moment, all noticed the spaceship rising from the bottom of the sea. All over the world, the military satellites of various countries also quickly discovered the movement here. Those top-level agents and the core forces of those countries already knew that a new huge spaceship was emerging. With the supernatural technology mastered by Wu Chun, it is actually very easy to make such a spaceship undetectable. But this time, Wu Chun wanted to get the spacecraft out in such an open and above-board manner. He deliberately let all the people in the world see the launch of the spacecraft. The first activation of Eternal Light requires mobilizing a huge amount of fixed star energy as the activation energy, and you have to go and control it yourself. 35. The sound of the big clock rang in the hall of the research room, and Eternal Light is the name of the spaceship Wuchun. Okay, after Wuchun finished speaking, he immediately stood up. When he stepped out, he had already walked from the hall of the research room to the energy warehouse of Eternal Light. Scarlet Witch also stood up at this moment, and she walked to the corridor outside, looking up at the sky. The next moment, she saw something she had never seen before. The originally sunny weather turned dark in an instant, and the entire Earth's sunlight disappeared at this moment. The fixed star energy that is constantly radiating from outside the Earth, the Earth's temperature that is constantly rising under the blessing of the global greenhouse effect, is now dropping at an extremely fast rate. What the hell is going on here? Look, the sun seems to be getting darker. Temperatures are dropping rapidly. Is an ice age coming? 35. People who don't know why are panicking. In the Avengers base, Stark has also noticed the situation here. Sir, all the energy on the entire Earth seems to have been taken away, and the place where this energy is absorbed seems to be where the Supernatural Institute is located. Reporting to Stark on Friday, Stark was about to contact all the other superheroes and the military, but the phenomenon of absorbing sunlight suddenly disappeared. Wuchen's recharging of the Eternal Light only lasted 2 or 3 hours. Sir, the fixed star energy is restored, and the Earth's temperature begins to stabilize. Update to Stark on Friday. In this case, Wuchen should have calculated that in more than 2 hours, the Earth's surface temperature dropped by 2 degrees, although this may cause some small local disasters. But for the entire Earth, it is a huge benefit. Friday's assessment of this event is optimistic, because in its judgment of an artificial intelligence, this event is a good thing for the Earth. But at the moment, Stark didn't have the heart to pay attention to this. That Wuchun took away all the solar energy on the Earth in an instant. That is to say, Wuchun could control the fate of the entire Earth in the blink of an eye. Friday, call me Rogers. Stark said. Outside the Research Institute, in the cab of the Eternal Light, Wuchun has already sat down in the driver's seat. Scarlet Witch, Rocket Raccoon, Treeman 24 Groot, Ant-Man Scott Lang. All 4 of them at the moment have also come here. Is this the spaceship you built? It looks pretty good. Rocket Raccoon looked around. He was a person who traveled around in the universe. He had seen many spacecraft of civilizations in the universe, but Wuchen's ship obviously looked a little different. It's just modeled on the Mangdang Mountain. Although some modifications have been made in some details, the performance is roughly similar. Wuchen said. Mangdang Mountain? Rocket Raccoon is dazed. Wuchen didn't intend to explain it. Anyway, even if it was explained, he couldn't understand it. After all, he had never seen the Mangdang Mountain built by the Black Great Wall in the Super God universe. Big Clock, inform Star-Lord and Yondu. Let's go now. Wuchen said, and the Big Clock immediately sent the news that he was going to the star field where Egg was located. Yondu responded quickly, and the 2 spaceships lifted off one after another. In the Earth's atmosphere, a large spacecraft like Eternal Light cannot use wormholes, because the calculation target is too large, and the calculation is likely to be unstable under the influence of various factors in the Earth. Therefore, they all need to enter space first, and then they can open the worm bridge for teleportation flight. The coordinates marked on your monitor are not very close, and we may have to go through dozens of space jumps alone. Rocket Raccoon looked at the star map and said, if you use your technology, you really need to find all connected cosmic wormholes to shuttle, but for me, it's not necessary. Wuchen said, under the aerospace-grade technology, interstellar travel needs to rely on the space wormholes that exist in the universe. Therefore, their interstellar travel needs to first reach the entrance of a space wormhole, and then pass through each adjacent wormhole not far away. Jumping. But after entering the era of super god technology, wormholes can be opened directly through more advanced technology. That is to say, as long as you know the coordinate information of the other party, you can directly open a wormhole connecting 2 places and travel directly with the shortest distance. Past. In the super god universe, Tianren 7 is directly transferred from the Angel Nebula to the solar system in this way. And if the gluttonous army wants to carry out such space transfer, it must go to the Pluto worm bridge station built in advance by Death God Carl. Only then can. At the moment, Wuchun was going to the star field where Yigo was located. Under the condition that he knew Yigo's coordinates in advance, he naturally let the Big Clock open the direct wormhole to save time. Wormhole is ready. A moment later, the Big Clock made a prompt. Okay, let Yondu and their ships follow. After Wuchen finished speaking, he was the first to operate the Eternal Light and enter the wormhole. Yondu, who was following behind him, was in a daze as he looked at the place where the Eternal Light disappeared. Our navigation map here shows that there is no space wormhole nearby. Why does one suddenly appear here? Yondu said, Wuchen's ability cannot be judged by common sense. After all, he can travel through time and space by himself, and he can easily transfer me from Xander to Earth. Xingju has spent some time in the Chaos and Research Institute, but he already knew something about Wuchen's superb methods. First, it absorbs the entire Earth's sunlight at once, and then directly opens the wormhole leading to the universe. This eternal sun is really just like the legends of those on the Xander star. He is simply an omnipotent god. Yondu said, okay, hurry up and follow. I can't help it anymore. I have to teach my father a lesson. Xingju's thought of this collapse is very firm, and his mood is also very urgent. Okay, 35, Yondu said, and then started the spaceship directly and flew towards the position where the Eternal Light just disappeared. In just a moment, they entered the wormhole, and on the other side of the wormhole was the star field where Egg was located. The Eternal Light has stopped in front, and Egg's body is constantly changing at this moment. That's my father? Star-Lord looked at the planet that was much smaller than the Earth and asked. That's right, that's where Egg is on 647's planet. It was not the first time for Yondu to come here. He knew more about this planet than everyone present. The Big Clock has detected that on that planet, a lot of traps and defensive weapons have been prepared. Do you still plan to go in and blow up its core? Wuchen's voice came over, and he, who arrived here first, has already scanned Egg's body. Obviously, Egg has been strengthening his own armament after the last battle with Wuchen. Therefore, although Egg's body is still a planet, this planet has completely changed, becoming a huge amount of ammunition depot. I have the weapons and armor you gave me, and I already have part of his bloodline in my body, which means that I can also use part of the divine power on this planet. Star-Lord said, at the moment, he is fully armed. So, even if I know this is a trap, I must go inside and try to find it. Star-Lord said, well, now that you have decided, I will send you to Egg's planet. After Wuchen finished speaking, a small wormhole had appeared in front of Star-Lord. Take a step forward, and you will be able to reach the core area of Egg's body. Star-Lord put on a vibranium battlesuit obtained from Wuchen, held the flame-level weapon given by Wuchen, and walked directly into the wormhole. At the core of Yigo's body, a duplication of Yigo has been stationed here. This celestial god, the moment he saw Wuchen's spaceship appear, he already realized that the other party is very likely to kill him, and the best way to kill him is to destroy his planet. Core. Therefore, Egg was waiting here early, in the space closest to the core of his planet. However, what he did not expect was that the first person to cross over would be Star-Lord. It's you? My son, I didn't expect it to be you. Xinglord was very excited. He had been looking for Xinglord these days. He thought that after being taken away by Wuchen, he would have no chance. However, he did not expect that Star-Lord would come to the door by himself today. I ask you, did you kill my mother? Star-Lord raised the weapon in his hand and aimed it at Egg, who was standing in front of him at the moment. How did you know? Egg looked at Star-Lord in surprise. No one but himself should know about the fact that he planted cancer cells on Star-Lord's mother. If you say that, you mean that it is true. Star-Lord's expression became even more angry. I'm out of desperation. If I don't do this, I'm afraid I will. Give me death. Star-Lord did not give Egg a chance to continue. He had to come here in person, in large part because he wanted to question Egg himself whether he really did this. But now he has got the answer. This is really what Egg did. He had imagined countless times that his father was the one who killed his mother, who loved him the most. Pulling the trigger in his hand, a strong laser shot out from the gun, and its energy impact shattered Egg's duplication in an instant. Flame-level weapons, their attack power is strong, it can be seen. I'm your father, you want to kill me? Egg's voice came. At the same time, the rock tentacles connected by white rays of light were attacking the Star-Lord. Although Star-Lord was wearing vibranium armor, such an attack would still cause him damage, and once he was entangled in tentacles, it would be impossible for him to break free. The moment you're going to kill my mother, you should have thought that it will end like this today. 99. Star-Lord kept dodging, and the attacks of the weapons in his hands continued. Every time he shoots, he will destroy a tentacle, and from time to time, he will aim the weapon at the position of the core, and he wants to directly break through the rock defenses on the outer layer of the core. After realizing Star-Lord's actions, Egg began to constantly gather more rocks to the periphery of the planet's core, and he wanted to strengthen the protection of his own core. But at the same time, he was still trying to convince Star-Lord. Son, you and I are both gods. Your lifespan is eternal, and together you and I will have the power to rule the entire universe. At that time, we can do whatever we want and do everything we want to do. Egg said, but at the moment, Star-Lord has been too lazy to talk nonsense with him, just constantly attacking. However, he still has to rely on the flesh after all, while Egg can control everything on this planet. Even though the destructive power of the flame-level weapon is not bad, the vibranium armor also allowed him to avoid a lot of damage, but he still fell into a hard fight and became more and more passive. Son, if you can't beat me, you should give up your resistance and cooperate with me obediently. Together, we will become the masters of this universe. 5. Egg continued to persuade, and Star-Lord at the moment still did not speak. Inside the Eternal Light, Wu Chun and the others were watching what was happening on the battlefield at the moment. Shinglord's current combat effectiveness is not weak, but on that planet, no matter how he fights, he will still be at a disadvantage, and he won't be able to last long. Scarlet Witch said, if he fails, we will directly attack this planet. But at that time, Star-Lord will probably become dust in the universe together with this planet. Wu Chun said, well, do you really have a way to destroy a planet directly? Rocket Raccoon asked curiously. This spaceship is equipped with antimatter bombs, and as long as the antimatter bomb is pushed at the speed of light to attack, it is enough to destroy the planet. Wu Chun said, but in fact, in addition to antimatter bombs, the means he can use to blow up the planet include Heavenly Blade Judgment, Heavenly Scourge Bombing, Solar Flare, God-Killing Axe. Supernatural technology may not be able to destroy the entire universe at every turn like those set characters in the Marvel Comics universe. But to blow up the planet, it is still easy. After all, it is not difficult for the gluttonous army of aerospace-level technology to blow up the planet, and other civilizations with God-level technology are naturally even easier. Don't use those weapons yet. Quill can definitely beat that ball. Yondu's voice came, and then everyone saw that he was commanding his men, driving the battleship, and rushed towards Egg's planet. Sure enough, Yondu was going to join the battle. Scarlet Witch saw this scene and remembered what Wu Chun had said to her when she was on Earth before. At the moment, the surface of Planet Egg is full of all kinds of traps and weapons. Yondu and his men rushed in from the front so straight. I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster, Wu Chun said, and almost as soon as his voice fell, the situation changed. Those fighter jets that were still quickly approaching the body of Planet Egg were suddenly attacked by a burst of white light. These white rays are lasers composed of pure energy. As long as they are hit by this laser, those fighter planes will be destroyed in an instant. In the movie, Egg had a record of defeating Saurian's entire drone team in an instant. At this moment, facing the fighters of Yondu and the others, he can naturally deal with it easily. Go on for me, Yondu shouted. However, there were not many people who obeyed his orders. Except for the part killed by Egg's attack just now, the rest turned around and ran away. Those looters who followed Yondu in order to burn, kill, and loot eventually defected. Looking at this scene, Yondu felt helpless in his heart, but he had no psychological understanding. If his subordinates don't follow him, he will rush over alone. Even if he really wants to die, he will help Star-Lord. My dear father is ruthless, but this adoptive father really cares about him. Wu Chun sighed with emotion. Why don't you help him? 99. Scarlet Witch said, okay, if you ask me to help, I'll help him. Wu Chun looked back at Scarlet Witch, and then turned his attention back to the battlefield ahead. Big clock, activate remote support, and get a shield for Yondu's spaceship, so that he can enter the planet smoothly. Wu Chun said, and at the same time, an energy shield had appeared on the periphery of Yondu's spaceship. Egg's original attacks from the inside of the planet, now falling on the energy shield, did not work at all. Yondu successfully entered the interior of the planet, relying on his whistle and arrow. He helped Star-Lord block a tentacle in time and merged with Star-Lord. Even if there is one more Yondu, they still have no chance of winning in the battle with Egg. The sound of the big clock rang. There is no chance of winning. If it can be won, it can only be because of a miracle. Wu Chun said, the Marvel movie universe is full of such wonders, especially with Star-Lord. The first time he formed Guardians of Galaxy to defeat Ronan, he actually relied on an awkward dance. If Ronan didn't pay attention to him at that time, or paid a little attention to the situation around him, then Ronan would never lose. Killing Egg for the second time is even more unreasonable. With Egg's strength, destroying a fleet is just a wave of his hand, but when dealing with Guardians of Galaxy, he can't kill a single person. Although, existence is fact, and miracle is also a kind of strength. But the current Egg is different from the one in the movie. After the battle with Wu Chun, Egg has obviously realized that his strength is not so strong in this universe. In order to deal with Wu Chun's revenge, he even armed the entire planet early. Especially where the core of his planet is, the outer layer of defense is extremely thick, and all the cracks have been sealed long ago. Like the original book, the tree group ran in with a bomb after being reduced in size. Impossible to happen. Since there is no chance of winning, why did you let them deal with Egg? Rocket Raccoon asked. It was Shinglord's own request. He wants to avenge his own mother killing. I have no reason to refuse. Wu Chun said. Then you can actually give him more help? Ant-Man also opened his mouth to ask. I can certainly help. But for what? Wu Chun asked back. He and Star-Lord knew each other at most, and had nothing to do with anything else. So why did he help him for no reason? Aren't you going to deal with Egg yourself? You have said before that Egg's ultimate goal is to rule the entire universe, and he will threaten you at that time. Rocket Raccoon said. Well, I really want to deal with Egg. Then, I'll do it now and blow up that planet directly with an antimatter bomb. After Wu Chun finished speaking, he raised his right hand and wanted to press a red button on the console. It's better to wait, when Shinglord and Yondu really can't hold on. Scarlet Witch spoke up. She was more nosy than Wu Chun. How about you? What do you think? Wu Chun looked back at Rocket Raccoon and Ant-Man Scott. You wait. We'll go inside and rescue Quill and Yondu together, and it won't be too late for you to blow up by then. Rocket pulled out a gun, and Ant-Man was ready to fight. Well, I'll wait for you for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will launch an antimatter bomb. If you still stay on that planet, you will only be killed by an antimatter bomb with that planet. Wu Chun, Seth, said. On the display screen of the spacecraft, a countdown has appeared. It is good. Rocket Raccoon agreed, and then walked towards the back of the spaceship with Ant-Man and Groot. They were going to drive a small spaceship to the interior of the planet. Definitely, Wu Chun also gave them some help, allowing them to avoid Egg's outer firepower and directly enter the interior of the planet. As a result, the original father-son game turned into a siege. Star-Lord, Yondu, Rocket, Groot, Ant-Man. These 5 people together against Egg, against the entire planet. The war is very stalemate. Although the purpose of Rocket Raccoon and others is to bring Star-Lord and Yondu back, as they join the battle circle, various situations immediately plunge them into it. It's not so easy to get out of it all at once. In the spaceship, Wu Chun was still watching, quietly watching. But Scarlet Witch on the side couldn't hold back a little. She watched those few people get into a hard fight, and she was actually uneasy. Don't worry, the big clock has been staring at them, and once the situation is critical, I will directly use the wormhole to bring them back. Wu Chen's voice suddenly sounded. When Scarlet Witch heard what he said, he was stunned for a moment, then laughed. I knew you wouldn't watch them die, Scarlet Witch said, wrapping his arms directly around Wu Chen's neck and kissing Wu Chen's face in one bite. Huh. 9. Wu Chen smiled. Although I'm not a bad person, but I'm not a ruthless person. They have never offended me, and they are people I know. I can save them with a single thought. Why let them die in vain? Wu Chen said. He doesn't like to meddle in his own business on weekdays, but if he doesn't care about the things that happen around him, it's a bit unreasonable. I found out that you are actually a good person, but you just pretend to be ignorant of everything. Scarlet Witch said. Are you sending me a good card? Wu Chen asked back. No, I'm telling the truth. 35. Scarlet Witch affirms. Well, you're telling the truth. Wu Chen said casually. It's actually quite simple for me to be a human being. As long as they don't provoke me, hinder, or threaten me, I won't be enemies with them. And for those who are willing to befriend me sincerely, some of their requests are in the eye will help them as much as I can. Wu Chen said. This is the first time he has clearly stated his principles of life. In fact, this is what most people in the world think. The heart of preventing others is indispensable, and the heart of harming others is not necessary. When people are convenient to me, I am convenient to others. If a person respects me 3 feet, I will pay him back 10 feet. Vice versa. The display shows that the situation in the planet is not optimistic. Although Rocket Raccoon and others have also joined the battle, there is a big difference between their strength and Egg after all. With the passage of time, Star-Lord and others have gradually fallen into the disadvantage, and the Tree Groot and Yondu were directly blocked by the rock manipulated by Egg, unable to move. They're about to hold on, can't hold on anymore. Scarlet Witch said. Wait a minute. Knuckles still has the divine power inherited from Egg in his body. If he can exert it, although he still can't defeat Egg, it is still possible to let other people escape. Wu Chen said. You said before you came that they would fight together. You didn't mean to let them go through this battle, did you? Scarlet Witch suddenly remembered what Wu Chen had said to her earlier. That's it. Wu Chen replied. Why? Scarlet Witch wondered. The days are too long. I'm bored. Find some drama to watch. Wu Chen's answer left Scarlet Witch speechless. You are absolutely too idle. Scarlet Witch said with emotion. It's too busy. Wu Chen did not deny it, and gave the correct answer directly. He's just too busy. At the big clock, he suggested that he slow down his steps, not to increase his strength and master more technology too deliberately, but to slowly digest the abilities he has obtained. Therefore, in the recent period of time, Wu Chen is actually very leisurely. Since you are so busy, do you want to go back and have a baby with me? In Scarlet Witch's mind, such a sentence suddenly popped up. But in the end, she didn't say it, and Wu Chen didn't pay special attention. His attention at the moment was mainly on Shinglord and others. He saw the current situation of those few people, and also saw that Star-Lord was trying to control Egg's power according to Yondu's prompt. Although, this kind of control could not allow Star-Lord to suppress Egg, but it made Egg have to devote more energy to deal with Star-Lord. Taking advantage of this gap, Yondu, Rocket, and others were able to get rid of Egg's shackles. Hurry up, time is running out. If you stay here, Wu Chen will kill you and me together. Yondu shouted loudly, and the Rockets and others all understood at this moment that time was running out. None of you want to leave. At the moment, Egg is almost crazy. He realizes that Wu Chen outside may have the means to destroy his body, and he wants to pull these people as a shield for himself. Even if the time comes, Wu Chen really won't show mercy, so he will let these people be buried with him. Countless tentacles emerged from the ground, and all the surrounding weapons were also aimed at Rocket Raccoon and others at this moment, and Egg wanted to unleash all the firepower to keep these people in front of him. However, just as those tentacles were formed and those weapons were just aimed, they were disturbed. Star-Lord is doing his best to interfere with Egg's movements by relying on the power inherited from his own bloodline. Let's go. Rocket Raccoon understands that they have done their best, and there is no point in staying any longer. It can only be sacrificed in vain. Ant-Man and the Tree People soon came to Rocket Raccoon, and they were ready to open the flight device and leave. But Yondu looked at the Star-Lord who was fighting hard and fell into hesitation. Let's go. I'm already very happy that you can accompany me here. There's no need to be buried here with me. Star-Lord glanced at Yondu and said, Child, you were brought from the earth by me. If I can't take you back, let me stay here with you. After Yondu finished speaking, he actually took down the flight device behind him and threw it aside. He made up his mind to face everything that happened next with Star-Lord. Star-Lord, who was fighting with Egg, wanted to persuade him to say something, but when he turned around and saw the determined expression on Yondu's face, he knew that it was useless to say anything. With the last minute left, the sublight antimatter bomb begins to reload. The sound of the big clock suddenly appeared in the minds of Rocket Raccoon and others, and that was a special prompt given to them by Wu Chen. Rocket Raccoon looked back at Tree Groot. He couldn't kill his best friend because of Star-Lord in them. So, Rocket Raccoon took the Tree Groot and Ant-Man Scott. 3 people turned on the flight device and left here. They flew into outer space, towards the location of Wu Chen's Eternal Light. And when they just entered space, they saw what Wu Chen had said earlier, an antimatter bomb. It was at the lower left of the Eternal Light. A muzzle flashed red light, and then there was a bomb the size of a basketball foul, pushed by a beam of strong light, quickly flew towards the planet of Egg's body. Go. Sublight speed antimatter bomb. That is a weapon that the gluttonous army likes to use. They named this weapon Ferocious Tide. Antimatter, which is the opposite of general matter, is composed of antiprotons, antineutrons, antielectrons, and other antiparticles, and is a very special existence. Under normal conditions, as long as 1 gram of antimatter comes into contact with matter, the resulting explosion energy can reach 10 to the 14th joule. That is to say, it can directly evaporate 40,000 tons of water in an instant. As a weapon, the Fierce Tide, in addition to pure antimatter, also has sublight speed propulsion. Antimatter propelled at sublight speed can make it in the process of ending with matter. At the moment of its explosion, the entire antimatter bomb will be shot into matter. Let antimatter contact with matter annihilation. In the original book of Super God, Tao Tai only used a small antimatter bomb to instantly destroy a city, but now, the moment Wu Chen is about to launch is obviously much larger than the one used by the gluttonous army. Quill Yondu. Rocket Raccoon turned his head, and he looked at the antimatter bomb, which was flying towards Egg at a very fast speed. In the next instant, the antimatter bomb disappeared, but then, a burst of bright light was generated on the surface of planet Egg. The Big Bang started, and a real reaction began between Egg's body and the antimatter bomb. The powerful energy shock would completely smash the planet formed by Egg's body. The rocket took the Tree Groot and Ant-Man Scott back to the edge of Wu Chen's spaceship, because only after entering here can the spaceship's own light energy barrier be used to resist the shockwave generated when the planet exploded. They, in this space, witnessed with their own eyes the explosion of that planet, together with Star-Lord and Yondu, turned into dust in this universe. Is this super god technology? This power is too terrifying. Scott looked at all this, and his heart was extremely shocked. Destroying a planet has often happened in the universe before, but many times they used a large number of high explosive missiles to blow up the surface of the planet, so that only one bomb can annihilate the entire planet. Exactly. I have never heard of it in the past, let alone seen it with my own eyes like today. Rocket Raccoon walks in space after all, and he knows more about these things than Scott does. If you have anything to say, come in and talk about it. The equipment I have provided for you cannot support your stay in space for a long time. Wu Chen's voice came, and the 3 people who stayed outside the spaceship were also transferred to the spaceship. After entering the spaceship, the 3 people immediately called out 647 in surprise, because they saw Shinglord and Yondu who they thought were dead. How could you? Rocket just wanted to ask Star-Lord and Yondu why they were alive, but as soon as he turned around and saw Wu Chen, he immediately understood. Wu Chen has the ability to instantly teleport people to other dimensions, so bringing Star-Lord and Yondu out of that planet is just a thought. Really, obviously they won't let them die, but they have to say it so heartlessly. 35. Rocket Raccoon complained, but Wu Chen ignored it. Ego's planet has been destroyed, but his power does not seem to have completely disappeared. Wu Chen looked ahead, where the explosion happened. He saw the wreckage of the planet. How is this possible? The bomb was so powerful that the entire planet was blown up. How could he still be alive? Star-Lord asked in disbelief. An antimatter bomb is enough to destroy this planet. The sound of the big clock came. However, Egg seems to be prepared in advance. He concentrates all his strength on its core and gathers all the hardest metals and rocks in the entire planet around the core, forming an incomparably strong protective shield. Avoided self-destruction in the explosion. The big clock said, and on the display, a huge rock located in the core area of the explosion appeared in everyone's field of vision. Originally a planet, now there is only a sphere with a radius of 100 meters. Although it is much smaller, its firmness is unimaginable. If the core is not destroyed, Egg's energy will not be completely dissipated, and it will not take long for it to absorb a large amount of matter in the universe to form a new planet and return to its peak state. Star-Lord has felt the power of that planet, so he knows the function and meaning of that core existence. Want to hang on like this? It's childish. Wu Chen laughed. He could even destroy an entire planet. How could he care about a mere sphere? Using a god-killing weapon, you can directly break through the outer steel defense, said the big clock. Well then wait. Wu Chen just wanted to say that he was going to use the god-killing axe, but he immediately thought of another idea. Star-Lord, are you able to harness a part of Egg's power now? Wu Chen turned his head to look at Star-Lord. An idea gradually became clear in his mind. Well, I just tried it while fighting Egg, and I can indeed control the power of that planet to a certain extent. Star-Lord replied. Very well, then, if I block this core in a special way and provide it to you as an energy source, you should be able to use the power of that core even if you are not on the planet. Wu Chen said, are you trying to think of Egg as Quill's power bank? Rocket Raccoon listened and understood Wu Chen's intentions. This idea is too crazy. It's a celestial race. You actually want to make him a power bank for me? Star-Lord was also shocked. Wu Chen's thoughts are terrifying. Without the existence of Yigo, you are just an ordinary person. But if there is one here, you are half a god race. Although the strength will never reach the level of Yigo, but in this universe it is still possible to occupy a place. Wu Chen said, and then he directly started to let the big clock calculate what method could be used to make Egg's core into a power bank. When the big clock was calculating, the people outside were still in shock, and it was difficult to calm down for a while. Compress its file size with a space cage, then store it in a specific dark plane space, and link its terminal to Quill's body, and you should be able to realize your vision. Big Clock has calculated a complete plan. You don't really plan to make Egg a power bank, do you? Scarlet Witch at the moment couldn't help but speak. Really, this idea of Wu Chen is too crazy. Since it has been said, it is naturally true. 99. Wu Chen said, it's just that this power bank is exclusive to you, Star-Lord. Whether you want it or not is up to you. Wu Chen looked at Star-Lord, and the only one who relied on Egg to gain power can only be Star-Lord, who inherited the factors of the Heavenly God clan. Therefore, whether it depends entirely on Star-Lord. Star-Lord hesitated. His first thought was actually not wanting it. But then, he realized that if he mastered this power, it might be of great benefit to himself. At least, he can become a strong man in the future. Why are you helping me? Star-Lord raised his head and asked. There's no reason, I just thought of it suddenly, and it's funny. Wu Chen said casually. He did it without any special purpose. To imprison others for freedom, this kind of thing can easily make people feel guilty for 5.5 years. But for a person like Egg who wrecked countless living beings and poisoned his own descendants, this kind of punishment should not be too much, right? Wu Chen said. Okay, then I will inherit this power according to what you said. Star-Lord agreed. What he cared about at first was the kind of guilt Wu Chen said. But Wu Chen also woke him up. For a person like Egg, who is not as good as a beast, even if he was imprisoned for thousands of years, it would not be too much. If that's the case, then I'll start. After Wu Chen finished speaking, his eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of albuginia. That is, he is mobilizing huge dark energy. He is building a powerful space cage that captures Egg, compresses it, and finally seals it up. Egg turned into a huge amount of sphere, thinking that he could survive. But before he could get out, he was directly blocked by a huge amount of space cage, and then the substance on his body began to be compressed, and finally became a sphere with a file size of only 2 or 3 meters, and was directly thrown into a dark space. Inside, welcome to the dark plane, Egg. Wu Chen appeared in the dark plane space. He turned into a huge black shadow, and looked directly at the body of Egg that had shrunk. You don't have to try to struggle. In this space, you can't exert any power by yourself. You will be imprisoned here forever, and as a charging treasure, provide energy for the outside world Quill. Wu Chen finished speaking, and after a while, he continued. You have something to say? Then I'll give you a chance to speak. 59. Wu Chen said, stretched his right hand forward, tapped his index finger on the sphere, and a projection of Egg appeared on the sphere. The projection's face was full of anger. Wu Chen, although I had a holiday with you, you have already destroyed my planet. 24. Why are you unwilling to let go of my little body core? 35. Egg asked. The kindness to the enemy is the cruelty to oneself. Don't you understand this truth? Wu Chen asked back. If that's the case, why didn't you just kill me? Egg continued to question. Tiger poison doesn't eat offspring, but you deliberately give birth to children everywhere in the entire universe, and then keep devouring your own offspring. It's too cheap for a person like you to die. Wu Chen said. So, do you want to be a so-called justice judge? 35. Egg sneered. He never believed that there would be such a so-called righteous person in the world. No, I never thought that I would be a righteous person, nor would I try to judge other people's crimes. You just bumped into my hand yourself. Wu Chen said that there was no intersection between him and Egg, and Wu Chen didn't plan to go to him. But on the same day, it was Egg who first blocked Wu Chen's pursuit of Doctor Strange in the parallel universe, and the two of them forged a relationship. Definitely, Wu Chen won't let Egg's conspiracy to rule the entire universe succeed. After all, if Egg dominates the entire universe, wouldn't Wu Chen also be controlled by him? One more thing. After making you into a charging treasure, Star-Lord can have the power of the gods. Although he is not my direct subordinate now, but I avenged him for killing his mother and gave him this divine power. He will surely appreciate my kindness in the future. That is to say, he will be a great help to me. And this is a little interest that I earned by the way in my pastime. 99. Wu Chen said, and as his voice fell, Egg's projection disappeared. In the entire dark plane space, there is no other movement. Only the sphere that Egg has turned into will always flash a faint white light, and then be pulled to a special link interface. What that chain interface is connected to is the Star-Lord in the real space. Wu Chen returned to the real space, and he looked at the Star-Lord who has been constantly feeling the power of docking with Egg at the moment. Can you still adapt to this feeling of mastering divine power? Wu Chen asked. Adapt, definitely adapt. Star-Lord said. His face showed a burst of excitement that could not be concealed. Haha, I'm also a person with divine power now. You are indeed a person with divine power, but your divine power is nothing in the universe, so it's better to keep a low profile. 55. Wu Chen said. In fact, the power of Star-Lord is really nothing. Egg's original strength can be ranked first in the Marvel movie universe, but as the Star-Lord who inherited part of Egg's divine power, his strength will be much weaker. To really compare, the Star-Lord of at the moment may be similar to a person of Thor's level. After all, Thor is also a god. Although there are differences between Asgard and the gods, Thor is a direct descendant of Odin, and he inherits the most powerful gods. Sir, he is not Thor's opponent. I see you are here. Star-Lord said. Although he claims to have divine power, he can be much more confident than before. But Wu Chen is something he will never provoke. After all, even in his prime, he couldn't handle Wu Chen. In the middle of Wu Chen's words, his face suddenly became solemn. He raised his head and looked upward. Although there was only one deck there, what Wu Chen saw was somewhere behind the deck and behind the starry sky. There was a group of people in blue robes with big bald heads, and they were watching Wu Chen. Watcher. Wu Chen was speaking, and his words were conveyed to those monitors by teleportation. We've been watching you for a long time, Wu Chen. One of the monitors suddenly said. I knew that sooner or later you guys would notice my presence. Wu Chen's tone revealed displeasure. But haven't you never interfered with everything that happens in the universe? Why did you come to me specifically today? Wu Chen asked. The reason why he suddenly raised his head just now was because he sensed the call of the monitors. Even though Wu Chen knew when he first crossed over that there was such a group of people in this universe, he never thought that this group of people would intersect with him. After all, this group of people will still stand idly by even in the face of such a big event that Thanos wants to destroy the entire universe. We found that you possess advanced technology that surpasses all civilizations in this universe, and the knowledge you possess may already be on par with us. 35. You have technology that transcends common sense, and if you continue to stay among ordinary people, it is very likely that you will lead those civilizations to the end. I hope you can join the ranks of the observers. You should be with us, as a bystander, watching the entire universe change. The observers say one sentence each, but they all mean the same thing. The reason why they contacted Wu Chen today is to hope that Wu Chen can leave the world of ordinary people and join the ranks of their observers. I reject. Wu Chen said. He doesn't want to be like these observers. I'm different from you. I still have my pursuits and goals. You can always stand on the sidelines, but I have to be in it, because only in the bureau can I grasp the changes of the situation. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he directly withdrew his consciousness and no longer communicated with those monitors. And the monitors did not continue to contact Wu Chen. Wu Chen's thoughts returned to the spaceship of the Eternal Light, but Scarlet Witch and the others all looked at him with bewildered expressions. Just now, Wu Chen was still talking to Star-Lord, but suddenly his thoughts shifted to the observer. Scarlet Witch didn't know what was going on, and they didn't know whether to disturb Wu Chen, so they could only keep watching. At the moment, seeing that Wu Chen's thoughts seemed to have returned to this side, everyone felt relieved. Just now, what happened to you? Scarlet Witch asked. She was actually a little worried about Wu Chen. There was a special group of guys who took me to discuss things. 99. Wu Chen replied. A special guy? Scarlet Witch wondered. Cosmic observers, a group of people with super advanced technology that far exceeds all civilizations in the universe today. They think they have surpassed the limit of human beings, so they no longer interfere in the universe originally, but in a spectator attitude, have been silently watching events in the universe. 35. Wu Chen replied, and after hearing what he said, everyone present was stunned. The present universe has become more and more surprising to them. First there were infinite gems, then a parallel universe, and then a celestial race. And now it's better. There is actually a group of observers who have been watching them in the universe. Did they come to you to do something to you? Scarlet Witch asked. They just wanted to invite me in. The others didn't say anything. 35. Wu Chen said. Okay, this time it's agreed that I'm going to take you out of the universe to take a look around. Since Igo has been eliminated here, why don't we drop by and go to other planets in the universe? Wu Chen is changing the subject, and he doesn't want Scarlet Witch to worry too much about the issue of observers. 55. Scarlet Witch saw Wu Chen's thoughts, so he didn't ask any more questions. Others such as Star-Lord, at the moment chose silence. So, in the next period of time, the ship was very quiet. Wu Chen returned to his lounge on the spaceship, and the moment he was lying on the bed, his thoughts had already come to the dark matter plane. Here, the big clock is displayed. Monitors do exist, and in the comic setting, they can read any data information in the universe at will. Well, the information about the supernatural technology that you include will also be read by them. Wu Chen asked. This can be said to be Wu Chen's greatest worry. Supernatural technology, which is the root of Wu Chen, is what Wu Chen cares about the most. If this supernatural technology has been obtained by the observer, then the threat to Wu Chen from the observer is too great. All the data of the big clock is specially encrypted, and no one else can read it unless it is the controller of the big clock, or the controller grants permission. The big clock replied. Those watchers can read all the technical information and data in the Marvel movie universe. But with what I know about the Marvel movie universe, their technology tree is not the same as the supernatural technology, so they have to break through my database to read to my data information. It is not so easy to do. The big clock has great confidence in his ability. The observer's setting is to have hundreds of millions of years of technology that surpasses all civilizations in the existing Marvel universe, and the development of supernatural technology, since records have only gone through 100,000 years. The gap between, but it's huge. Wu Chen said. According to the butterfly effect, in the long river of history, a simple choice and decision can completely change the direction of a universe. Perhaps the gods, civilizations, and technologies of the Marvel universe have existed for much longer than the technological civilization of the super god universe. But in terms of the development of the tech tree, the two sides are not the same. When the big clock spoke, two identical lines were already displayed in front of Wu Chen. Wu Chen knew that it was referring to the timeline and technology line of the two universes. The development of the two universes on passenger aircraft may have been the same at first, from primitive technology to thermonuclear technology, and finally into the era of aerospace-grade technology. But in the exploration to a higher level of technology, the supernatural universe gave birth to celestial computers, and as of now, in my exploration and observation of the Marvel movie universe, there has not been any scientific and technological civilization that has been developed on this. 39. That is to say, after entering the next stage of aerospace-grade technology, the super god universe has carried out the reform of super god technology. The big clock has become the unique technology of the super god universe, and the upgrade technology of the god body also has unique advantages. The big clock said that his analysis was based on the known data, and for the observer, the data source of the big clock was the memory of Wu Chen before the crossing. In Wu Chen's memory, cosmic observers have the inherent ability to achieve almost any need, including augmentation of personal attributes, time and space manipulation, molecular manipulation, energy projection, and vast psychic powers. And the ability of these universe observers is also possessed by the super warriors of the super god universe. Although in terms of time, super god technology currently does not have the flexibility to shuttle at will, but in terms of space, super god technology has more powerful manipulation of the universe. In terms of personal attributes, the current Wu Chen may not appear to be superior to the observer, but once he enters the fourth generation divine body or the sacred body, Wu Chen can be completely fearless. Even if he suffers a heavy attack, he can instantly recover, while the observer was killed more than once in the comics. As for the other three items, there is currently no comparable data, but as far as the model is concerned, the supernatural technology that the observer can do it. Perhaps this is also the reason why observers will take a fancy to Wu Chen and hope that he will also join the ranks of observers. The data of the big clock will not be leaked. The route taken by Super Shen technology is not the same as that taken by the original Marvel universe, and it belongs to the strong ones, so I can only experience it myself and then make a judgment. Your intention, Wang Zhaozhao, is like this, right? Wu Chen asked. Yes. The big clock replied. You asked me to slow down the research and upgrade of super god technology first, but now it seems that my strength is not enough to be foolproof. 35. Wu Chen said with emotion. Even if the universe changes, your own path should not be changed at will. At this stage, it is most useful to be proficient in and master all the super genes you have mastered. The big clock still stands, his original suggestion. I understand this, but your investigation and analysis of the Marvel movie universe must speed up the process, as well as the analysis of Mind Gem. Wu Chen said. Understood. I will immediately start looking for more suitable fixed stars, increase energy input, and speed up the solution process. The big clock answered, and at the same time, the operation rate of the big clock began to increase. After talking with the big clock, Wu Chun closed his eyes and rested. In less than half a day, the spacecraft came to Xander Star. As the planet that Wu Chun has visited the most times in his space voyage, the people here are also very familiar to Wu Chun. When Nova Supreme heard that it was Wu Chun, he arranged a reception of the highest standard immediately. It's just that Wu Chun came out of the universe this time on a trip. He came to Xander Star simply to make a short stay here, so that Scarlet Witch can get to know the capital of the interstellar empire with a high reputation in the universe. It's a pity that in the last round of the battle between Wu Chun and Thanos Legion, the entire Xander Star suffered huge amounts of damage. Although it has been repaired at a very fast speed, it still does not seem to be as prosperous as before. Xander Star, which was once brilliant, looks a bit run down now. Star-Lord did not personally experience the battle of the day, and it seemed a little unbelievable when faced with the sight of it at the moment. This has been almost repaired. When the war just ended that day, the entire Xander Star was almost full of broken walls. 677 Rocket Raccoon said. Under the nest, there is no complete egg, and there is no pure land under the war. Under the war that day, the entire Xander Star was affected. Wu Chun said. In fact, if it wasn't for the people from Xander at that time to ask Wu Chun to show mercy to him, and Wu Chun used a stick in the state of the sky and the earth, all the buildings on the surface of Xander would have to be being razed to the ground. Those Xander people will also suffer countless casualties. I really want to see what this planet was like in its heyday. Scarlet Witch sighed. But in fact, even the Xander Star in this dilapidated state is not bad in her eyes. Because she saw the people here, the kind of easygoing and solidarity between them, which rarely appeared on Earth. Moreover, the technology of this planet is obviously more advanced than that on Earth. Excluding Wu Chen's supernatural technology and some other black technologies, the spaceships flying everywhere, and the machinery that assists them in rebuilding the city are all on Earth. None of the above. If you like, you are welcome to come back later. Seth. 35. Nova Supreme said that she has seen that the relationship between Scarlet Witch and Wu Chun is unusual, and Wu Chun, to the people of Xander, is a god, a respected and awe-inspiring existence. What they respect is Wu Chen's power, and what they fear is also Wu Chen's power, because they don't know whether this person whom they worship as a god is really willing to protect their planet. But if there is an intermediary, or in other words, if there is a person around Wu Chun who can be attracted by them, can speak good words for them, and make Wu Chun have more favorable impression of Xander Star, then for them, it is also more at ease. If I have the chance, I will come again. Scarlet Witch didn't refuse, she really wanted to come again. We have arranged accommodation for you. The environmental restoration there has been basically completed, and the living measures have been perfected, which will definitely ensure that you will live comfortably in the next period of time. Nova Supreme smiled and led them towards a high-end urban area on Xander Star. Wu Chun did not refuse their warm hospitality. As a result, the group of them finally settled in this urban area and began to enjoy the hospitality of Xander Star and experience life on this alien planet. At the same time, when Wu Chun and others were traveling in Xander, the Earth was still turbulent. Vision and Quicksilver have been on the go for a long time. He has traveled between many countries and special organizations, trying to avoid their hostile thoughts to Wu Chun and the Supernatural Institute as much as possible. And the reason why they did this was not because they were afraid that they would threaten the Supernatural Research Institute, but because they were afraid that their hostility with Wu Chun would eventually lead to death. The major powers in the world are still full of dread about the Supernatural Research Institute, and they even always want to deal with the Supernatural Research Institute and Wu Chun. It is difficult for the two of us alone, no matter how hard we work. Restrain them. Quicksilver sighs, and at the moment, sitting across from him and Vision, is Wakanda's current king, Chala, and his successor, Chala. The Wakanda tree has been isolated from the world for hundreds of years, and it does not interfere or participate in the disputes of the outside world. Therefore, in this matter, we can do nothing. Chaka said, the secret of Wakanda's existence has already been known to the outside world. Is it really appropriate to be isolated from the world in this state? Vision asked. However, the current situation on Earth, even if we Wakanda actively participate in it, I'm afraid it won't affect much, right? Chala said. He advocates opening Wakanda, but he is not optimistic about the current situation of the Earth. Although there are not many people in the Super God Research Institute, it has become an existence that all forces on the whole Earth are afraid of. The Super God Research Institute's combat effectiveness is too strong, and Wu Chen's style will never compromise to outsiders. In this state, conflict between the two sides is probably unavoidable no matter what. 5. Chala made his point. This conflict within the Earth is indeed inevitable, but what form this conflict will take is something we may change. Vision said. What do you mean? Chaka looked at Vision suspiciously. Now, most of the forces on Earth are afraid of the technology and power mastered by Wu Chun and the Super God Research Institute, but they also have considerable confidence in the military power they control, so they dare to study the Super God. Provocation. We all know that once Wu Chun is about to take action, what these forces will bear will be a painful blow. Maybe Wu Chun will kill all of them if he is not careful, and the whole Earth may also be affected, and it will end. But if we come forward and conflict with them in the name of the Supernatural Research Institute, then directly defeat all the people of these forces. Although this is also likely to cause casualties, compared to Wu Chen's shot, such casualties are definitely much smaller, and after they are defeated, they will know more clearly that the combat power of the Supernatural Institute is how powerful. No one will dare to have the idea of being hostile to the Super God Research Institute after that. Vision has revealed his plan, the purpose of his visit to King Wakanda and the prince this time. So, do you want us, Wakanda, to take an active part in the war with you? 99. Chaka's face was solemn. In the past, Wakanda was reluctant to take the initiative to contact the outside world. Now Vision and the others have come, not only to open up to the outside world, but also to actively participate in the war with the outside world. Only by defeating them with strong means can they finally give up their spying on the Supernatural Research Institute. This war is so that there will be no more tragic wars. Vision said that this idea was originally proposed by him. Fight is not to fight. How can you have such a concept? Chala's statement about Vision was also difficult to understand for a while. It's not difficult to understand the reasoning that one punch is open and 100 punches are avoided. What's more, the purpose of our punch is to protect them, not to harm them. Vision said, and to say how his thoughts were affected, it is naturally Wu Chen's. When Wu Chun replaced the mind gem on his forehead for Vision, he also implanted some of Wu Chen's thoughts in his brain. These thoughts were combined with Vision's original thoughts. The same Vision. The existence forms of life are all complex. Although Vision is an artificial life, it is now a real life, and an intelligent life. The changes that have occurred due to the convergence of various influences. No one knows whether he is good or bad, but at least, he is now trying to protect the world according to his own ideas. This is not a good hesitation. If you are unwilling to help, we may not be able to defeat the coalition forces of various countries simply with the strength of the two of us. At that time, they will definitely take action against the Supernatural Research Institute, and once that step is reached, then, the consequences will be quite serious. 99. Quicksilver said, and after hearing his words, Chala at the moment fell into silence. Attacking the Chaos Institute means declaring war on Wu Chun, and they are very clear about Wu Chen's strength. If Wu Chun is really annoyed, all those who declare war on it will inevitably suffer a devastating blow. By then, I am afraid it will really be the end of the Earth. They are right. This time to make the Earth safe, we must take the initiative to create such a war. 99. The the portal opened, and Doctor Strange, not the one from the parallel universe, appeared in front of everyone. Strange? Even you, Kamar-Taj, have been alarmed by this incident? Vision turned his head and looked at Doctor Strange. He and the forces behind him were the most mysterious and the most powerful existence on Earth. I am here this time only to represent my personal position, and Kamar-Taj will not intervene in the disputes within human beings. Doctor Strange said that he is not yet the Sorcerer Supreme, because the Ancient One is still. The current state of Ancient One is still the same as in the past, staying in Kamar-Taj, watching over the entire real world, preventing the invasion of dark creatures such as Dormammu. As for Doctor Strange, although he is also one of Kamar-Taj's magician, he chose to return to reality, and he cannot sit idly by for some big events happening here. Well, even if it's just you, your participation will be of great benefit to our next plan. Vision said he welcomes the addition of Doctor Strange. Now, it's up to your father and son to decide. Vision looked back at T'Challa and T'Challa, the father and son at the moment hesitation. Kamar-Taj was not directly involved in the war, so neither should Wakanda. T'Chaka finally made his choice. Wakanda as a country, if he joins the war, will likely be seen as an invasion of other countries, which will lead to a world war, the impact of which is difficult to estimate. However, Black Panther is just the Asgardian of Wakanda, and he was originally just a man and should have his own mind. T'Challa looked at T'Challa, who had decided to let T'Challa join Vision's team as Black Panther. Everyone present already understood what T'Chaka meant, and they all understood that as a king, it was normal for T'Chaka to have this idea. In fact, they didn't know that T'Chaka actually recognized the Superhero Registration Act in his heart, because in the movie, the first national leader to approve the Superhero Registration Act was T'Chaka, who was the king of Wakanda at that time. However, the appearance of Wu Chun has changed the pattern of the whole world. Wakanda, who has had many interactions with Wu Chun, is even more aware of the horror of Wu Chun. Therefore, even if T'Chaka supports the Superhero Registration Bill, he cannot ignore this idea from Vision, because it is best for the Earth to prevent Wu Chun from directly participating in the internal disputes of the Earth. Father, I already understand what you mean, and I will do my best to help them prevent this disaster from happening. 35. T'Challa came to T'Challa and gave T'Challa a big gift with Wakanda's etiquette. Well, I believe you can do it. T'Chaka nodded. He had always trusted his only son. After that, T'Challa said goodbye to T'Challa, and he and Vision and others left Wakanda. With the addition of Black Panther, T'Challa, Vision, and Quicksilver have one more helper. Now, there are 4 people in their team, and all 4 are superhero with extremely strong fighting ability. Have you contacted anyone other than the 4 of us here? On the plane leaving Wakanda, T'Challa asked Vision. I tried to contact Mr. Stark and Mr. Rogers, but they both rejected me. Vision said. What he wanted most at first was Stark's approval. After all, Stark was the most critical of the few who forged Vision. But Stark is a firm supporter of the Superhero Registration Bill, so Vision's request, Stark refused without hesitation. Rogers was originally against the Superhero Registration Bill, but when he heard that Vision wanted to use war to stop the actions of the various alliances against the Superhero Institute, he chose to stand on the same side as Stark, and they did not want war to happen. Compared with preventing the monitoring of the Super Sacred Institute by the coalition forces of various countries, they would prefer to see Wu Chun bow to the countries of the world. But Vision is very clear that it is absolutely impossible for Wu Chun to sacrifice himself for the bigger picture like their so-called superhero. So what are you going to do next? T'Challa asked. Next, we storm the coalition forces of various countries. To forcibly attack the coalition forces of various countries? Isn't this a bit too crazy? Scarlet Witch said. She at the moment is still on Xandar, but the decision of Quicksilver and Vision can still be conveyed through the big clock. During this period of time, we have been working hard to prevent the war from happening, but no matter how hard we try, those self-righteous powers simply don't take it for granted. Quicksilver said. We have no choice but to take coercive measures. Quicksilver continued. With the 2 of you alone, can you be the opponent of those coalition forces? 35. Scarlet Witch asked. We've reached out to Black Panther T'Challa. Dr. Strange has volunteered, and we're 4 now. Quicksilver said. Even if there are 4 of you, but the other side is a coalition of various countries, and the number of people 6, 7, 7 is in the thousands. 35. Scarlet Witch is still worried that she and Quicksilver are twin brothers and sisters, and they have grown up through hardships together for many years. What we want is to defeat them, and we just need to make them realize how strong the power of our Supernatural Institute is. That's enough. Quicksilver said that their goal was never to kill many people, but to make them fear the Supernatural Institute, especially Wu Chun. Once there is a fight, casualties are inevitable, and those in the military can't use common sense to judge. Sometimes they will carry out crazy counterattacks and revenge regardless of the cost, regardless of the casualties. Scarlet Witch has seen such soldiers, and Hydra is definitely the most representative presence in this regard. Don't worry, we've got some sense. After Quicksilver finished speaking, he directly hung up the communication. They've reached their destination. It's time to tell Scarlet Witch. He's already said it, and then they just need to concentrate on doing what they want to do. Xandar Star, at the door of Scarlet Witch's room, Wu Chun is walking in. As the direct master of the big clock, he naturally knew all the conversations between Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Wu Chun, can you help me open the wormhole? I want to go back to Earth. Scarlet Witch said. I know what you want to do, but this is the decision of the 2 of them. You have no reason and should not stop them. As for their safety, I will let the big clock take care of them. When the crisis comes, the big clock will send them directly. Go back to the Institute. Wu Chun said. Then, do you think their plan can really succeed? Scarlet Witch asked. If we just analyze their ideas, this approach is feasible, but if they really want to show my strength to make the opponent fear, then there is actually a simpler and more direct way. Wu Chun said. What easier way? Scarlet Witch wondered. Open a wormhole and directly kill the guys in charge of the organization with 1 shot. 35. Wu Chun said casually, and his words made Scarlet Witch froze in place. Yes, open a wormhole and directly kill the people who organize the coalition forces of various countries to deal with Wu Chun and the Supernatural Research Institute. So no one can do what the Supernatural Research Institute can do. Anyway, after this war, casualties will be caused. Rather than letting those innocent soldiers die, it is better to let the culprits go to hell. Then I'll contact Quicksilver and Vision and ask them to cancel the plan. After Scarlet Witch finished speaking, the index finger and middle finger of the right hand were placed where the temple was, which was trying to communicate with Quicksilver. But at the moment, Wu Chun waved his hand to interrupt it. Wait, the current situation of the Earth has changed. We can take a look first. As Wu Chun said, he stretched out his finger and pointed forward, and a virtual projection appeared in front of the 2 of them. It was in the woods not far from the so-called coalition base of various countries on Earth. Quicksilver and Vision, who were planning to start an attack on the coalition base from here, suddenly encountered people who came to stop them. Those were the people of Avengers. Stark and Rogers lead the team, War Machine, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Falcon. Their number is twice that of Quicksilver. In the movie, the number of people in the most intense battle of the Civil War is similar to now, and now it is just that Scarlet Witch has been replaced by Quicksilver. Ant-Man has been replaced by Doctor Strange. However, the opposing sides have undergone great changes. Rogers and Stark, who were supposed to be hostile to each other, still chose to join forces at the moment, and their opponents became a quartet led by Vision and Quicksilver. Vision, you were created by me. I didn't expect you to make such a decision. It broke Dad's heart. 35. Stark said. He considered himself Vision's father. Actually, I was created by Ultron, and you, Dr. Banner, and Thor just helped me with the final opening. Vision said. Vision would have been willing to recognize Stark as his creator if not for the fact that the 2 sides were on opposite sides, but now, their positions are different. Then according to you, I am your grandfather. Shouldn't my status be higher? Stark said. In terms of human logic, it can be understood that way, but I'm not really human. Vision said. So, are you determined to carry out your plan? Are you really going to attack those ordinary human soldiers with a few of them? Stark said, the reason why their group came here today is to stop the 4 of them from attacking the coalition base. I have tried my best to persuade them, but not only did they not follow our advice, but they are still assembling the most elite special forces from all over the world to continue to attack the Supernatural Research Institute. I have no other choice. Did so. 35. Vision said, this is not a last resort 5.5. As long as Wu Chun is willing to sign the superhero registration bill, or he closes the Superhero Institute and hides it in a new secret spot, there is no need for such a war. Rogers said his virginity made him believe in sacrificing the individual for the common good. But you have to know that Wu Chun would never do this. Vision said, why can everyone else do it, but he can't? Is it so difficult to make such a small sacrifice for the sake of world peace? Rogers couldn't understand what Vision was saying at the moment, and what he couldn't understand the most was Wu Chun. At the moment, Wu Chun, who saw the scene on Xander Star, laughed disdainfully. Said, why do you? What Wu Chun at the moment said, those people on Earth couldn't hear, not even Scarlet Witch noticed. In the virtual projection, the situation at the moment is already very serious. What Rogers said was not endorsed by Vision and Quicksilver. Even Doctor Strange and Chala felt that what Rogers had said was inappropriate. Forcing a person to sacrifice himself for the safety of others is called moral kidnapping. An ordinary person would feel very uncomfortable when faced with such a thing, not to mention that the person involved this time is Wu Chun, a person who can wipe out the entire Earth at the click of a finger. It seems that none of US can convince anyone. Vision sighed, and while he didn't want a head-on confrontation with Stark and the others, this time, he had to stand his ground. We will never let you cross this forest and attack the ordinary people behind you. Rogers raised his shield in his hand, and the others 24 also took out the weapons they were good at. Ordinary people? A group of heavily armed soldiers who are about to launch an attack on a lonely overseas island. Can such a person be considered an ordinary person? Vision said, the gem on his forehead, at the moment, was also constantly flashing. I can't tell you, but no matter what, you can't take the initiative to provoke this war. Stark's head has also been covered with steel, and the two sides have officially entered a state of full preparation for battle. Go ahead, Quicksilver said, and the first time after his words fell, he had already started to act. As a result, both sides entered a state of melee at the same time. There are only 4 people on Vision's side, and 8 on Stark's side. In terms of numbers, Vision's side should be at a disadvantage. But the battle had just begun, and the advantage was already in Vision's side. Although Vision lacks the mind gem, its combat power has not weakened in the slightest, and the knowledge in combat has become more abundant than in the past. Quicksilver's body was adjusted by Wu Chun, and he was wearing Wu Chen's special nano armor. On top of his original speed advantage, his defense, attack, and balance were also greatly improved. That is to say, his strength much better than in the movie. Not to mention Doctor Strange, the best magician of Kamar Taj, who holds magical powers, with a dazzling variety of magical applications. Black Panther Chala is almost the same as in the movie, but he has enhanced his physical fitness through special herbs, and has the blessing of vibranium armor. His attack and defense are also quite good. In contrast, the lineup on Stark's side was much worse. Although the number is dominant, the only one who can fight Vision and the others one-on-one is Stark. The rest, even Rogers and Spider-Man, can't match the most common Black Panther of the Vision 4, let alone one-on-one with the other 3. Now, they are reluctantly delaying Vision and the others in a 2-to-1 manner. Stark blocks Vision together with War Machine. Rogers and Winter Soldier against Black Panther Chala. Hawkeye and Spider-Man are trying to hold off Quicksilver. Natasha Romanoff, along with Falcon, is dealing with Doctor Strange. Vision, they have the upper hand, but they have no intention of killing these people. 55. The voice of the genetic system resounded in Wu Chen's mind. After all, they are both superhero, and there is no deep hatred between them. It is impossible for them to kill them directly. Wu Chen said, one side is a group of 4 with the most advanced technology and the most mysterious power, and the other side is more of a group of ordinary people who maximize the advantages of human beings. The power gap between the two sides is already obvious. Stark and the others couldn't stop Vision for how long, said the genetic system. Even if you can stop it, it's useless, Wu Chen said, and at the same time, there were new targets that appeared in the virtual projection screen. It was a group of special forces, scouts, and advanced teams dispatched from the barracks of the coalition army of various countries not far ahead. As Vision said, each of these soldiers is fully armed, and they are carefully selected from the troops of various countries, and each has a strong combat effectiveness. These soldiers are by no means superheroes opponents in a fight, but they are numerous, and they only know how to execute orders, so there is absolutely no possibility of so-called mercy. In the original state of stalemate between the two sides, their appearance will inevitably change the direction of normal war. Are you planning to let Vision and the others succumb to it? Genetic Systems asked. That's definitely impossible, Wu Chun said, and in the Earth's Research Institute, Banner, who had been in a resting state, was directly awakened, and he was awakened in the form of Hulk. The space wormhole opened, and Hulk was sent directly to the battlefield. Hulk didn't know what was going on here, but his appearance immediately attracted the attention of the soldiers who were gathering around, and several soldiers attacked him directly. Now Hulk won't watch anymore. For those who take the initiative to attack him, Hulk will definitely fight back without hesitation. As a result, the situation on the battlefield changed again. It was originally to assist the Avengers against the advanced team of Vision and others. At this moment, all 677 were blocked by Hulk alone, and even their formation was quickly disrupted. If you let Hulk join the battlefield, wouldn't the situation be more chaotic? Scarlet Witch, who had been watching, couldn't help but speak at the moment. Since the fight has already started, the situation is going to be chaotic. Now that Hulk is on the scene, wouldn't it be possible to help Pilcher and the others? Wu Chen said, but in his heart, he simply wanted Hulk to come to the scene and create a little trouble for the so-called coalition forces and the Avengers. The big clock, granting Vision and Quicksilver permission to summon the droids. Wu Chen said this not in his heart, but in front of Scarlet Witch. Will the superhero robot also participate in the war? 35. Scarlet Witch began to worry about those soldiers, because she knew very well how powerful the super god robots were. Once they joined the battle, the coalition would not only be defeated, but also the casualties would be much more than Quicksilver expected. I just gave Vision permission. It's their own decision whether they want the help of the superhero robot or not, Wu Chen said, while straight up Erling's legs, he took a glass of red wine through the wormhole and watched quietly. This lively scene on Earth. When Banner joined the battlefield, it directly caused the entire war situation to tilt and further chaos. At this moment, all the soldiers in the coalition base have already taken action, and even other bases are sending fighter jets to the battlefield. But Hulk is not something that can be dealt with just by having a lot of people. No matter how many soldiers gather, it is difficult to form an effective attack and defense in front of Hulk. As long as the Hulk are around, the casualties will continue to increase, and we will be unable to resist their attack from behind. Rogers said, Rogers, come and stop Vision. I'll deal with Hulk. Stark quickly retreated, and Rogers was also on top of Stark's position at the first time, delaying Vision as much as possible. Stark, who pulled away, directly summoned Veronica, a weapon system he and Banner developed together specifically for Hulk. Veronica's weapon system fell from the sky, the anti-Hulk armor was directly loaded, and the huge mechanical body confronted Hulk head-on. Scrap copper and iron. Hulk roared, then charged toward Stark. But the real situation is that the anti-Hulk armor has a certain degree of restraint on Hulk, and it may not be able to really defeat Hulk, but it can be done to stop Hulk. As a result, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Hulk originally disrupted the key points of the entire battlefield by himself, but now, Hulk has been delayed, and the elites of the coalition can join the core battle. Although without Stark's restraint on Vision, Vision could have gained an advantage, but after one Stark is missing, the 4 of them have to face. There's also a fully armed and highly capable special operations force, and this special force's the number of combat troops has reached thousands, and they can constantly invest more manpower and adjust various combat strategies. Vision, think of a way, this situation is not the same as what we predicted earlier. Quicksilver came to Vision and said, their original plan was for 4 people to storm the Coalition camp. Although they were one enemy with 100, but with their ability to deal with a simple group of ordinary people, they could easily tear one open in their defense circle. From the mouth. But now, there's more Rogers like a bunch of them superhero. The combat power of these superheroes is not comparable to the 4 of them, but the reason why they can be called superheroes originally has its own uniqueness and certain strength. Just like Rogers and Spider-Man, they all look the same as ordinary people, but their ability to fight is extremely high. Even in the face of super ability players like Quicksilver, they can quickly find a way to deal with them extremely fast. Speed, and even figured out an opportunity to launch some counterattacks against Quicksilver. Rogers is known as Marvel's 5 and 5 open, and he can do 2 tricks when he meets anyone. Spider-Man is equipped with Stark's armor and equipment, as well as his original induction ability and power, which are not weak in the Marvel movie universe. In addition, like Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye, they are ordinary people, but they are not ordinary people. The super high combat ability combined with the combat experience accumulated over the decades makes them able to fight even if they are only mortals. A place in Avengers. Just now, Wu Chun gave me the permission to deploy the Super God robot. Vision said, but he said it with obvious hesitation. You mean you can get the Super God robots out of the Research Institute? Then what are you waiting for? Let them out now. Quicksilver is very excited, but he is very aware of the combat power of the Super God robots. If they join, then this so-called coalition is nothing at all. Even if there is really going to be a world war, with the ability of the Super God robots in the Super God Research Institute, it is definitely a super army that swept all the armies in the world. You have to know that once the superhero robot goes into battle, the situation will be completely out of control. Vision said. Quicksilver's face also turned to doubts. I only have the authority to mobilize the Super God robots, but the fighting methods of the Super God robots are independently supported by the space-based computing program, so their combat methods are definitely different from ours. When they are fighting, they will never have any mercy. Vision said, and Quicksilver heard this, and fully understood why Vision was hesitation. The 4 of them came to launch an attack. Although they had long expected to cause casualties, they would pay attention to the severity of the attack no matter what, and they would not kill those soldiers if they could not kill. The addition of Hulk later broke this pattern, but Hulk's attacks were indistinguishable. That is to say, although the damage he caused was great, the actual number of casualties might not be very high. But once the Super God robots join, with their combat methods, the number of soldiers involved in the war will increase dramatically. You must know that Super God technology is all about efficiency. These Super God robots either do not participate in the battle. Once they participate in the battle, their goal is to kill the enemy. Even if they do it again, they will completely lose their combat effectiveness, either dead or disabled. This is the end of the matter, and we have no choice. Doctor Strange pushed Falcon and Winter Soldier dozens of meters away, and now he was behind Vision. Strange? Vision looked back at Doctor Strange. None of us want so many people to die, but the battle has already begun, and the war cannot end so easily. Point 35. Doctor Strange said. He's right. What we have to face now is only the Avengers and the thousands of people in this base. Wang Zhaozhao. But if we delay any longer, people from other military bases will come, and by then the number of people participating in the war will increase exponentially, and the situation we will face will be even more tragic than it is now. Black Panther didn't come, but he also knew that the 3 people here were discussing something. When the Super God robots join the battle, the number of casualties may surge, but the battle can be ended before their reinforcements arrive. Otherwise, whether we continue to fight or retreat, the consequences will be a full-scale war, and the number of casualties will be more than the previous 2 world wars were even more terrifying. Doctor Strange said, and Vision heard what he and Black Panther said, and had already made a choice. In fact, he also thought of this himself, but it was a bit unbearable for him to personally issue such an order that would ruin the lives of hundreds, or even thousands of people. What are you going to do? Rogers and the rest of the Avengers got together, and they had just heard Vision at all. Super God robots. They should be talking about the new robots created by Wu Chun when the Ultron robots in the parallel universe invaded. 99. Stark's voice came over, and even he who was fighting Hulk noticed the situation here. He knew that the situation here was probably more tense than the appearance of Hulk. Vision. Pilcher, do you really want to upgrade this war again? Rogers questioned. He was in a hurry right now. You are the ones who upgraded this war. 35. Vision said. He had never made up his mind, but now he finally made up his mind. Rogers, the big clock's evaluation of you is not wrong. Maybe you are one of the few pure-minded people on Earth, but you are a standard mother bitch. At this moment, Vision remembered what he had seen. The big clock's evaluation of Rogers in the superhero database recorded by the big clock. You always want to pursue the most ideal world, but in fact, the world has been in trouble many times because of you. The justice you think is right is to pull more people together and jump into the endless abyss. Vision said. 677, and at the same time, he gave the order to summon the superhero robot. Over the battlefield, a huge amount of space wormhole appeared, where hundreds of robots were slowly emerging. They are transformed from the former Auchong robot, but their bodies have more vibranium or other hard metals in the universe. They are not flight like Stark's armor, but hold a variety of weapons and rely on with the independent flight controller behind the flight. The Super God robot has far surpassed the original Ultron robot in terms of performance and the operating system behind it. Moreover, the number of these Super God robots is more than the robot army created by Ultron who once appeared in Sokovia. The order to strike has been received. All, strangle the enemies. The voice of the Super God robot appeared in the sky, and the bodies of those Super God robots showed a chilling killing intent. That is the energy contained in these Super God robots, which are all adjusted to the open state. These Super God robots with built-in low-profile void engines are not weaker than the general first-generation Super Warriors even in the Super God universe. The existence of, and now, they are about to deal with those ordinary human soldiers. Target locked, ready to attack. All the robots, their weapon systems, had locked onto the soldiers scattered throughout the forest. Friday, activate the global anti-counterfeiting system and turn on all drones. Stark is finally about to show his trump card. In the plot of the movie, it was the satellite defense system that Stark left to Spider-Man Peter Parker after his death, a group of extremely large drones. But here, it's yet another contingency plan prepared by Stark. Since Stark knew what kind of power Wu Chun possesses, Stark has realized that it is necessary to be on guard against Wu Chun early, so he began to build those equipment and defense systems that can play a role in future wars. Also, he used to claim to be the smartest human being on Earth, so he didn't want to lag behind Wu Chun on the road of science. He has been carrying out various upgrades and strengthening, but until now, he's still not surpassing Wu Chun. It was detected that a large number of armed drones were approaching, the space defense system was activated, and all obstacles were cleared. The Super God robots suddenly turned around, and at their shoulders, rows of miniature missiles were displayed, and then all of them were launched towards the sky. After a few seconds, everyone saw the violent explosion that occurred high in the sky. Stark summoned the drone battle group, and before they had time to rush to the battlefield, they were all intercepted, and there was no one left. Seth. The firepower of these robots is so terrifying. Spider-Man complained. He had been looking forward to it. Stark's latest defense programs were defeated before they could see their shadows. Quick, let those soldiers retreat quickly. They can't withstand the attacks of these robots. Stark said, and Rogers at the moment realized it. However, just when they thought that the next attack of the Super God robots would be the coalition of thousands of people on the ground, the eyes of those robots were still staring at the sky. Retrieved abnormally powerful energy is approaching. The Super God robot issued such an instruction, and Wu Chun, who was far away in Xander, had also seen the source of the powerful energy retrieved by the Super God robots. It was a man approaching the battlefield at breakneck speed from outside the Earth, a superhero known by the Marvel movie universe as the strongest Avenger, Captain Marvel. It was Nick Fury, who contacted Captain Marvel at the beginning of the Civil War and asked her to come to the Earth as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Earth would experience an unprecedented catastrophe. And at the moment, this Captain Marvel just arrived. I didn't expect that she would appear at this time. This is really an unexpected variable. 99. Wu Chen said. Originally, Wu Chun gave Vision the authority to summon the super god robot, and he could already decide the outcome of this war. Because on Earth, there's no one who can resist the attack of the super god robot at the same time. But now that Captain Marvel is here, the situation is about to change. Although Captain Marvel is only alone, her strength is not weak. At least, the firepower of the superhero robot alone cannot cause an effective blow to it, and Captain Marvel's attack is enough to make the superhero robot gradually collapse. Who is that person? Can she really change the tide of this war alone? 35. Scarlet Witch asked, and at the moment, she was also carefully observing the figure that appeared on the projection and was wrapped in blue light. She was also an ordinary person on Earth in the past, but because of the influence of the cosmic energy released by Tesseract, she was endowed with a powerful ability, and even her physical quality has already taken a qualitative leap in terms of overall strength. I'm afraid she is still above you. Wu Chen said, and the overall strength in his mouth naturally refers to defense, speed, and other aspects. Otherwise, if you just judge by attacking power, the power of Scarlet Witch is the strongest among all the superheroes that have appeared in the Marvel movie universe so far. 1. What the hell is going on here? Captain Marvel appeared in the sky, and she stood opposite those superhuman robots. Who are you? Rogers looked up at Captain Marvel, Vision, and all the other superheroes. At the moment, we're looking at her too. Carol Danvers, I got a message from Fury. Where is he now? Captain Marvel looked at, Rogers asked. Fury? You know Nick Fury. Natasha Romanoff looked at Captain Marvel suspiciously. How could someone who had flown in from outside the Earth even have something to do with Fury? From the tone of your voice, you seem to know Fury. Captain Marvel descended from midair and stood in front of Natasha Romanoff and others. Not only I know, but everyone here knows him, and he used to be my immediate boss with Barton.99. Natasha Romanoff replied. So, you are also employees of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Captain Marvel said. Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau? We are indeed employees there, but now there are no people who call Roar Shield. How long have you been out of contact with the outside world? Natasha Romanoff asked. I haven't been back to Earth for over 20 years. Captain Marvel said. I still have a lot of things to do in the universe, so if you know Fury, you should help me contact him and let him tell me. What's the big deal about the Earth, and I need to come back from the universe specially. Captain Marvel said. She, the superhero, has been responsible for the security of all parts of the universe for the past 20 years. When she gave Fury the communicator, she said yes. If it is not a very important matter, it is best don't contact her lightly. Okay, I'll help you get in touch with him. After Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, he began to communicate with Fury. At the same time, on the opposite side of them, Vision and others were also watching Captain Marvel, and what Captain Marvel had just said, Vision had naturally heard it. After more than 20 years, returning from the universe, this person's identity is probably not simple. Quicksilver said, visit the big clock. Wu Chen's big clock knows everything. Just ask the big clock and you should be able to figure out the situation. Doctor Strange reminded, I'm already accessing the data of the big clock, but the database in the big clock is set with permissions. Except for Wu Chen, anyone who wants to access the data needs Wu Chen's consent and permission to do so. 9. Vision said that he had been investigating information related to Captain Marvel as early as the moment Captain Marvel appeared. Wait, the data is here. It seems that Wu Chen should have noticed the situation here. Vision suddenly said that his brain information center had read the latest news from the big clock. Details about Captain Marvel, her true identity, her relationship with Fury, the source of her abilities, and even an analysis of battle stats. Vision synchronized the information to Quicksilver et al. Looks like this is a tricky guy, and if she chooses to side with Rogers and Stark, we're going to be in big trouble. Quicksilver said, although he is confident that his current strength is very strong, he never doubts the data provided by the big clock, and the big clock judges that on the current Earth, except for the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, no one can be its opponent. Wu Chen is now in Xander. Wu Chen, didn't he already notice the situation here? Wouldn't it be okay to let him come over? Hulk said humbly. This big green man came to Vision and the others when the parties were temporarily in a truce. We are doing this now to prevent Wu Chen from directly participating in it. Now Wu Chen already knows the situation here, but it doesn't work out. Originally, it was to understand our good intentions, but once we took the initiative to find him, then he would not these issues need to be reconsidered. Vision said. Others, such as Quicksilver and others, also understand this truth. But for Hulk, he just said something impatiently. What a hassle. Hopefully, she won't choose to stand against us. 35. Vision can only expect so much. But what if she chooses? Quicksilver asked rhetorically. Then try our best. It can be regarded as our last effort. If it doesn't work, we can only ask Wu Chen for help, and he will come forward in person. When Vision said this, he was very helpless. He really didn't want Wu Chen to be involved. But if the 5 of them, and the superhero robots together, couldn't solve the dispute caused by the so-called Superhero Registration Act, then Wu Chen could only come out. Let these so-called power holders know for yourself what it means to stop. I just hope that the number of casualties will not be too terrifying. I can only hope that when Wu Chen takes action, he can be considerate, and those innocent civilians will not be affected by it. A moment later, Captain Marvel, who was standing in the middle of Rogers and other Avengers, had obviously learned about the detailed situation on Earth through his contact with Fury. Wu Chen, is that the Eternal Son who has recently been rumored in the universe? I've always wanted to see how powerful he is. Captain Marvel said. Her eyes turned to the group of super god robots in the sky. She already knows the current situation in the Earth, and she also knows why so many people are gathered here today, and she knows more clearly the purpose of the group of robots in the sky. No, she's really on the side of Rogers and Stark. Looking at Captain Marvel's eyes, Quicksilver already knew the position she had chosen for the Avenger who had returned from the universe. Her target is the super god robot. She must not be allowed to attack recklessly. Otherwise, once the super god robot is destroyed, our plan will fall into a more passive situation. And if Wu Chen comes back, if the loss is investigated, these things are probably not going well. Vision said, let me come for a while, this shining woman. After Hulk finished speaking, he rushed directly to where Captain Marvel was. However, before he could rush to Captain Marvel, he was stopped by Stark wearing anti-Hulk armor. Let me come. Vision flew directly to the sky. He chased the figure of Captain Marvel, and he also reached the sky. The remaining 3, their target is the remaining 7 Avengers and thousands of soldiers. But these people, at the moment, they all chose to stand by. They are all waiting, and the battle in the sky is dead. Captain Marvel wants to destroy those superhuman robots created by Wu Chen, and Vision is actually one of them. Now, all these robots belonging to the Supernatural Institute are launching a counterattack against Captain Marvel. In the database of the Space-Based Computing Group, there is the most excellent defense plan of Merlot Heavenly Court. Although the combat power of these super god robots can't compare to Angel, and they don't have the powerful strength like Captain Marvel, but their combat ability is absolutely powerful. The first echelon, the configuration weapons are all replaced with flame weapons. 39. The second echelon, armed with dark alloy armor, acts as the strongest defensive formation. The third echelon, all use energy guns to interfere with the target remotely. 35. Number 1. Prepare the flame class, god-killing armor-piercing bullet. Wu Chen was on Xander Star, and he issued 677 successively to achieve these orders. The superhuman robots who were originally fighting Captain Marvel in the air on the Earth began to quickly divide into 4 parts. 3 of them are combat echelons composed of a large number of robots, while the 4th is only one. In the hands of this robot, Wu Chen had used and possessed in the original super god, God Punishment. Wu Chen didn't plan to take part in this battle, but he really wanted to see if he could kill Captain Marvel, who was called the strongest Avenger by many people in the real world, relying on his own robots. So, on the battlefield of the Earth, a wonderful situation appeared. Those super god robots that had been in the air all the time all landed on the ground at this moment. They appear to be divided into three parts, one with a long sword and a spear, actively attacking Captain Marvel, some holding shields and wearing heavy armor, guarding the middle group of robots with rifles and sniper rifles. Be careful, the weapons in the hands of those robots are extremely powerful. Rogers looked at Captain Marvel, who was on a rampage without the slightest dodging movement, and quickly opened his mouth to remind him. But the Captain Marvel, who has always been invincible in the universe, has already made her accustomed to using the simplest and most direct way to attack the target. Even if she heard Rogers' reminder at this moment, Captain Marvel was dismissive, because in her heart, she always felt that Rogers himself did not have the strength, so he was afraid of the weapons in the hands of these robots. Strength? You don't need to worry about it all. So, she continued straight and rammed into the superhuman robots in front of her. Bang bang bang. A large number of energy guns attacked Captain Marvel, and those lasers fell on Captain Marvel's body. Except for some fireworks, Captain Marvel originally did not cause any damage. And Captain Marvel, who had personally experienced all this, felt even more disdain for Rogers' reminder just now. However, when she was about to reach those robots, an accident happened. A red light suddenly stood out from the bunch of energy lasers, and a black bullet shot straight at Captain Marvel's head. Captain Marvel, who has always been extremely confident in her own strength, looked at the ordinary bullet, but suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Her body instinctively stopped, and her hands were directly crossed in front of her forehead to resist the bullet. Puff. The bullet entered and penetrated Captain Marvel's hands directly, and the power left behind continued to push the bullet to Captain Marvel's forehead. In times of crisis, Captain Marvel summons a helmet. The bullet landed on the helmet. A burst of sparks flashed out, and the bullet finally stopped on the helmet. But Captain Marvel's body was suddenly raised backwards due to the impact of the bullet. There was a buzzing sound in his head, and the whole person was in a state of dizziness. Godkiller number 1 armor-piercing bullet. That was the bullet that Wu Chen used to deal with Ultron at Sokovia. Quicksilver recognized what the weapon held by the superhuman robot was, and already knew what the bullet that was fired was. That day at Sokovia, Wu Chen used that gun, and a bullet swept the entire Sokovia, destroying all the Ultron robots that were scattered and fleeing. The destructive power of that bullet was very powerful. Quicksilver said, but even those bullets didn't really kill Captain Marvel. Doctor Strange said, and everyone has noticed that Captain Marvel, who was still alive despite being shot away by bullets. And, with the strength of his physique, Captain Marvel has shaken off his vertigo. If Captain Marvel hadn't blocked a lot of bullets with his hands in advance, and then used his helmet to defend, then Captain Marvel might not be dead at this moment. Quicksilver said, besides, the purpose of the bullet doesn't seem to be to kill Captain Marvel completely. It wants to interrupt the rhythm of Captain Marvel's attack, and the bullet also caused a certain impact on Captain Marvel originally, which is already it provides the best opportunity to counterattack for other super god robots. Quicksilver said, and his voice fell, and the situation in the core battlefield has begun to change again. Captain Marvel, who had just recovered from the dizziness and had not had time to adjust his physical condition, was immediately attacked by those superhero robots armed with flaming weapons. A long sword burning with flame, a spear that summons lightning, a spear shining with golden lines. These are all flame-level weapons. Although they are no longer ranked in the weapon system rankings of super god technology, they are still the most conventional weapons in the mainstream wars of the super god universe. And the reason for this is precisely because its attack power is not bad, and its simple forging technology. 5.5. The Gluttonous Legion of space-level technology has a certain amount of flame-level weapons. The Angel Legion, the main god-level civilization, can even equip the entire army. Now, although Wu Chun has not built such a huge number of flame-level weapons, it is enough to equip these dozens of super god robots. Rumbling, crackling, ding-ding-dong. A continuous sound, a violent attack, a perfect attack plan. Captain Marvel was finally blown away. The light on her body completely dissipated, and she fell powerlessly to the ground. Although she is not dead yet, she has suffered the heaviest blow ever since she gained this power. She was beaten up by a group of robots she despised. Your strength is very strong, at least stronger than everyone else present. A voice suddenly came from the mouths of all the super god robots. Avengers who have been in contact with this voice know that it is Wu Chen's own voice, which means that Wu Chun must have been paying attention to the situation here early in the morning. Danvers, you are so confident in the power you have that you are completely mindless when you are fighting. What kind of attack can you take casually? Wu Chun said. His words were mocking the so-called strongest Avenger. I admit that I really underestimated these robots of yours, but their attacks may not really kill me. Captain Marvel got up from the ground, although there were many wounds on her body, but these wounds did not really hurt her vital points. Indeed, it's not easy to kill you with a flame-level weapon alone. Wu Chen said, Flame class? I think it's just some special weapons that can mobilize 24 cosmic energies. It's ridiculous that you even give them a separate class. Captain Marvel said, wiping the blood from the corners of her mouth. It's ridiculous, it's really ridiculous, but the person who should be laughed at is not me, but you. Wu Chun said, and at the same time, a three-pointed, two-edged sword appeared in the air and appeared in front of Vision. This is the god-killing martial arts, whose name is Zhanshan, and you should take this weapon and fight against Danvers. 9. Wu Chun said, and the three-pointed, two-edged sword, at the moment, was already in Vision's hand. A powerful energy was transmitted from the three-pointed and two-edged sword to Vision's body, and he felt an unprecedented power. As if he was holding this weapon, his whole body was about to be sublimated, from the original state to an upgrade. New stronger state. Zhanshan. The name is quite domineering. I don't know if the power is really as powerful as you said. After Captain Marvel finished speaking, her body had reburned with blue light, and the cosmic energies that filled her body were all motivated by her in one breath. Although she said that she didn't care about the weapons Wu Chen sent, in fact, she was extremely afraid in her heart. The previous projectile that killed God number 1, as well as those flaming weapons that the robots used were on her, were already very terrifying. If she hadn't defended with all her strength, those robots would not have attacked with precision. The key point of her body, I'm afraid that at the moment she wants to stand up again, but it is not so easy. Come on, I will fight you in place of Mr. Wu Chun. 35. Vision said, and at the moment, he had already received in his mind a set of combat skills using this three-pointed two-edged sword from the big clock, as well as some brief introductions about the martial arts. Replace? A guy who hides behind his back and doesn't dare to come out. I really don't understand how you guys are willing to follow him with all his heart. Captain Marvel said. He didn't shrink back, he just knew what I wanted, so he gave us this chance on purpose. 35. After Vision finished speaking, his hands were already clenching the three-pointed and two-edged sword. On the tip of the knife, powerful energy began to gather, and the entire weapon was gradually covered by a burst of red energy, forming a completely different kind of flame-level weapon from the previous ones. Appearance. Mr. Wu Chun, he is a true god, a god who cannot be blasphemed by anyone. After speaking, Vision rushed out. The three-pointed two-edged sword was quickly swung out, and the blade went straight to Captain Marvel's head. No matter how sharp Captain Marvel's words were, he was really fighting at this moment, but he still didn't dare to confront Zhanshan in Vision's hands. She ducked sideways, put her hands together, and emitted a strong light, actively attacking Vision's body. But at this moment, Vision's figure disappeared directly in place. The attack he just made was ferocious, but that move was just the beginning of the attack. From the moment he made the attack, it was a complete set of moves aimed at Captain Marvel. At this moment, right behind Captain Marvel, Zhanshan lifted him up from the bottom up. Although Captain Marvel had long been prepared to deal with Vision's various attacks, she did not expect that Vision would be able to teleport. At this time, it was too late for her to try to escape. Clang. Zangami's blade slashed directly from Captain Marvel's right arm, and Captain Marvel's body, which was able to withstand the attack of flaming weapons, was like tofu, and was easily cut by Zangami. Captain Marvel's entire arm was cut off directly. The so-called strongest Avenger has turned into a one-armed disabled person in the blink of an eye. What? Captain Marvel howled. It It was only at this moment that Vision realized that his attack had reached such a level. His heart was shocked, and he was about to attack Captain Marvel, but Vision forcibly took it back. Vision retreated a few meters away. His right hand held Zanshin tightly, but his left hand was raised to aim at the position where Captain Marvel's arm was cut off. A white light shot out from his palm, which directly sealed his wound, stopped the blood that was flowing freely. Rogers and other Avengers rushed forward at this moment, and they protected Captain Marvel by his side. And Vision, at the moment, is holding Zanshin, stunned in place. After a while, he recovered, and the expression on his face was still firm. 677. In this war, casualties are unavoidable, and now she only has an arm short, and her life is not injured. She is lucky. 39. Vision thought so in his heart, and then he flew into the sky. The Avengers, the soldiers of the Coalition Army, you should already understand how powerful my Supernatural Research Institute is. If you fight against us again, the result can only be your own destruction. 35. As Vision said, his voice, under his special reinforcement, was like rolling thunder, spreading dozens of miles away, allowing people in the forest, nearby bases and cities further afield to be able to hear them all. Be clear. It's already like this. Why are you still saying these words? Are you still the Vision I created? Stark at the moment was angry. He questioned Vision with his anti-Hulk armored megaphone. If you don't mind your own business, you will not be hurt. If those in power are not coveted by the technology mastered by the Supernatural Research Institute, there will be no war today. Our Supernatural Research Institute will never take the initiative to provoke disputes. But if there are people who take the initiative to provoke trouble, we will definitely fight back. Vision's words are declaring the position of the Supernatural Research Institute. And what he said at the moment was what Wu Chen allowed him to say. This, although not entirely Wu Chen's position, is indeed the position of the Supernatural Research Institute. The Chaos End Research Institute was originally just a place where Wu Chen lived and specialized in researching chaos and technology. After that, a group of guests came. And now, this has become a representation of a force. Vision, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, and Hulk, Banner's idea is not quite the same as Hulk, are all affiliated with the Supernatural Institute. Although Rocket Raccoon and Tree Groot are pets, they are actually members of the Supernatural Research Institute, plus Star-Lord, who is also with Wu Chen for the time being. The Super God Research Institute has gathered a group of superhero, the number of which is not as many as that of Avengers, but its combat power far exceeds that of Avengers. Wu Chen was originally alone, and he did whatever he wanted. Now, the Chaos End Institute has become a group, and Wu Chen's mind is not on the Civil War at all, so the position of the Chaos End Institute in the Civil War is chosen by Vision and others. These subordinates of yours obviously have their own ideas. The gene system told Wu Chen in the Sea of Knowledge. Being my Wu Chen subordinate, if I don't have any opinion, then I might as well make more robots. What's the use of them? Wu Chen does not dislike the actions of Vision and others, because although they have their own ideas, they have never violated their own intentions. Opinion, that's for sure. That's right. If they only know how to obey orders and don't know how to be flexible, then no matter how strong their combat effectiveness is, their role is limited. It will be flexible, so that it can play its due role in the face of various emergencies. The genetic system endorses Wu Chen's statement. Vision has now given the Avengers a chance to choose. As for whether they will stop and persuade the coalition forces of various countries to disperse, then see if these people can figure it out. Wu Chen looked at the projection and saw the Avengers and the soldiers of the coalition forces of various countries who were standing in the air, holding Zanshin. Looks like Vision is really determined. Roger said, Stark and the anti-Hulk armor already knew this. We were wrong. Instead of letting Wu Chen and the people from the Supernatural Research Institute change their minds, it's better to stop the coalition forces of various countries and tell them not to provoke these people. Natasha Romanoff said, I didn't approve of the superhero registration bill in the first place, but now it's better. Because of this thing, all of us are confronted with the Superhero Institute, and both sides have been riding a tiger. Barton said, it's not the two sides, it's only us who really ride the tiger. When Natasha Romanoff said this, he looked up at Vision in the sky, and then turned to Quicksilver and the others not far ahead, as well as the Super God robot army still maintaining a combat formation. That's right, the Chaos End Institute has never been difficult to ride a tiger. Barton said, Vision, they just don't want to see Moth from all over the world. So they took the initiative to stop the coalition forces from various countries from launching an attack on the Supernatural Research Institute. If they really can't do anything, they will return to the Supernatural Research Institute. Then Wu Chen personally is shot, a hand rubbing the nuclear bomb. How many invading soldiers have to be turned to ashes? Natasha Romanoff had figured it out, and Barton knew it too. In fact, the Avengers present, at the moment, are aware of this. They were wrong. They thought it would be easier to change a few people than to change the minds of most people on the planet. But in fact, Wu Chen alone is enough to crush the entire Earth. It is more difficult to get Wu Chen to back down on his own initiative than to ascend to the sky. Let's admit defeat, although it will lose some face. But compared to the annihilation of the entire army, such a result is more cost-effective. Rogers has never given up in the past, but now he has to. Because if they persist, not only their group of Avengers will die, but also the thousands of soldiers around them. And if the situation continues to ferment, it is very likely that it will evolve into the Third World War. At that time, the number of casualties will be lost. It will be more serious than the previous two. Okay, then we'll. Stark, I'm Fury. The military has launched a large number of missiles, which are heading towards you. And there is also a nuclear bomb, which is heading for the Supernatural Institute. 35. Just when Rogers and the others agreed and were about to concede defeat, Fury's communication came over. Nick Fury, who has been watching the whole situation from a distance, knows what is happening on the battlefield and also notices some of the actions of the military behind the scenes. These idiots who only know how to direct behind their backs. What do they want to do? Stark was in a hurry. He had already been pissed off by the so-called politicians. It doesn't matter if you come up with a superhero registration bill. You even sent an aircraft carrier fleet to surround the Superhero Research Institute. Finally, Vision and Quicksilver forced the fleet back, and they fiddled with the multinational coalition behind their backs, triggering this upgrade version of Civil War. It's better now, seeing that the Super God Research Institute has an absolute upper hand, and Captain Marvel has been hit hard by Vision's Slayer, and these politicians actually did this behind the scenes. The missiles flying towards here are okay. They should be able to deal with them with Vision's means. As long as they don't suffer too serious damage, they just need to spend a little effort to persuade them afterwards. But the Super God Research Institute, a nuclear bomb attack, no matter whether it can really hit the Super God Research Institute or not, it will bring disaster, because this kind of attack originally represents the founder of the Super God Research Institute. That is, the most powerful Supernatural Research Institute. The provocation of Wu Chen of Shintech. Asterisk warning, a large number of missiles are heading here. The sound of the big clock rang in the minds of Vision and others. Wang Zhaozhao. Vision's complexion changed drastically, as did Quicksilver, Black Panther, and Doctor Strange. Hulk even roared up to the sky and rushed towards the surrounding soldiers. It was already this time, and he even used this method to launch an attack. Hulk's anger was completely ignited, and Vision and the others finally endured to the limit. Superhero robot obeys orders. Vision said. He cut the god in his hand and emitted a strong light. Quicksilver, Black Panther, Doctor Strange. Everyone is inferior, and they must use the strongest means. I can't bear it anymore. I don't need to bear it anymore. And I don't need to show mercy to those who are stubborn. 35. Vision said you. Turn on the final battle mode and kill all the hostile targets. At the moment when this sentence fell, the eyes of all Super God robots had turned red, and their weapon systems were all activated. Vision and Quicksilver and others have been unable to bear it anymore. They have given these Avengers and the military so many opportunities, but they not only did not change their stubbornness, they even intensified their efforts. It is absolutely unforgivable to attack the Supernatural Research Institute with a nuclear bomb. There is no longer any possibility of mediation between the Supernatural Research Institute and the countries of the Allied forces. Let everyone run away now. Stark shouted loudly, while himself, directly driving the anti-Hulk armor, flew into the sky, and flew at the fastest speed in the direction of the Super God Institute. Everyone, get out of this forest immediately. Rogers did not hesitate, and immediately began to retreat, only those coalition soldiers. The other Avengers also started to act. They all knew that Vision and others were already red-eyed, and once those missiles arrived, the entire battlefield would be covered by artillery fire. Those ordinary soldiers could not withstand such strong firepower. Vision's order has been issued, and the superhero robots have launched an all-out attack. Even though the soldiers are fleeing, the attack of the superhero soldiers is faster than their escape. A minute later, the missile appeared in everyone's sight. Vision and other 677 people used their abilities to either let the missile detonate before it came within their range, or transfer it by other means, or evade it by themselves. Therefore, no matter which side shot, it was the ordinary soldiers who were ultimately hurt. In just 2 or 3 minutes, after the missiles all landed, the entire forest had turned into a sea of fire. The thousands of soldiers who were originally gathered here are now able to survive and escape successfully, but only a few hundred. Although none of the Avengers died, a few were seriously injured. As for the Super God Research Institute, none of the 5 people were directly affected, and at most those Super God robots were blown up by more than a dozen. On the other side, Stark is flying at full speed. Although he knew the situation on the other side of the forest, he had no intention to pay attention to it. His target was the fast-flying missile ahead. The purpose of his coming here is to stop the missile and finally attack the Supernatural Research Institute. Over the years, he has been studying Wu Chun, and he struggled to find a way to suppress Wu Chun. But the more he studied Wu Chun, the more he knew, how terrifying Wu Chen's strength was. When Wu Chun launched the Eternal Light spacecraft that day, he directly controlled the sunlight of the entire Earth. This trick alone, if used to deal with human beings on Earth, would be enough to make human beings suffer annihilation. Stark, is this to intercept that nuclear bomb? Wu Chun was on Xander, and he clearly saw all this and what Stark was doing. This is so strange. He had been organizing the Avengers to fight against you, but now he is suddenly so afraid of involving you in the war. If he really didn't want to go this far, he would have chosen to be with Vision. Can't they just stand together? The genetic system said, its rational analysis could not judge Stark at the moment's behavior. Stark was originally such a complex person. Although Wu Chun was also surprised by Stark's actions, he understood. Human nature is inherently complex, and as the core character who created the Marvel movie universe's glorious history, his emotional complexity is far beyond that of ordinary people. Stark doesn't like to be in control, but he likes to be in control. He likes Banner and doesn't think Hulk is a monster. But he and Banner came up with the anti-Hulk armor in order to prevent the Hulk from running rampant, eventually exceeding the limits of his control. For Wu Chun, his original thoughts should be equally contradictory. He doesn't like Wu Chun because Wu Chun is the only one who makes him completely unsure of how to deal with it. Wu Chen's style makes him afraid. He wants to find a way to suppress Wu Chun, so he can put down his grievances against Winter Soldier and join forces with Rogers to fight against Vision and them. But because of his understanding of Wu Chun, he is very aware of Wu Chen's strength. He knew that once Wu Chun was really angry, the Earth, or the human beings on the Earth to be precise, would suffer a catastrophe. In character, he is self-willed and extremely egoistic, but he also has a heart that wants to protect the world. It is in this contradictory character that Stark finally reached the peak. In the movie, he snapped his fingers willingly to defeat Thanos. Here, he can put down his hostility to Wu Chun and block the nuclear bomb for him. And all of this is because the responsibility he inherited after he survived in the cave. Earth, at an altitude of less than 5,000 meters above the Supernatural Research Institute. Stark has come to the side of the missile. Boss, the missile will explode in 10 seconds, and we have no way to divert it, said Friday after the analysis. Is there a way to end the nuclear explosion program? Stark asked. No. Can it be detonated in advance? Unless it is forcibly destroyed. But in this state, you can't get out of the scope of the explosion at all. You will be killed. Friday interrupted Stark because he already knew how dangerous the method Stark wanted to use. I am unwilling to die for helping Wu Chen's Institute of Supernatural Beings to stop the atomic bomb. 35. Stark said, but if I get killed, I can stop Wu Chun from taking revenge on Earth's human beings. Then I have no regrets. 5. After Stark finished speaking, he directly raised his right hand, and the huge energy began to gather in his palm. Boss, it's a pleasure to serve you. Finish this last sentence on Friday. Then, Stark launched an attack on the missile, and the arc pulse wave ejected from the palm of the hand fell directly on the nuclear warhead at the forefront of the missile. The nuclear warhead that was already in the open state reacted immediately after being attacked by a strong arc pulse, which was enough to destroy the nuclear bomb on an island and exploded directly in midair. The energy wave generated by the explosion engulfed Stark in an instant, and this shocking explosion also stunned the citizens of New York City on the beach in the distance. On the edge of the ruins of the Civil War battlefield, both the people from the Super God Research Institute and the Avengers are all quiet at this moment, and they all turn their heads to look in the direction of the Super God Research Institute. This place is a long way from the Chaos End Research Institute, but the explosion of the nuclear bomb can still be barely seen here. The most important thing is that the communication systems they used each reported to them as soon as possible what was happening over there. The nuclear bomb exploded ahead of time, and it did not land at the Supernatural Institute. Stark, who went to stop the nuclear bomb, was completely swallowed up by the explosion. This is. Stark slowly opened his eyes, but the scene in front of him was not familiar to him, and it didn't seem to be on Earth or some other normal world. This is the mirror world. Behind Stark came the voice of Ancient One. Just now, at the moment when the nuclear bomb exploded, she suddenly appeared, and then with mirror magic, she pulled Stark's body into this world. You are Ancient One. Stark has not actually seen Ancient One, but he has heard that this bald woman is the strongest of all the magicians on Earth now, and is also the master of Doctor Strange, currently Sorcerer Supreme. Yes, I am Ancient One. Ancient One nodded. I have seen everything you have just done, and I actually understand the conflicting thoughts in your heart. Ancient One said, as far as I know, you should be with Wu Chun, the one called Doctor Strange is your student, said Stark, who had just fought Doctor Strange. They had a fight. That's right. I do have a good relationship with Wu Chun, and Doctor Strange is my student. Ancient One replied. Then why do you still save me? Stark pressed. I have a good relationship with Wu Chun, but it doesn't mean that I approve of all his actions, and there is no need for me to follow his orders, because I am not his subordinate. 5. Ancient One said. So, are you going to choose to help us? Stark looked a little excited. I won't help you, because I can't be an enemy of Wu Chun. Ancient One said. When Stark was going to continue to question why, Ancient One raised his hand to interrupt it. The moment I chose to give Time Gem to him, Wu Chun was actually a new generation of Sorcerer Supreme, but he was good at technology rather than magic, and he was not interested in the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Therefore, it has not inherited this title. 99. Ancient One said. As the magician of Kamar Taj, I can't be an enemy of Sorcerer Supreme, and of course not Wu Chun. 399. Ancient One continued. Wu Chen's personality is weird, and he does things so self-righteously and completely ignoring the overall situation. Why would you give such an important thing to such a person? Stark couldn't understand. Time Gem can be said to be one of the symbols of Sorcerer Supreme, but as a former Time Gem's guardian, why did Ancient One give Time Gem to Wu Chen so easily? Is he weird? Ancient One asked rhetorically. Actually, Wu Chen's personality is also normal. He has his own preferences and likes to do what he wants to do without restraint, which is completely what a normal person would have. Ancient One said. He clearly has such powerful technology and power, but he doesn't know how to think about the safety of the Earth. He knows that people in the world hope that the superhero with super ability can ensure that he will not do anything wrong, but he also deliberately cooperates with the world for the sake of enemy. Is a person like him still normal? Stark asked. You should have been the one who mastered the powerful technology in the first place, right? But why do you have to fight against the government and refuse to hand over the technology you have mastered? Ancient One's rhetorical question left Stark not knowing how to answer for a while. Supernatural technology is unique to Wu Chun, and he refuses to give it to anyone, which is human nature. As for what you said about the safety of the Earth, that is entirely your one-sided view. Didn't he help you during the New York War? Didn't the Ultron incident end because of him? Did he kill half of the universe? Wasn't Thanos of life killed by him? What Ancient One said, making Stark gradually silent. He didn't want to speak, but he didn't know how to talk to Ancient One, because he also realized that he was really judging Wu Chen's good or bad with his subjective consciousness. You may not think that Wu Chun is a good person, but there is no doubt that he has saved you several times. As for those things that happen on Earth, he doesn't intervene in those things between you. There's no problem originally. What superhero registration bill do you want to make? And he doesn't want to participate in it. The reason why this situation has developed is entirely because you have been actively provoking him. Don't tell me. As long as Wu Chen approves the bill, or if he lives in seclusion in another place, the act of imposing his will on others is moral kidnapping. Moral kidnapping? Stark repeated those 4 words. Because Wu Chen's strength is very strong, you think that he should become an avenger like you, maintaining world peace and fighting alien invasion. Because Wu Chen's strength is very strong, many people think he is very dangerous. You want him to hand over take-out weapons and obey your orders. Because Wu Chun is very strong, you think he should let this ordinary person. The 3 reasons for Ancient One made Stark's face hard to look at. That's what Stark thinks. The people at Avengers think the same, and the common folks who support the superhero registration bill all think the same. Yes, this is a moral kidnapping. Wu Chun didn't take the initiative to attack any civilians. He just didn't bother to pay attention to the disputes between you ordinary people. But just because Wu Chun has technical power that surpasses all human beings, everyone imposed those ideas on Wu Chen's head. Think about it. If Stark encountered such a situation, he would definitely be angry. I see, Master Ancient One, Stark said, and he already understood what the Ancient One was going to tell him. If you can understand, that's a good thing. Ancient One said. But now, the situation has reached such a point. What else can we do? Stark asked. You launched a raid on the Super Soul Research Institute, which means that you have declared war on Wu Chun, and he will definitely fight back. Ancient One said. Could it be that we can only watch helplessly as the Third World War begins? Stark still didn't want to see such a thing happen. War is inevitable, but the number of casualties and the future development of the Earth are not fixed. If you are determined to make up for it, you will always be able to find a ray of vitality. Ancient One said. Make up. Stark thought. You're very smart. You can definitely figure this out. 35. After Ancient One finished speaking, he pushed his right hand forward, and Stark's figure began to move backwards. You've been here long enough. Go back to the real world and make up for the inevitable war. After that, the realm is completely closed, and both Ancient One and Stark have already left here to die. Stark left the mirror space, and the place where he at the moment is still the sky above the Supernatural Research Institute. He didn't feel the radiation left in the air after the nuclear explosion, but he saw Wu Chun who was standing at the center of the nuclear explosion. Finished with the Ancient One, Wu Chun turned around and looked at Stark, who was at the moment with a dazed expression. Nuclear radiation is deadly to ordinary humans and living organisms, but it has little effect on super soldiers. Wu Chun said, the area of more than 10 kilometers here has been contaminated by nuclear radiation. I had to transfer the radiation-contaminated space to other planets, and then transfer suitable air from another planet to fill it. What Wu Chun said casually was a shock to Stark. 677 inch. In an instant, the space within a range of 10 kilometers is directly exchanged. This ability is simply superb, not to mention that humans cannot do it. Even the gods in the Norse mythology system they are familiar with may not be able to do it. You just sacrificed your life to block the nuclear bomb just now. The purpose should be to make me give up revenge on those military people who took the initiative to attack my super seminary, right? Wu Chun asked, and Stark immediately became serious when he heard what he said. Let me tell you clearly, even if you are really killed by this nuclear bomb, I will never show any mercy. Wu Chun said. He was on Xandar at the time, and he watched the nuclear bomb fly. If he wanted to, he could stop the nuclear bomb's explosion program with just one thought, and he could directly transfer Stark to other places. But Wu Chun didn't do that, because he didn't care what Stark did in the process. He only knew that those in the military took the initiative to attack his supernatural institute, and they used their strongest attack weapon. The nuclear bomb is the strongest attack weapon on Earth at this stage, as soon as it came up. The previous actions were considered provocations, but this time it was a declaration of war. How could Wu Chun let go of someone who publicly declared war on himself? I understand what you mean. Can I leave now? Stark asked. After talking with Ancient One, he already knew that such a situation would occur, so he had already given up the idea of stopping Wu Chun. Just leave if you want, I won't stop you. Wu Chun said. After hearing what he said, Stark immediately adjusted his direction and flew towards the battlefield where Rogers and others were. He wants to start his own plan immediately. Under the premise of being unable to stop Wu Chun, he can only stop the alliance of various countries. He wants to avoid it and have more people involved. Wu Chun turned around and returned to the Supernatural Research Institute. He stood in front of the research room and turned on the monitoring program of the Big Clock. Big Clock, retrieve me the list of all the people who planned an attack on the Supernatural Institute behind the scenes this time, including those who operated behind the scenes, those who participated directly, and those who participated indirectly. Wu Chun said, and the Big Clock began to search at the first time, and a large number of lists began to appear in front of Wu Chun. In these lists, at the top of the list is Senator Ross, the former Thunder General who hunted down Hulk for more than 10 years, directly contributed to the superhero registration bill, and called the coalition forces of various countries to launch an attack on the Superhero Institute. Super God Robot, turn on the Void Engine, control all the Avengers involved in this battle, and arrest them back. Wu Chen's words came out, and on the battlefield, those superhuman robots had already begun to act. Previously, although they also showed amazing combat effectiveness when facing Captain Marvel and those human soldiers, they never used the real strongest ability, that is, the low-profile version of Wu Chun armed in their body's Void Engine. This Void Engine can't be compared with Angel's sub-biological engine, and it can't be compared with top-notch Void Engines such as Galactic Force's Anti-Void and Hua Ye's Black Hole Engine. But even the low-end version of the Void Engine can still issue a certain degree of the power of rules, such as imprisoning its ability for certain specific targets. And now, these Super God robots exert such abilities. The abilities of the Avengers cannot play any role in front of them. Except for Stark, the other 8 people are directly wiped out, and all are controlled, and brought it back to the Supernatural Research Institute. Vision and the others have also returned, and they have all come behind Wu Chun at the moment. Sorry, we've done our best. Vision seems a little dejected now. He has obviously tried his best to stop it, but in the end, things have developed to this stage. You don't need to apologize to me. This is your own choice, not an order I gave you. Wu Chun said. What's more, I have known from the beginning that your actions this time are doomed to fail. Why? Quicksilver asked. People's hearts are sinister, especially those politicians who rely on intrigues and tricks to go up step by step and do everything they can to gain power and status. Wu Chun replied. In the eyes of those people, all they can see is the great benefits that supernatural technology can bring to them, and we have an original threat to their status. So, in order to achieve their goals, they must take action on the Super God Research Institute. You think that starting a war and letting those people see with their own eyes how much damage they will bring against the Supernatural Research Institute, you hope to wake them up and let them give up these thoughts. But in fact, the politicians who are behind all this, they don't care at all how many soldiers are killed or injured. 99. 5.5. Think of the various wars and conflicts that have occurred on the Earth in the past. For the benefit of some people, the wars they launched, how many soldiers and innocent civilians were killed in the back. But in the end, it will be publicized to the outside world. That is to achieve justice. They will only use all kinds of high-sounding words to confuse the world. Wu Chen's remarks silenced Vision, Quicksilver, and others. What they previously thought was to prevent a bigger war through a war. Only after Wu Chen's analysis did they realize how wrong it was. A 100-legged worm, no matter how many legs you cut off, they can grow back. But if you shorten their heads directly, then the worm is truly dead. In the concept of super god technology, it is called beheading. Beheading. A group of people, all looking at Wu Chen. The so-called beheading is to carry out targeted strikes against the local core combat power and its core leaders before the war starts. Once such a plan is successful, the effect of the war will be far greater than if you destroy thousands of people. Army to be more useful. Wu Chen said, this beheading operation has become a routine means of combat in the super god universe. The most famous one was the beheading of the demon army and the death god Karl against the angel army and Keisha. With the status and military strength of the angel legion in the universe at that time, no one or force in the super god universe could pose a real threat to it. But death god Karl and Morgana teamed up to first lead Keisha out of the angel nebula, and then used a strategy to separate her two most capable men. Kill it directly. We won't say whether it's dead or not. That's the result anyway. Keisha's death directly created the beginning of the 24 Chaos God Universe melee. The Angel Legion lacked the core leader, and there were various gaps between the internal angels. External forces also rose up to attack the angel civilization, and finally the Angel Legion, which originally dominated the entire universe, suffered repeated setbacks, and even its stronghold, Mellow Heaven, had to give up. Therefore, decapitation is the most effective strategy in war. Then are you planning to behead the military? Vision already understood roughly what Wu Chen wanted to express, so he asked directly. All the personnel lists are already here, and the super god robot is ready to start at any time. Wu Chen said, while Vision and others noticed the list displayed on the holographic projection. The vast majority of them are just ordinary soldiers. They just follow the orders of their superiors, so they participate in the action. 35. After Dr. Strange took a closer look, he found that there were tens of thousands of people involved in this list. In addition to the politicians, officials, and military dignitaries who are really involved in each country, there are also a large number of soldiers. These are the people who directly or indirectly participated in this declaration of war on the super seminary, and for them, I must punish them. At this point, Wu Chen is firm and will not change his mind because of anyone. Then are you going to kill those Avengers together? Hulk asked. He is now on Wu Chen's side, but after all, he has been born and died with the Avengers, and Banner has an excellent relationship with Stark and others. Now that Wu Chen is going to punish them, Hulk is also a little worried. Stand up. They are indirect participants and do not die. Wu Chen said. Not dead? That's fine. Hulk only heard that Wu Chen didn't plan to kill those Avengers, so he had no other opinion. Dr. Strange, Vision, Quicksilver, and Chala, at the moment were all relieved too. In Wu Chen's list, nearly 80% of the people involved indirectly, that is to say, out of the tens of thousands of people, only a few thousand people may eventually die. Although this number is already quite large, it is still a lot less than tens of thousands of people. Since you already understand what I mean, then go ahead and execute the beheading operation as I said. Wu Chen said. This time, he still didn't plan to take action himself, but he has personally participated in it. He gave them several orders directly, and the big clock will also provide support for them. For example, a space wormhole that leads directly to the location of the target to be killed and arrested. Vision and others, at the moment, were a little hesitant, but in the end they chose to respond to Wu Chen's call and began to launch a retaliatory counterattack against those people. As a result, in just one day, the world fell into panic. Those who directly organized and participated in the declaration of war on the Supernatural Institute were killed one by one. During this process, Stark has also been busy. He is shuttled around the world. He is preventing other people who were not involved in the original, and he is involved again. Is your approach too cruel? Ancient One appeared in Wu Chen's research institute, and she was sitting face to face with Wu Chen at the moment. Originally, it wasn't necessary to such an extent, but things have developed to this point. If not, there would be no one-time cure. Wu Chen said, I knew after I handed the time gem to you that I couldn't stop you from doing anything. Maybe I couldn't exchange my old face for your forgiveness to some of them? Ancient One did not directly ask Wu Chen not to do anything like in the past, but hoped to reduce casualties as much as possible through intercession. Isn't Stark doing what you want to do? Also, Vision and they seem to be doing selective liquidation, not exactly according to the list I gave. Wu Chen said, you asked the big clock to hand over the detailed information of those people to Vision. They clearly know the situation of each person, so they deliberately avoided those people with pure nature. Ancient One suddenly realized that this seemed to be what Wu Chen could arrange. Killing is the most effective way to stop killing, but blind killing can also make people lost. I gave them all the lists, and I didn't ask them who to kill first, and they would naturally choose the most suitable one by themselves. 677 targets are killed first, and the Stark you save will inevitably save those who should be killed first. 5. Wu Chen said that he would not allow others to provoke him, but he didn't really like killing that much. So, is this a silver lining you gave them? Ancient One asked. This chance of life was earned by Stark himself. Wu Chen replied. In this way, Stark's initiative to intercept the nuclear bomb is still somewhat useful. Ancient One said. Whoever sacrifices his life to get what he wants should be respected. Wu Chen did not give Stark face, but admired the spirit of daring to sacrifice like this. Among the Avengers, he is not the only one with this spirit. Ancient One is fighting for a chance for the other Avengers to get a light sentence. Yes, they all have. Wu Chen said, but then he added another sentence. But stupid people should pay the price for their actions. Not to mention, these people are planning to kidnap me with the so-called noble morality. Wu Chen gave Stark a chance, but he wouldn't give the other Avengers a chance. Stark's freedom is his own, and the other Avengers' disasters are also his own. Ancient One's pleas did not play a big role, and over time, as the number of people killed continues to compete, a new name for Wu Chen has spread. Those who were terrified by Wu Chen, called Roar Wu Chen, the ruthless death god. Death god. Star-Lord repeated the title. 3 days have passed since the beheading operation began, and Scarlet Witch and others on the Xander planet, at the moment, have also returned to Earth. On Xander, those people called you the son of eternity. Now on this Earth, people call you the god of death. Then, does your title represent the eternity of life, or the death god? Rocket Raccoon asked half-jokingly. Since we have both, why not just call it the god of eternity and death? Wu Chen replied casually. These words were heard by everyone present, and they were immediately remembered in their hearts. Soon after, this title was also passed on to the universe. Most of the people who directly participated in the war against the Chaos End Research Institute are now dead, and the rest have been arrested by the Chaos End robot together with those who indirectly participated. But there are more than 30,000 people. What are you going to do with them? Scarlet Witch asked. She hadn't returned to Earth with Wu Chen before, but the big clock had already reported everything to her. Isn't Xander Star being rebuilt now, when there is a shortage of manpower? Let's send all these people over as coolies first. Wu Chen said. The big clock. Let the cyborgs organize these people to board the Eternal Light, rule the Nova Corps, and prepare them to receive. 35. Wu Chen directly ordered that the superhuman robots who were detaining a large number of people immediately began to execute. Tens of thousands of people were stuffed into the Eternal Light in batches, and then they were transported to Xander Star through a large wormhole. The Nova Corps was responsible for receiving them and began to place them on the reconstruction site of Xander Star. These tens of thousands of people must have been killed in the past, and they never thought that the first time they flew out of the Earth in the future, they would be sent to an alien planet to work as coolies. Having said that, on the Earth side, Wu Chen and the others are still dealing with the issue of the Civil War. The dead are dead, and the arrested have been sent for processing. But on Earth, there are still 7 billion human beings, and they are now in a state of panic. The superhero registration bill was originally in the interest of most people. After all, the existence of a group of uncontrollable superhero will make these people uneasy. And now, Wu Chen not only did not join the Superhero Registration Act, but also caused a war because of this act. In the end, thousands of people died, and tens of thousands of people were captured and exiled in the universe, which has made people all over the world realize how terrifying Wu Chen is. In everyone's heart, almost everyone hopes that someone can clean up Wu Chen, but no one dares to express this idea, and no one dares to directly oppose Wu Chen, because all of them understand that if they are really hostile to Wu Chen, they are courting death. Since everyone is afraid of us now, it's better to take the opportunity to take the entire earth into my pocket and make this my private domain. Wu Chen said, and his thoughts instantly made everyone in the entire institute stunned. If he wants to take the whole earth into his pocket, that means he wants to rule the whole world. What? You all think this idea of mine is too crazy? Wu Chen turned around and looked at the superhero who were following him. Sir, you have to know that the rule that relies on violence will not last long, and in history, there has never been a precedent for success in this way. Vision said. Who said no? Wu Chen countered. Could it be that there are really people in history who can achieve rule by relying on violence? Quicksilver doesn't quite believe that either. Yes, Qin Shi Huang is. Wu Chen said. Qin Shi Huang? The one who created the unification of China and created the Great Qin dynasty? But didn't his Qin empire perish in just 14 years? The place where Dr. Strange practiced magic was relatively close to the Central Plains, and Ancient One was a person who liked the Chinese civilization very much, so he still knew something about Qin Shi Huang. The reason why the Qin perished was because the first emperor was dead. If he didn't die, who would dare to oppose him? Wu Chen said. Qin Shi Huang. Although he was the first emperor of the sixth generation of Yulai to create the world, but Qin Shi Huang's original domineering and achievements are still unique in history. He was alive, and the remnants of the six countries bowed their heads. Now, compared to the first emperor, I have a greater advantage. It is not difficult to realize this rule. Wu Chen said. He is a god who has supernatural technology and has an infinite lifespan. The big clock makes Wu Chen know everything about the entire earth. Not to mention, in Wu Chen's hands, there are all 6 infinite gems. As long as he wants, he can control everything at the touch of a finger. Vision and others are still hesitant. After all, the idea of ruling the world is a bit surprising. There's nothing wrong with it, so it's decided. Wu Chen ignored what they were thinking. The big clock issued a notice to all countries on Earth, ordering them to disband all regular armies, and the rest of the fighters to maintain law in order to temporarily stay in their original positions and wait for the new one. But all heads of state must come to the Supernatural Institute to meet the king within 3 days. Wu Chen said, and these words, what he meant, immediately passed through the big clock and began to spread to the whole Earth. Those civilians who are being suppressed by fear, Wang Naheo, those soldiers who are hesitating all day long, and those politicians who are thinking about ghosts, all received the announcement from the big clock, issued by Wu Chen. For a time, the global friar. It was even more shocking than when they knew before that those who organized the attack on the Supernatural Research Institute were all killed. Government officials from those countries convened urgently, and the heads of state also rushed to discuss countermeasures with each other. However, with the beheading action launched by the Super Soul Research Institute ahead of them, none of them dared to be a standout. As a result, despite the extreme reluctance of these people, they still disbanded the armies of various countries, and the heads of state also set off one after another, rushing towards the Transcendent Institute. Definitely, there are also some countries that ignored Wu Chen's announcement, such as those small countries divided by warlords, such as the beautiful country that claims to be the strongest on Earth. 3 days later, the heads of state of most of the countries on Earth have already come here, and even the heads of the beautiful countries that did not intend to pay attention to Wu Chen's announcement at the beginning have also been dojos. He was directly grabbed by Stark and brought here. In order to prevent Wu Chen from finding a reason to fight again, he broke into the White House alone, relying on his artificial intelligence system and armored battle suit. He was stunned to capture the president who was hiding inside and was guarded by heavy troops, and then brought him with him to this venue. Although the way of appearing is a bit special, at least, people have arrived. Facing the numerous supergod robots in the Supergod Research Institute, I looked at Vision and others standing on the podium, as well as Wu Chen, who was standing in the air and looked down on the world. No matter what the purpose of these heads of state came here before, at the moment all quieted down, and everyone quietly waited for Wu Chen to make the final verdict, waiting for their arrangements for the countries of the world. But in the end, Wu Chen didn't say anything at all. There are no long speeches, no coercion, and other means. He just stood in the air for an hour, and after looking at the heads of state who had been arrogant, most of them bowed their heads in the end, he turned and left. 693, it was not until more than 3 hours later that a message indicated by Wu Chen and conveyed by Vision was made public. Everyone who is present today is my direct subordinate from today. You need to report to me the domestic situation every year at the Super Soul Research Institute. Every 6 months, the Super Soul Research Institute will send commissioners to inspect various countries. Remember, from today onwards, Wu Chen's words are the decrees of the gods, and no one can disobey. The orders and instructions conveyed to all countries by the Super Soul Research Institute must be fulfilled by all countries unconditionally. The content is only 2 simple sentences, but the meaning to be expressed is also clear. Except for Wu Chen's previous order to dismantle the regular armies of all countries, the Super Soul Institute does not intend to make changes to other systems in these countries. But there is no doubt that they will all be Wu Chen's subordinates in the future. Wu Chen, as the co-lord of the world, what he said is the imperial edict, and his instructions will no one be able to disobey. And the best proof is that the small countries composed of warlords who are unwilling to disband their troops suffered a devastating blow when the heads of state just left the island where the Supernatural Institute is located. Those warlords were all defeated, their heads of state and core government officials were all killed, and the entire country disappeared completely, leaving only a group of civilians with no nationality and no management. You wiped out the governments and armies of those small countries, so what will happen to the civilians who are left? If there is no one to manage, they will be completely messed up. Vision came to Wu Chen and asked, the super god robot is still stationed in place. Who dares to mess around? Wu Chen asked back. Vision was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was indeed his own worry. People in those areas, under the so-called heads of small countries in the military, are just targets of exploitation, and now no one is pressing on their heads, which is actually a great thing for them. Chala also came to the research room of the Supernatural Research Institute, and his current complexion has changed from the melancholy of the previous period. Chala, are you? Vision looked at Black Panther suspiciously. He didn't understand for a while what happened to Black Panther. I went back to Africa for a walk, and I also studied it carefully with my father, Wang, and found that after Wu Chen achieved global unification, not only did the whole world not become chaotic, but it became more peaceful than ever before. Chala said, that's inevitable, because all those who have guns in their hands have become the targets of the Supernatural Research Institute, and those who don't have guns, how much disputes can they cause? 35. Dr. Strange opened the portal and came directly here, and he also just, passed Kamartaj, and made a certain degree of observation of the world. If you say that, Wu Chen, you are doing a good deed, a great deed. 35. Quicksilver sighed. May the world be peaceful. Many people have said this sentence, but it has never been truly realized in thousands of years, even in the more than 1 million years since the birth of mankind. But now, because of Wu Chen, all this actually happened. Good thing? I'm not going to do good things. Wu Chen said. It's just that this planet will be mine in the future, and I will naturally manage my own country. What Wu Chun is doing now is managing his own country. He is a monarch, and the monarch's responsibility should be to make his country prosperous and peaceful. Government agencies of various countries are retained, because I have not been able to find such a large number of people to manage 7 billion people in the world in a short period of time. As for the military, their original role was to defend the family and the country, but now that they have me, you, and superhuman robots, their existence will directly lose their meaning. Although Wu Chen's words were still as domineering, after Vision and the others heard them, they didn't have any doubts and worries. Instead, they felt that this was a very meaningful thing. The rule established by violence should be hated by everyone, but after the violence, it is suppressed with a heavy code, but it can in turn form an extremely peaceful situation. You have achieved the beautiful wish of world peace in the most direct way. Ancient One also came, and Stark was still by her side. After all the other Avengers were captured by Wu Chun and sent to Xandar to work as a coolie, he is the only Avenger who can still stay on Earth. He was originally the one who had the greatest opinion on Wu Chun, but now Wu Chun has been recognized. This is only the initial stage. This so-called peace is only because everyone has fear of me, so they dare not take action. Therefore, in order to truly realize my real power over the entire Earth, I must have further steps. Wu Chun said. He has now regarded himself as a monarch, and the monarch's thoughts are self-contained. What measures, if any, we can help? Stark said, and by us, he meant the Avengers, and he was trying to get Wu Chun to put them back. I'm going to carry out a major replacement of the managers of the existing countries. All managers will eventually be screened uniformly by the big clock. In the end, those who meet the conditions will stay, and those who do not meet will be replaced directly. So, what I need is a big clock, and your presence means nothing to me. Wu Chun is clearly telling Stark that his little abacus is useless. To rule the world, many people have had the idea, but no one has ever realized it. But now, Wu Chun has done it. The Earth, all countries, all regions and ethnic groups, are all under the control of Wu Chun alone. The chaotic Earth, originally composed of more than 200 countries and regions, has now become Wu Chun's private domain. The most important thing is to rule this planet. No one else can do it anyway, but Wu Chun can easily control it. The key to all of this lies in the super god technology controlled by Wu Chun. The big clock, its ability is said to monitor a small Earth. It can monitor the entire galaxy as well. The micro wormhole handling technology allows Wu Chun to open the space wormhole to go to any place, anytime, anywhere, and cooperate with the big clock. Wu Chun can control any corner of the Earth in real time. Then there are the super god robots. These robots modified and built by super god technology. Although they are not as powerful as real super soldiers, but on this Earth, they are almost invincible existences. Wu Chun doesn't have enough energy to pay attention to the trivial matters on Earth, so he can directly let these superhuman robots deal with it, as long as the big clock provides them with corresponding solutions, and then open the wormhole to send the robot to the past. In the beginning, people only had fear and resentment towards the co-lord who controls everything. But as time went by, people suddenly discovered that the Earth, which was in chaos and strife, turned out to be a better place than it used to be. Without the existence of the army, I thought there would be no sense of security, but the global crime rate has dropped to a very low level, just because those criminals have just acted, and they will be arrested by the sudden appearance of supernatural robots. They thought that if the Earth was dominated, they would lose their freedom, but their lives were the same as before, but there were fewer unreasonable restraints and injustices. Many poverty and hardships originally caused by various reasons such as country, ethnicity, religion, etc. are also rapidly shrinking. Even those who were originally affected by natural conditions and had a difficult life received the help of the Supershin Research Institute. Under the almost omnipotent ability of Supershin technology, everything was solved. Droughts will not occur, floods will not occur, and even earthquakes and typhoons will be avoided in advance due to precise warnings. There are no natural disasters, no man-made disasters, the entire planet, except for the necessary social pressure, economic, humanistic, etc. Anyway, I don't know how to describe it. All other catastrophic events have disappeared. In such a world, who would feel uneasy and panic? However, in just 1 year, the situation of the entire Earth has undergone a shocking reversal. Originally, everyone was afraid of Wu Chun. Now, almost everyone only admires and worships Wu Chun. Wu Chun has become the real ruler of this planet, a god revered by everyone. How can I say this? Stark at the moment has come to Xandar, and he has found the Avengers who are working here as coolies. We thought we were doing the right thing, but in the end we became the villains. We did a good job of hard work this year. Rogers sighed helplessly. No loss. It's okay to lose to death. Natasha Romanoff came over, with Barton, Peter, and Sam by her side. The 9 Avengers, except for Stark, have all become coolies, and now on the construction site here are 5 of them. The few of us were nothing, but Peter was still a child, and now he was supposed to be studying at school, and he ended up doing coolies with us here. Barton said, and Peter, at the moment is no longer a little fresh meat, and he has more robustness and simplicity unique to migrant workers. He was tanned and looked more like a man. I'm fine, but I haven't seen Aunt May for a whole year, and I don't know if she's doing well now. Peter thought of this with some worry and remorse on his face. I came this time with permission from Wu Chun, and all of you can use the big clock to make a call with your family. Stark looked at Peter, remorse even more inside. Peter was originally just a street thief catching thieves and robbers, but he was dragged into the Avengers team and went to fight Vision and the others. Now, he was sent here to work as a coolie. That was a great time of youth, and it was all wasted. Since you've already looked for Wu Chun, why don't you let him put us back? At least, it's good to let Peter go back first. Barton himself has children, and seeing Peter suffer with him here at such a young age is actually very uncomfortable for him. Oh, Wu Chun made the Earth better, that's a fact, but don't think that he will be a bad guy because of this. Stark smiled helplessly. In the past year, he has gotten to know Wu Chun better. Wu Chun manages the Earth in an orderly and prosperous manner, all because he regards himself as the master of the Earth. The Earth is his home, and he is naturally willing to work hard to manage his own home. But the Avengers, those are the people who have offended him. The more than 30,000 coolies here are all people who once fought against him. For these people, it would be fine if he didn't kill him directly. Penalties are waived. That is simply impossible. Perhaps, there's a way you can try. Vision, who came with Stark this time, is the head of the Supernatural Research Institute. Any solution? Stark asked directly, and everyone else looked at Vision expectantly. At the time, Mr. Stark used his life to block the nuclear bomb from attacking the Supernatural Research Institute. So you were pardoned and did not accept the same punishment as them. If you are willing to exchange yourself, you can naturally let Peter return to Earth. Can. Before Peter could say anything, Stark agreed directly. Mr. Stark, how do you? Peter, you are still young. You have an infinite future, and you should not waste your time here. 35. Stark interrupts Peter. This year, the last thing he will do is to let Peter get involved in this matter. And now he has finally found a way to make up for it. How could he miss it? But what about Stark Industries if you stay? Peter asked. With Pepper around, she can take care of Stark Industries. 35. Stark replied. Then what are you going to tell Pepper? Rogers asked. I'll make it clear to her myself later. Stark has decided that he will send Peter back to Earth to die no matter what. Peter couldn't beat Stark, so he finally returned to Earth, and the first stop was the Institute of Supernatural Beings where Wu Chun was. Peter came to the research room and finally saw the Avengers who had been discussing for a whole year. Wu Chun. Stark traded his freedom for yours. He's such a caring man. Wu Chun said with emotion that he has a certain degree of curiosity about Stark, just like he also has a certain degree of liking for Spider-Man. In all superhero movies, Wu Chun first came into contact with Spider-Man. Before the rise of popular movie IPs such as X-Men, Batman, Avengers, etc., it was the first to become famous all over the world. A Spider-Man movie, and then around Spider-Man, 3 different versions were shot in a row. Therefore, as a transmigrator, as the first superhero that 693 Wu Chun encountered before transmigration, he actually likes the role of Spider-Man somewhat. However, the previous Wu Chun didn't have the time to pay attention to Spider-Man, and this Peter Parker was only one of the 3 versions. I heard what they said about you, that you are a very difficult person to get along with. Is that so? Peter asked. That's right, it's not wrong. Wu Chun said that he really doesn't like to communicate with people in this world, at least with those who have the same quirks or have ghosts. Then, is there any way for you to let Stark and the others go? Peter asked again. When people do something wrong, they should be punished. Stark is punished for you so you can come back. If you want him back, you have to go back and replace him, but he just doesn't want you to be punished there, so you have to if you exchange with you. If you go to exchange with him again, he will definitely not agree. Point 39. Wu Chun said. Then finally, can you tell me how long it will take for them to come back? Peter knew that it would be useless to ask him anymore. When Xander completes its reconstruction, their sentences will be fulfilled. Wu Chun did not think of other punishments for those people for the time being, nor was he interested in wasting his time on it. Then it will take at least more than a year if you say so. Peter has worked there for a year, and he knows what the reconstruction works there. Now that you know, let's go back. Wu Chun casually dismissed Spider-Man, and he has more important things to do next. Then he had finally found the book of Wei Shandy that he was going to contact when he took the time gem from Ancient One. In other words, Wu Chun finally found out how to enter that space to find the book of Emperor Wei Shan. Ancient One and Doctor Strange uploaded all the magical knowledge they had into the big clock, and the big clock has now completed the classification, sorting, and specific application of all magical knowledge points. And what the big clock can master, Wu Chun can also master it through sharing and learning. After Spider-Man left, Wu Chun handed over the work of the Supernatural Institute to Scarlet Witch to manage, and then went directly to Kamar Taj. Although, as long as you have mastered the relevant magic, you can enter the parallel world at any time. But going to Kamar Taj, who has the most magical abilities on Earth, for Wu Chun, who uses magic for the first time, will have a certain degree of difficulty. Enhancement is that, inside Kamar Taj, Ancient One and Doctor Strange were also slightly taken aback when they saw Wu Chun, who suddenly visited. Although they and Wu Chun have known each other for a long time, this is the first time Wu Chun has come to Kamar Taj. The Earth has rarely been calm for more than a year, and you haven't done anything special for more than a year. Now that you are here, I am afraid you have already decided to find the book of Emperor Wei Shan, right? Ancient One is still very smart. The moment she saw Wu Chun, she had already guessed something. Thanos is dead and infinite gems are already in my hands. At the moment is when I am the most leisurely. Naturally, it is time to search for the book of Navishan. Wu Chun said. You can think about it clearly. Once the door between the parallel world and us is opened, it will enter a multi-universe era, and I am afraid that there will be many crises that we can't predict. 359. Ancient One reminded. Hasn't the crisis caused by the multi-universe already happened? 35. Wu Chun asked back, and the crisis he was talking about was naturally the Doctor Strange of the Dark Book and the Illuminati invasion event. There is still a difference between passive acceptance and active opening. Ancient One said. Blindly thinking about waiting and defending is a kind of passive from the beginning, and I, Wu Chun, never liked passive. Wu Chun said. In this case, then you can start. Strange and I will stay here until you return. As Ancient One spoke, Doctor Strange, who was beside her, was already ready. Wu Chun nodded slightly, then walked to the middle of the indoor hall of Kamar Taj, and began to summon the magic formula to open the parallel universe. The opening of the parallel universe has attracted huge cosmic energy, and unprecedented shocks will come. He may cast a more powerful Wu Chun, but it is also possible that endless disasters will invade the real world. Big Clock, are you ready? Wu Chun asked. We have analyzed many times that I appear as a companion plug-in in this world for you. So even if you move to another parallel universe, I will automatically follow and can help you in the same way. The Big Clock replied. What about backup energy? The existence of infinite gems can provide me with energy, and the backup fixed star energy is also very sufficient. In addition, no matter which world I enter, the fixed star energy and dark energy 5.5 can be used as the energy for my operation. So good. Wu Chun nodded with satisfaction. As long as there is no accident with the Big Clock, Wu Chun is not afraid, because he is sure that no matter in any parallel world of the Marvel movie universe, he can stand on the top of the world with the Big Clock. Gone. After speaking, Wu Chun stepped directly into the magic circle. The powerful magical energy immediately changed, and Wu Chun's figure disappeared in place. He finally took the first step towards the multi-universe. And this also indicates that Wu Chun will enter another stage in this Marvel world. No one will know what this next stage will be like, but Wu Chun is ready for any changes. This is a special space where everything around is chaotic, where different energies meet each other, and then transform into a more pure and single character. Is this the so-called eternal magic energy? Wu Chun's eye of insight, carefully observing everything around him, he felt the strangeness here. In the super god universe, all gods are only studying a single infinite universe. The concept of parallel universes has always been ignored and rarely mentioned. Now, in my database, there are finally a more detailed record on this matter. The sound of the Big Clock came into Wu Chun's sea of consciousness, and when Wu Chun heard it, he naturally felt that there was a sense of security. When the Big Clock is on, Wu Chun is at his peak, which is more important than anything else. In the super god universe, the strongest ability is the void, but the most enormous energy is dark energy, because almost all super god technologies are applied with dark energy. And in all the known universes of the super god universe, dark energy exists everywhere, and mastering dark energy means that 24 can be unimpeded in the universe. 5. But in this Marvel movie universe, it seems that the whole universe is implemented by so-called divine power and magic, and the cosmic energy is originally extremely complex. Only here, hundreds of rivers converge, and eventually become Wang Yang Hai. The Big Clock said, and when Wu Chun listened to what it said, his eyes always fell on the book of Wei Shandy. This is the key to transforming all energy into pure magical energy. Wu Chun said, according to my memory, the book of Emperor Wei Shan has countless pages. It contains the most powerful known white magic and defensive magic in the world. The spells it records can never be used for offense, but only for defense. The most important thing is, it can originally be used to deflect magic. Wu Chun's memory may not be completely accurate, but it is of great reference value. After all, there are many similarities between the Marvel comic universe and the movie universe. By comparing the actual performance of the comics with the movies, you can draw a rough estimate. In conclusion, in the past, Wu Chun made basic judgments on all those superhero, supervillain, and supermatter in this way, and then made a detailed analysis by the Big Clock. It is better to say that the book of Emperor Wei Shan is a book that records super powerful magic, and it is better to say that it is a magic weapon, with which a magician can be used to exert a stronger power. 55. Wu Chun came to the book of Emperor Wei Shan, and at the same time, he turned to look at a gate behind him. It looks like some old friends can't sit still. Wu Chun said, and at the same time, the door he was looking at had already opened. Later, in several other directions, there were actually several doors that opened, and those who came out were actually the same person. Doctor Strange, there are only a few people here, so there are not many people who are really willing to contact the Dark God Book like you, and are controlled by the Dark God Book. Wu Chun said. He could see that these were Doctor Strange who had been in contact with the Dark God Book, and their minds were eroded by the Dark God Book to varying degrees. In it, Wu Chun recognized the one who once fought with him. After the last time, I thought you wouldn't dare to appear in front of me again, but I didn't expect you to come here. Wu Chun said. Last time I had myself, and this time, I have us. Doctor Strange number 1, number 0 of Doctor Strange in the original universe. This one who appeared twice is number 1, and the rest are numbered casually. Anyway, they are all passersby. Said. Furthermore, the infinite gems you control cannot play their due role in this space, and your strength will definitely not be as strong as you were back then. So why don't I dare to fight you? 35. Doctor Strange number 1. He at the moment has a lot of confidence, just because, this time, he has these same people who are exactly like him. If that's the case, why don't you hurry up? What are you waiting for? Wu Chun asked. The Doctor Strange didn't answer, but put their eyes on Wu Chun's side, the book of Wei Shandy that had been shining brightly. Oh, yes, you are magicians who have practiced the dark book of God. The book of Wei Shan Emperor is a nemesis for you. You are afraid that if you get too close, your magic will be affected by it, right? Wu Chen said. However, you can also destroy it directly. With the magic of the Dark Book of God, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the Book of Emperor Weishan when it is not opened, right? Or, although you have been eroded by the Dark Book of Gods, your reason is still not fully informed, and you still have a trace of reverence for this Book of Weishan Emperor. So until now, you have never thought about destroying it. At the moment of insight, Wu Chen can gain insight into people's hearts. It saw the thoughts in the hearts of these Dr. Stranges, and also felt their dark and contradictory hearts. You said that his ability depends on the energy of the universe he is in. Now it seems that this is not the case. Dr. Strange too said, it's already at this time. Don't be a mother-in-law. Let's take action and get rid of this guy who is interfering with the multi-universe timeline. Dr. Strange 3 said, have you all agreed on your ideas 693? Dr. Strange number 1 asked. In fact, he had already endured to the limit. If it hadn't been for the same thoughts, it wouldn't have appeared here. Since we've already arrived here, we must destroy the Book of Weishan Emperor and kill this guy who disturbed the multi-universe and parallel timelines. All Dr. Strange ideas have been unified. Then let's go. Dr. Strange number 1 took the lead, summoned red flames with magic, and burned towards the location of Wu Chen and the Book of Weishan Emperor. The other Dr. Strange also shot, either using flames or using swords. In short, their purpose is only one, to kill Wu Chen and destroy the Book of Weishan. Wu Chen stood on the spot. Behind him, a pair of white wings stretched out. Dark alloy armor had been summoned on his body, and the Spear of Eternity had appeared in his hand. With a wave of his left hand in front of him, an invisible barrier appeared around him, wrapping Wu Chen himself and the Book of Emperor Weishan in it. All the attacks from the Dr. Strange were blocked by this barrier. Wu Chen scooped it up, took the Book of Na Wei Shandy in his hand, and did not read it, but directly held it in his hand, and only controlled the Spear of Eternity with one hand. You insignificant. Doctor Strange, in the Marvel movie universe, is one of the most powerful superheroes, and is on the same level as Captain Marvel, Thor, and Scarlet Witch. Moreover, at this stage, Doctor Strange is actually stronger than the other 3 superheroes. After all, Captain Marvel and Thor will fall into a very passive situation when facing the wonderful move of magic. Scarlet Witch, who is also a magician, has not been in contact with the Dark Book, and its magical potential has not been fully developed, so the application is not as good as the Doctor Strange who has the blessing of the Dark Book. However, even if it is such a powerful Doctor Strange, even if several such Doctor Strange at the moment appear at once, in Wu Chen's eyes, they are nothing but insignificant existences. At this moment, Wu Chen, holding the Book of Emperor Weishan in his left hand and the Spear of Eternity in his right hand, stood proudly in the same place, and as far as his eyes could see, it was the Doctor Strange. Eternity means infinity, and infinity is all-encompassing. The so-called multi-universe is nothing but countless projections of the same universe. All seemingly different people are actually one person, and no matter how many changes one person has, it cannot surpass infinity, and it cannot be compared to eternity. Wu Chen said in his mouth that for more than a year, he stayed calmly in the Chaos Institute, but it was not without the slightest change. He began to think about the truth about the universe. He began to explore the true meaning of the universe like a god, and in the process of exploration and thinking, he also had some small insights. Although it is not complete, and although he has not been able to truly understand the true meaning of the universe, his vision is no longer comparable to that of mere mortals. Locking. In just 2 words, a burst of invisible energy suddenly appeared in this space, and the bodies of those Doctor Stranges, as if they were bound, could no longer move. Clear. Another 2 words, the various substances in Doctor Strange's bodies and the energy they possess are being explored and analyzed by Wu Chen in some unpredictable way. Definition. Wu Chen said. At the same time, the sound of the big clock appeared in the space. Start the void program, redefine the lock target, change the substance, transform the organic substance, and the form after the redefinition is complete. The last word fell, and the bodies of those Doctor Strange changed into sculptures at the same time, and they changed from human bodies to stone statues. What Wu Chen used at the moment was the power of the void. Now Wu Chen has combined the anti-void of the power of the galaxy and the void studied by Death God Carl, and began to combine them into one, and put them into his body to create a stronger void controller. Wu Chen's divine body has not been further upgraded to the 4th generation divine body, or the so-called divine body, but his built-in super gene engine has undergone earth-shaking changes. Under the premise of the simultaneous progress of thought and practice, Wu Chen has truly stepped into the realm that belongs to God. Don't try to escape. In this space, even in the state of a soul, it is impossible to escape my vision. Wu Chen said, and behind the sculpture that Doctor Strange 1's body turned into, the soul of Doctor Strange 1, who was planning to escape, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Soul astral, interstellar projection, I understand all of your means, and what you plan to do at the moment is under my control, so why waste your efforts? As Wu Chen spoke, a burst of energy filled the entire space, and he locked onto Doctor Strange number 1, as well as all other Doctor Strange souls. Wu Chen, do you really want to kill them all? The Doctor Stranges all appeared, and they were all left with only their soul forms, but the dark energy given to them by the Dark Book at the moment was constantly flashing, and the blood-red light began to fill the entire space. If you don't cut the roots, the spring breeze will blow. If you hadn't escaped that day, how could I meet you again today? Wu Chen said, since there is no choice, let's go all out and let the fish die. 55. Doctor Strange number 1 said, all the other Doctor Stranges, almost at the same time as him, began to form the same magic circle. Sacrifice our souls, pray to the God of darkness, let the door of this multi-universe open forever, and let endless invasions come to the MCU. All the Doctor Strange spoke in unison, the souls of each of them combined with the power endowed by the Dark God Book, and finally entangled with each other, forming a new and larger magic circle. This array is not for Wu Chen, but for this special multi-universe space. At the moment when the magic circle was formed, all the doors connected to the various multi-universes were all opened, and those universes in the MCU, Marvel movie universe, where Wu Chen originally lived were forcibly linked together. This situation, Wu Chen looked at the scene in front of him and was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that these Doctor Strange who were influenced by the Dark Book of God would end up doing such a thing. They would rather give up their souls and bodies and completely sacrifice to the Dark Book of God, so as to open the way to all universes. Gateway to the MCU universe. The opening of the channel means that people or things from other parallel universes may break into the MCU universe from time to time in the future, and these people or things are likely to bring huge amounts of disaster to the MCU. The big clock. Wu Chen asked. This is caused by Doctor Strange's soul resonating with the Dark Book, and we cannot prevent this from happening unless we destroy all Dark Books in the multi-universe. 5. The big clock replied. The multi-universe is endless, and it's impossible for us to find them locally and destroy them. Wu Chen is very clear how the multi-universe exists. In your memory database, there is a record of Scarlet Witch destroying all the multi-universe Dark Books in one go. Wong Nua good, said the big clock. No, Wanda is my person now. How can I watch her fall into the Dark God Book and finally destroy all the Dark God Books at the cost of self-sacrifice? Wu Chen rejected Big Clock's offer. Although he knew that Wanda could destroy all the Dark Books, he would not let Wanda take risks at will. Then, we can only allow this multi-universe gap to exist, and then be ready to welcome the multi-universe invasion at any time. Said the big clock. That's no big deal. Anyway, I will have time to deal with these so-called intruders in the future. Wu Chen didn't care much, because he had already seen the invasion of the so-called multi-universe and parallel universes. Then, I will find out all the existing dimensional gaps as soon as possible, and establish a complete early warning and defense system as soon as possible. The big clock replied, and this matter seemed to be so determined. When Wu Chen came back from the multi-universe interval, both Dr. Strange and Ancient One had serious and nervous expressions. They have already sensed the cracks that exist between the multi-universes, and in particular, they have sensed that the energy of the Dark God Book is running wild. In other multi-universes, the Book of Darkness is made into a book, but in the MCU universe, there is the real original Book of Darkness, which is engraved in the stone temple on the top of the mountain and guarded by dark monsters. What the hell happened? Why are the cracks in the world so obvious? Ancient One asked. Her gaze stopped for a moment on the Book of Emperor Weishan on Wu Chen's left hand. There is a group of Doctor Strange in the parallel universe who were polluted by the Dark God Book. They sacrificed their souls and used the Dark God Book as an introduction to open the gap, linking all parallel universes. Wu Chen said. Dr. Strange looked bewildered, although he knew that the other multi-universe Dr. Strange and him were one person, but not the same individual. But I heard that a bunch of people who looked exactly like him were sacrificed collectively. The impact is still quite large. Take the Book of Darkness as a reference. Then if you want to repair these cracks in the universe, you have to destroy the Book of Darkness first. After all, Ancient One is still the master of magic 693 for hundreds of years, and immediately guessed the key point. Yes, no one can repair the cracks in the world that have been opened unless they can destroy all the dark books. 35. Wu Chen confirmed Ancient One's conjecture. Then what are you going to do? It's not easy to find all the dark books in the entire multi-universe. Ancient One said. Since there's no way to do it for a while, then set up a defense system first. The big clock will monitor all the cracks in the world at any time. If there are people from other universes, we will find out as soon as possible. 5. Wu Chen said. The universe is so big, can you and your big clock really be able to monitor all the cracks in the world? Dr. Strange asked. Do you still doubt my ability? Wu Chen asked back, and when Dr. Strange heard what he said, he couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then closed his mouth in embarrassment. This is Wu Chen. Since he appeared in this world, he has done so many earth-shattering things. What he said he would do, he has never been able to do it. You Kamartaj are the magical center of this world, the place where the magical energy of the dark god, Seph, book is strongest is here, and if someone invades, it will most likely be with you. 39. Wu Chen said. The meaning of Kamartaj's existence is to block the erosion of the real world from the dark dimension. He has enough experience in this area, and there should be no problem. 35. Ancient One said. Well, since that's the case, I'll leave it to you to take care of it for the time being. I have to go back first. When Wu Chen spoke, he put away the spear of eternity and the dark alloy armor on his body. Spreading his wings, he flew high into the sky, heading all the way towards the Supernatural Research Institute. During this period, he wandered the great rivers and mountains, watching this picturesque world. Among so many planets in the universe, it is rare to see a beautiful environment like the Earth. As the owner of this planet, Wu Chen has not been serious enough to appreciate the scenery of the Earth. Returning to the Supernatural Research Institute, in the research room, he saw several subordinates of the Supernatural Research Institute who had rushed back because of his summons. Includes Vision, Quicksilver, Rocket Raccoon, Tree Groot, and Star-Lord. The multi-universe world rift has appeared, so the invading people may continue, and most likely in large numbers. With Wu Chen's strength, it is possible to deal with these people, but it will take a lot of Wu Chen's energy, so it is better to use these people under your own hands to do everything yourself. They all have strong strength, and they also have some weapons and equipment given by Wu Chen. Under this premise, it should be possible to fight against those people who are also from the multi-universe in the Marvel Universe. The Big Clock has already told you all about the situation. Now you can think about it. What should you do? Wu Chen asked. The world rift connecting the infinite multi-universe. It should not only exist on the Earth, right? Rocket Raccoon asked. Yes, although according to my speculation, most of them will appear in the interior of the Earth, but it is still possible that some will appear in the universe. Wu Chen replied. If this is the case, we can't simply stay on the Earth. I am afraid we have to spread out. Some stay on the Earth, and then the other part goes to the universe. Xinglord said. He has long wanted to go on an adventure in the universe, but in the past, because he was afraid that Wu Chen would not agree, he never brought it up. Now that he has such an opportunity, he naturally hopes that he can lead the team to the universe. I'm afraid our manpower is not enough. After all, we only have 5 people here, and our opponents are unknown in number. We have to prepare more manpower to be foolproof. Vision said. I see what you mean. You want to get those guys from Avengers back and work with you, right? Wu Chen looked at Vision. The people of the Avengers are all superheroes, and they already have strong fighting power. It would be a waste to let them go to Xander to be Masons. It would be better for them to turn their backs on their guilt and come back to help us deal with the problems from the world. Wouldn't it be better for intruders from the cracks? 35. Vision said. He still cares about Sure Stark, and he still has feelings for other Avengers, and he really doesn't want them to continue to work as coolies in Xander. I also felt that it was appropriate to have them back. Quicksilver said. The big guy has to turn back into a human from time to time, and he's such a reckless guy that it's not easy to have him on call at all times. Scott is now going back to help his husband and girlfriend, ready to go to his mother-in-law. Chala and Strange have their own business to do, and the 5 of us are really short-staffed. Rocket Raccoon also supports Vision's proposal. In fact, everyone present thought so. Wu Chen saw what they were thinking, and now he really needs human help to keep an eye on the cracks in the world. After all, the superhuman robot can be used as a task force in battle, but it cannot flexibly respond to various emergencies, and the role of humans is still greater. Then you go to them. If they are willing to submit to the Supernatural Research Institute, so that I can drive them from now on, let them come back to assist you. 55. Wu Chen said. Vision was overjoyed to see that Wu Chen finally agreed, and immediately pulled Quicksilver on, and the two headed towards Xander Star. If you want to realize the exploration of the cracks in the world in the entire universe, there is no way to achieve it with the supernatural technology you have at this stage, said the Big Clock. At the moment, Wu Chen is located on the 3rd floor of the Supernatural Research Institute, that top secret area that no one other than Wu Chen can see, let alone enter. I can't do it with the supernatural technology one have. So what about the technology in your database? Wu Chen asked. Opening the Void Age. Only by mastering the real Void technology, you can do everything you want to do, said the Big Clock. The Void Age? I have combined the anti-void of the galactic force and the ability of the Void engine to create the Void controller. Haven't I used its ability today? Isn't this not a real step into the Void? Wu Chen asked. The Void controller is indeed the product of Void technology, and in terms of level, it can be regarded as one of Void technology, so the existence of the upper layers. The Big Clock replied. Since that's the case, what exactly is the Void Age and the real Void technology you're talking about right now? Wu Chen asked. After Death God Karl proposed the concept of Void more than 10,000 years ago, all gods are studying the subject of Void, and among them, the person who has studied the deepest and created the most advanced Void technology, that is Death God Karl. 99, said the Big Clock. In Death God Karl's research, he found that the power of the Void can achieve omnipotence, and he has created many powerful Void technologies by relying on his own research on the Void. Twisting and mastering of spatial instability, practical application of void matter, transfer deposit of supergene sequences. 35. Besides, the space principle also has his unique achievements in the void field. His hourglass, made with void technology, breaks the boundaries of time and space, explores the past, and calculates the future. The Big Clock is introducing in detail the void technology that has been realized in the Super God universe. Then, you want me to open the Void Age, which technology is the breakthrough? 35. Wu Chen asked. Void matter is the key to opening the Void Age. said the big clock. If that's the case, shouldn't I try to drive fixed star to bomb the black hole? 99. Wu Chen knew how void matter was created, but he also knew better what conditions were needed to truly accomplish this step. The fixed star is driven by blazing sun technology and controlled by a top god like Death God Karl himself, so that accurate bombing can be achieved, and the current Wu Chen strength is obviously not able to reach the level of Death God Karl. We can start to upgrade the 4th generation divine body or sacred body first, which can strengthen your own strength. At the same time, the analysis results of Soul Gem have come out, and we may be able to use the power of infinite gems to achieve our goals, said the big clock. You mean, you finished analyzing Soul Gem's condition? Wu Chen asked. He had waited for more than a year for this news, and finally the result came out. Through analysis, the energy form of Soul Gem, in addition to the special ability given by the concept originally, Soul Gem and other gems have the same energy mechanism, but only one point of latitude. Soul Gem has a built-in special space. Through the entrance of this space, we can go to a special universe connected to it. The big clock replied. Is that so? Then Gamora, who was sacrificed to Soul Gem by Thanos earlier, at the moment should be trapped in that space. Wu Chen thought of Gamora, the daughter of Thanos who disappeared forever because of her sacrifice. Although that space belongs to a special universe, the scale of that universe is not large. Using the data of a large clock to detect ability has completely explored the entire space. Gamora is indeed trapped in that universe. 5. Said the big clock. If that's the case, then take me to that cosmic space for a walk, and let me have a look at that so-called idyllic and beautiful little universe. Wu Chen said. That Soul Gem has been summoned to his hand at this moment. Of the 6 infinite gems, 5 of them were carried by Wu Chen for a long time, and this one had been kept in the laboratory on the 2nd floor of the Supernatural Research Institute because of the need for analysis. Now, it's finally in Wu Chen's hands again. The orange light flickered. Wu Chen's figure disappeared in place. He had entered a whole new world through this Soul Gem, a completely independent small universe different from all other multi-universes. Standing in the space, Wu Chen's eyes turned white, and he quickly read all the information in this universe through the big clock. Soon, he locates the position of Gamora, the one who was adopted by Thanos, but at the same time his parents were killed by Thanos, and Gamora himself was sacrificed by Thanos. Her condition at the moment is very calm. She is not sad because of her past life, nor helpless because she is regarded as the most precious person by Thanos. She just stayed in this world quietly, watching the sunrise and sunset every day, feeling the harmony and beauty of the whole nature. It seems that this is really a good place to cultivate one's temperament, and cultivate one's temperament. Wu Chen sighed. He had appeared in front of Gamora. Gamora was originally in a state of indifference, but when she suddenly saw someone appear, she was completely stunned. She then became excited, ecstatic, then suspicious, then wary. A person's emotional changes are completely determined by the strangeness of what happens. For Gamora, who had been living alone here for over a year, seeing someone else appear was originally a shock. Who are you? How are you here? 33. Gamora asked, but soon, she seemed to remember something. Are you the one who appeared on Earth? Wu Chen who wanted to snatch infinite gems from Thanos. Gamora looked at Wu Chen suspiciously. She wanted to know if her judgment was correct. You're right, I'm Wu Chen. Wu Chen said, retracting his wings and slowly falling in front of Gamora. How did you get here? Are you also swallowed up by the Soul Gem? Isn't that Thanos' desire to fulfill his desire to destroy ordinary life in the universe? Gamora worried. I came in on my own, not swallowed by Soul Gem. Wu Chen said. Furthermore, Thanos is dead, and he, along with his legion, allies, is the past of the entire universe. 99. Wu Chen said, and Gamora, who heard his words, showed a happy expression. But then, there was a little sadness and emotion. This is probably the last expression of her kindness to Thanos for raising him up. From today onwards, this small universe is completely privately owned by me. You should leave here with me. Wu Chen said that he values Soul Gem, and the fundamental reason why he let the big clock analyze Soul Gem is for this small world. You mean, can you take me away? Gamora looked at Wu Chen in surprise. Since she came to this world, she never thought that she could go out, and it was because of this that she appeared in the state of tranquility before. Since I can come in, I can go out naturally. Now I am the owner of Soul Gem, and even the consciousness hidden in Soul Gem cannot stop me from doing anything. Wu Chen said, and at the moment, at the exit of this small universe, that Soul Gem glowed orange. Obviously, it was expressing its dissatisfaction with what Wu Chen said. But the 6 infinite gems are all in Wu Chen's hands, and the big clock has been holding on to the consciousness in the Soul Gem that 693 has been holding. Even if it is dissatisfied, it can't do anything. Let's go. Wu Chen said, with a slight wave of his right hand. Gamora was wrapped in energy and sent into space. Shuttle in this small universe, and then pass through the door of the world opened by Soul Gem, and leave this small universe. And Wu Chen, who still stayed here, started his next plan. Big clock, I want to build a new super god empire here. 99. Wu Chen said. Wu Chen has fantasized about occupying one world alone many times, and similar scenes have happened in many fantasy novels. Now, Wu Chen really is all this. How could he waste this self-contained little universe in vain? Super god empire? Are you planning to create a new main god civilization here? Asked the big clock. Yes, I want to create a true superhuman civilization, in which people may rarely walk in the outside world, but they will continue to grow and develop, and everything they grow and develop will be a part of who I am to be able to activate them when I need them to do things for me that really matter. Wu Chen said, well, if you really have decided, then let's start. I will use the data backed up in the database, combined with the ability of Time Gem and Space Gem, to help you complete the construction of this supernatural civilization. Big Clock agreed, and there didn't seem to be too many ideas and suggestions. Oh, why are you so straightforward this time? Wu Chen remembered the Big Clock's reaction when he planned to use the Big Clock's database to replicate Angel. In the past, you were just based on desire, intending to create a perfect body to serve your desire. 35. And now, what you want to create is a real civilization. Although the growth of this civilization has more simulation elements, but all the lives born in this civilization are real. In the end, you didn't decide to do this for purely physical desires. In terms of the morality of Kamigawa civilization, there is nothing against it. The Big Clock answered. The so-called Kamigawa civilization morality is actually quite loose, and perhaps it is because of this that there are such main gods as Morgana, Death God Karl, and Dihongquan. Oh, I understand now. Wu Chen is no longer entangled, and the Big Clock has not issued a moral initiative. Next, I plan to use the development process of Kamigawa civilization as a template to start the creation of this super god civilization. Please forgive me, the Big Clock was born after the Kamigawa civilization entered the age of creating gods, so the records before the age of creating gods in the Kamigawa civilization were all simulated and completed based on some historical research and speculation. Completely reliable authenticity. The Big Clock interrupted Wu Chen's words. If the Kamigawa civilization cannot be used, what about the Angel civilization? Wu Chen asked. Kamikawa civilization and Angel civilization began to come into contact when the Merlot Heavenly Court was born, but tens of thousands of years before that, the Big Clock had actually detected the existence of their civilization, so they have detailed information on the development of their civilization. Of the record. 35. The Big Clock replied. Well, let's take the development trajectory of Angel civilization as a template and start our journey of creation. 35. Wu Chen said. But you have to remember that the ultimate purpose of the simulation is to let me understand the start and development of the entire supernatural civilization, and I will finally create a real super soldier for my use based on the simulation results. Wuchen reminded. Although this simulation is based on reality, the simulation is only a simulation after all. Even if it is a simulation carried out on the conditions of creating civilization, most of the ordinary people among those people will only dissipate into nothingness in the end. Clear. The big clock replied. Well, let's get started. Wuchen said. After that, he and the big clock began, and the real civilization was created. The initial stage of the creation of this civilization is easy to solve. On the premise that the small universe provides a real living environment, Wuchen only needs to evolve a specific species, that is, to create the most primitive human beings, and then civilization begins to appear. And everything after the creation of civilization is the real key. Wuchen can't intervene directly. He can only guide their civilization development simply by intervening in some specific events and specific characters together with the big clock as a god. This guiding process is long. Even if Wuchen and the big clock are guided by manipulating events and constantly jumping, it still takes a lot of time and experience. Because, even with the calculation ability of the big clock, it is impossible to quickly and accurately see the development of the civilization and make predictions. Therefore, the big clock needs to constantly adjust the timescale to carefully observe the evolution of the entire civilization. From the original primitive man to the Stone Age, the ratio was 10,000 to 1. From the Stone Age to the Bronze Age, it was 1,000,000 to 1. From the Bronze Age to the Hot Weapon Age, it was 10,000 to 1. The pace of development and evolution of civilization is going faster and faster, and the interval between each era will constantly shrink. After entering the era of thermal weapons, the progress of human civilization is even more leapfrog. Taking the Earth as an example, from the era of thermal weapons to the pre-nuclear era, it is only a short period of 1 or 200 years. Although there will be a long process from the pre-nuclear era to the space-level interstellar age, and most civilizations will stagnate in the space age. But once civilization has entered the pre-nuclear era, the development of human beings cannot be deduced by pure time, but must be determined by thought. Therefore, going into the pre-nuclear era and observing will want more time and energy. But no matter what, the project that Wuchen started at the moment is an extremely huge and complicated one. He has to wait for this civilization to finally take shape, and it will take at least hundreds of thousands of years in the time of this civilization itself. Even returning to the real universe will take several years to complete. It is also necessary to study the history of civilization, just like Gu Xiaoluan used Qianquan to simulate, but the protagonist here is directly figurative simulation. Wuchen has no time to stay in the small world to observe carefully. He can only observe through the big clock, and then check the situation regularly every day. It was also at this time that Wuchen discovered the drawbacks of being alone. In the process of development and research of supershin technology, a lot of time and energy need to be invested. When there is only one person, no matter how hard it is, it cannot be perfected. Therefore, it is necessary to have the emergence of civilization and to have helpers. In the super god universe, even the most weak, death god Karl has Snow as his helper and a gluttonous civilization that looks weak. Therefore, Wuchen also needs helpers in the future development. In particular, Wuchen has to deal with potential threats in addition to his own research. Back in the research institute, back to the research room hall on the first floor, he saw the helpers he needed. Some of the original subordinates of the Chaos Hen Institute, as well as Avengers who were retrieved by Vision and Quicksilver, and Gamora, who had just been sent by Wuchen. You can come back because Vision and Quicksilver, 24 have been begging you, but you should know what to do next. Wuchen looked at the Avengers. Being a coolie is not difficult for these superheroes, but the feeling of being suppressed by others makes them look embarrassed. It is still difficult for us to understand some of your practices, but in any case, you have made the Earth truly peaceful, which we recognize, and now that we are asked to contribute to the protection of the universe, we are naturally willing. Rogers said, as long as you are willing, I don't care if you understand it or not, and I don't care if you recognize it or not. Wuchen said that he never needed them to understand himself, let alone get their approval. Vision, Quicksilver, the two of you will be the captains of the Earth squad in the future, and you two are responsible for everything that happens inside the Earth. Wuchen looked at Vision and Quicksilver, then Rocket and Star-Lord. The two of you are in charge of the universe. As for the manpower, you can find it yourself. The big clock will also give you a few suitable candidates. You can try to contact them. When Wuchen finished speaking, a list and detailed information had been uploaded to the communication device in Rocket's hands. If I want to go to the universe, can I go with me? Gamora asked. She had been in the small world for too long, and now she wanted to go back to the universe, by the way, to find her missing sister. I want to go to the universe too. Captain Marvel stepped forward. That day, when Vision was going to fight, she was cut off by Vision with Zanshan. But even so, she still has a strong fighting power with one arm, and she can still return to the universe to fight. I've been fighting around in the universe for so many years, and I am familiar with many planets in the universe. If I go together, I will definitely be able to help them. Captain Marvel said. Well, very good. It seems that your temperament has been improved to a certain extent after breaking your arm, and you are no longer the arrogant look you used to be. Wuchen nodded and said, in the past, I was a little too confident in my own strength. The reason why I lost a Vision was not only because he had the weapon you gave him, but also because I underestimated the enemy. Captain Marvel has deeply introspected. She has thought about the situation of the battle that day, as well as her own way and attitude when dealing with those things in the past. People, as expected, can only find their own shortcomings and deficiencies best when they are at a low point. That's right, the god-killing martial arts is very strong, but it's just a weapon after all. Its function is only to allow Vision to break through your defense. The reason you really lose is because of your contempt for Vision. Launch an attack, find your vulnerability easily, and hit it off point 99. Wuchen said, if you know how to reflect, you can make progress, and you should be able to help Star-Lord and the others in the future. It's just that I, Wuchen's subordinates, can't have disabled people. Wuchen said, patted Captain Marvel's shoulder with his right hand, and a burst of strong energy immediately gathered in his palm, and then passed into Captain Marvel's shoulder. After the energy entered Captain Marvel's body, it quickly stimulated the changes in his body's genes. The arm, which had been completely severed, was quickly reborn in a wonderful way. The appearance of this scene of rebirth from a broken arm surprised everyone. If the lizard men who traveled from the parallel universe that day could see today's scene, it is estimated that he would cry with excitement. After all, what he didn't hesitate to become a monster to study could already be applied to such a degree in Wuchen's hands. The reborn arm is exactly the same as Captain Marvel's original arm, just like Captain Marvel's hand has never been broken. No matter how many times I've seen it, I still feel incredible when I see Wuchen using his ability. Rocket Raccoon said, and Gamora, who was standing not far from it, was in a daze and shock at the moment. Wuchen is the god of eternity and death. Life and death are in his control. He can control the power of the entire universe at will. He is omnipotent. Star-Lord said, no wonder, Thanos and the others would lose to Wuchen. I can understand now. 35. Gamora recovered. Thinking that the 693 Thanos who dominated the universe had lost to such an omnipotent person, she felt that everything was logical. Wait, your data shows that you are Thanos' adopted daughter? Rocket turned around. He had just seen the information about Gamora given to him by the big clock, and then realized it. It's true that he raised me, but my biological parents were killed by him. Gamora replied, well then, you are welcome to join. Rocket reaches out and invites Gamora. Okay, Captain, it's a pleasure to fight with you in the future. Gamora reached out and shook Rocket Raccoon's hand. Well, shouldn't the captain be me? After all, no matter what I say, I'm still a god. Star-Lord loves to perform today. It should be said that he likes to perform in front of Gamora. Your captain is Gamora. Wuchen's voice suddenly came, and both Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon were confused. Then, I'm very happy to be your captain. Gamora smiled, for the first time since she was sacrificed by Thanos to take the Soul Gem. As for Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon, both at the moment are a bit depressing. But what Wuchen said, they dared not have any doubts. Soon, The members of the Supernatural Institute were divided into two parts. One part was led by Gamora to space, and while patrolling the cracks in the world, he was looking for new members to expand his team. The other part, which remains on Earth, is led by Vision and incorporates the members of the Avengers. Because they had been away from the Earth for more than a year, these superheroes had each dispersed for a short period of time before returning to the Supernatural Research Institute, monitoring the situation all over the Earth through the research room on the first floor. Previously, the Avengers only learned about the current state of Earth from Stark. Now, they have seen the Earth with their own eyes, and through the global monitoring system in the research room, they have also seen the living conditions of every corner of the whole Earth. The gap between the rich and the poor still exists, and there are still basic social conflicts. But almost all crimes will not happen, and those extraordinary natural disasters will no longer threaten human life. The whole Earth seems to have become a Garden of Eden, an ideal land where everyone can live and work in peace and contentment. We desperately wanted a world in which the god of eternity and death, who in our eyes was a dictator, made it happen at the snap of our fingers. Natasha Romanoff sighed with emotion that at the moment, they were the former agents, the later superhero, and the current Superhero Institute working man. At the moment, Wu Chun was full of admiration. There is an old saying in the East: if you plant a flower with your heart, the flower will not bloom. But if you plant a willow and willow to make a shade. Wu Chun, is this true? Barton said. It's not that he is unintentional. With the big clock, his powerful strength, and those super god robots with unparalleled execution, it is easy for him to rule a planet, but he was not interested in the Earth before. And our global alliance with the Superhero Registration Act gave Wu Chun this reason to rule the Earth. Stark stepped forward. He watched the Earth from the initial chaos to the present situation with his own eyes. He clearly knew the reason for Wu Chen's success, whether intentional or unintentional. The results are good now. The Earth today is what we all hope to see, and what we need to do next is not to let those external factors destroy the interior of the Earth, a rare peace. Rogers said, that's right. The key now is the aliens, the traversers from the parallel universes, and the invaders that might emerge from the universe. Point 99. Vision came in from the door. He and Quicksilver had just returned from Kamar Taj, and they went there together to talk to Doctor Strange and learn some details about magic. Although we already have 9 people here, it is very likely that there will be a powerful and numerous force or organization like the Illuminati that has appeared before in the cracks in the world that have opened up. Therefore, we still have to find more powerful helpers. Just do it. Quicksilver said. With Wu Chun and the Super God robot, do we need to worry about combat power? 55. Natasha Romanoff clearly remembers the scene when those Super God robots turned on the Void engine and captured them all at once. Wu Chen's attention is mostly on his research, and if it weren't for some really huge amounts of threats on Earth, he wouldn't take action. Quicksilver replied. There are also supernatural robots. They are now scattered all over the world and are the key to maintaining the normal operation of the entire Earth. There are many left behind in the Supernatural Research Institute or are on standby, without Wu Chen's authorization and orders, nor do superheroes get into battle easily. Point 99. Vision said. Oh, now I know why you two have to ask Wu Chun to let us come back. Without us, we can't do so many things just by the two of you, even if your legs are broken. Stark said helplessly. He still couldn't figure out why Wu Chen suddenly made an exception. Stark, you don't have to make jokes like this. 5. Vision said seriously. Oh, sorry, I'm used to it. Stark immediately returned to normal. Next, I need to explain the current situation in detail to you. Vision comes to the forefront of the holographic diffraction pattern. According to the information provided by the big clock, we have determined that there are currently 3 world cracks on the Earth. In fact, the world cracks are not fixed. At present, these 3 may disappear at any time, but in other places, and there may be new ones at any time. Therefore, we must always pay attention to the situation in the Earth, and combine with the global monitoring system of the big clock to keep abreast of the situation. In addition, the people who come across the cracks in the parallel universe are not necessarily all bad people. For those ordinary people, or those with no malicious super ability, we will find a way to send them back. Only those who attempt to destroy will be given to us. Kill. When Vision said this, he looked back at Stark. This is why I begged Wu Chun to allow you to come back and help. Otherwise, with Wu Chen's habit, he would choose the most direct solution, which is to kill all of them. 99. Vision added. With Wu Chen's usual style, he is indeed very likely to kill all of them. As Roger said, Stark at the moment chose silence. Wu Chun will only protect what belongs to him, or what is beneficial to him, and any potential threat, he will directly eliminate it. This has been confirmed many times. So, is this guy a good guy or a bad guy? Winter Soldier's voice suddenly came, and at the position where he was standing, on the virtual projection in front of him, a red figure appeared. It was a guy in a red leather jacket with 2 knives on his back, sitting on a highway counting passing cars. The target is a parallel universe wearer, Wong Naheo, whose real name is Wade Winston Wilson, titled Deadpool, and belongs to Mutant. Its ability is infinite regeneration and super self-healing ability, which is difficult to kill with conventional weapons. 5. The big clock directly showed that person's identity information. Deadpool, the first guy to appear, doesn't look like an ordinary person. Natasha Romanoff looked at the message and couldn't help but worry. Whether he is an ordinary person or not, let's go and contact him first to confirm whether he is good or bad, and then we will consider how to deal with him. Rogers is an actionist. After saying this, he turned around and prepared to go to the scene. Winter Soldier and Sam both chose to go with him. As for the others, they still stayed in the research room, and they had to pay attention to whether there were walkers in other places, and they all believed that only one Deadpool was not enough to pose a threat to Rogers and the 3 of them.